Yimpad into the site. Another opportunity for Torchi, but Queenix is holding on. Nodios does nothing, but Queenix still doing damage. A 1v2 clutch with Brollan. Queenix gets around the corner in time. A bomb plant compulsory here for Mouse. He gets it in. Good idea as to where Salazar's going to be. Here's Queenix coming in from short. Confirms he's completely wrapped around. Oh, okay. Brawler makes it a 1v1. Salazar drops off, now plays the game. Confirmation of his presence on the site. Boots loud.
Okay.
No, but he's going wide on this. Salazar!
Oh.
No!
Couple of kills, of course. Beautiful. Oh, knife, really? Oh! What?
All 5 here.
Here they come.
Fantastic. No. Magic. Zentaris good for it. Look at everyone doing the flashbang dance. 2 body shot frags from Zentaris. But through the smoke. They get it. Good one from Woxic back. Hang on. Hang on. The nade from Wicardi has done it, and it's Heart of Fire. Throw a heavy blow.
A 1 versus 3 to hold on to a bit of a lead here. Get the first headshot taken down Mir. That's the start. 24 bullets left. Takes down Norbert, and now he's on the run. All of the pressure is on James. He's got a kit and a smoke, and he's putting up, flashed in. He's straight on there. Can he find the headshot? The line out through. Oh my God, he did it.
Planting up Temple already. 9 seconds. Kixon. Donut finds the frag. Maybe he can do this after all. Charging at him, Kixon. He could end it here. It's Robs in the clutch, but Robs is one sharpshooter, and Kixon takes it.
Monasty's still cracking those shots. Fallen's dead now. He's ready for more. 3rd kill. They keep sacrificing more players. They've walked into the young superstar again. He's looking for the AWP, and he will pick it up.
Now it's Shuhei at bat. Easy pickups for the rifles inside of the B site. From that point forward, Yimfat, Zershin locking this one down.
Flames is sticking. Fake noise made. Flames gets off. He falls for a pistol throw.
Molly comes in, that's going to nullify the top of Heart, and they're ready to spill on through on the back of it, full blind. Now it is Senzu or nothing, and Senzu holds on! Senzu! He's delivered a chance to the Mongols, and now it's up to Techno to finish what he started. Tap on the bomb, he goes back out for more, and they catch him peeking.
Another one Grim won't be proud of. JT toppled after his 1 frag. Nice shot from Elise. 2nd kill is 3. Just like that. He's got his Zeus out. Look at that. Into the AK, into the headshot. Monacy has picked up another. Now he's given a test at A site. Nice flashbangs, but it's Donk to give the cover. Same position that we've already seen him pop off from. And you know he wants these fights.
Robs, they didn't know about him. He's been sat here all round waiting for a push like that.
Oh, but the missed shot. That was the way back in. Trying to clear Donut. It's all Robs. I mean, he was 1v5.
He was clutching here in that heroic game, but this time it's different. 1v5 ace clutch from Robs! Cool as a cucumber, man! Look at him! That's beautiful!
Yes, welcome back to Copenhagen for the inaugural CS2 Major. As you can see there from the highlights, you know you are getting great Counter-Strike here, and we are going to get another day of it today. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk today, my wonderful experts. We've got Pimp, we've got Blair, and I just want to say, yesterday was an absolute bloodbath, guys. We had OTs, double OTs, triple OTs, get on your knees and pray. It was insane. So, I mean, let's just start by breaking it down. If you're only tuning in today, what did everyone miss?
I mean, yesterday was the first day of the elimination stage, as we're calling it nowadays, and we were waiting. Let's be real. We had some great Counter-Strike in the opening stage, but we're waiting for Spirit to show up. We were waiting for Na'Vi to show up, for Mouse, for FaZe, for G2, and we saw
great Counter-Strike, as you said. We saw
Yes.
some really high-intense games. We saw some of the new guys coming, not new guys, but the veterans coming in and starting off a little bit cold, a little bit of a rude awakening, so to speak. And we saw a couple of teams who we thought might falter against the likes of a FaZe of a G2 actually stand up and deliver.
First part of the day was kind of rough for the favorites, so to speak.
Yeah,
You saw FaZe go
definitely
down
was,
in the opening game. You saw Vitality lose in the opening game, and you think to yourself, oh no, are we in for another Paris major where some of these top dogs, some of these top teams weren't able to win their games? Though the second part kind of restored it to normality. You saw VP as well lose their opening game, but both Vitality, VP, and FaZe, Cloud9 for that matter as well, were able to win their second game in that regard. So I feel like when you look at the standings right here, it makes an awful lot of sense, apart from the fact that Complexity played some goddamn beautiful Counter-Strike yesterday, in particular, Elish.
Yes, yeah, he's back. We're definitely going to be talking about him. I guess a good place to start, obviously, will be with the 0-2s.
Yes.
I will say, not a lot of surprises down there for me. You know, I mean, we'll get it out the way. Ecstatic, you know, I mean, already surpassed expectations as the home team, so to speak, by getting this far. But finding out the reality now that when the caliber steps up, you got to step up or you will falter. And Jacob, I think you've been on point talking about them. You said they've never had the big win yet. They've never established themselves.
No, they've been able to beat teams in and around their own level, so to speak. We saw that during the Hamar. We saw that during the opening stage of the major as well. They're yet to beat a team within the top 10. They came close against Cloud9 in the first opening stage.
Yep.
Yesterday, they got a gobsmacking in that one, 13-3 in the favor of Cloud9. Wasn't even a game. The first one, though, the mouse game, they had a realistic
heartbreak.
chance
That was heartbreak.
of winning that
Yep.
game. Yeah, they probably should have won that game. They couldn't really quite get it done. And I think, as you said, Richard, when you're at a major, you got to take that extra step. Otherwise, it's only fair enough that you find yourself 0-2.
And it's so unfortunate for them that it was Bro on LAN just coming up. It's like, all right, I'm going to shut this one down. If Broland hadn't played the level he did yesterday, there was a real chance that Ecstatic would have got that win. But that's the way this game is. It's a matter of inches and millimeters, nanometers at times.
Nanometers, indeed.
like
Well, look,
millimeter.
while we're talking about being unlucky, Mongols, they had some great moments yesterday, and yet they find themselves 0-2.
It is so disheartening watching them play, especially against higher level opposition, because they get off to a good start, right? And then when it comes to the latter stages, when when it's like 9-9, 10-10, the decision making overall, it just seems so suspect. Against Na'Vi yesterday, they went with a double op setup, which was obviously hampering their economy. Senzu was missing sitters, right? And this is not how you're going to be beating a team like Na'Vi. You head over to the second games of Vitality. I think they won like 4 clutches overall.
They did, yeah.
And Senzu actually turned up. He really showed up there. And then you're looking at someone like Techno 4K, for example, having nerves. You could see the little mistakes being made there. And when you go up against someone like Zai Wu, the Wu in the server, you're going to get punished. And that's what happened. Heartbreak. But then again, hopefully they can turn it around. They did it in the opening stage, so hopefully they don't go home 0-3.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. Now, meanwhile,
Hey, come on.
we'll
Give me a
see.
bit
We'll
of
see.
hope.
I mean, listen, I think it's a nightmare if you're a team like Mongols and you battle through and it's like, oh, here's Na'Vi. Okay, well, we're not going to play somebody good in the next game because they win, right? Oh, no, thanks, Vitality.
Here's Vitality.
Yeah, a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah.
Furia as well, want to talk about them.
Yeah.
I mean... I know Brazilian fans aren't going to like this bit at all, but what are they up to?
I was collecting my food late last night at the reception. I had the opportunity to just meet Fallen there, and I'm like, yo, kind of rough today, man. Good luck tomorrow. He's like, yeah, we were complete shit. That's what he said. And the scoreline reflects this as well. Now, you look at G2, you're looking at FaZe, you're like, okay, good opposition. But you're looking at Furia. You're looking at a team, let's remind ourselves, we're looking at a team that's looking to win championships and get really deep placements, right? And sure, they had a very bad opening day in the opening stage, but they woke up. They're starting to look convincing. Cerrado, Yuri, Cello, fired up, Fallen, having great games as well. Like, okay, this team, they found their form. Now they're going to coming into elimination stage. They're going to be competitive at the very least. There was no competition there.
Yeah.
Absolutely smacked out of the server. G2 came in and just shut them down. And just watching that, it just felt so disappointing for a team of that caliber.
When you look at the results and when you look at what opponents they're up against, we're not really surprised that Furia is losing. That's one part of the story, right? It's the fashion they lose in.
Yes.
You know, not even remaining competitive, as you said, in any of the game, getting absolutely smacked by G2 in that first game as well. It doesn't really add up for my money, right? You're looking at a team, as you said, that has the potential, has the players, has a guy like Cerrado who's challenging to be one of the top 5 rifles in the entire world, and yet he doesn't have a team that can back him up to be competitive in games against likes like G2. So for my money, I'm not really surprised they're losing. It's more so the fashion they're doing it in.
I completely agree, because Ecstatic had a close game against Mouse. Mongols had a couple of close maps against Na'Vi and Vitality. Even Pain getting to run 9 rounds against Complexity and VP, and Pain are one of the the weakest teams here. And Furia get a combined total of 10 rounds against these two teams.
Yeah.
And a team that's supposed to be making deep runs, buddy. It's
Yeah,
not
they look dreadful against G2. It was men against boys, and you have to kind of think about, like, when I think of Furia, right, I just think about Yuri and Queserato, 2 players that, together, if you're building a team on that foundation, you should be an amazing team. Like, you're already there. You're already in the top 20, surely. And they've just not done anything at this major that's looked good. And I think big questions to be asked after this event.
People forget they had a period during the online COVID era as well, where they were ranked #1 in the entire world. They had a period as well where they were consistently making playoffs. They were in semifinals. They even played a couple of finals as well. We've gone completely backwards with Furia. What we saw at the Paris major was abysmal. Of course, that also resulted in a couple of roster changes. But apart from that, nothing has really happened within this roster the past year and a half. Ever since Paris major, you bring in Fallen. They've been talking such a long time about, getting on the same page, etc., etc. It's just not fun to watch right now. For my money, I've lost faith in Furia to be a top-tier team. They're decent. They can win tournaments once in a while if they turn up at the Elises Masters, but that's about it.
I mean, these two are called, I think it was Chad who coined them the Fangs of Furia, right?
Well, that's nice. Well done, Chad.
Which is great, but Fangs of Furia, you still need a jaw and a body behind it to chomp down. Otherwise, you're nothing but just 2 canines lying on the mantelpiece, and that's what's happening right here. I'm looking at the stats right there. I don't want to harp on it too much, because no one woke up in those 2 games they had yesterday. But I feel like if it ends today here for Furia, in the fashion it has thus far, make a change. I don't care what you have to do, strip the entire team apart, rebuild if you have to. You have to, because it's such a waste of talent on that team.
Yeah, the teeth are under the pillow waiting for the tooth fairy at the moment. We'll talk about Pain. I mean, Fury know all about that, but so do their Brazilian compatriots.
Sure.
I've enjoyed watching Pain over the course of this tournament. I watched them a lot, obviously, in the RMRs. I've done events back in the day. I've always liked this organization and the way that they've kind of min-maxed. And you can see here, I mean, you have to, if you look at that and you go, these are blowouts, the way that MR12 works now, you're really talking about 1 round, 2 rounds, where maybe a mistake happens or something, and Complexity and Virtus Pro, very tough opposition.
Yeah, it is tough opposition, but again, you are now at the elimination stage at the major, where if you can't beat Complexity, if you can't beat Virtus Pro, odds of you making it into the playoff are very, very low. So I think it's a realistic, comparison of where their strength is at right now. One of the issues I have with Pain, because I agree with you, it's been fun to follow them, it's been fun to watch them. It's a bit too one-dimensional with Big Ozero turning up. He's playing absolutely fantastic, by far the best player in the opening stage of the major. Without him playing on all cylinders, without him having that overachievement, overperformance, is there enough in the back end for them to be competitive? I think we saw the result of that yesterday. The answer is no. Pain is a decent team, but they're not ready to contest for the playoff.
There's not much to add to that. Pain are a team coming into this event. We didn't really expect them to make it to this stage. They've done it. This is as far as it goes, and that's okay. That's totally okay. Big Ozero has absolutely been lights out, and even in the losses they suffered against Virtus Pro.
I mean, keep in mind that's a 1.09 rating in losing
in 2
games
losses
against
in 2 losses.
tier 1 opposition.
The guy
and
still has
he's doing it all.
He's doing it all, but I feel like this is the first time showing for the majority of his players on his team as well. They're very, very young, so I feel this is as far as it's gonna go here today for them. They still have a chance against the Mongols, I feel, in that 0-2 matchup later on. But even if they get a win, I think this is kind of the end of the road for Pain here, and that's okay.
It's okay, exactly. You have to temper your expectations. People we had expectations for are top performers. We can take a look at this from yesterday. Loads of crazy talk. I mean,
what a surprise.
Yeah,
so surprised.
Guess what, guys? We're going to be talking about Dunk again. But just before we do, let me just say, actually, now, I think Exile being on there is significant.
That's a real surprise.
Yes, he was given the gift of a capitulation from Ecstatic to boost his numbers, and I don't know how many eco frags are in that 1.53, quite a few.
We'll take it.
But it doesn't matter, because all that's going to be remembered is the number overall at the end of the tournament. Very important for Exile. Jane being in there, he's frustrating to watch for me, but he does have the output. And let's go right to Elish. The bald buff is real. I never got one, as I said yesterday, but Elish did.
I mean, you can see Brokey just coming in bald as well. He doesn't even have hair
it's
loss.
happening.
And he's like, look, if Elish can do it, so can I with the AWP.
Listen, out of all these players you see on your screen right now, there's no doubt that Elish yesterday was the highest performer out of all of them. Don't obviously have a high rating, Shiro have a high rating, but they were steamrolling through their games. Complexity had to go through overtime, double overtime against Mouse in order to win that game, and Elish was firing on all cylinders. I said it coming into the tournament, if Complexity want to find find success here at the major, they rely so much on Elise. If you have the entire team, you can look at the statistics, it's Elise on nothing. It's sort of like Big Zero in Pain in that regard. So for him to play well is a great sign for Complexity. Obviously for them to be 2-0 in the tournament so far is fantastic, but it does rely on this man on your screen right here. If he dips out, if he's having a rough game, there's nothing else.
And I want to highlight something else on top of these numbers he's showing us. These are not like Blade F-like numbers. I'm looking at his T-side. Now, there's a smaller sample size. We have just the 2 maps, but both the maps are very close, going to overtime, 13-11s and all of that, right? He had 40% T-side opening attempts. That's 40% for his team, and an 82% success. That is ridiculous numbers. So he's not just sitting on the bomb side getting, sprayed out, of course, which he did right there, but he is taking space for his team. He is being the tip of the javelin, running to the sides as well. He's doing everything. So yeah, without Elite, Complexity won't be where they are here.
Listen, he's been making a case for quite some time now that he's one of the absolute best riflers in CS2. I even think there's a case to be made that he's in top 3 right now. It sounds hard for people to admit into that. You're looking at your Donks, you're looking at your Nikos, who's not really showing up right now. As of right now, I think Elise has overtaken Robs. He's overtaken all these star riflers. He is arguably a top 3 rifler in the entire world, in form, in shape, as of right now.
Yeah, and more importantly, and I like to talk about intangibles sometimes, because you're the stats guys, I'm the guy that, like, I don't even know what I'm
What do you do,
about. Yeah, what do I do? But I will say this, I know from, just chat behind the scenes and everything else, Elish at Team Liquid, he can be sometimes difficult if things don't go the right way. Sometimes his emotions don't get kept in check. He's got that star player mentality where it's like, it's frustrating because you're looking at everybody else and going, why can't you do what I do, right? Well, actually, I looked at him yesterday in that victory with Heroic, and I looked at how he was throwing energy out to his teammates and saying, like, listen, we can do it. I guess I'm just insane, guys, and getting a pop and, like, psyching everybody up. And it's really good to see that version of Elise in a team like Complexity, because that's what they need.
He's matured a lot, over the years. I had the honor of playing with him for a year in Liquid, and back then he was just a kid. I think he was 17, 18 years of age, and he was exactly like people described him. He was not easy to work with. He was throwing a tandem once in a while. He would be leaving TeamSpeak during practices, just like the rest of us did in those days. It wasn't fun, it wasn't enjoyable. Elise has matured a lot, and he's matured a lot not only as a player, but also as a person. As you said, the body language, the way he's coming out, the way he reflects in certain interviews, the way he's, I would even argue, willing to accept blame on himself. Not one of the attributes he had back in the day when I was playing with him at all. You could never tell him he did a mistake whatsoever. He'd just leave TeamSpeak in that regard. For my money, Elise is arguably, as said, one of the best players in Counter-Strike 2 right now. He's matured as a player. He's matured on and off the screen.
I think the correlation between this rise of Complexity and them starting to finally coalesce together as a unit has gone hand in hand with Elige's body language. Like, I haven't really spoken to him much, but then you're just watching him in interviews, for example, even in the Lost, where he's like, you can see, like, he sounds mature. He sounds very, controlled with his emotions and whatnot. And I think that's obviously going to rub off on your team in a positive manner as well. So 100% Elige, not just in the server, but outside of his as well, with his demeanor, is really helping them out.
And let's not forget that he was one of the few NA players who decided to stay with NA. Elige could have gone to Europe. Elige could have gone to
he could have gone anywhere,
team.
buddy.
Exactly. He's a fantastic player. He decided to leave Team Liquid to go into Complexity, which on paper was a weaker team. Sort of like Shiro did with Cloud9 as well in that regard, leaving in towards Team Spirit. And he's the one reason right now Complexity remain competitive and is one goddamn game away from Boomer Spot.
And the only North American team.
I mean, I loved his interview as well. Everyone thinks you suck until you win. Yeah, it do be like that. Right, okay, let's have a look at the secondary stream. We've got some, by the way the games went yesterday, look how insane some of these games are. By the way, Ecstatic versus Furia to close out. I mean, within the context of one of those teams is going home, even if Ecstatic weren't to make it through the next round, if they were able to send Furia packing and get that one win, it would be so big for the program.
Especially considering, again, we keep forgetting these are such young kids. The biggest tournament of their lives. The RMR was their first Tier 1 LAN, or actually LAN ever, as a 5-man unit as well. So to dispatch of someone like Fallen, 2-time major winner in players like K-Star and Yuri, it would mean a lot.
You're playing for pride at this point.
Absolutely. And for Furia, it's like, yo, you go 0-3. Oh boy, words will be said.
Yeah, and then Pain Gaming versus Mongols. Obviously, Blair, it's going to be tough.
I'm with you. Mongols got this. Brazilians cannot take down the Mongols.
Yeah, the Bane of Brazil happens.
The Bane of Brazil. Boom.
Fingers crossed. Imperial versus Vitality, Jacob. That one's kind of interesting. I mean, Vitality have not looked good.
No. No, not yet. You know, Apex said it yesterday as well. I think he tweeted it out saying that was not a great day. Hopefully tomorrow will be much better. Fact of the matter is, it's a best of one, and I think Imperial have a realistic shot at making the game competitive. I know Vitality beat the Mongols yesterday, but they were down 7-5 on their CT side on Nuke.
It was so close.
It was close. It required a sick T side as well. So I see Imperial having a shot at least making it uncomfortable for Vitality.
Yeah, and Heroic as well versus Virtus Pro. Been super impressed with Heroic overall. I mean, even in the loss against Complexity, I was sat there when they were ahead, and I was just like saying to Jason in the green, why are they so good? Like, why? What's happening? That is not meant to be the narrative around Heroic right now. And honestly, I think when you get into a triple OT, anything can happen. It's like, it's not that they lost by looking bad.
I think they've played exceptional Counter-Strike thus far. Right? You're looking at players like, you know, Nerds. We've spoken about this time and time again, how he's just rose up to the occasion as a star player. Tests and Shush with something to prove. Even Nikodos as well. Maybe not with the AWP, but with the rifle is getting stuff done.
Well, this thing, put the AWP down.
Just don't know.
Like, just a bit of advice from an old guy. Sometimes things that you think are going to work the way you want, it doesn't. And you can just run rifles, pick maps that works on, like Vertigo. See? I'm a genius.
But for me, today is going to be a litmus test as to what his team is. They might not be going up against FaZe at G2, but VP are a team. They're going to find those cracks. Oh, they're going to find those cracks. And when they find it, James is going to take that little chisel and tap away. Slowly. They're going to tap it away till you mentally break. Can they withstand that VP? Because VP opening yesterday was rough, but then they woke up and they got pissed off. It's going to be a banger of a game.
Okay, and look, more bangers. We have this coming on the primary stream. These are the ones we're going to be talking about and analyzing, so pay attention, guys. I mean, this is just ridiculous, isn't it? Team Spirit versus Na'Vi. Alexi B, Na'Vi. You know what? I remember when you did your spicy take, Jacob, and you said maybe Na'Vi have a simple problem. Yeah. And I remember typing to people going, this guy will say anything for clout and attention, right? But I'm going to be real with you. Spot on. I love this Na'Vi without the great one.
Me too, honestly, and it has been a conversation, a point of conversation, obviously for Simple being the GOAT that he is. It's a player you cannot remove from a team, but Na'Vi, LXCB, Blade and the boys have shown that teamwork goes a long way within Counter-Strike. It's also changed over the years. When I said that back in 2019 or 2020, we weren't in an era where teams like Heroic, who relied so much on synergy team play, would come up and be the best teams in the world. So it has changed. I think you have to rely more on team play, you have to rely more on synergy nowadays, so you can avoid, you know, getting these star players in and ruin the mood, and just have a team that is actually working in tandem.
Yo, those final 4 rounds we saw from Na'Vi on the T side against G2 was just absolute perfection. One of the most beautiful sequence of calling I have seen so far in the past month or so, right?
That was
so Alexi B,
what a T side.
It's brilliant stuff, and he's also made Wonderful look like a great one in his own right, in a way.
Well, look, let's just skip ahead. We're going to get to the game that we're going to be talking about. G2 versus Cloud9. What a wonderful, delicious way to start the smorgasbord of Counter-Strike we've got. But let's start with G2. Obviously, I might have to whisper some of this. They're literally just there. You'll see it in a moment when we do the shot. So I won't say anything bad. But I mean, listen, I was watching Munacy play.
He's looking at us right now as well.
I was watching Munacy play, and man, this kid is so good. So talented. While everyone's talking about Donk and some other names out there, I just want to remind everybody that Munacy, for me, I said at the start of CS2, he's the MVP of CS2. Like, he's the guy you get because he can AWP at a time when AWPers are at a premium, but he does things you cannot believe. That Zeus into a 4 AK kill clutch yesterday or whatever it was like I was watching that going, I feel alive again, Munacy. Thank you. You brought me back.
It's kind of crazy because you're watching him AWP in CS2, right? When everyone else are like, maybe not going to be playing the AWP, and everyone's watching him and trying to replicate what he's doing. He figured out, I know there's been a little bit of a patch from Valve where now you can actually hold angles and whatnot, but earlier, he's doing some BS rounds with the AWP. But here's the thing, you can't replicate that. This kid, you can't replicate what this kid does.
No.
You can watch it, you can marvel it, can I try it out? You try what he's doing, and you get slapped down. You're like, no, I'm not doing that.
One thing Munacy does, you know, is obviously showing up on the server, finding impact, and taking charge of the game. I like to use the phrase that, you know, very few riflers and very few AWP players can dictate the game and dictate how the opponents are going to address you as an opponent in that regard. You fear Munacy, you prepare for Munacy, you try to avoid Munacy, so it plays into the minds of the opposition as well. More so, he inspires the players around him. When you're playing with a guy like Munacy who's putting in in so many hours into finding all these weird gimmicks, finding all these weird bugs and all these weird things you can utilize. Then when you're Nico, when you're Hunter, when you're next, you're looking next to him and thinking, okay, I got to do a little bit more as well. I got to put some more time into the game as well. We talked about that. That was one of the issues for the old Astralis as well. They never, brought in new energy, brought in new inspiration. m0NESY is a player that doesn't only inspire us when we're watching him, he inspires Nico, he inspires his teammates as well.
I mean, and look at the numbers here on your screen as well. We've talked a little bit about Hunter. He needs to get back. Like, I just want to point this out. G2 could have very easily been 2-0 today. It's not if you're worried about G2. I still firmly believe they're one of the favorites. It was an Alexi B masterclass.
It was.
That was the margin of difference.
Dude, listen, it could be virtually any team in that server against Na'Vi in his final few rounds, and they would have been just completely outcalled, right? So I'm not going to really harp on it a little too much. Nico, I love to see that his form of run we saw in the RMR is continuing over here. He is looking absolutely sublime, and that's what I've been waiting for months to see. That CSGO Nico, the goatess rifler of our game, coming in and just popping hits in CS2. We saw it yesterday against Furia, absolute complete domination. Maybe that's why the stats a little bit inflated, perhaps. But even into Nuke, it was extremely competitive until and they lost on the CT side, by the way. The economy became kind of shambolic. It got a little rough. But this is a G2 that I'm looking at, and I can envision them on the stage.
I agree with you. It does look like a G2 that is still, front runner to be in the playoff at the very least. Could go into a semi-final, maybe even a final. My issue is that you're showing a bit of fragileness already in game one against Na'Vi. The way you lost against them, the way you lost control over that CT side, the way you allowed yourself to be outcalled by Alexi B. As much as we want to praise Na'Vi, as much as we want to praise Alexi B for that calling, you also have a responsibility on the other side to stop that. Whether you're Nico, whether you're Huxi, or whether you're the coach, Task behind them. It did feel like they were a little bit too fragile for my taste in a best of one against Na'Vi. So again, as I said, I see G2 as a team going to the playoff, and I definitely expect them to beat Cloud9 right here as well. But I would like to see them doing it in a convincing fashion that doesn't give me more questions than answers.
Yes.
Good. Well, let's talk about Cloud9. Obviously, I know they got that stomp against Ecstatic. I'm still not sold on what they're doing here. And we're in this weird spot where it's like we know that they have pieces missing right now, and people aren't quite performing up to the level. I mean, look, I'm going to do it. What is wrong with Electronic right now?
He's broken. He's completely broken. What happened? How can you
short-circuited?
How can you take Electronic, one of the most gifted player Counter-Strike has ever seen? You saw him in Na'Vi dictate the game. I said dictating the game as a rifler. Electronic was the guy you would always go to. He's been absolutely fantastic in Cloud9. Look at the left side right here. That's normally what he does. That was in the opening stage. 111
even that's not as impressive.
No, that's not as impressive as it used to be. But when Cloud9 were down in the grid, when they couldn't get anything going, there was one guy who would still be performing. That was Electronic. And now that he's broken, now that he's not working, what do they have left to offer? I know Exile had a good showing yesterday, but without Electronic playing well, there's absolutely no way Cloud9 is doing anything at this time.
The Axel showing, I think it's a good counter, because he was the one we're all pointing fingers at until this fall of Electronic happened. We're like, what the hell is happening with Axel? And even in the opening stage, when they got a 3-0 and everything, he didn't really have to do much, right?
No.
Yesterday, is it a fluke? I think it's a fluke.
Well,
I'll be real.
I mean, listen, a fluke, sure, but like again, I've used this phrase across the tournament. Sometimes you get given a gift, and the gift was an Ecstatic that are probably resting on their laurels a little bit. Like, hey guys, we're not even supposed to be here. Let's just chill. It's Copenhagen. We're local. It's just, that's what he was given. Now, whether that gives him enough confidence to step up today and do it against
You'd
G2.
assume so, and if you don't get a confidence from having a 1.52 rating on day one, which includes a loss as well, then I don't know what else to do, right? But I've just lost so much faith on this team, and this is great. This is great.
Wow,
Thank you, production.
Did him dirty,
this
production. That's an outrage.
I know I was writing that in the group yesterday. I didn't anticipate that actually put into that quote right there.
That's actually
maybe
brilliant.
I done it with the
capital letters and everything. That's outrageous.
Yeah, well done.
That
was the point I wanted to make, right? You have m0NESY on one side being arguably, one of the greatest AWP players we've seen in CS2 so far.
Probably the best
He can dominate the game against a team that doesn't have an AWP. For my money, I just want to refer back to Cloud9 right now. Sure, it's great to have Exile back. It's great to see him playing well, but it's like riding a bicycle. If your rear tire is flat, it doesn't matter.
Which you know a lot about, by the way.
Which I know a lot about. If your rear tire is flat, it doesn't matter about how much pressure
Can we play a game of who's going to be AWPing for Cloud9? Let's take a look at the videos, guys. Is it going to be Anubis?
Let's
I think it's going to be Anubis.
Poll.
It is going to be Anubis. It's a map both these two teams love to play. Who's AWPing here? is going to be Boomich. He's going to be coming at
Boomich?
you.
Oh,
I think it's
yeah,
Boomich, yes.
it is, yeah.
So, yeah, they have this little roulette wheel of who's going to be opping. So Boomich is going to be opping, and on the other side, there's freaking Modesty. There's freaking Nico going to be running on in. Good luck, guys.
Yeah,
I just
good
don't get it. I just don't get what they're thinking here, but...
What do you think of the pick, Jacob?
I think it's a confidence pick for G2 that
Yeah.
you want to play Anubis against Cloud9. It tells me that G2 doesn't necessarily respect Cloud9 too much. It is by far the best map for Cloud9. That's the one map they've shown consistency, a high win rate as well. So if you're G2 and you're allowing Anubis into it, it tells me that you feel comfortable you're going to beat them regardless. One issue I have, I just looked up the stats right here. Guess who's the highest rated player on average for Cloud9 on Anubis? Electronic. Electronic is having a tournament right now. So if he's not showing up, no way Cloud9 is winning.
All right then, guys. Great to talk to you. I guess we should get into the game, and that means I'm going to get into the banter zone with Anders and Henry G. We got a few seconds. How do you see this one, guys?
Anders, you got to take this one.
Are you not talking to me, Henry? What's wrong?
No, I'm not talking to you, Richard. I'm
My
upset.
bad. Friendship ruined, of course.
Yeah, live on app.
Fridge has been burned. I love
Have
it.
a good one, guys. Love you.
Thanks, Richard. I can't wait for this game. I still am really hyped up about G2. I'm a little bit disappointed because I had G2 and Na'Vi as my 3-0, and they obviously played each other, so that was a bit rough for me.
Yeah.
But I think G2 are going to go real far
All
in
right.
this tournament. I'm excited. We're on Anubis, ready to go. And Cloud9 going to be starting on the CT side with G2 on that T side.
Yeah, let's turn up the heat for this one, Anders. G2 up against a three-man stack here towards middle. Cloud9 exploring their options. It's all quite subdued right now, but G2 are going to be posturing outside the A bomb site. They have a smoke for heaven, a flashbang over the top, and that might be as simple as that. But Hooksy's going to be exploring the dark room at the very least, waiting for any initial CT aggression, but not much to report so far there. Cloud9 squad are inquisitive. They're moving around as a wolf pack.
Yeah, I think this kind of a start to Anubis on the CT side is going to be more and more popular as we go on because it's so flexible, right? You could go pretty quickly to the A bomb side, a little bit less quick to the B bomb side maybe, but either way you're going to be able to adjust to whatever the T's are doing. G2 though, they've elected for their side to wait around and kind of see what's happening here. A flash, or actually a deep smoke there. Flash is going to be coming up next just to try and see if they get it done. Only Hobbit here. You need at least the kill to set up the retake, and that's not going to happen. Nico, he is the master of those narrow angles. It's so disgusting.
It's going to be so difficult to retake now. You had 4 players at the A bomb site. G2 held themselves to B. Bomb planted, 5 versus 4. You got Nico set up as a turret here. Add towards B main, and at this point, it looks like it's a done deal. There is no defuse kit in play, and we'll see if Cloud9 can do anything with this.
3 people in dark here. They're trying to see if they can dig them out, but there are just going to be more and more people here. You won't expect it. Boomich and Electronic left, and they're not going to be able to do anything at all in that round. All it took was that opening kill, and I think the round was almost lost by then.
Yeah, an interesting approach there from Cloud9. 4 players just grouped up, moving as a mobile unit around the bomb site, and then, yeah, it was B that was wide open. 1 clean kill from Nico on that P250. And the floodgates opened. A very convincing round. Cloud9 limp into number 2 here. I doubt we see a force buy on Anubis, and considering they got almost 0 kills there, we are just going to see USPs across the board. A single flashbang to enable them some sort of swing, and hopefully keep G2 modest. That's the best they can really hope for here. In terms of the G2 setup, we've got ourselves a couple of Galils, a couple of MAC-10s, and just waiting for any sort of aggression to kick things off. You can see a nice flat default across the map here as they start to explore the options over towards Darkroom.
Molotov, they flashed their way through, but the MAC-10 on the other side, and Hooksy having an absolute meal out there. 3 kills with the MAC-10. That's so much money that he's picked up. And Electronic, lone survivor only for a second. Even a MAC-10 kill of a Hunter on the 5th player there. So that's a lot of money being made on that T side.
Tons of moolah, Anders. And we're pretty much clean sheets so far. It's going to mean we've got a bonus round here with the Galils and the MAC-10s. Cloud9 needs to be on high alert. They need to make sure they have some helmets in the mix. Electronic will go without. Same story for Axel as well, and Boomich. So this makes them very squishy, very fragile to these fast pocket strats that could be coming through in this sort of round. Number 3 is going to be a difficult one to handle here. Cloud9 with their work cut out for them. It's going to be a B-side lean as well. We've got 3 players and the bomb outside B main. Initial utility, a lurk smoke at B main. And Hooksy once again getting closer and closer towards Dark. It's Hobbit on the other side, who does have a helmet, just to note against Hooksy.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's going to be critical for him.
It's that lurk smoke.
Sneaking on through, it is that lurk smoke, and it's still the SMG and the Galil doing so much work. The reload, Perfecto just standing still, hoping that he was going to find a little bit of peace behind that smoke, but it's not the case at all. Round is already lost here. G2, they are doing excellent work at the start of this Anubis map.
Yeah, that's the perfect call from Hooksy there. That's all you want to see. You've got the bonus rounds, you want to have a pocket strat, you want to be causing chaos, pushing smokes. Like we said, that lurk smoke just in the CT side of B main. You throw a few flashes over, Molotov towards the temple position, and make your way through. And Hooksy actually wanting to duel against Hobbit as well. Like I said, he had the helmet. He straight up won it. And that's going to be another convincing one. Cloud9, pretty poor start here. This is the 1-1 bracket, just to note that. We had an amazing game for G2 yesterday against Furia. We commentated that one. It was 13-3. They absolutely battered them. Then went on to lose to former G2 in-game leader Alexi B. That was Na'Vi, of course, 13-11. Cloud9 taking down Ecstatic 13-3, and then met their maker in the form of Team Spirit. That was 13-7. So, important game here.
I think in that game yesterday, Furia were allowed maybe 8 kills in the first 8 or 9 rounds. Like, as a team as a whole. They just could get nothing done.
Well, G2 were on like 8-0 before Fury could even post a round. But it could be a similar sort of story here. Cloud9 are looking pretty weak. Weird pistol round for them, that 4-man approach. You don't really see that too often. They have gone for somewhat of an investment here. We've got a couple of M4s, and we'll see whether this does anything for them. Some utility. A couple of Deagles in the mix. 3-0. Bear in mind, it's a very T-sided affair here on Anubis. Quite par for the course, losing the pistol. This can happen. Got a boost behind that obelisk in the B bomb site right.
Would have been nice for Cloud9 to get that early round, though. Now they're going to have to try and see if they can make do with a couple of Deagle sprinkled into the mix. Axile traded right away, and there is someone hiding back there. It's Electronic, and they're not quite checking it. Hunter kind of didn't trust his intuition. He had the right idea. If he would have committed to the check, he probably would have had the kill as well. 3 versus 3, and it should be another bomb plant here, this time at the A-bomb site. So they're testing everything on the map right now, which I think is really great. Making Cloud9 uncomfortable everywhere, although I say that, Boomich finding a headshot right on top of the smoke, I think.
Here we go then, Anders. This retake is looking quite likely. They've got the man advantage, but not for long. Nexa will snatch it away. Back to the 2 versus 2. Nice shot from Odyssey. That should be it, as Nexa will maintain the crossfire. And it's G2 posting yet another round here on the T side of Anubis. It was the best chance we've had so far for Cloud9. They managed to get a couple of opening frags, but unable to hold on.
If they would have had a better economy in that round, they would have maybe also had a Molotov to burn out Monacy back there. If they didn't have any other retake grenades that you would have needed, even when they had the 2-on-3 there. So that's what made it a little bit tricky, because there are no flashes coming through, no Molotov on here. Like, there's just no grenades to be thrown from Cloud9. So it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Now they do have the AWP, and it's on Boomich.
Yeah, bear in mind, this is a best of 1 if you weren't aware. Day 2 of the elimination stage. So far, so good for G2. Clean sheet, 4-0. First time we're going to see the Boomich AWP here from round number 5.
Yeah, it's been a topic of conversation for quite a bit. And it's only going to get more relevant when now you're playing up against somebody like Monacy.
Yeah, a true AWPer as well. A guy who's not really a hybrid like everyone else is dabbling with. He's kind of a full-time sniper. That's going to be a real nuisance as Hooksy leading the charge in towards camera. This is fast-paced. Electronic fending them off, showing some strong form. Good double kill. And Axai will chime in as well. It's a 4-on-2 in favor of Cloud9. Can they hold on? Boomich certainly seems to think so.
A lot was riding on who was going to get that entry, and it was double for Electronic. That is huge. All right. Don't want to be hunting Monacy too much, although Axel will make it work, but I was going to say he is the kind of player that can find his way out of that kind of situation if you really keep throwing bodies at him. Nice round, a bit of confidence going their way. I think Cloud9 will be happy with it. And maybe especially Electronic. We saw his stats at the start of it looking rough.
Yeah, this is an important double kill for him. Great positioning as well. They're very aware as to what was being presented. Boomich maintaining the A-main control as well. Axel to close things out. First round for Cloud9. Pretty clean one as well. Difficult to find these rounds on the CT side, so they'll take that all day long. Money is nice and established at this point. They've got an AK-47 for Axel as well. Monacy patrolling towards the dark room.
clearing out a little bit in front of it. Though that's going to get cancelled right away. It's a really good timed Molotov. Means they can't really go and check everything they maybe wanted to. See here. Couple of stray shots to the smoke, but it's Hobbit on the other side, and he's going to play it a little bit more safely.
Yeah, very nice. Incendiary. Makes things uncomfortable for Hooksy. The follow-up HE as well should connect nicely. Good swing. Hobbit Electronic working in tandem from that dark room. Find a double kill. Completely shut down the efforts of G2 here. We've got a 5-on-3 scenario, and Axel continues to apply the pressure, pushing out of A main. Nico seems to be very aware of it, though. Not his best work on the AK. Must have been looking at the radar or something. I'm not sure. Quite slow to react.
I was going to say that definitely looked like someone who was looking on a teammate's monitor. Could have been the radar as well, but something that people forget when you're playing on LAN is you can look over to your teammates, right? So you don't have to ask them where they are. And sometimes when you're in the middle of doing that, well, maybe you just get peeked. Looked like that was what happened here. Hunter and m0NESY, they cannot win this round, I think, but they can make it expensive. If they can get another couple of kills, I mean, it's still something to play with. They're swiftly running out of time, and they've got to be a little bit careful now. They've got to be wondering if it's even worth going for. Looked like they wanted to try for the damage, and now they've elected instead to try and save the rifles. Risky as well if they get hunted down. Look at how boxed in they are. I'd feel a bit uncomfortable here.
1 second remaining. m0NESY will maintain his life and the AWP. Hobbit. Definitely worth a little hunt there, but it looks like we'll have 2 players surviving on the G2 side. So not all is lost, but a very effective approach there from Cloud9, managing to get that double swing. Applying the pressure with the utility from Darkroom. 2 kills found with the rifles and shutting down any sort of approaching towards this P bomb site. This was the maneuver. Very nicely done. Axel can't believe his luck that Nico wasn't ready for that sort of swing. And it's going to be an eco. I guess it's quite early days here. 4-2 up. And just going to be investing with some upgraded pistols here. That's about it. Run boost from m0NESY. Good lord, he's taking a lot of damage. Surely can't go into the flames once again. Waiting for a chance to strike, but Hobbit seems to be aware. As the smoke goes down, he'll once again find success from Dark.
That looked like something that Cloud9 have seen before, because otherwise, why would you throw that early of a Molotov there if you're Hobbit? But it worked perfectly. Without the Molotov, guaranteed m0NESY, he continues to pressure that one. Axel moving forward, and he's reading pretty much every single engagement perfectly. He knows what's coming next.
I'm liking his confidence from Axel. He's using his teammates' calls and understanding the situations he's in, pushing in towards A main, funneling them towards the B bomb site time and time again. And now Boomich, he will be tested, and this could be problematic as Nexa looking for a triple kill on the Desert Eagle. He's not going to convert it, but they have done some serious damage towards B. Might not be quite enough though. Hooksy left 3 versus 1, and all the hype starts to deflate. Still a moment of danger there for Cloud9. 3 in a row.
There was. I wonder, did Electronic just spam him down without even seeing him through the smoke? That looked like he didn't even make it through. Regardless, could have been a bomb plant if that didn't happen, I think. Would have been interesting.
Well, here we go. Cloud9 on their feet, established on the CT side.
It's great to see them wake up. It's about time. They were really getting blanked at the beginning, a 4-0 lead. But now Cloud9...
And even with the eco in the previous, the money's still pretty unstable. Hunter's down to a Tech 9. Aggressive, of course. Axel, full send to the top of middle. Finds Nico once again. Absolutely bamboozles him. As m0NESY will pull one back, and that's through the smoke. I don't know how he's pulled that one off.
That's so ridiculous. Axel was so keenly aware that if he fell back, he was going to get sniped by m0NESY every single time. So they call in the backup, they throw the smoke to escape, and somehow it means nothing at all to m0NESY. I actually can't understand that.
Here we go then. This has been a very active CT campaign for Cloud9. I'm enjoying it. It's aggressive, it's fun, and Perfecto gets a face full of lead toward the double doors. Hooksy not wasting any time deploying the smoke towards the temple side of middle, and that's going to be a full A commitment, Anders, and it's wide open. Some open runway here to get the bomb planted. I don't think you even consider this retake.
No. I mean, the MP9 can lurk around if you want to try and find a little bit more, maybe find a rifle somewhere else, but the AK and the AWP, way too valuable right now for Cloud9.
What a wild way to kick things off there.
The thing is, Axel didn't even jump early on the smoke. He actually waited for it to fully pop, I think, before he jumped. So just the internal clock of m0NESY able to pick that one up. Also, nice entry for Hook, so you've got to give him credit for that one. Taking down Perfecto, that was pretty smooth. A little bit of a slower start for Perfecto. He's 1 and 5. We'll give a little bit of more of a lead here. 5-3 in favor of G2.
Oh, Hobbit. I'm not sure you'll be getting multiple kills here. Hooksy will take him down. The hunt has been called. Boomich and Electronic holding on to the AWP and the AK-47. Should have at least a buy available to them, but that's G2 bouncing back now, breaking the Cloud9 streak. Good call from Hooksy after getting those couple of kills in towards middle. Fast smoke down, and what a shot that was from Axel. But Monacy, I had no idea how he even finds that kill, but
what a ridiculous figure.
Sublime timing. Perhaps fortunate, but we'll take it all day long. 5-3, we're getting to the closing stages of this first half, the best of one, round 9. Cloud9 will have, like we said, a pretty decent buy regardless after saving 2 weapons. They down towards T-steps. Smoke towards Dark to remove Hobbit's vision. And we're going to have another mid-probe here. Nico and Hooksy working together. They'll have a flashbang from Odyssey deployed momentarily. And in we go.
Free fire for Electronic. He was flashed as well. He couldn't really see anything. They're trying to fall back, but Nico will find one and they'll trade their way through. It's so worth it for G2. It leaves one player left on the bomb side. It is Boomich with the AWP. We've seen some sequences out of him. Obviously, the consistency is not there. But this round, if he can make it work, that's all they need. 3 versus 3 all of a sudden. Bomb outside of the B bomb site. Hobbit definitely sensing the danger now. Flash to buy a little bit more time, but that's almost the last grenade that Cloud9 have, so a lot of this will be down to whether or not Hobbit can survive this, at least get a kill on somebody. He's so sandwiched in, Henry. I don't think he's going to be able to make it out right now. He's got Perfecto starting to get there, but you can see he's going to get shot in the back Nexa. The timing could not have been better, and now Perfecto's alone. Boomich can't get there in time. It's so many individual fights. There are no chances for Cloud9 to really refrag anything here.
Oh, Boomich kind of fancies his chances though, Anders. He ain't peeling off just yet. He's going to see what's available to him with this AWP, holding towards the cave to see if anyone will dare overstep the mark. It's a 1 versus 3. Time is of the essence, and it doesn't look like he'll get many opportunities now. And that's going to be it. Well, calm down. I don't think he's going for it.
No, it's just positioning. I mean, you never know if someone's going to be running straight at you. Maybe you get a quick kill, make it a 1 versus 2 at least. But yeah, hiding out in the open here. A 6th round for G2. You mentioned it already. This is a T-sided map, so it is good news for them that they're doing this. I think Cloud9 already carved out a bit of real estate to build something on later on. 3 rounds, you're not celebrating, but you know you're not just going to get wiped out.
Yeah, 1 more would be ideal.
Yes.
Like, it's the most T-sided map we have in the pool. So they can just get 4 rounds. That's enough to work with. They lost a pistol as well. It's a pretty common scoreline. Boomich saves the AWP as well. They've shown some good and promising rounds since they've had the weapons, and we'll see what they can bring out following things up. It's going to be a Cloud9 timeout for now, though.
You know, something that's talked about a lot, especially with Cloud9 having Boomich as the AWPer and having no real sort of main primary AWPer, people end up saying, oh, you know, what about Monacy versus Boomich as an AWP battle? But that usually doesn't happen, right? It's more about the effect on all the riflers that are going to be having. And I mean, for G2, if they feel more safe taking swings, they're not that afraid of Boomich, that's going to have a big impact. It should have a big impact on some of the players, right? I think it's rare that we get the straight up AWP versus AWP battle, even though it's the most hyped up one. But a lot of the time, it's more how it bleeds into the rest of the match, really.
Let's see how Boomich can operate here in round number 10. The bookend of this first half. He has got the AWP still, currently sat on 4 kills, 4 deaths. We'll see him actually make his way in towards the B bomb side this time, holding towards that platform. Of course, Hobbit will be towards the darker position. Incendiary deployed, doesn't dissuade Monacy. And there is the battle, Anders. It will be Boomich coming out on top, 5 on 4. As Hooksy, though, he's in towards Dark, should have this kill no problem, catches Hobbit with a grenade in his hand.
Sick. Great job from Boomich. He's been everywhere. He's been starting sometimes in the middle, mostly on the A-bomb side. This time he's back at B. Just making it very hard for G2 to guess exactly what's coming next. A shot rings through the smoke, but there is no one to receive it on the other side. 1 minute and 10 seconds here.
Yeah,
Nexa's just holding this.
Trying to bleed out Cloud9 here. With the minute on the clock of 4 on 4, it's very uncomfortable for the CT side. Trying to expend the remainder of their utility. You can see Cloud9 holding on to their smokes. They're being very disciplined here. Execution coming forward. Like we said, though, still grenades available here. Incendiary smokes and a boost for Boomich. It's a great call, Anders. We'll see if he can fend them off.
Just needs that one flick. It's a leg shot on Nico. It's not the same as a kill quite, so... Oh, they spam him through. The grenade didn't even need to touch him. That's remarkable. Exile will get one in return. It's Hooksy going down. Reveals himself coming up the river. He's going to grenade his way through. He's so bold. Exile, he needs more bullets to continue the war here. But he should have had it then. Hunter's gone down to the hands of Perfecto instead. And Nico, there's no bomb plant happening. He's already low from earlier, getting legged by Boomich. That's a very good retake. Exile is a furious force on this one. I can't believe it. He's back a little bit. I mean, he's been missing for a really long time.
Yeah, I'm loving these Axel contributions, a real force of nature. Just so aggressive, willing to take every single fight. He knew he had to take matters into his own hands there. He was smoked out towards dark. His options, what, wait 15 seconds and come through when his teammates are getting dropped off? No, he's going to nade through the smoke, swing, and get himself 2.5 kills as we go 6 and 4 here. Money still absolutely fine for G2, but Cloud9, there it is, the magic number 4. That's the minimum we said they needed here. Managing to pick that up. It's round number 11. Can they find one more? If they win this round, the money will be completely broken. There's a chance of a 6-6, which will be a tremendous effort on the CT side of Anubis. Hooksy once again, already at the mouth of Dark, and it's m0NESY who will be tested here. Nails the shot though. Will he detect the second player in the form of Electronic? Apparently not. Lovely double spray down and maintaining the man advantage as he's looking for a third now as well. 95 damage inflicted. Not going to be enough as Nico will answer back. 3 versus 3, and a reset of the round is called.
There's been some labored sprays out of Nico. It hasn't been just as crisp as we sometimes see. And Electronic, I mean, apart from getting the double kill and nearly the triple, look at what he's doing now. Just like Axel's been doing, opening up that A-bomb site and closing the map for G2. I think it's going to be a free kill. Hooksy, ooh, okay, he could have probably pulled the trigger then, but at least he knows they're going to be walking through the middle. He can call in his teammates from the B-bomb site.
Okay, he's essentially alone though. Does he want to be challenging? Or wait for his teammates? Electronic with a lot to do. Holding towards A main, bomb planted. Remaining disciplined here, wants to wait for the cavalry to arrive. Not the best control of the spray though. Nico will pull one back, but no one's looking at camera, Anders. Perfecto will maintain the 2-on-2. Hooksy low, this is down to Hunter.
Yeah, they have an Ichi as well. It's going to be up to Hunter. You're absolutely right. He'll find the first one. Needs the headshot here against Hobbit on the other side. Plenty of health on him. He's making the walk around, looking to see if he can shoot Hunter in the back. It couldn't have been better. He's outplayed him.
Really has.
He's going to be able to find that bomb defuse, no issue. Oh, there's so much I hate about that 3-on-3. The thing that I hate the most is that Electronic actually had a flashbang to set up. He could have set up his... Now, they win it anyway, but he actually could have flashed his teammates in. He didn't have to take that fight early.
I guess he felt like he was in a strong position. He knows he's done significant damage to one player already. Couldn't quite maintain the control of the spray. And to be fair, he'd already done his efforts there in the round. He got a double kill and got them into the round. But Perfecto, great effort, brought it back to the 1v1. And Hobbit, well played. Outmaneuvers Hunter, no question. And like we said, if they win this round, they've actually in a real nice position to pick up a 6-6 potential scoreline here. The money should be pretty questionable, and indeed that's reflected on the left-hand side of your screens. Galil's, Tech9's, a Deagle for Nexa. This has to be a pocket strat. You can see it's going to be a fast A play. Molotov's flashes going in. Boomich to defend. Nails the first shot and the second as he tries to retreat now.
Could have been any better. There's so much pressure. Oh, he gets that one. Unbelievable. A flick onto Nico, and now he's going back inside of the smoke. He is such an elusive player. They're boosted on top of each other here. Inside of the smoke with Nexa. He cannot win this round any longer. Trying to see if he can sneak through, but Perfecto will find them. They tie up the game 6-6 at the hands of Boomich on that triple at the end of the half.
Say what you will about Boomich, but the kid can AWP. Time and time again, tested and delivering the goods. Another sublime A-hold. 3 kills found, and it's going to be 6-6. A magnificent resurgence after being down 4-0, Anders. They managed to hold it together.
It's so bizarre because he made his name and his brand is really tied to the idea of the sort of jumping and running Mac 10 plays. So the other side of that, to step into the role of AWPing, is just... It's hard to imagine that it can work, but you see some of these rounds and you say, all right, you know what? That's what you need.
Well, this is G2 starting to shrink. Not looking as confident as they once were. We've got Julie's in hand of Monacy here. He's only got 6 kills. Not really lighting up the scoreboard as you might expect. It's Hooksy at the top with Nexa. Those are the 2 names you don't want near the top of the scoreboard, Anders. Like, Nico's been notably quiet. We've seen it on his POV, a few missed shots and sprays. Not looking his usual self. Very important pistol here. Hooksy now on the CT side. They've got a cache of utility waiting for them outside B. Cloud9, the momentum's on their side of the server right here. It's Electronic trying to get a bit of intel, and Hooksy gets a lot more than that. A face full of lead towards that dark room. Catches him down to 20 points of health.
It's not as stacked as what Cloud9 were doing on the CT side, but it's a similar kind of concept here with 3 people in the middle. You could see Hunter's got a flashbang just cocked and ready to go. If anything happens, he's going to be able to throw that on over. So they have a couple of ideas here. And again, they're going to be mobile. They're going to be able to rotate to any bomb site that gets hit. But we already saw how that can backfire when Cloud9 tried to do it because they just couldn't rotate quick enough to the B bomb site. That's also because they did all go to the A bomb site. Oh, okay.
Axel spotted this. They're going to be ready for it, Anders. Nico thinks he's got the backstab in a prime position, but anything but. They know 2 players have crossed over. It's going to be Monacy painted into a corner here. They're just going to let him sit there in middle, isolated from the fight. Kind of a lucky frag there from Hooksy. Will take it, though, as he gets a headshot through the smoke. Bomb planted by Boomage. Now Hunter, he's left the last line of defense, and my God, what a shot that is. Is there anything left to be said in this 3-on-3?
He had absolutely no business getting that kill. Electronic will get him down, but Hunter, he's on one right now. Another headshot in this round could be recovered still, and he will pick it up! Hunter, absolutely beastly performance in this round. It leaves Axel alone, but he's close range now. Even has the audacity to pull out the burst fire and takes down next to the end.
You
My
don't
God.
see many of those. Even attempted the Glock burst fire, notoriously woeful, but he makes it work there. And I have to say, G2 had no business even being in that round.
No.
Hooksy got like a very fortunate kill through the smoke, and then don't take anything away from Hunter. Like, that was amazingly well played. Cracking shots, but it doesn't even that. Wasn't even nearly enough as we get into a 1 versus 1. They didn't even try and defuse the bomb there, but it is going to be Cloud9 picking up the all-important pistol. Should be the force buy, I'd imagine, considering it comes down to the 1v1. They get some extra money by virtue of kills. Electronic, fast mid-control though. Grenades deployed. Nico doesn't see this coming whatsoever, but there's another player, and that's going to be Monacy, taken down early. This force buy is not doing a lot for them, I'm afraid. Hooksy will be going down as well. 5-on-2, make it 1 as Hunter blinking, he missed it, the round's over.
This is getting really sketchy right now. For G2, from some really hot games that they've had, you've got to say, if they end up in the 1-2 bracket instead, with fighting to stay alive in the tournament, that's a bit different from the way that they've been playing otherwise. But Cloud9, slow to start, but very consistent now that they're here. With Axel and Electronic, some of the lost players on this squad. I mean, last year for Axel it's a year where most of us were trying to convince any newcomers to the game to say, it's actually a lot better than this.
He is actually pretty good.
Yeah,
we promise you. He can play Counter-Strike.
Like top 5 rifler in the world at one point. Like, you gotta believe us.
I'm believing today. Axel has looked fantastic at times. Very aggressive, very assertive, I think would be a nice way of describing him. And this round is no different. That's a force buy from G2. You've got nothing done. You've barely made a dent on the Cloud9 armor. Hunter knows it as well. This one is starting to fall apart. They were 4-0 up. The individual form was just not there. Like, it's still Nexa and Hunter on 9 frags, and Hooksy's top fragging with 10. Like, where is Monacy? Where is Nico? Need to start finding some success here. Hunter will have the MP9, but that's all they really have to work with. It's 8-6, very likely to be converted to 9 in the next 30 seconds or so. Hooksy's going to be dropped before he even really has a chance to get stuck into the round. Surrounded here, and that's already a confirmed victory because it's a wide open B bomb site.
I do think that if Monacy could pick up that AWP really early on, it could have a huge difference, or a huge impact on the game. But the question is, can he find the right position to be in? Or are Cloud9 going to be able to turn it around? They're losing a lot more players than they should, but they're not going to win the round. They don't have the kit right. So
and the Molotov
such a long, Molotov shot down. Some great kills, make it a bit more expensive. Steal the Galil, I mean, that's even worth saving into the next one. But the bomb is so far ticked already. Still, they're trying to make it maximally expensive here. Axar will clean up the rest.
I mean, they did a good job.
Yeah.
Not too bad there. They managed to get a kill with the MP9. 3 in total. We'll take it. It's going to be a G2 timeout. Yeah, it's starting to shrink again. Not looking at their usual selves. Where is that killer instinct? Where are the superstar players?
That's what you got to be wondering right here. This is a huge issue for them. Taz,
he's got to find it
during the timeout. Yeah, if anyone could, I mean, he's a very large personality. Surely he can find a way to revitalize this team. They need it.
He's trying to rile them up. Get them on board here because this is the best looking round we've seen in some time from G2. And it was just with the MP9 and pistols that were near winning it. But the gun rounds begin here. All for m0NESY. Couple of concessions to be made, but overall a pretty decent buy. They've got the fuse kits. Players have our helmets, not a huge deal. I guess there's a couple of glows in the mix, but we'll see what round number 16 has in store for us. When we see some assertion from m0NESY, start dictating the pace of play. Goes towards A main here, flashes towards middle. Cloud9 are setting themselves up for an early B execution now. We've got 4 players outside this area of the map. Electronic slowly but surely making his way towards dark, so expect smokes towards left and right of the bomb side, Molotov and Temple, and a flash over, and in we go.
Yeah, if they can finish this before m0NESY even gets here, that's a huge bonus. And just looking good right now. Hunter's down, Hooksy's going to get traded, sitting inside of the flames. And Nexa trying to shot, but the rest of his team is pretty much dead now. They're walking in one by one. They're going to have to walk away. Cloud9 are doing this.
I was going to say, if Nico goes to that swing and the round's already over, like, that could be GG. He needs to save his weapon.
But I mean, it was very, very decisive commitment from Cloud9 that made it very hard for G2 to set up any scenarios where they could revenge any kills. They just die one by one. There's no one that can trade a kill or swing for each other. You could see Hunter died alone in dark. Hooksy was sitting in the flames. Nexa showed up when they were all dead. There's no trade potential.
Certainly not. Well, this has been pretty underwhelming showing from G2 thus far. Remember that 4-0 start? It was looking good. They had the wind in their sails.
I faintly remember it, Henry.
But since then, it's been nothing but one-way traffic in favor of Cloud9, and m0NESY goes down. That is a monumental kill. And the context of this best of one, you will not have the crutch of the AWP going forward now. He can win rounds single-handedly, even if you're on eco.
Yep.
A m0NESY AWP surrounded by USPs is enough to take a round, but now that's been removed. Nico will save his M4, but they are looking at dire straits right now. Running out of time and indeed space. It's Axel, like, just open bomb site. No response. The crossfires collapse. And they're going to have to take a partial buy around the M4. Hope for the best here. They need a miracle. So it's 2 Deagles, 2 MP9s. And Eco M4 is still on 6 frags. He cannot get going here. Hooksy's still top fragger. And we're going to see Perfecto challenging Nico. He takes a boatload of damage. Surrounded by the river of flames. And a contact play with the bombanders in toward this A bomb site is Nexa, who has 0 utility, just the SMG.
This is the perfect play for this
he's been baited in somewhat though. He can do something with this, at least a kill.
Yeah, one shouldn't be getting more, but he will. Boomich goes down. Nexa, more bullets, and he had the kill.
Here we
He's gonna pull out
go.
the pistol instead. What a defense from Nexa, holding on to the site. Electronic is so good. He lands 2 more headshots after the first, makes it a triple, and leaves Hunter alone to fend for his team. This is everything. G2 needed a miracle, and Nexa nearly gave it to them.
It could be enough. There's a 2-on-1 situation. Perfecto and Electronic tantalizingly low. They know this could be problematic. All he has to do is segregate the fight, bring it down to a 1 versus 1. The bomb, of course, not planted yet. They're trying to suggest they're going elsewhere, but now he knows it's an A-side finish. A bomb to be planted. Perfecto with the AWP towards A main. He should be able to find his first kill. I would say no problem. There it is. Well, and now it comes down to the defuse.
It is the AWP on the other side. One mistake and you're dead. Gonna tap it once.
He's got this.
Looking right. Oh, but Perfecto's reading it so well. He walks away from the grenade even. Imagine if he just stuck around. And the grenade also did bounce the wrong way. But he knows Perfecto. This is what experience means. He's outplaying him on time. He knows he doesn't have the kit, and Hunter, you can see it on his face. He already knows he's lost the round. Perfecto didn't have to fire a single bullet to win this one. That is sick.
So well played. Perfecto holds his nerve in a pretty technical 1v1 there. Considering he's on 1 HP, the MP9's closing the gap. And you're right, he knows he hasn't got that defuse kit. Hunter did everything he could. It's not quite enough there. And Nexa, he'll be so riled up. The fact he gets this amazing sequence, Anders, the fact he even gets the second kill on the AWP as well, finds a third somehow with the P2000. You would think it's enough, but Electronic, he starts going supersonic with that M4A4, mowing them down, bringing the round back to life, and Hunter so gutted he can't close it out. It's 11-6, but that was the partial buy, I suppose. Money still available. Monacy back on the AWP. Last chance to loom for G2 as we head into round number 18. Need to start finding some form here.
The proof of how disgusting that play was from Perfecto is the fact that he moved away from the grenade, that he just knew it was coming. What jump? That's scary. But Boomic not able to hit the shot this time. G2, they have been disappeared from the map. Cloud9 driving off with this game at the moment. Electronic with a vintage performance. 20 kills on him, Henry. What on earth?
Yeah,
Des talked about it before, and they were bringing it up. Look at the stats. It wasn't looking good at all.
Yeah,
this is something
back,
else.
Baby. So, Nico spotted towards middle. Boomic doesn't want anything to do with it. Drops down towards Darkroom, which actually is
so
wide
wild.
open.
What is he doing? He's alone here. He's clearing Dark with an AWP, just running for it. Nexa again. This time upgraded the weapon a little bit. Nice shot from Monacy to help out, and a Molotov to put some pressure on, but they still crack it open. They're so patient, Cloud9. They wait for it, and G2 step into the shots.
Okay, they have got a kit, but in terms of retake utility, it's 2 HEs and a single flashbang. Every single player of G2 coming in from the beach position, and Boomic is ready, but he can't nail the shot. Electronic thrust into the clutch. Can he win? A 1 versus 3. Good effort on the initial spray, but all with G2 finally breaking the streak here, posting their first round in some time. It goes 11-7. They needed that. A desperate round falls in their favor. Nico still has time to come online here on Anubis. It's the best of one. They need him to step up here. Good retake at the A site. Everyone coming through that beach position. Electronic didn't stand a chance. So is there anything left to be said about Anubis here? They'll recover the AWP from Monacy. It's going to be a Cloud9 timeout. Good job from Nexa. He's looking solid on this A side of the map. He's doing his job. He's delaying them, staying alive as long as possible, at least finding a kill and making these rounds and these retakes possible.
You want that energy for Nexa to spread into the rest of the team. That should inspire a couple of people, maybe especially Monacy and Nico right now, to say, all right, you know what? Nexa is doing everything that they can at the A-bomb side. Let's make sure it's not for nothing here. A timeout called. Let's see what Boomic can come up with. What kind of trickery he's into. I think him pushing around that dark room alone with the AWP is... Again, normally he'd play with the MAC-10, and that would be fine. You say, all right, that makes sense, like he's alone. With the AWP, that's a massive risk, but it says something about the kind of player that he is. It's definitely not boring to watch. Round number 19 is here. Hobbits also had a bit of a strange game, but his team is winning, so it doesn't feel like it warrants the same kind of criticism, although it would be fun to see him pick up a couple of more here. He's at 5 at the moment.
That new smoke that lands deep in Darkroom. Quite annoying to deal with. We've got a boost elsewhere, top and middle. And this is a very important round. It goes without saying. G2 give this one up. Map point, money will be busted. Nico the challenge. 8 kills now, starting to come to life on this CT side. Drops a defensive smoke. They might be enough to dissuade Cloud9. They'll have to reevaluate their approach, at least for the next 15 seconds here.
Yeah, they did almost tip their hand a little bit. A lot of player spot in the middle. But you don't always just want to power on through. They will try and put a little bit of pressure on anyway. Deep Molotov landing towards the double doors there in middle. Will push Nico even further back. Otherwise, it's a fairly straightforward defense here. 2 at A, 2 at B, Nico in the middle. It looks like it's going to be another pincer movement towards the B bomb site where they've been very efficient, I would say, Cloud9, at breaking open those crossfires.
We've got Hunter and Hooksy here. Looking to defend, nice incendiary. Should buy some time, allows them to focus their efforts now towards B main. Exactly what Hunter's going to do, but he's receiving a little bit of pressure himself. Minimal damage taken from the Molotov. 20 seconds remaining, Cloud9 have to commit.
It's another Molotov, but a headshot. Hunter, he's swiftly dispatched up, and now the backup is here. Hooksy started to get the spray down. Nico finding himself once again. Can't quite take care of Hobbit, but it should have been enough here. 10 seconds for a 1 versus 2. If they rush him down, I don't think there's much Hobbit could do about it. But that smoke is holding them back a little bit. Hobbit with a chance to shine right here. Almost gets the headshot, but Nexus crouching into it. G2, they keep the dream alive a little while longer, up to 8 now.
Yeah, solid B hold there from Hunter and Hooksy. Like we said, that incendiary to segregate the assault. Managing to focus their efforts and get a double kill for Hooksy, especially pushing them out of the dark room. And then, as long as Hunter got a single frag, it was absolutely fine. As bomb gets planted, it does mean there's another nice strong buy. Hooksy getting it done for the flames as well. So yeah, Cloud9 will be happy the C4 goes down there. 1 away from match point. Maybe if Hobbit had a bit more HP, could have won that. One was aware of where both players are coming from, but only had 25 points of health. Another gun round here. Cloud9 will be operating with the Boomich, Mac 10. 4 players once more outside B main. Good Molotov to dissuade Hunter from the push. Speaking of which, we've got a 3-man lean from G2 here. All on the platform for now.
Oof. That was a funky Molotov. It hit something on the ground and bounced back. Not making a big difference this time. Leg shot onto Boomich, but he still lands the kill on Oaksy.
That's
How is it
wild.
possible? Only Hunter left in the bomb site. The rest have been wiped out already. It's a good kill. He needed the double though. And Nico there just in time. If he was a second later, I think Electronic is out of there. But that's a long-range battle, and Nico comes out on top. Hobbit once again in a 1 versus 2, but this time with a lot more time and a lot more health.
Yeah, he's got health. He's got time and space to work with here.
He's got the experience.
CTs working in tandem. This time Nico and Nexa given the task to deal with the Hobbit 2v1 scenario. He's going to slowly but surely make his way over towards the A site. We can get a nice open plant down. Makes things incredibly difficult, but even if they spot canals, he's already passed. So it's going to be a long rotation, Anders. So in he goes.
It's been a tough game for him, but remember, he's himself a major champion. He's got so many years of experience playing. Do not underestimate him, even if he's just 6 kills here. He's made the right call. If he commits to the bomb plant right away, he might even have time to find a little bit of an after plant position, but he wants to clear it out. Now he's going to go for it. They're quite far away. If they are a little bit disorganized here, they might have a couple of one-on-one battles here for Hobbit.
Oh, it's tense. This is for series point in this best of 1. Look at the utility though. The CTs shouldn't lose his Anders. They've got incendiary smokes, flashes. I can't see a world where they give this one up. I'll be honest.
They shouldn't. Molotov pushes them away from one angle. They've got the smokes. They've got everything they need right now. There's the peak. My God, what a shot. He has to be quick with it. Hobbit, and he can't quite find it. The defuse happened already inside of the smoke. It's great work and great patience from G2.
Yeah, like I said, as soon as that incendiary goes down, smoke on the bomb, he can't even swing to challenge the defuse there. So nice shot on the first player towards Fountain, but ultimately never really had a chance of winning the round. Perfectly played by G2. And Hobbit gets the plant down, but now starting to lose their grip. 11-9. Unable to post that elusive map points here. Gotta be going in for another fast play, but looks at things here. We've got 4 in towards middle. The Mac 10s are out, and it's Perfecto to lead the charge. Can he open things up once again? It's gonna be the incendiary down. Nico's expecting this. He's anticipating a fast play. Does chip damage with the grenade. Should get the first kill, no problem, but it's traded out by Boomich. Nexa flashed off. Hooksy taken down. They're gonna try and find Nexa here. Could this be the knockout punch they've been looking for to alleviate a ton of pressure? Find themselves map point, and it all starts with a 3 versus 2 in their favor. Hobbit is low, and Hunter, he's towards A main.
This grenade, he's going to throw it short just to look if he'd thrown it a little bit deeper. Could have done some real damage to Electronic. Grenade on top, but Electronic finds the headshot. Hunter out of the round, and Monacy knows he's already walking away.
Money's low, bro.
They don't have the cash. That AWP is so valuable.
Yep.
I can't believe they traded their way through. Listen, here's something else. You're absolutely right. Nico, he saw what was coming.
Yep.
He positioned himself out in the open, expecting the jump, and I've got to be honest, that's Nico playing to what he normally would have done. I think normally he wins that fight. It's not a big deal. He's just going to be able to take 2 kills, no issue. But this time you can tell there's something off. He's shown up to this game not feeling 100%. and it's costing them quite a bit right now.
Well, they might need a tactical timeout here. Loss bonus is going to be in a questionable spot. They saved the Monacy AWP we mentioned before, Anders. Saving that weapon is enough to win you rounds, but it's going to have to go above and beyond here to save the day. They need 3 rounds in a row to take us to overtime. Certainly possible by G2 standards, but it feels like Cloud9 have got some open runway here to close it out. Taz, what have you got for us? What can you possibly say? You're going to have to scrape together a pretty weak buy. Monacy will have to take matters into his own hands here. He really will have to dictate the play on the server in the following round. He needs an opening pick. He needs to have high levels of impact.
The issue is, especially with the style that Cloud9 have employed in some of these rounds, where they are jumping through with MAC-10s and just flashing their way into the chaos, that's about the worst you can get if you're trying to AWP your way through a round. No head armor on anybody on that side. It's 1 M4 in play there on Hobbit. It could be a little bit of a difference maker, but other than that, Cloud9 are filthy rich. They're going to be fine with it. They have all the cash that they could possibly want here. You said G2, they need 3. I think this game deserves overtime. I want to see G2 try and make it back, but it's not going to be in this round. Oh my god! Boom, bitch, get out the way. It's 3 versus 5. They have absolutely locked it out. It's Big Boom on the AK. He can do everything. MAC-10, AK, and AWP.
Everyone take a deep breath. The job is not complete just yet. 5 on 3, sure, but you haven't taken down Monacy. He can still turn the tide of battle. Plenty of time, and Monacy just gets 1 clean pick on Axel. The round's back on, and it's coming. Oh, he's missed it. Okay, that's a pretty significant miss. They can just hightail it over towards the B side of the map now. And it's going to be who defending next with an MP9 up against 4 players. The smoke's somewhat working in his favor. It's a pretty common position. We need multiple kills here, Anders. I think we're done here. Monacy would need a spectacular sequence of events. They're throwing the kitchen sink in his direction. The Famous can't hold on. Monacy with 30 points of health, 3 versus 1. It's not going to happen as the bomb's planted. He's got some unbelievable clutches on this map before. This one would be a career best if he can pull it off. Let's see what he's got.
They smoked him off. They already know that he's not going to be coming from that direction. Now they just have to wait. It's on him to move forward. And as soon as he fires that gun, they're going to swing him every single player. He doesn't even get a chance. Boomich with the last one. And Cloud9 with a big upset win here against G2.
It was such a great start for G2 there, Anders. They came in swinging. A 4-0. They looked like they had everything going in their favor, but slowly but surely, Boomich and co came to life. And there's only one man for the job to break this all down. It's Dickie and the desk.
Dickie in the desk. Well, Electronic heard us talking shit. I think we can we can start there. Wow, what a game from him.
What a game from him, what a game from Axel as well.
Yeah.
I said, you know, yeah, Axel yesterday was a fluke, but he was finding crazy impact. Electronic, of course, he kind of ramped into the game. But I'm looking at that mini comeback that Cloud9 showcased on their CT side when it was 4-0 up for G2. Axel was playing like he had absolutely no fear. He was playing as the best player in the server. Towards an A main, just pushing out, catching the right timings. And it's not like G2 played bad in the first half.
No.
Cloud9 just were playing with so much unbridled confidence.
That's what we spoke about coming into the game. If there's any player on the server with a rifle who can dictate the game, it would be Electronic. 102 ADR, he went 4 for 4 in opening kills, he was all over the place. Plenty of multi-kills, plenty of kills within the rounds that would change the dynamic of the round in favor of Cloud9 as well. It was a fantastic performance coming out of Electronic, especially when we consider, as we spoke about coming into the game, that his average rating for the 2 opening games that he played yesterday was 0.65, despite winning against Aesthetic 13
with a win.
3.
Yeah.
It was absurd how bad he was playing yesterday, and it was absurd how good he bounced back today. Well done to Electronic, well done to Cloud9.
I mean, obviously, you know, it's a team effort, and I have to say, this was an unrecognizable Cloud9 for me. There was, as you pointed out, Blair, Exile stepped up to the plate as well in a big match.
He did, and he was so dynamic, getting multi-kills. And look at this. This was almost a miracle pistol round that, you know, Hunter or Nexa was about to steal away from them. And with the Glock burst fire as well, he was feeling it, getting kills left, right, and center. Playing very with that confidence, it seemed, which has seemed to have disappeared from him all these weeks, all these months ago. So this is great to see. I also want to give a little credit to Boomich. You know, we're talking smack about his AWPing prowess, and I still think there is quite a big element of truth in the fact that he's not necessarily an AWPer, but he got the job done. That 3K on the final round of the first half comes to mind. Everyone played the role to perfection. Everyone is hitting the shots, and that was a win condition, and they found it.
Well, let's also just talk about, I mean, you can see it at home, right? You're looking at the scoreboard. Something's wrong on the left side. And if Hooksy is your standout player, then it's fair to say G2 were flat.
Yeah, they were flat. You know, obviously m0NESY being at the bottom of the scoreboard. Nico didn't come alive at all. I think he was at 8 kills, you know, 20 rounds into the game or something like that. So it was just a weird one for G2, weird one for the usual suspects, the usual star players, especially when you consider they got off to a good start. They were up 4, they were taking charge of the game, kept running this B split that we talked about that Cloud9 couldn't shut down. So they had everything going for them in order to win the game. But gotta say it, the man on the screen right here, he put a spanner into it. He was the reason why it turned around. I just love the picture they've used as well
for production, like the double point, like he's pointing at us on the desk right now. You know? Yeah,
How are your predictions now, guys?
Exactly.
Look, I think it really, if you talk about his game and you talk about what G2 were doing, one thing they tried doing a lot was abusing that mid on the T side. We saw Hunter and Nico coming in mid time and time again. And who was waiting there? It was Electronic and Axel, right? The two players who kind of, sometimes they double up towards mid. They have Boom, which is an off towards A mains, or they're splitting things apart, where Axel's going to be playing towards A, and you're going to have Electronic towards mid. So the two players who were being tested by the side of G2 on the T side, they stepped up. They were shutting down these plays.
But look at his highlight package, right? Look at the kills and where they're coming from.
Where they're coming from. On the CT side.
On the CT side, but not on his usual spot. Not on the B side, you know, working as a turret. Now, he was pushing middle, he was pushing outside B. Yep. He was in your face of Cloud9 24/7. Normally, we criticize Exile for being very passive, being a bit of a beta, being a bit of a lurker, sometimes having a lot of kills on the server without really finding any impact whatsoever. It was the direct opposite in this game. He was taking charge of the game. He was pushing out. He was taking away space from G2. He was even pushing them into their own spawn at certain times. This was an Exile who I reckon Boomich told him, listen, dude, stop being a turret, stop being a little beta, just go out there, use your aim, use your mechanical skill, and that's exactly what he did.
And we're going to actually start talking about what they did now on the second half, right? Because they just ran away with that game in the second half. And that was, when it comes to G2 and Anubis, and when they allowed us map through, I had my reservations on the CT side. Because I look at the B bomb side and who's playing there. You have Hooksy as the anchor and you have Hunter in dark. Now, Hunter has been very hit or miss, and we know Hooksy's prowess, you know, when it comes to just being an anchor is not ideal either. And look at his hit coming out. This is textbook. It's the first proper Byron coming out from the side of G2. The flashbangs, by the way, that's the flashes from outside B main, completely blinds Hunter. Hooksy able to find only the 1 kill as the Molotovs rain in. They slow it down, catches Nexa on the rotate, and then they go for the... This is just textbook work coming in from G2. And you know what? Sorry, from Cloud9. You know what G2 has to do after that? They have to allocate resources towards B. They have to send in 3 players. They send m0NESY towards the B bomb side, and that's what Cloud9 exploits by going for a fast mid play, catching just 2 defenders there, and closing out the game.
But even in a round like this, Nexa getting a fantastic triple kill with an MP9, pulling out his pistol, they still can't convert. It's a 4v2, and we see Electronic again doing a fantastic spray down right here.
Pure filth.
It is so good by Electronic. So it was also a game where I wouldn't necessarily say that G2 were outplayed strategically. Cloud9 had a couple of good rounds, as you showcased right here. I think G2 had a good couple of rounds as well. At the end of the day, it came down to the individuals. Easy Perfecto as well, outplaying Honda in the 1v1 duel right here. In terms of who showed up on the server, m0NESY was not able to mask the fact that Honda and Hooksy is playing together on that smaller bomb side. Normally, m0NESY would step in, he would be the linchpin, he would be the guy, you know, that stabilizes the CT side for G2. He was nowhere to be found, and normally you'd see G2 convert on those situations. A 4v2 like that against Electronic, you gotta win that 9 out of 10.
You gotta win that 9 out of 10. And I'm looking at the second half right there. You see those 3 rounds that G2 were able to win. The round after that is when, because Cloud9 kept attacking the B bomb side, they conditioned G2 that, hey, yo, we're going to keep abusing Hunter and Hooksy on B. So sending m0NESY there was a death knell. And that was such a great call. I want to give credit to what a great game plan the Cloud9 assembled. But you might have the best of game plans. If you're not hitting shots as well, you're going to not win the game.
Yeah,
they did both.
I mean, fair play as well, because, you know, we haven't really talked about that.
This is so funny.
I know, this is like also kind of sad, you know. We highlighted m0NESY before. He's definitely better than that. But what I was going to say was, you know, we've talked a lot about Cloud9 lacking that AWP, but I mean, like, we've also kind of alluded to the fact maybe not the best tactically, because, you know, is there an actual IGL in there? Probably not. And then, you know, 2 players who've done it and are doing it, but not originally. You know, it's something they've had to learn. And so that's just an incredible tactical execution that we've seen from Cloud9 there, and it's worthy of praise.
It is worthy of praise. Of course, this whole AWP conversation will continue to walk over that almost every single game, because Cloud9 is one of the only teams at the major who don't have a dedicated AWP player, which speaks volumes in regards to how, unconventional that is. However, you got to make up for that, and that's exactly what Electronic did in this game. I don't want to underestimate it. I don't want to take anything away from Electronic. We can talk a lot about how they came in with a great game plan. We can talk a lot about the great calls they had. Exile showing up as well, but Electronic had a fantastic showing where he dictated the game. When you put up 122 ADR with the rifle on Anubis going 4 for 4 in opening kills, you are the catalyst. You are the reason why they ended up winning.
I don't want us to get carried away. I do not want us to get carried away with this performance of Cloud9. Great game, deserved to win, but the criticisms we've levied their direction when it comes to, again, Hobbit opping on, Perfecto opping on Ancient and stuff like that, the other flaws they have, it is still very much present. But right now, yeah, they should be very happy with what
anything, G2 allowed to play Anubis, and that was the first mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Well, guys, great to get your thoughts. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Eternal Fire versus FaZe. We'll be breaking that down on the desk. We'll see you then.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
It's time to guess the team using the emojis. I got FaZe Clan's Rops with me here. Now, you're big brain when it comes to the game, but this is a different style of test, Rops. How are you with emojis? Are you a big user of them?
I use some of them for sure. I mean, I am younger, in a way, and more used to emojis, but we'll see.
We'll see how you do with it. All right, the first one, nice and easy. I think you'll get this instantly.
Yeah, Vitality.
Boom. But they will get harder from here, I promise you. This next one?
Virtus Pro.
Second, straight in the bag. I like this. Now, what are you seeing here?
Seeing someone who's maybe sick. The syringe, the temperature thing, there's I don't know what the...
Okay, so think of the thermometer for the temperature of that country.
Yeah.
And the toucans also from there.
Brazilian team?
Yes.
Okay.
And the syringe.
Oh, syringe.
Right, you're in hospital, you're probably in some sort of like...
Yeah, you get a vaccine.
A vaccine? But it might be, well, it might hurt you, right? You have the injection.
Oh, okay. I mean, okay, you're giving me hints now. There's pain.
There we go, yeah. That one is a bit tougher for sure.
Okay.
This I think is quite nice and easy. Describe to me what you're seeing.
Well, I don't know what the first one is. It's obviously a bear and a teddy bear and sunglasses. I think the first one is like a lamp, sort of. I don't know.
Kind of. What country would you recognize these from?
Is it China? Is it Lin?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
You see, so the lantern, the bear for the logo, and Vision glasses.
All right.
This one. This is rough, because the horse could represent basically any country in the world. But when you put the two pictures together, you might get a better view for it. They're quite a surprising team.
I know, just wild guess would be Mongols.
There we go.
Okay. Playing pretty well.
You're doing very good, man. You're very good. Okay, this one.
Oh, the emoji with the glasses. You got the globe. You got a medal.
What did you think straight away when you see this?
I mean, it has to be some nerdy guy, I guess. Just in the first emoji, I don't know.
Yep. Who's really smart at Counter-Strike? We consider them to be probably the smartest person, especially for CS2.
Oh, you're just giving hints at me. I don't know. Well, I'm not that egotistic, you know, obviously, but can't get past it. It is what it is.
It is. It's you. Yeah, you are. So I would say the emoji is not a fair representation of your face, but it was the idea of the very smart player, the world, and a lot of championships, and that would fit you. Okay, this next one.
A crown, a beach, and this.
We call them maracas.
Yeah, okay. Somewhere where they have nice beaches.
Yeah, definitely a good start.
Yeah.
A meme team as such, or a stream team, more than an actual competitive team.
Oh, okay.
They went for a dance.
I
and
understand.
nothing happened.
Yeah. Imperial.
There we go. That's Imperial.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Robs, and good luck going into the major.
Thank you.
Yep, welcome back to the CS2 Major, the first one. We're making history. And we're about to have some more of it, potentially, because we've got Eternal Fire versus FaZe Clan. Blair and Pimp here with me all day. Let's start. Eternal Fire, a little bit of a different prospect from FaZe because they are kind of representing their nation in a way, and we saw that with an incredible watch party.
Yeah.
I've never seen a crowd like it. Everyone really behind them, but a bit of a tall order today against FaZe.
I feel like EF have been sending us mixed signals throughout the tournament, sort of like an ex-girlfriend who not really sure whether or not you want to get back or not, you know. At the opening stage, the first couple of games, and the best of one in particular, they were looking stellar, they were owning it up. Then they had a little bit of a strugglesome period getting into the elimination stage, winning that best of three. And then yesterday, we saw them play exceptionally well again. A little bit unlucky not to go 2-0, you know. Of course, you lose a game once in a while against Mouse in that one. That was a very close game that could have gone both ways. One of the things I've noticed, though, for Eternal Fire is that you have the right elements within the team performing at a high level right now. You're looking at your win conditions. You want Voxic to play well. You want Santaris to play well. And he's making a great case once again why we were so happy about him when he was in Big Clan, why we rated him as being one of the most unfulfilled potentials out there in terms of rifling skills. He's showing up in EF right now, and he's carrying this team to glory.
I think the criticism we all had shared for Eternal Fire would be when they seem to mentally capitulate in certain maps.
Which they've done here.
Which have done here as well. It happened in the opening stage. They lost to Heroic. It comes to mind when Mirage, but it just completely disappeared off the server just because a couple of things didn't go their way. I look at that overpass game they had against Gamer Legion where it was like watching a bunch of FaZe level 3s playing, not knowing how the map even works. And then they just wake up, and when they switch on, they look almost unplayable. They completely destroy their opposition. Yesterday, that game against Vitality, upset, just start things off, taking another the woo. And then against Mouse, by the way, Mouse are playing some fantastic Counter-Strike right now. So even though it was a loss, it was a respectable loss, so to speak. So that's a good sign for me. The fact that when they went up against the Mouses and the Vitalities of the world, the mental strength, the mentality, strong. Not an inch of a shake right there. But can they continue? That's the problem. Because a team like FaZe, they will make you doubt yourselves.
There's something to be said as well. FaZe on day one, it ain't it for me, right? Like, but what always happens is they get into the lobby, they sit down, they have some dinner, they decompress, and then Carrigan pulls out the strat book and says, guys, this is how we're going to correct tomorrow. And they have that in their locker where other teams don't.
They do. You know, they have the mental resilience, they have the experience, they've been here so many times before, so you can't really pressure FaZe in that regard. However, I do want to say, given it's a best of one still, they have shown to be a little bit fragile in those. Had it been a best of three, I feel super, super confident for FaZe coming into this matchup, especially considering that these two teams, EF and FaZe, they've played each other quite a lot in 2024.
Yeah,
they played in Katowice, they played during the European RMR, and right now FaZe have been winning both of those games.
Yes.
I believe it's 5 maps in total, 4 of them going the way of FaZe Clan. So if you're Carrigan, if you're FaZe right now, you're feeling relatively comfortable. You see the matchups right here on your screen. That being said though, it's a best of one. We've seen EF at this very tournament do exceptionally well in the best of ones. They've played 4 so far at the major and won 3.
Yeah, for FaZe, look, yesterday, even though we were kind of prefacing saying FaZe like having a little slow start to the tournament, it was actually a really well-playing Heroic who had a very good idea how to abuse FaZe's CT side, where it was Carrigan and Rain who were they were suffering on the B-bomb side, right? Apart from that, it was still a very close affair. It's just that they allowed too many rounds to slip initially. That is the only weakness I saw from FaZe yesterday. Against Furia, they woke up. Rob's just another masterclass coming out from him. They shut them down. So it didn't even need a dinner, Richard, for them to turn around. They just had a quick lunch. It's like, all right, boys,
That was
wake
just
the hell up.
projection by me. I'm a little bit peckish, you know what I mean? I'm hungry.
Me too. My lunch is waiting in the lobby right now. But yo, FaZe, make no mistake, they didn't have a bad day yesterday. It was a rough half on the first game. Apart from that, everyone has stepped up and they're looking good. Rob's, yeah, as usual, 1.17, and this is including a loss as well.
Yeah, I mean, I got to say, I think when I think about FaZe, obviously there's a lot of pressure put on Rops' shoulders. The player for me that I would probably highlight, Rops is, I think you're always going to get a baseline performance from him. His floor is so high that even on his worst day, you don't need to worry too much about him. The player for me that always seems to step up when FaZe need him is Rain. Yeah. And he's the guy who, he's quiet in moments like this, and people go, oh, should we replace him or something? And then obviously he just has a mega monster performance. And we're kind of at that now. I think if FaZe were to go 1 and 2, things are looking very, very grim, very dark, especially when you look at some of the other teams they could face. So that's what I'm going to be looking to. How do we feel about Overpass, by the way?
I'm actually, I wouldn't say surprised necessarily. I think it's a bit of a punish coming in. I kind of thought that FaZe might ban an Overpass. It might be a handshake coming on a nuke. But Overpass coming in, I mean, it's been kind of 50-50, but recently for Eternal Fire, they've been getting wins here. They took down Gamer Legion on Overpass Middle recently, so this does, if you needed something going the way of Eternal Fire, the veto absolutely has.
Well, 3 weeks ago during the RMR, they played Overpass and it went into double overtime between FaZe and Eternal Fire. It was a very, very close map. So I think if you're EF, you're probably thinking, okay, we came so close taking down FaZe on a map like Overpass. Whereas if you're FaZe, perhaps they felt they weren't playing the best brand of Counter-Strike. I'm just happy on behalf of FaZe they didn't allow a newbies going into this best of one. That would have been a disaster. It's the one map EF have taken down FaZe on in history. Overpass I see as a great map for FaZe Clan, especially when it comes to Brokey as well. That's a player we don't talk too much about because we do like to talk about Rups, we do like to talk about Frozen, we do like to talk about all
I have to correct myself real quickly, by the way. I said Eternal Fire. I was looking at the wrong numbers, by the way. Last game against Game Legion was that loss they had, which is the worst map I've ever seen from them. So yeah, a bit of a worry. I had to correct myself real quickly.
No, it's fine.
That was atrocious, so
Get it in there. Well, look, the good news is no one's going to remember the mistake because we're about to get into the game. I believe it's Anders and Henry still. We're in the banter zone. Game is starting, right?
Going to be another epic best of one being presented here as well. Who have you got taking this one?
I actually have such a hard time picking this one. I really do. I do think FaZe have a way of correcting things. They have a way of bouncing back from some losses. So I might have to tilt today. Maybe there's a little Danish bias in there with Carrigan. I kind of want to see him in front of the crowd once we get to the arena. But I think it's going to be a very tough game for both teams. I'm not going to lie. It's FaZe starting on the T side. There'll be Eternal Fire on the CT side. And we're ready to go. Another best of one coming at you. And look at the speed behind this one.
Yeah, this is my favorite strat on the T side of Overpass. This pistol is very difficult to contain, especially if you're undetected at this point. They've actually got 4 players just slowly but surely now making their way towards the A side. They're to find the Oymans. Zantares is coming behind them and could shut down absolutely everything here.
He's here so lightning fast with dualies flanking as well if they can stay alive. It's a sickening shot. Zantares, you can see, he's trying to hit that headshot, but he's just not connecting on it. The bomb getting planted now. And Rain, he will go down before it even happens. So a 3 versus 3. The action relentless to start with here. Rops, he thought he'd got the better of it, but as the Turkish Terminator spins around and takes him down, suddenly Frozen and Carrigan are left.
Here we go then. The retake certainly possible now, but Carrigan with a stunning headshot. That P250 wants a little bit more as well. The bomb is ticking at some pace here. They do not have the kit to speak of, but they have got headshots and buckets and spades. It all comes down to this interaction. Zantares comes out on top. They should have more than enough time to defuse. It was looking so good for FaZe. The long push with 4 players on towards the bomb side and a missed backstab from Zantares. You'd think that'd be more than enough for FaZe to capitalize, but somehow, no, it falls apart, and the Turkish squad will be picking up a very important CT pistol here in the best of 1.
That was such a crazy way to get started. Oh, he's trying so hard to do that. Woxic. It's a beautiful little shot that we didn't get to see. I thought maybe Carrigan had that second headshot in him. I thought he was going to be able to do that, and that would have changed everything, but not to be. Eternal Fire with a good start here on the CT side. Bomb was planted, so as you like to say, Henry, still a very good round coming up for FaZe. Sometimes almost a better one.
If they can pick this one up, you're actually in a better spot than winning the pistol. So yeah, not all is lost, but they will be thinking that was their round.
He's picked up an AUG in the second round. I can't remember when I've seen that last.
He must have got the defuse and a kill just to get a bit of extra money, I suppose. But yeah, you don't see that too often. We've got Woxic right on the precipice of long. Ready to push if required, but Carrigan's going to challenge him. His former get lead up. It's about to be taken down. There it is. Woxic comes out on top, but Rain will find the opening frag on Zantares. He'll have to fall back now.
Oh, they want to come through. They don't want to let him escape here. Woxic getting hunted down. In spite of throwing the Molotov, they decide we're going to sacrifice a smoke just so that we can hunt him down. We'll see if that's going to be worth it or not. It looks like it's a pretty good choice for the minute. 4 versus 3 here. There is no kit, 1 HE, 1 smoke here on the Eternal Fire team. Major going to be able to take down Rain, so that'll even it up a little bit. And I think he gets some great intel behind that push as well.
He's going to fall back through the connector. They've got 30 seconds here, and it's short to 3-on-3, but the aforementioned AUG of Calyx is looking very strong, very comfortable here on the A bomb site.
It should be.
Going to have a lot of vision, an advantage in these duels against the rifles, and here comes the first interaction. Not the cleanest shot, but he does find the initial headshot. It's going to be Robs answering back. Wicardia, though, tucked in the corner. The MP9 seals the deal as we go 2-0. Eternal Fire fending off the force buy. No bomb plant found either. They've eradicated threat going forwards. It has to be an eco now for FaZe. They've had advantages here. They've had moments where it looks like it's their round in the pistol and in the subsequent buy-up as well in the second. But there it is. Zantares actually went down first as well. It was Woxic that held on with the MP9 towards long. And Magia, that's a very important kill to take down Rain and fall back.
They lose a lot of players in this round, Eternal Fire, but they will take it. Like you said, there's no bomb plant. They're going to be able to cement their... They should be able to cement a little bit of an economy here. You can even tell that they know that because they fought 3 MP9s to farm up against these pistols. There are some deagles in play. I can't even remember the last time I've seen a deagle headshot. I feel like they're so rare now. Tech9 seem to be doing a lot more. I just don't get to see the same impact. I miss it.
Let's have a look if Rain can find one. Gets a sound cue. The Woxic's in a similar position as to us before. Dropped the incendiary. Use that as an opportunity to fall back, but Carrigan, going to say, do very well to find his frag, and he has converted. Zantares is in trouble, but Frozen can't connect the shots. Back to a 4-on-4. Carrigan will recover the MP9 at the very least. As we see a 1 minute remaining on the clock, it's Wicardia coming with the backstab, and I dare say he's going to find a few here. It's going to be Wicardia and Calyx working in tandem, but this poor old Brokey now, no Kevlar, of course, needs to save it for the AWP, and it's 3-0. Pretty much locked in, Anders. With 45 seconds remaining, he's just hoping a mistake is presented by the CTs here. Zantares could go down, he is low, but Calyx, with that AUG, confirms the 3-0 start in the CT campaign for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I think that's very well done. Woxic looks like he's a bit uncomfortable in that forward position on long. I guess later on he'll have the AWP and he won't have to play that kind of position, but you can kind of tell that both rounds he hasn't looked exactly like he was sure what to do. 3-0 and FaZe with AKs now, and plenty of utility to follow it up here. And there is the AWP on Woxic.
Zeddery down. A lot of damage as well, and Zantares, he's got some open runway there. Not the cleanest opener. He did some damage. Magia will actually be the one to find the frag. And Woxic This is actually quite assertive. He's been aggressive now 3 rounds in a row towards his position. Currently scoped up towards the playground. Brokey's there with the bomb as well. That would be a monumental frag to pick up if he can find it.
Hasn't seen anyone. They don't necessarily know that he was out there either. Gonna fall back and we'll check the restrooms this time just to make sure that no one snuck up.
Oh, wow. So, what have we got left on the FaZe side? Just one single smoke, couple of Molotovs and a couple of flashes. That's it. 4 and 4. Don't have a ton of map control either. 1 minute remaining. Amaja has been such a nuisance with this MP9 time and time again.
Surely with that many Molotovs, it's tempting to go for the B-bomb site. You can burn out the barrels, you can burn out, you know, the actual pillar itself, like the saw, you can firebomb the entire site, really. 40 seconds. Wicadia playing a dangerous game right now, waiting for the smoke to fade, hoping to catch somebody off guard, walking clean through it. Garrigan, probably a moment he is looking at a teammate's monitor instead. He was not ready for it. Wicadia coming up with one more shot. He couldn't get the reload in time, but that is very disruptive to what they were trying to do here, FaZe. Though, this time it's coming up short, and they have a chance still. 20 seconds.
They might assume B is somewhat open. To be fair, the smoke down towards shore makes things a bit more problematic for Madger. He can't deny the plan, and it's down to Woxic now. Nails the first shot. Frozen, Molotov in hand. Isolated down in water. Needs to find one of these kills in his favor. He's surrounded right now. Spots Madger though.
Reveals his position as well.
Oh!
Woxic, what a headshot!
Not all in Brom.
It's taking him down. It's another fairly expensive round for Eternal Fire.
Oh, they take it all day long, though. The bomb gets planted, and it's going to be maximum loss bonus at the very least for FaZe, but they cannot get a grip on this overpass affair so far. 4-0 down. Frozen 0 and 4 as well. Couldn't even really cause any damage in that 2 versus 1.
It's the push from Wicadia that makes all the difference.
Yeah. And of course, Carrigan on the other side, he gets a double kill here. Goes to the reload. Brokey had a nice sequence of frags here. At least makes the plan possible. Let's see this second kill from Woxic. Oh, that is brutal. Nothing Frozen could do. They get into round number 5. Like I said, maximum loss bonus, especially with the plan. They can bring out 4 AK-47s. A Galil. Concessions on the utility. Sure, but Robs with an opening frag. This time on Wicadia through the smoke at Monster Tunnel.
You need a little gift like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But the good news is they can just win one of these rounds. It would break the finances of Eternal Fire. This half is right back on. They're very fragile on the Turkish side right here.
Yeah, I think that's really worth keeping an eye on. I'm sure that's what FaZe are saying to themselves in between the rounds.
Yeah, just one round would do it.
Yeah, we're doing the damage, just need to unlock that next step. It's pretty traditional here when you get one of those early kills against the CT side, that you're expecting some sort of reaction from them, like a double push somewhere. It's why you're seeing FaZe kind of wait it out a little bit here. They're giving some space for the Turkish squad to maybe make a move, although they're not doing that. They've got 2 on A, 2 on B.
Oh, you got that dastardly duo. Woxic and Zantares defending the A bomb side, Anders.
It's not bad.
Could be enough to make this 4 and 5 work. Carrigan, tip the spear, flashes over. Magis here as well, they've read it well. Carrigan, can he find the opener? Definitely not. Double kill for Zantares, and he's on for a few more.
Yeah, looking for another one that flashes in, and he nearly had the triple. Look at the damage he did to Brokey Rops. He was meant to be the late flanker to catch rotations once the bomb was planted, but they never got to that step in the plan because Zantares cannot be killed right now. 3 kills again, and he's 8 and 3 overall. That's a really big problem.
It's a little bit limp there from FaZe, wasn't it? Like, it didn't seem like they had that much conviction behind it. No one even checking that close-range truck position. Spacing was a bit off. Zantares didn't seem flashed or really under any sort of pressure. He gets himself a lovely little sequence of frags. Mag's loving it. And they've got the idyllic start here. We kept saying that they need to stop. Just finding one round would break the finances, but that 5 on 4 doesn't even lead to a bomb plant here. So it's going to be a tactical timeout.
And it's a 5 on 4 that you get practically for nothing. It's
yeah, through the smoke.
Like, it doesn't take a lot. You don't lose a lot of health doing it.
Yeah, those are worth their weight in gold, and they don't really do much with it whatsoever. Just walk into an ace stack on the CT side.
This is how you build an upset if you're Eternal Fire here.
Well, they've already got a massive upset this tournament. They took down Vitality. Yeah, 13-10 on Inferno. Like, no one saw that coming. To do one better did on FaZe as well. In this stage of the tournament,
you would You'd actually love to go back and see that replay, but just follow the flash that was supposed to flash Xantares. I don't know where that goes.
So, another chance here. The money's still relatively low. If they can steal this round away, and that really would be the operative word, steal it. With the pistols and a single Rob's AK-47, they can recover this half-handers, but alarm bells are going off. It has to be said. Eternal Fire put their best foot forward here in the 1-1 bracket against FaZe Clan. It's Ricardia, who's looked very impressive. Holding towards Monster once again. Carrigan trying to bait out some utility, which he's done so. He's managed to at least expend the incendiary on the other side, and they'll reassess their options. Back in towards middle. Bear in mind his Tech-9s and Deagles here. A Rob's AK can win a round. But Xantares, he can dominate with his AK on the defensive side. So difficult to topple him. One of the best aims in the tournament. Spots the first. Decides to peel off. Once again, working in tandem with Woxic.
Yeah, he doesn't have to commit to the fight at all. It's not necessary. Woxic not getting the shot, but again, he doesn't really have to swing back. There's not clear if there's going to be a Deagle or an AK out there, so you don't want to risk too much. The pressure is on FaZe to find the opening, but Ricardia, again, this is the second time that he's been doing this. Pushing forward like that, catching Carrigan. He's a real thorn in their side.
That missed shot applies some pressure to the CT side now. They're going to find some space, but the bomb goes down in a really awkward position. Unless that kill comes in for Brokey, maybe there's something to be said, but he misses the shots, and Ricardia with a 90-degree flick, and it's a very clean round. So all those conversations of low finances, they've gone out the window now, Anders. That's injected a ton of cash into the CT defense, and they've got money to buy up next round, even if they give this one up. It's 6-0. Frozen yet to frag. Everyone else hovering around 3. As Eternal Fire continue to stretch their legs here on the CT side of Overpass. Can FaZe come online? What's the next play?
Well, the problem is now Eternal Fire have money to lose a round. So the luxury that they would have had earlier of at least being able to just win one round and then it's saving for the Turkish side, it's not true anymore.
Yeah, this is another best of one if you're unaware, if you're just tuning in. The 1-1 bracket and FaZe yet to post around on their T side. Alex boosted up. Organ hand once again. Molotov towards the divider will dislodge Woxic from middle. It's time to be Xantares. He's holding long with the AK-47. Ricardia pushed off short. So much information garnered.
God, he's so annoying to them right now. It's so frustrating to have somebody who's just all the time this active.
Frozen seems to be somewhat aware.
He's got the idea, but is he going to be able to find his first kill? He's got a grenade in hand right now. Oh, he might be dead already here. Ricardia able to get rid of him.
Oh, he is a real nuisance, isn't he?
Yeah, like it's just
a thorn in their side, time and time again. Carrigan goes down for nothing. Didn't even realize he could be killed there. It's a very standard angle. They are just shrinking on the T side here. Fortunately, Rain will pull one back. Is it even nearly enough? Smoke down towards Monster, courtesy of Maja.
It's going to be too late. It's landing behind them, but
they can make this round work, I suppose. But it seems that the rotations are coming through. Calyx with a smoke in hand just to divide the bomb site.
Sick. They had one flashbang and they've already used it. Now they're going to smoke up to try and see if they can at least plant the bomb. Jumping into it here.
Here we go.
Robs finds a headshot. Okay, the round might be back on. But Xantares has shown up with the flank now, ready to try and reclaim the bomb site. Only Robs remains.
What have you got, Robs? No grenades. 100 HP short. Not the ideal weapon for the job. It doesn't even get activated. It's going to be 7-0 here. I can't believe my eyes. Where are FaZe Clan? They are yet to post a single round. Frozen yet to post a single kill. They are being dominated by the Turkish squad of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, representing an entire region for themselves, right? I mean, like they're doing a lot of work right now. Maja's been around for a long time. I think 33 years old. He's been around for a really, really long time in Counter-Strike.
He's the second oldest player at the tournament next to Carrigan.
Yeah.
Take from that what you will.
7-0. I was not expecting this.
I don't think anyone was. This is not part of the script whatsoever. FaZe Clan.
0-7 for Frozen.
Yeah, let's see.
Ricardia just, I mean, it's not even the kills, it's the disruptive nature of what he's doing. Nobody enjoys playing up against one CT player like this. Every time you're trying to set something up, he's just there, shooting you in the back, pushing forward, finding information.
Time and time again, rupturing the offense. They have no response. They're not even getting bullets back in his general direction.
The problem is as well, at one point, if you say, okay, we have to get rid of Wakadia, the problem is now you're no longer even playing your own game. You're actually playing to stop him from playing his game, and that's not the same.
He's done it so many times now. He's conditioned them that he's going to keep backstabbing, that he can now just play more of a passive game. They're going to have to be on such high alert, waste so much time trying to sniff him out. He's got them eating out of the palm of his hand right now.
Oh, here we go. Is he going to get flashed in this time? He could do it. He's been pushing solo for a while, but I mean, you can throw flashes over that wall just as well as the T's can the other way. 45 seconds now.
A B finish, an execution here, Anders, but a devastating smoke towards Monster with 40 seconds remaining. That's going to make things so much more complicated. Wakadia, I don't think he pushes this now. He knows if they're coming into this side of the map, he can actually mow them all down. Speaking of which, Calyx will open things up. It's Robs finally finding some form here as he bounces through the monster pipe. Rain will confirm the round almost certainly. 4-on-2 now. Zantares and Woxic, nothing to do, nothing to say as they retreat. It is FaZe finally arriving on the T side of Overpass.
If we can find the replay of Major dying from his point of view, I wonder if he died. He had a Molotov left, and it was not that much time on the clock. I think he thought exactly what I did, which is if he can show up from the high ground and throw that Molotov down and stop the bomb plant, they can win the round even if the defense is lost, or at least get close to it. I think he tried to do that and got absolutely wrecked by Rain. Before he even, I think he let go of it and died almost immediately. Either way, that is the coveted round that they've been looking for a very, very long time. You gotta say, the little technique as well for Robs coming through the tunnel and making that jump is so hard to deal with when you're on the CT side because it curves the player up onto the arch of the tunnel.
Like I said, that was a devastating smoke. Wakadia had all the advantages there. He dodges the flashbang. It looks like he's got everything going in his favor. You're right. It's a nice little jump from Robs that makes things very difficult to manage. It all comes down to the movement and Rain,
Maggio was trying to throw that because of the time. He's thinking, they had no smokes on the T side. If he lands that Molotov, suddenly it could cause havoc. They could run out of time. They could be forced to plant in the open. That's what he wanted, Maggio. He was playing to win the round. It's a good idea, but it didn't work out.
Well, FaZe historically love a slow start. They like to make it as difficult as possible. You can normally find these nice leads, but putting them to bed is a whole different kettle of fish. 7-1 now. Money,
I mean,
it's not broken yet.
You say that, but you're right. Notoriously, FaZe have some of the most disgusting comebacks in Counter-Strike. It's so stupid how often they do it.
You can't take your eye off the prize for a moment.
Nope.
They can answer back at any second. That round looked they were done. Looked like they were out, but Robs found a way. If they can just vote 2 or 3 rounds, Anders, that's all you need on the T side of Overpass. It's pretty par for the course. We'll
Double Molotov.
If they can get this one. Need to convert this round, I would say, FaZe.
Yeah, hard to disagree with. This has to be the start of a bit of a string, but Wakadia.
Revenge.
It's hard to get rid of. It's Robs to go down. He does take a little bit of damage from the Molotov, but not nearly significant enough. Even dodges most of the HE damage there. Frozen, tagged up, and still nowhere to be found.
0-7, you're right.
He's been such a great addition to this team. It's a very uncharacteristic performance from him, I have to say.
Still plenty of time around his. Sure he can bounce back. FaZe are going to need him to.
Yeah.
Round 9 here. 5-on-4 advantage for Eternal Fire. They fall back into a more traditional passive setup. No one inquiring for an opening kill anymore.
Well, speaking of people who haven't been playing themselves, I mean, Brokey's got some kills, but we haven't seen that Agent of Chaos Brokey that we love to see. Running in with the AWP, no-scoping people left and right. He's an absolute madman. They haven't really had the space to do it yet.
If he jumps up again, Rain might get him.
He wanted it, but Rain himself might be in trouble. He might not be thinking about this at all. Zantares hiding close, but even worse, I think he peeked the corner. I think he knows that nobody else is here. They're walking onto the side, but it's already been called in. Wakadia, good for the kill on Carrigan. Brokey and Frozen.
They're going for this?
2 versus 5. They can't. I mean, they can, but they're going to die.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're a 5-on-2 with 20 seconds here, lads. Frozen got 20 HP. I'm not sure what the plan's going to be, but I guess he has to save the AWP as the bullets whistle by his glorious locks. He'll have to make his way back towards the playground. And that's going to be a clean sweep once again. 5-on-1, saving the AWP. And the money's going to be pretty tight. They've got $3,000. Frozen could buy himself a Galil, so they've got a buy there, but it's going to be messy. Damn.
1-1 these two teams, and showing up here, Frozen, you can tell on his face a little bit. It's a frustrating experience having a game like this. A little bit too much emphasis, Henry, on that Sen part of his name. He's just enjoying the moment, hanging out. 0-7, 10th round coming up.
Well, yeah, got to buy, really. Need rounds there.
On the CT side.
It's strong, difficult to dislodge, especially the way this team's playing right now. Zantares, Ricardia, haven't really missed a shot yet, haven't missed a beat. Every single push seems to be catastrophic for FaZe Clan. Every single interaction, it's a deadly bullet to the skull. And here we go once again. Calyx has helped himself to short. There's no one there, no resistance to speak of. It's so much information.
Yes, it is.
And you can't really afford to give up this sort of map control and allow them to readjust accordingly.
It works in a lot of different ways. It allows Eternal Fire to make more intelligent rotations. It also keeps FaZe in the dark. They think that they are just, you know, out here clearing out the map, but all the while, they're actually walking into a bit of a trap.
So Calyx can just hold B by himself. He's spotting Monster and indeed Short, of course. And now they can have essentially 3-4 players this side of the map. It all comes down to these individual duels. Zantara is finally bested in towards the bathrooms. That's Rain to find the advantage here. 45 seconds remaining. And it looks like they'll have to commit in towards A. Calyx, though. Strong flank. If Frozen can find him, there he is. His opening kill.
Let's go. It's about time. I think Richard said on the desk that very often Rain is the person to drag FaZe back into it. He's trying to do that very hard right now. Woxic, he'll get the shot on Carrigan, but immediately traded. Frozen, back in action now. 3 versus 2. They must win this round, FaZe. Everything is on the line, but Madja has shown up. The captain of the team, Brokey. 15 seconds left, trying to fight both at the same time. Pistols come out. He's surely getting a run here. A jump, but if he misses a shot, he is dead to rights in the center. Oh, it is not enough!
Nothing he can do, but my God, did he give it a good go? It's going to be yet another round here. 9-1, Eternal Fire cannot be stopped. Opening picks this time for FaZe, but it's still nowhere near enough. Brokey thrust it into an impossible 2-on-1 situation. Tactical timeout. What can you even say about this one? No plant found, and that was a weak force buy. They had Galils and the AWP, and now averaging, what, $3,000 per player? A couple more rounds to go. Neo, what are you saying? Are we buying again? we need rounds.
I mean, you know what? Eternal Fire is setting FaZe up for one of their all-time comebacks if they're going to be able to do this one. I've got to say as well, there's going to be a lot of Turkish Counter-Strike fans out there that are celebrating right now because they've
that watch party they've got going on in Istanbul is going to be lit.
Yeah,
let me tell you, they're going to be blowing the bloody roof off that joint.
They gotta be, because they've been kept in the dark for a long time. Most of CSGO, there were moments, it was interesting. Again, we throw back to, you know, that the Space Soldiers lineup. There was a lot of fun stuff happening, but it was never consistent. It was never quite enough to have a real celebration. This team looked like it's the real deal. Woxic takes down Rain, get rid of him, dropped at the fountain. And a 4-5 to ensue here. Eternal Fire looking to crush FaZe in this game.
Oh yeah, putting their best foot forward to say the very least. Round 11, 5-4 advantage and 9-1 overall. Woxic maybe caught off by Carrigan here. I think he spots him towards the divider. Oh, but he adjusts the crosshair, finds the kill. That's his second of the round as well. Sure, he's low HP, but he is getting the hell out of there. Double digits looks destined for Eternal Fire. They've got a Galil and a couple of pistols to work with. They do have a minute on the clock and a bit of utility. Not impossible to win this round, Anders, but incredibly unlikely. 3 players ready and waiting in towards B. It would take a monumental error from Eternal Fire to lose this round now. They spot one towards Short. They adjust accordingly and play it to perfection. 1 player remaining, and Brokey, this is just for looks. This is just for the individual scoreboard, because there's no way he can actually do anything with this one. Double digits, 1 more round left for FaZe to scrape together 2.
It just looks so convincing, doesn't it? You're watching it with your own eyes, but you can't really believe what you're seeing here.
What do you do now? Like, it's considered to be the hardest T side we have. in the entire map pool. Overpass is no joke. But
Look
this
at-
particular matchup, FaZe going into favorites to find one single round.
And it's not even Santaris. It's Wicardia, 19. Freshly 19, some might say. Just absolutely wrecking them here. Round number 12. Let's see what they've got for us. FaZe. One more round. I mean, again, I had said they are the kings of comeback. You never know what it takes for them to wake up. Seen many games in the past. Again, Wicardia back to his old tricks. This is sickening. How is he allowed to get away with this? The fourth, maybe fifth round that he's doing this is out of control. Robs he's even managed to fool Robs. How do you do that?
Oh, Wicardia, this could be a really difficult way to close things out. FaZe are going to get backstabbed at the start of the round. I can't believe he's going to find the bomb and everything. Holy shit, Anders, this is insane. Oh, he hasn't made it clean, but he does find the bomb. 1.5 kills.
But it blows
Smoke
everything
down.
open. Like, the whole plan for FaZe is no longer about whatever they
He
were
lost
just
the
doing.
bomb in T-spawn. This
Yeah,
is
they're like,
wild.
oh, well, give up the plan. We have to
They're
divert.
lucky to get away with just a single death there.
And he smoked it off, and now he's playing in front of his own smoke because he's an absolute madman. They're not reading it. Rain is thinking, no, he must have smoked it off to fall back, surely.
Okay, there's a backstab themselves, sir. It's going to be Robs who can save the day. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Nobody shot him down. Can anyone
He's just,
get
like,
the kill against
running
him?
around in a DM essentially now as Robs will finally find him. He's taken 3 kills, done damage to the remaining 2. This is going to be 11-1, an absolute domination here on the CT side of Overpass. We've got Robs left, and it would take one of the clutches of the tournament with 8 seconds remaining. Oh my god, pack it up. Get him out of here. FaZe are done. They have no idea what in God's name just happened to them. Absolutely ravished on the T side. Pushed every single round. Wicardia has absolutely embarrassed them here. Look at this. They have no idea, Anders. He's in T-spawn, taking down the bomb. No one's got any idea what's going on.
It's even more frustrating because he's been doing it over and over again. Those aggressive pushes. Once they get shot in the back, they got to be thinking, my God, it's Wicardia again, shooting us in the back. Why can't we stop him? 11-1, ladies and gentlemen.
What can he say about this one? FaZe is going to have to be one hell of a CT pistol.
They have a reputation to maintain in terms of the comeback, but this would be one of the greatest FaZe comebacks of all time if they're able to do this one. It's such a stretch. They've got 1 round on the opening half. If they lose the pistol here, there's nothing even to talk about at that point in time. Gonna blow open the door outside of the B bomb site. They're gonna be pushing 3 men down, frozen. That is a very crisp shot. But yeah, they're pushing forward. This is actually an old Astralis strategy of pushing forward and then you're quick to rotate up the connector. Something that Sonic loved to call, if we rewind time a little bit, back to the original Astralis lineup. Santaris is dead and out of the round, frozen. Miserable start to the game, but you never know. He's up to 3. And they're just parking themselves here, why not?
Yeah, pumping the brakes. 5-4. With the few advantages FaZe have had. Calix, though, probably finds Robs here. Not the cleanest kill, but we'll take it. Back to the 4-4 advantage, Eternal Fire. This means the CT defense will be spread very thin. They're already quite out of position. Need to consider the bomb sites now.
Oh, look at Wicardia. He is sneaking through.
Backstabbing again, is he?
He is up to his old tricks. Behind enemy lines nearly once again.
So they're going to fully execute in towards A and fall back with the bomb, I believe. But Maja, aware that this could be a potential problem. We've got the CTs in towards the connector. Wicardia has spotted them, and he's going to get a kill.
Or at least put the pressure on enough.
Oh, they don't know about Brokey,
though. But he misses the chance. Good
Maja, no.
headshot. It might still be in play here. Calix will take him down with a stolen USP. 2 versus 3 and 15 seconds on the clock as the bomb is making its way onto the site, but they're up at the high ground. That's the bomb now, no longer in anybody's hands. Calix sniped from a distance. 8 seconds left as they try and plant the bomb, but there is another flank. This time, it's Woxy. He should be able to get this kill. He's making absolutely sure. Doesn't want to mess it up, but he won't. Frozen goes down, and it's on the captain himself here. out in the open. One misstep and you're dead. And he misses the first shot here, and now they're escaping. They're playing for time. This is so smart. Wakadia, it's everything you wanted to see. Instead of fighting Carrigan, he knows there's not going to be a kit. And there's the kill for him as well. 12-1. What a brilliant game this has been for the Turks.
What a wacky round that was. Opening kill for FaZe. It looks like they've got enough to actually win the round and get a decent start in this second half. Give us something to believe in. But no, absolutely not. A slow and patient Eternal Fire, wait for their opportunity, and a fake in toward the A side, back in towards B. Another backstab from Wakadia as well. Grants them map and series points in the best of one here. It's going to have to be the Force Buy. No two ways about it. FaZe Clan will bring MP9s, Desert Eagles, HEs, and a 5-man B stack here in round number 2. One more round will do it for Eternal Fire to close this one out. Perfect time to do it. Brave call from Carrigan. No one heading towards B right now. Hope for the best, I suppose. The epitome of a gamble stack. They're realizing it might not be the correct call.
I mean, I don't know what else they actually need to do here. Just, you might as well roll the dice. Nothing has worked. Nothing that FaZe was planning was ever being allowed to be put into play because Wakadia just kept throwing a stick in their wheel every single time. It's painful to watch if you're on the FaZe side, but quite beautiful for Eternal Fire. Centaur's moving forward. All right, slowly taking this part of the map. There is Calyx to make a distraction down here, but that's all it is at the moment. Pushing in front, and what a distraction it is. Takes down Rain. He's just a bit of a third wheel. It's Woxic to take down Frozen. 5 versus 3 as they try to push onto the A-bomb side. There is but a single defender here with a pistol in hand trying to take care of business. It's Roki. It's too much to ask for. He's slowly getting picked apart. And finally, the MAC-10 will kill him. Rop's got a bit of a flank here. 2 versus 4. A bomb planted. The job is almost done. You're right. They can hear this in Istanbul. They can hear it in Ankara as well. Rops and Carrigan left to try and hold on to this. Eternal Fire have absolutely wrecked FaZe. There's nothing left to do here. The Turkish incinerator that is Eternal Fire crushing FaZe.
The biggest blowout of the tournament so far. Who would have thought it'd be in this particular matchup? 13-1 as Eternal Fire absolutely dominate FaZe Clan.
Yeah, dear desk, please stop talking nonsense. Love the fans.
Wow.
I mean...
I'm gobsmacked.
Yeah, well,
absolutely gobsmacked.
Well, like, day 2 FaZe, they course correct. It got worse overnight, mate.
What a performance coming in from EF. You know, we're going to speak about FaZe Clan. We're going to speak about their troubles, their issues, their lack of presence on the server. Let's be completely honest. But the way EF came out and played this game of Counter-Strike in full control, absolutely destroying FaZe Clan and making them look like a team that wasn't even supposed to be here at the major. That is some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen from EF. That CT side was absolute perfection. It was aggressive. It was hold down. They were good at altering the play in a way that you never really knew what to expect if you're FaZe Clan. They were aggressive in middle, then all of a sudden they were playing defensive. They were aggressive towards B, all of a sudden they were just sitting on the side and waiting. That was a perfect CT side coming out of EF.
I mean, we prefaced this game when I saw Overpass, I could see PTSD. I could see that Game Allegiant game where they started on the CT side and it was the worst Eternal Fire we've seen so far in the past few months. And then the second time they play Overpass against bloody FaZe, they put up the best Counter-Strike we've seen so far from a team who've already been praising, right? I mean, Xantares was looking unplayable. Woxic, you pointed out as well, Rich. Yeah. He should be hitting his shots. He was hitting every shot.
Yes.
And Wakadia, an absolute nuisance to his monster.
The find for this team, because look, we've talked in the past. Yes, Will Woxic and Xantares, 2 players who have historically avoided playing with each other, you know, didn't vibe with each other personally. But then it was like, okay, we're gonna play with each other. We're gonna play in this org. We're gonna get Madja back. We're gonna settle all of the beef. And then it was like, okay, but we do just need one bit extra. and it's Wakadia. I mean, they found him.
They found him. I mean, we've always known how good he could be, right? But for him to be now consistently getting activated, not relying purely on Xantares having to, well, basically be Xantares every single time, it's a great deal. Listen, this win, this could be the catalyst which pushes Eternal Fire into the upper echelons. You know, that one next step to being that tier 1 team, that team who could beat the best out there. Because this is not just a blowout. The bottom fragger on Eternal Fire had more kills than anyone in FaZe.
Yeah. Dude, quick math
Look
right
at
there.
the ADR, man.
Look at the scoreboard from FaZe as well. Combined, they have 28 kills in 14 rounds of Counter-Strike.
2 kills around.
2 kills around on average against Eternal Fire. There were so many rounds on that CT side that was decided within the first 30, 40 seconds.
Yes.
It wasn't even a close game. There's different ways of losing 13-1. Trust me, it's never nice. It's never nice to go up against a guy like Arcadia who's putting up 130 ADR. Never nice to look at the scoreboard and you're down 13-1. But there's different ways of doing it, right? You could argue that FaZe were a little bit unlucky. They lost a couple of clutches. They could have swung their way. Economy was not in their favor. Nah. Had you played another 20 rounds in this game, they probably would have gotten one more round as well. It was EF from start to finish dominating their opponent.
And I wanted to touch upon Wikidia, this Wikidia topic a little bit, because I don't know if you guys remember, but in the opening stage, we had a quick chat. It was Matthew and I. We were standing in the lobby. Wikidia was there. We're like, hey man, congratulations on the game today. And we could see, how he on the T side is way more comfortable. He's okay. He loves running in and taking duels. He's not comfortable in CT side, just holding angles and playing CT side more, normally. He likes pushing in, and that is exactly what we saw from him this entire first half. And this is a culmination. This round is a culmination of what he's been doing the entirety of this first 11 rounds, pushing in towards T-spawn. It's over a minute on the clock. And the round's done just with this. He kind of whiffs that first kill. He gets the first. What does he do? Does he fall back? Hell no! He's going to continue pushing ahead. And he just keeps catching FaZe with the pants down time and time again. FaZe had no answer to this young lad.
Oh, yeah. And this play especially just highlights it. It's aggressive. It's in your face. And they just don't have an answer. You can see how, defeated FaZe are at this prospect. The round is over before it begins.
How many times have you seen a Kerrigan cam in real life? You're looking at his body composition, you're looking at his body language, and he was looking like he had no idea what was going on. He was looking to his right, he was looking to his left, and he couldn't find any answers, right? You could even see him try to communicate with the teammates, probably asking guys, what's going on? Where are the loopholes? What do we have to do to shut this down? As an in-game leader, you can only control so much on the T side. You rely on your teammates to provide you feedback, and you could just see in his body language, he was constantly looking to his right, constantly looking to his left. He was trying to find out what is going on, and why Cadia and the boys for EF would constantly walk in, find these loopholes, find the gaps, and make basically the T side for FaZe Clan unplayable.
I mean, and look, the thing that worries me, one of the things Kerrigan is a master at is, hey, it's a loss. I remember even after Boston, which many people think is this legendary choke in the history of the game, I remember we somehow managed to get away from the after party, just the two of us, and have a quiet drink. And he said, some days you just don't win. And he was totally zen about what had just happened. And he didn't look like that guy today. That's what I'm worried about. I don't know if they can rally.
The body language was, like I pointed out, right? It was just so, just dismal for the side of FaZe, right? I've never seen FaZe look so lost. I've seen them, go down 10-0, 10-2 in multiple games, but they're still hey guys, just need one spark, we're going to bounce it back. One of the hardest teams to put away. But just the fact that this was not just the worst game for FaZe, but the worst game we've had so far in the entirety of the major. In 6 days of Counter-Strike, this was the worst result ever. And it's on FaZe, and now you're in a 1-2 down. This is just shaping up to be terrible, but it's FaZe. Until they're out, they're not out.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think probably, I mean, I'm looking at some of the other teams that are going down into that 1 and 2, even the ones potentially in the future. I think, I haven't even looked, I haven't been on the check yet to see who they could get, but there's some terrifying opponents.
Listen, you got G2 down there already, you got Heroic down there already, you're going to have some more quality teams down there as well. I think Vitality maybe have beaten Imperial.
And Imperial, right now. Imperial is pretty dangerous.
Imperial is pretty dangerous as well. It's a close game between the two of them.
Yeah, it's still going on right now.
Still going on. It's just going to be a bloodbath. I would agree, once FaZe get into the 1-2 scenario, when they get into the best of 3, hopefully it's going to be a different variation, a different version of FaZe Clan coming out. But it's, as I said, it's the fashion they lose in right here. They didn't even put up a fight at any point in this game. As much as I want to give credit to EF for playing beautiful Counter-Strike, it's also one of the worst FaZe Clan's performances I've seen this year too.
Of all the 8 teams we've had fly in day before yesterday to start playing yesterday, right? We've seen Spirit, we've seen Complexity, we've seen, G2 and all these guys. They've had some good moments and bad maps, but this has been the worst performance by far of all the 8 teams. That is worrying.
very worrying if you're a FaZe fan. Thanks a lot, guys. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I'll tell you some Boomer war stories because we've got two of the oldest orgs in esports going head-to-head, Mouse versus Complexity. We'll see you in a few moments.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Complexity are here at the elimination stage of the Copenhagen Major. I've got JT with me. And JT, the first thing I want to look at is the way you went through the RMR. It was certainly not easy. It was certainly exciting for us as viewers and fans of the game, and it was an explosive ending. But those moments, right, are so important. I'm thinking about to your Deagle round, we were talking about it off camera as well. How relieved, how happy, how did just the whole process feel for you guys?
I mean, obviously the team was really happy and excited to make the major, especially since we actually had like a difficult run, I'd say, because we had to play Fury and Liquid in the last 2 games. So yeah, I mean, we're happy. We're happy to make it, but we also just want to do even better because I feel like we're not on the form that we used to be last year, and we think that we have the team that can reach the playoffs and semis and finals and stuff like that, but we haven't been reaching the potential these last few months.
Thank you for saying that, because you haven't, and this is the topic I want to discuss with you. Was the start of CS2 a honeymoon for you guys? And I guess, were you surprised by how well it went at the beginning?
No, I'm not surprised of how well it went. I think the team just in general is really mechanically skilled and stuff like that. And in my opinion, we did a really good job at the start of CS2, just innovating and adapting to the new game compared to other teams. And I think after the first few months, we might have just gotten a little complacent with our practice, and we just now, I think recently in the last few weeks, that we're trying to get back into it and just go back to fixing our basics and our fundamentals, because that's the things that we've been messing up the most in our recent games. And I think we're not far off from what we were when we were in Sydney, so I think that we have a good chance of doing well right now.
Ooh, that's a big thing to say as well, and you're smiling while doing it at the same time. So you feel like you've understood that you made the errors, you didn't do it in the same way you were supposed to do. And we were just talking, you had 2 weeks in the UK, sorry for that, but 2 weeks at the Endpoint facility, which is a good facility, but you're in the UK grinding, being back to Europe as well. So how did it go practicing against European teams again, coming back into the flow of things? Because it's a bit of a change of style and pace compared to when you were doing the Americas RMR.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much always at boot camp with this team because we're an NA team. We always have to be traveling and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So the boot camp went well, in my opinion. We got a lot of stuff done, and I think we don't often have a whole full 2 weeks where we just don't have any tournaments and just have practice day in and day out. And I think, yeah, I mean, we got a lot done. We fixed a lot of things, and I think our playbook and our map ball is doing pretty well right now.
Looking at how much you focused around Elige and his performance, he is playing so well. I'd say right now you could easily put him up there as one of the best players coming into CS2. But at the start of CS2, Your individual performance was great. Floppy was right up there as well. But I look at it, and it's Hulzak. Occasionally, most of the time, I think he's semi-consistent up there. But you're looking at Elise and Grim as your big heavy hitters. How much have you looked at it of, okay, guys, how do we get the extra percentage from the rest of us to be the difference maker in the games we need to deliver on?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the game plan is to put Elise in the best spots possible and make sure that he keeps playing as well as he is. So like looking at the things Floppy's doing and what other players are doing in his positions that are playing well and trying to implement ways that like him or myself or Holzer can add more to the team and do even better.
And lastly, obviously the major's so important, but you've got a bit of a gift here. You're in the elimination stage already. You've had this extra time to practice and be at your best. So how do you view Complexity's chances here? Playoff team, title contenders, where's your mentality at for it?
I mean, we obviously want to win, and I think that we can, but I think the minimum expectations is to make the playoffs for the team, and then from there just to see how it goes. But I think, like I said at the beginning of the interview, that we feel like we're in a really strong space right now, and we should be able to get back into our form as soon as possible. So I hope that the major is that tournament and we make the playoffs and maybe even get to the grand finals, etc., you know.
I like it. I like what I'm hearing. I like the confidence I'm seeing. So I wish you the best of luck, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back. So just laughing at Apex sitting at the desk. It's crazy. Welcome back to the CS2 Major. I'm Richard Lewis on the desk. Pim Blair, you know the drill. Mouse versus Complexity. And as I said before we went to break,
yes,
history. I mean, so much of it here. Two organizations that have like 40 years combined. And there's one thing you can't synthesize in this business. It's credibility. It's authenticity. It's being there at the start when it was just dudes in a warehouse, you know, taking their computers and their monitors to events, to where we are now, you know, in stadiums watched by millions of people around the world.
I remember when I started getting into Counter-Strike back in like 2001, 2002. I'm pretty old, if you guys didn't know. You know, Complexity and Mouse. I'm remembering players like Johnny R, like Roman R, like Gore, who used to play in, Mouse, obviously being a German organization where one of the stalwarts of German CS back in the day. I'm looking at Complexity, the most storied NA org of all time. Do you think back to names like Fraud, like Sunman and all these guys? They started right there, and Jason Lake as well in the studio.
We're going to talk about Jason,
I mean, just it just built up so beautifully with these two orgs of 20 years. Here they are still competing at the highest levels. And now one of these orgs are one win away.
Yeah. And look,
one win away.
I want to say, Jacob, Mouse, for me, I think one of the things they've done really well is they've taken that experience and they've applied it to the future generation, and they've done it better than anyone else. I mean, their academy side is legendary. We all know about NXT, but also, you know, the work Cyclone has done with the players, and now they've brought Zipnix in to be his assistant. I think they've got one of the best setups in the world.
100%, you know, given the budgets they're working with as well, how much money they've saved, you know, having to not go out and buy expensive players, but fostering them themselves.
Yes.
You're not wrong at all. You look at the lineup right here. Shuhei came from the academy team. Torsi came from the academy team. Exertion came from the academy team. Jimfat is also a new guy coming in, being integrated in. And then Brolan, of course, being the one experienced player, but we don't even talk about that. I 100% agree with you. Mouse NXT, this academy team, was one of the first ones to really grasp that market, so to speak, really invest into it, and they've built a pretty strong team that at certain times have been up there, currently ranked number 4 in the world, have been in top 3 as well. It's massive what Mouse have done, and as you said it, even the coach is coming from the academy team in Cyclone, now being fielded up together with Zipnix. They have that Danish synergy in between them, the experience, the know-how, the hard work. Mouse is, for all I care, a very interesting team.
And I'm super happy for Zipnix as well, because I've seen him be very hands-on at this event. He's in there with the players. He's not like shadowing Cyclone. He's hands-on, he's helping them out. And he's one of the guys with like just this wealth of experience. Like you want.
I mean, he's won a few majors.
Yeah, yeah,
you know?
exactly.
He
Like,
was in that one
might know a little bit about the game.
Yeah, like
you know.
you might remember about this team called Astralis guys. They were actually pretty bloody good at
yeah,
this
they
game.
used to come to majors back in the day.
Yeah, he used to. I mean, he was also a minister, you know, Danish minister of the clutch, as they like to call him. So yeah, it's great to see how he's back here. I think, especially for a Mouse, where we know they can be very, very good. We know they can win events. They won EPL, for example. But when it comes to the arena, I think that is the ceiling right now for this team. When it comes to the big arena games against teams who thrive in front of a crowd, like your FaZe, like maybe a G2 for that matter, or even a Vitality. That's where I feel like they kind of hit their wall, so to speak.
At the majors.
At the majors, right? At the biggest events of all. And I feel like having someone like Zipex really helps.
Yes, just a tad. Now, obviously, I did say we'd talk about Jason Lake. I know they touched it on the other desk segment, so apologies if we're repeating ourselves, but just for those who don't know, you will observe new look jerseys over in Complexity. This is because they are going through something of a renaissance. For the second time, Jason Lake, the guy who founded Complexity way back when, has been able to get control of his team, invested, bought it, over $10 million in there to do so, and now they're really leaning into the history. Yes, it was awesome to be associated with the Dallas Cowboys, a real dream for a man like Jason Lake, who has bled, he's poured everything into North American Counter-Strike, and now finally back in the driving seat, and his boys are doing him so proud here in Copenhagen.
They surely are. They surely are. You see the team in front of you right here. Elise, JT, Floppy, Holzerk, and Grim. By the looks of it, you know, in terms of pure power and the name value, you don't really think of this team as a team that goes to the playoff. You don't see them as a title contender at all. But the way they've been able to play in CS2 so far has been great. Don't forget, they started out in Sydney, you know, playing fantastic Counter-Strike. Then they have a massive dip in form where we were questioning, ooh, was that just a honeymoon period? Weren't Complexity as great as we thought? And then they've slowly but surely climbed their way back. I know they've been in Denmark, they've been in Europe for more than 2 weeks preparing bootcamp and coming into this event so far, and that showed yesterday in the best of ones. Now, again, they are 2-0, they're heading into the first best of 3, they haven't qualified for the playoffs so far, but it's already a team that is performing better than expectations. And as we spoke about it as well, this whole, you know, nostalgia, the synergy in between the logos as well. Why are all the new logos of these teams so goddamn ugly when you compare them to how it was back in the day?
I wasn't going to say anything, but I love it, Jacob.
I don't get it.
Take. Yeah, you didn't need to rebrand, guys. You had the
so much cooler.
Yeah, I mean, the jerseys are straight fire. It's so good to see it back.
I need to snag one of these.
Yeah, it really did.
What is that? What is that logo even? I don't even know.
I'm surprised Disney hasn't sued them, honestly. Like,
yeah,
just go back to the old one.
There's a lawsuit in there, probably.
I just want the old, the alien mouse logo. You know, I still don't believe that's a mouse in reality, but it's still legendary. Right?
Yeah,
just get it back. Guys.
Exactly. I mean, look, so much history, but let's talk about the here and now.
Yes.
And that man on your screen.
Yes.
Elish. So much has been said about this player. The word I would use, talisman. He is the guy.
He is North America.
Yes,
he is NA right now. The only NA team here, and also one of the very few representatives coming in from North America. And he is continuing his reign of terror. You said it as well, Pimp, earlier on. Probably, arguably, one of the best riflers we have here in CS2. He has adapted. He has, you know, just transitioned to CS2 like a duck to water, or rather like a shark.
yeah, I was going to say a bit more lethal than a duck, for real.
That can be scary, like a goose rather.
Yeah, well, yeah, something really scary. Yeah, I mean, look, he has just been so good and crucially, so clutch. I mean, so much impact.
Well, and that's the thing, he's finding impact in all sorts of different scenarios. You know, certain players, we label them as either being clutchers or closers or openers. Elish does it all for Complexity. Yes. I cannot stress it enough how much involved he is in the game. I believe against Mouse yesterday, against Heroic on Vertigo right here, he had 12 opening kills in that game. 12 opening kills coming out from one player, and that was the player on your screen right here. He does clutching, he does opening, he does mid-round segments. He even does a bit of calling and mid-round control as well. If you talk about a talisman, you talk about a catalyst, as I said, without Elish, Complexity to me is a team that probably wouldn't even be in this building. With Elish, they are a playoff contender.
But what I love about it as well, giving a lift to the guys, you know, it's not all good for Complexity. We've highlighted Floppy and we've highlighted Grim, these future generation of NA guys that are now kind of tenured. You know, they've had their time and we're wanting them to step up, and Elish is just giving them that space, that breathing room by doing so much on the team that the pressure's off.
He's bought them time, and that's what I want to see, right? Because you're hitting it straight on right here, Richard. I want to see them step up to the occasion. Now, Elise has bought them time. He's given them a bit of a leeway now to transition into Tier 1 Counter-Strike. It's not going to be sustainable. Elise cannot put up a 1.55 rating at every single tournament. He cannot continue with what he's doing right now.
I kind of feel like he can,
Well,
honestly.
maybe he can, but the rest of the team has to follow up at some point.
I agree
Grim
with
has
you.
to step it up. Allsirk has to step it up. The rest of the guys have to help him out a little bit.
I'm going to point it out. I'm going to just state the obvious over here, right? You know, when you have JT out-fragging Floppy in a server, right? I don't think that's ideal. I think Floppy has been a bit hit or miss. There are times where he does really come alive. I think Grim has been just stable. He's just been a rock. He doesn't have to be a superstar. We have someone like Elish right there. But I look at Halzuk and Floppy. Yesterday, Halzuk had some, some great moments. But the inconsistencies from Halzuk and Floppy, when you already have someone like Elish just delivering time and time and time again, it can't continue. It can't continue in this fashion.
Why is he smiling so much?
Because he's winning.
I mean,
Pimp, would you not be smiling?
Why is he so happy? Why is he so happy?
Exactly. So you can see these are kind of the map performance, and one of the other things we're not really talking about here is just how broad the map pool is for Mouse. I mean, they are so good on so many maps.
I think that the vetoes, especially because it's best of 3, I think there's a discussion to be had over here. Vertigo is a map that both these two teams are on a 4-win streak, mind you. So I believe that is 100% going to be coming out, absolutely. And I agree with you what you said there, Richard. Like Mouse, they do have the deeper map pool when it comes down to it. If it comes down to Vertigo as a decider, I think it's very 50-50. I think both the two teams are very comfortable on it. The picks, that's where things are going to start off. For complexity, I guess the Inferno Punish pick is what I was envisioning, perhaps.
Yeah, and remember, guys, the best of 3, if you're watching at home, we're out of the best of 1s here. It's a 2-0 game. Overpass out first.
It used to be a staple for Complexity. They had a period where they were playing super well on it, in particular the T side, but it's been very inconsistent as of late. Not too sure I like it too much. Ancient coming in as a pick for Mouse, that makes an awful lot of sense. Vertigo has to be the third designing map.
Here's my problem with the Overpass pick. It used to be the first pick. It is the first pick for Complexity, right? But as you pointed out, it's been a bit of a struggle city for them. I thought Inferno Punish pick coming in would have been better. I think they looked a little bit better there, and Mouse have struggled a bit on it. These are maps that all 3 teams like. Go back to Ancient, go back to old, JT's old teams, old lineups as well. Ancient used to be a map they used to love playing as well, right? Overpass, obviously, like you pointed out as well, it's a first pick. All 3 maps are pretty comfortable for both these two teams. There's no one map where I'm like, oh, this is going to be swaying the way of Mouse or Complexity. This is a banger.
Yeah, and look, obviously, just a quick little shout out because we've got a minute left. Shuhei, I mean, a guy that he's just stock, just going up and up and up, calling amazing games, and one of the reasons they do have that broad map pool. So I'm watch what they do here tactically, I think, because he's a super interesting guy.
I will also argue, and it's not to take away focus from the matchup itself, because it's a very important game for both teams to qualify as a 3-0 team heading into the playoff of the major. But Shuhei right now is also auditioning to maybe perhaps teams with a bigger economy. Let's say FaZe is going to go out of the major. Let's say G2 is bowing out of the major. If you want to replace your in-game leader anywhere in the world right now, you're looking towards Shuhei. So can he go 3-0 with this Mouse lineup at a major of this caliber? That's an auditioning for himself right here, right now.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I hope he's brought business cards. Right, guys, we're about to get into the best of 3. I'm going to throw us over to Anders and Henry. We got a little bit of time, guys. Look, it's Boomer. It's Boomer stuff. You must be loving this. We're back.
Boomer stuff.
Yeah, back in the day,
two
Henry.
old school teams.
You probably even played against
the Shanta
Complexity.
segment, Rich. Is this what this is?
Yeah, we're back. The Boomers are back, boys.
Oh, well, the old jerseys aside, Anders, I still feel like Mouse Sports are going to dominate this. I hate to say it. I know there's a lot of romance in the room right now, but I feel like on the Overpass especially, I agree with the analyst. Complexity used to be a home map for them. You saw on the RMR, they gave it up to Furia. I feel like Mouse Sports are going to run away with this one. This is my gut feeling, and we'll see if it's a T-side successful pistol here for Complexity. Is they're going to be making their way similar to what we saw in the previous game, rushing up long, and this time with all 5 players, not with 4. It's Brolan to defend. What's he got for us?
He's going to stick around.
Oh. All right, see you later.
The flying Glock!
See ya.
He is dead. I can't believe it. What a shot that is. Sue started to fall a little further back. JT flanked. Actually, Sershin, the one to take him down, and the bomb plant denied. My God, the retake.
This is falling apart.
It's unbelievably convincing. Complexity thought they had it. They thought they'd at least get the bomb plant here, but they get none of it.
Oh man, how does that go so horribly wrong? Not even a bomb plant?
Fuck, I outplayed them so hard.
Yeah, you did, Chewy. You outplayed them real hard. They thought they had an easy plan. They sort of smoke on the bomb site to kind of take away vision from the CTs there who are looking from the bathrooms and indeed the banana area. And it all started here. Exertion opens things up. They go for the backside plan. They didn't even account for Chewy, who denies everything here. The wheels fall off. And that is a nightmare start for the North Americans. Complexity with no plan, have no choice but to take the eco here in round number 2. We are going to see aggressive play in towards middle. Bit of a gimme round, I'm afraid. Not really much you can do with it whatsoever. Got a Deagle in the hands of Grim. JT's been deleted at the start of the round. Brolan, he's had a bit of a return to form with this mouse outfit, Anders. People thought his career was done. I would say I was one of those people.
Yeah, sign me up for that list as well. I think what's really potentially quite painful is it feels to me like the better Brolan plays, the more he's putting NIP to shame in some sense. Like, I thought, okay, maybe it's just like, I hate to say it, but like that's what it feels like.
Yep.
Elige, 1 versus 4 here. And nothing that he can really do. Not too surprising, but again, the lack of the bomb plant there in the pistol round is obviously the thing that keeps Complexity out of the rifles in that previous round. They're going to be able to pick them up now instead. This Complexity team, they have something. There's some essence in this that feels like it's working really, really well. They've had some hard-fought games so far. Yesterday on Vertigo was a roller coaster beyond belief.
Well, here we go. The first gun round at the very least. Complexity licking their wounds from that pretty abhorrent pistol round. It was looking so good. Brolan, assertive play top and middle. Not messing around at all. He wants to be part of these fights. He has got backup from Shui towards long as well. Torji with the AUG, using that scoped weapon from the bathrooms. But a short control garnet for Complexity as they make their way through connector as well. Looks likely to be a B finish with the current setup. Could be the correct call. There's only 2 CTs here as mentioned. Jimmy, though, one of the most solid anchors in the entirety of all Counter-Strike, opens things up. Floppy will respond and get a double. It's going to be a 3 versus 3, but advantage Complexity. Haven't got the bomb down just yet, but here it comes.
It's a cracking opening for Floppy. 2 big kills. Without that, I think you're right. Rudy Jimbat just keeps on going. 3 versus 3. And the bomb planted. There are kits in play. They've got quite a lot of grenades on the mouse side, so if they can find a platform to enter the bomb site with, they could have some kind of working play. Flash, I think, also partly caught Brolan there, but he's moving forward through the tunnel, and Grim is swiftly dispatched off. Elige holding this. He knows someone's coming. There's plenty of grenades thrown from in there. Floppy shot at the back, and now
he is.
It's
Incendiary.
all on Elige. Yeah, Incendiary right on top, but the smoke is there. Elige hoping to find it. He can't quite get it, and they are on it with the kit and everything else. They should be able to get this round home. It's close, but it will be Mouse to pick it up.
It was actually a little bit closer than you might think, yeah, but they do get the 3-0. And after losing that first pick as well, it's Mouse Sports fighting back into it, keeping the streak alive. Bomb was planted. There should be a buy for Complexity going forward. After that B attack, it was Floppy gets the double kill on the entry. You'd think that would be a perfect way to find that first round, but it wasn't nearly enough. Torji with the retake on that AUG. Beautiful stuff. And we'll see what the response is going to be. I assume it'll be a mixture of Galils. Yeah, indeed. 3 of those. A couple of AK-47s. Bare bones utility. Molotov towards short. Need to stop allowing Mouse to have all this control at the start of the round. Exertion wants to slice to the action this time. It's more than he bargained for. Finds that opening frag. Takes this key scalp in the form of Floppy. Oh no, JT, what?
That's a slip up and a half right there. Sure, there was a smoke landing, but it wasn't landed yet.
Yeah, caught his pants down there, I'm afraid. Nade out. And it's an absolute freebie. As we see Torji now with the AWP. Can just hold confidently on the H side. Got a 4 versus 3 advantage. There's 1 single smoke remaining. 3 flashes, I suppose, on the Complexity side, but this is not the start they were looking for whatsoever. Elige might just have to challenge this one and hope there's no AK on the AWP on the other side, and oh, there certainly was. 4 on 2, and you've lost the talisman of Complexity. He goes down.
Yeah, he surely is. Some damage and a bomb plant here would be huge, but as the smoke fades, so does Holzerk. It's just Grim. He's had some rounds. He's had some interesting rounds, but he's walking into a trap here. There's still a player on long that he just has no way to look for. It's Brolan sneaking in, fairly pedestrian kill on that last one, but, you know, get the job done anyway, denying the bomb plant once again.
3.4. Can be rush this one, please. Luda, drop one to
Looking very comfortable over there. You heard it. They're anticipating a potential B rush in the follow-up round here. Number 5, that does mean maximum loss bonus. That was the freebie. Speaking of which, Torji helps himself to a couple here in the bathrooms as well. Nothing Grim could do in the 3 versus 1. Excellent positioning so far from Brolan. He hasn't done anything like electrifying an individual form, but in terms of placing himself in advantageous duels, he seems to be finding those every single time.
Look at what Bacardia did the last game just by position alone. Sometimes you don't need crazy flicks and headshots. If you just keep finding yourself shooting him in the back, that'll do the job. Sue moving forward, and with a little help from a friend, it'll be Brolan to pick up that kill.
Okay, that makes things a little bit more complicated. They had that round under lock and key, but now they've got an AK-47. If they get the neutralizing frag here, this round becomes a lot more complicated for Mousesports. Currently 4-0. As I said, maximum loss bonus for taking the partial buy here due to the fact they didn't plant at all. That's the frag we were talking about. Shuey oversteps the mark. The flashbang doesn't catch Floppy whatsoever. And we've got a situation here where they recover a couple of rifles. They've got Kevlar due to the fact that the partial buy, and now some basic utility as well. They recover a smoke and a Molotov. It's Torji looking to hold on to the A site here. They're going to boost the player up and towards the flower bed.
Could radically change the trajectory of this game if they win this round. They get in a little bit earlier than you would have expected. I think he saw the backpack there and he's moving forward. Even if that was almost baited into it, doesn't matter. He's so quick with it. Toshi knows everything at the moment. He's 10-3 and he's just won this round.
That was actually so sick from Torji. Like, so calm and calculated. He spots the backpack like he said, but he's aware of the potential danger. Could be a secondary player towards that flower bed. Pre-fired that first. Doesn't waste any time. Nails the second, and now he has guaranteed the round. It's a Liege. Sure, he's great. He's in world-class form right now, but 15 seconds remaining. Hasn't missed a shot yet. 11-3, dominating the server right now. We said complexity, like it used to be their home map overpass. Used to be specialist on this, but I think it has somewhat dropped off in form for them. For Mouse, though, looking very comfortable right now. Taking matters into their own hands, finding these opening frags, not even letting their opposition get going in these key rounds.
Yeah, this is beyond impressive what we're seeing right here. I mean, they're on the more favored side, sure, but it's the continuous denial of the bomb plants, giving complexity less and less to work with all the time. And they will have the AWP on Holzer. See if he can find anything. Not going to get any easy targets to begin with. Torshi finding a new position as the smoke is blown open. That's actually the grenade landing on top, so it's not thrown through the tunnel, it's thrown on top. Yeah. Very clever stuff.
Well, complexity. You do always say that overpass is one of the most difficult T-sides you're going to encounter, but just the fashion these rounds have gone down and they haven't really had a look at no real plants yet. After having that huge advantage in the pistol, the long rush, that's the only plant they've really had.
I don't know why, but it felt like...
We've got everyone outside B Monster Tunnel pretty much. What's the play? It's a final commitment here. Do you just go for a contact through the Monster Tunnel?
You probably do, but if you've got nobody by the L-bend, there's some grenades here to slow them down. They can keep themselves safe, maybe. Torshi's moving back with an AWP. He's all in on this play with a grenade in hand. I can't believe he's still alive. Finally, JT comes through and he lines up a kill, looking for the headshot against Kimpat up here. But it's going to be more than that to take down Jimmy. Finally, Holzerg wheeled in with the AWP. Take that long-range fight against him. Grim. Gotta be careful you don't give away anything here. So 2-on-3, Complexity looking to take that first round. I think with that kill, it's pretty much secured.
It has to be. A sigh of relief there for Complexity. They time it well. Contact play through Monster. The one moment that Torshi wasn't ready for the duel. Panic stations as he fell back towards shore. Got the incendiary down, but JT capitalizing upon that space he found. Gets the double. And we will have to save the AK-47 here. You can see the money not as established as you might think on the CT side. Sure, they've had a flying start, but the rounds haven't been super clean. As the saved AK, I think they should have at least a buy remaining here.
By the way, I mean, that round is made to look a bit silly with the double position at L-bend, but in a different world where Complexity don't just push through the tunnel, but where they actually try to pincer the bomb side, the strength of having both the AWP and the rifle there is that the players pushing in on this side, they run into the AWP first, and if you try and hunt the AWP down, there's also a rifle. So like, it's a really good 1-2 punch you can throw there. But obviously the hard counter to that is pushing 3 or 4 people into the tunnel behind him. So a little bit unfortunate that they didn't have anyone looking at the tunnel there.
Yeah, worth the tactical timeout. Mouse feeling the financial burn here in round number 7. That's CS2 for you in MR12. The economy has not been adjusted in CSGO, so you can have this huge spree of rounds, but you're only going to get 1,400 as soon as you lose one. So you can see that the reinvestment is incredibly difficult. Have to make do with MP7 on Brolan. They do have the saved AK-47. Torgy, AWP, but you can see 4 players without helmets here. They're really having to stretch themselves thin to make this one work.
Probably quite tempting for Roland to be a little bit aggressive with that SMG.
Yeah, why not? Maybe get it towards connector.
Especially if you've got Torshi AWPing behind you. We'll see how this plays out. All right, down connector we go. So trying to get it in close range, that makes sense.
Yeah, there's plenty of positions you can tuck yourself in. Like Rops uses this one a lot. Molotov won't touch him. Pretty sure, yeah, he might be able to get away with this one. I don't think you're assuming that's cover. You're still checking if you're Grim. How you won't? That is a problem.
Yeah, big one. Now they've given over the AK-47. They get a kill on Exertion as well, but that's really close. Brolan, if you'd taken an extra second, you probably had that kill right there, but he was a little bit quick on the trigger, and that might have given away the round here. 4 versus 3. Floppy moving up. I think they realize now, yeah, another double position towards the L-bend, but this time it's not with the EWP. It's the M4 and the AK. Elige. Been a while since we had to say his name, but trying to get his team back on this one. Complexity, they have to keep the gas on here.
Huge 2-on-2, Anders. This one decides their fate for the rest of this half. If you can win this 2-on-2, Complexity, that is, like you batter and bruise the economy of Mouse. It might be like double eco territory. If you lose it, however, oh, it's going to be a rough half. It'll be difficult to find more than 2-3 rounds.
Yeah.
What's the play here? Contact towards Monster. And you're up against Jimmy, like we said, one of the absolute rocks of CS2 of anchoring bomb sites. He always seems to make the right move. Brutal aim. Great discipline. Always calm under pressure. Finds the first kill and nails the second. That's what we're talking about. Huge round, huge recovery for Mouse. They go 6-1, and with no bomb plant, Complexity do have a bye, but that was their chance to really get back into this first half.
And you know what? Torshi was all the way out long. So if Jimmy doesn't get those couple of kills there, it's a long rotation to get back. He absolutely needed to. I don't think you're wrong, and I think it shows in Complexity as well. Taking the time out here, reflecting the gravity of the situation. This T side has never really got off the ground. Not yet. And they're running out of runway to actually get there. Still not getting the bomb plant. Still not really doing quite enough. I guess in terms of kills, they're doing fine, right? They're doing a lot of damage to...
They're keeping Mouse on their toes. That's why, like, you can see, like, they're on high alert on the Mouse side. They know there's one more round against them. It opens the floodgates, and it could be 3-4 rounds conceded. So got to keep their eye on the prize here. Concessions to be made once again. I believe we have an MP9 out on the field for Xertion. We've got AWP there still for Torji, AK-47 for Jimmy. But as you can see, the money has been bled out. Very important round once again. Complexity still in this half. It's T-side of overpass. They can just get this one under their belts. Actually in a pretty decent position, believe it or not.
Spam coming through, but a real connection. The follow-up. Roland, timing is off by maybe a second. That would have been a way to start the round. Elige definitely hearing the jump there, so he's going to be on high alert. No boosters being put up on the other side. Well, Complexity getting a bit of control outside of the B-bomb side without having to put in too much effort. That's a good start, at least.
So, bit of a bait and switch there. Sure, he fires off some MP9 bullets, but look who's tucked away by Monster with the AK-47. It's Jimmy.
Yeah.
So, I might set him up. We'll see. Have to track that one. The AWP of Torji, though, absolute freebie. Horsak just gives it away for nothing. Wouldn't even really call that a lurk, Anders.
No, I think he just wanted he wanted to push them back a little bit. He didn't even really want to fight it, just needed to see. But look at the rotation coming in here. Every single player of Mouse's rotating in. And the boost is shut down. Good night to Floppy.
That's wild. MP9 as well, trying to get himself the hell out of danger. Jimmy refuses to give in, refuses to surrender, continuing to pump out damage here. A couple of frags in return. Not all is lost, but it's pretty damn close. Grim, 100 HP, 2 versus 1, 20 seconds remain. Has not got the bomb, and time is of the essence here. Both CTs in position, but he's hitting absolutely everything right now. Spots the leg of another, brings it down to the 1 versus 1. Can he do it? Apparently not. Torji will maintain control and no bomb planted once again, but the maximum loss bonus is there. They can continue to buy, continue to apply pressure to Mouse Sports, but it's yet another round going in their favor. They're running out of time now. I think you have to keep buying because it keeps going down to these 1v1s. You're so close to breaking them, and you know it.
It's an inspiring round, I've got to say, from Grim. I mean,
sick.
Yeah.
Damn.
I feel like Jim had time in the sun as like a new star. Got caught short by the fact that there are just so many stars coming onto the scene right now. Like everyone was talking about Donk like not that long after. But he is such a phenom himself. Really worth keeping in mind. Just that we've got so many new good players now. He's taking down Floppy to begin with. 7-1.
Bear in mind, this is the pick of complexity as well. Yeah. This is a massive deal. A real problem, and Elise is trying to fight his way out of it. Great shot, nice boost, takes down the problematic Orpa. So they're only on 13 and 5. Torji removes to equalize the playing field, back to a 4-4. And they're not messing around, getting some decent map control, starting to push up towards long as well. I think just keep it simple at this stage. Go for the execution in towards A. Take advantage of the fact it's a 4-4 and the CTs are spread incredibly thin. Brolan surely caught off guard here and indeed taken down. Starting to drop off in form now, Brolan.
Just a bit. 50 seconds, they have time. The Molotov thrown here, but the SMG front and center exertion with a double kill. It leaves Elige to try and fend for his team, and they nearly line up. That could have been a double, but it's not enough.
Another 1v1, Anders. It's so wild they aren't converting a single one of these. Look how low the money is, even after winning the round. They're averaging $3,500 per player. That's all you get for winning by virtue of kills. But the problem is they're not planting themselves. They're in the exact same position on the T side. This is a rough game financially. No one can get going. No one can bring out all the bits and bobs you need for a full gun round. It's going to be so uncomfortable once again. You have to keep buying if you're complexity, because they know how weak the CTs are. Every round is a 1 versus 1. It's wild.
You don't get to see this too often. The financial graph for Mouse is never taken off. They're just all the time. It's like a straight line. They just keep having the loss, well, the win bonus over and over again. It's enough to carry them through, and Complexity are not doing enough here.
In terms of firepower, you might even give it to Complexity in this particular round, because as you can see, it's weak on the Mouse side. MP7, MP9 for Mass. They do have the AWP and the save AK-47 in the hands of Zershin as well, but they can't keep getting away with this. How many rounds in a row are going to finish in a 1v1? I don't think we've seen a plant. Really, apart from the one round they picked up, that's the only plant they've had since round number 3.
Okay, well, they're putting a little bit of pressure on, but they're not following through. There was a Molotov down in the tunnel, so they couldn't really push through if they wanted to. Brolan, again...
He is aggressive each and every round. I'm not sure it's going to work out for him.
Oh, that's a hard shutdown. Fair play to Elige. He was lightning fast on that one. But he started to wake up. I feel like Elige, he has to come alive right now. Some damage onto JT, and he'll finally go down. Floppy's traded out again, and they start to make a run for it. Picking up the bomber. 3 versus 3 now. It's Torshi here with the AWP, and he's been lights out.
Can they convert one? Oh, he spots the shoulder of Elige, and he absolutely tears it off through the corner of the bathrooms here. It's down to Grim. He's got the bomb bearer in mind as well. Needs a bit of a rotation, needs some backup. Shui's on route, but Torji, with pixel-perfect precision, continues to find frag after frag. 50 seconds remain, and Grim, he'll have to peel off. He knows he won't be able to best the duel of the AWP. And now, with a single smoke remaining, 40 seconds on the clock, Torji takes himself at the 15 kills in this first half of the opponent's pick. 1 round to their name, And surely there's nothing he can do with this one. He'll have to creep up long. Hope for the best, but all they really have to do is force a plan out of him. It'll take 3.5 seconds to get that bomb down. They can swarm.
Yeah, and they're coming in from the other side. They're coming up connector as well. They've got him completely locked in right now.
He's got to go for it, I suppose, but what can he do? That's not bad. 9-1, and this time a slightly more convincing round. 2 players survive on the CT side.
Look at the balance for Torshi between peeking and playing it smartly and safely. Once he gets the kills, he's back towards the bank. He's not risking anything more, not swinging wide on long to get the last kill, even though he probably could have had it. That's really, really respectable. That's how you win games at this stage. Even if the continuous fight approach is obviously way more fun to watch, this is some expert AWP play coming out from Torshi. I'm blown away. 9-1 is the scoreline. Complexity, again, another round. You get close, they get, only 2 people live through that round for Mouse. But there's no bomb plant, and Complexity down to scraps. They're fighting with whatever they can find on the ground right now. Pick it up and throw it at Mouse Sports at this point in time. 2 Galils, 2 Tech-9s, and 1 Deagle, Henry.
It's rough out there.
It's not looking good, is it?
That's putting it lightly. Round number 11, penultimate round. Complexity have 1 to their name. The war of attrition looks like it's over, with clear victors in the form of Mouse. 2 Galils. And finally have to give in and just take a partial bye here. Okay, nice little lurk smoke down, but I'm not sure it helped him out too much. Grim, he's caught in no man's land. Torshi finds himself yet another frag here. They've got so many numbers on this side of the map. Bear in mind, this is the 2-0 game as well. It's the best of 3, first of the day. Our first team making their way towards the playoffs. With the victor of this best of 3 in the league, he wants to be part of that conversation. He's doing everything he can still. Got 8 kills total, but it's nowhere near enough. It's going to be 10-1.
I'm so fucking insane. Good job.
Yeah, he
Can't really argue with that.
Bro's not wrong.
He has been nailing it. I assume that's Torshi, because every single shot he takes is turning to gold.
He's 18-3. He's completely destroyed.
He hasn't put a foot wrong yet. What is going on?
Oh, 18-5. Fair enough. That is...
I'm so fucking insane.
Yeah.
That's what you love to hear.
Like, he's surprised himself. He's like, I didn't even know I was this good.
The Hallzerk Scout, Landers, do you believe in this?
Not even a little
Could
bit.
it be the difference maker? Complexity on their own map pick have got nothing to say. Nothing to offer.
Yeah.
A single round going in their favor. To be fair, all the rounds have come down to a 1v1. I guess that's the takeaway from this.
Torshi out long, summoning Guardian from way back in the day. Scout versus AW. All right.
Now then, how do you like them apples?
Oh, gave me another one. Broland, they line up straight for him. At that
disappointing
range, it couldn't have been any better.
Floppy's
Searching
dead
down
too.
here, yeah, waiting for somebody to walk through. He's been a little bit bored. Torshi's really hogged all the action up at the A-bomb side. JT and Grim to try and get just one more round.
Now we do know the T side of Overpass is rough, but one will not do. Especially on your own map pick, a failed Molotov. Really does encapsulate his first half of Complexity, sound cues, and certain death for Grim. Ladies and gentlemen, JT would need the clutch of a lifetime. It's not going to happen. It's 11-1. Absolutely dominated by Mouse Sports. Complexity have got nothing to return. And yeah, it's their map pick. And to be fair, all of these rounds came down to a 1v1. It just took one going in their favor. They could have been right back into it. It happens sometimes. It got very unfortunate with the clutches and these tight scenarios. But this was unfortunate. One of the rare opening kills they've had. They get the scout headshot on Torshi. And then Broland double spray down from the bathrooms. Then we just go through the motions. And it's another very one-sided affair here on day 2 of the elimination stage. Well, goes without saying they need his pistol.
Yes, I can't disagree, Henry. That would be a bit of a luxury for them at the moment if they were able to pick it up. Mouse cruising through. They have all the experience. They got Cyclone at the back with them. Obviously, Sipnik somewhere back there as well. They should have enough discipline to not get too giddy. I like the hype. I like the energy, but just don't let it boil over to the point where you suddenly throw away the game. It's Holzerk. One long alone. That's actually a very nice grenade. Sometimes you'll find T's that are just lingering there. They're waiting to get flashed in. So if you throw that grenade down and peek them, it could be a kill. I like this from Complexity. They're being very proactive. They're going to be in T-spawn fairly soon. Grim is making that long walk. In terms of positioning, Complexity have the upper hand right now. But position isn't everything. There are some kills that need to be had as well at some point.
Yeah, eventually we need some.
Yeah.
A couple of rounds would do. I don't think Complexity can really do anything about this scoreline, but just, it's a best of 3, bear in mind. Just kind of making it a little bit more convincing.
Yes.
Get Mouse sweating a bit. That's all we can really say in these sort of scenarios. It feels like it's already GG.
Oh,
bloody hell.
Long adventure. He was out trekking through the wilderness forever, and he shows up finally. He's found some civilization.
Elige's about to be swarmed.
And he's dead immediately. Jimpat taking down Elige. Floppy.
Come on, Floppy.
Needs some help.
Come on,
here.
Floppy.
Headshot's looking good right now. 2 bullets left. If he had more, he would have had the kill. I guarantee it. It's not enough, and it will be 12 for Mouse.
Oh, this one never really got going. You've got to respect the level of skill, the individual prowess of Torji especially.
He said, I know when he's behind. What is he psychic? What's going on? Do they check? Do the admins check for tarot cards? Is he like, well, how does he know?
Well, you got a force buy, I guess. Don't need me to tell you that. So, map point. Bloody hell. This one has gone horribly wrong there. Seems like the fairy tale Complexity is over. Get the old jerseys back on. This one is cursed.
The jersey buff only lasted for 1 day.
Go back to the original jersey.
I mean, listen, to be honest, I don't know. I think it's not all on Torji, but he just played this game so hard. I don't know what Complexity would have done. Again, it's really worth reminding everyone. You look at the scoreline, that's one thing, but there were so many rounds that were down to 2v2s, 1v1s. They had the economy low the whole time, Complexity. They just needed that one round to start the landslide, and they could never, ever get it. A boost reveals there's 2 players on that side, so you know that much. Torshi's able to open it up. He's finding a 20-second kill for himself. JT, the next victim. It's Broland this time. Holzerk alone. Single Norwegian to try and hold on to this game. It's not happening.
It would be the clutch of a lifetime, Anders. Clutch of the century.
Clutch of the century, yes.
Okay, well, it's GG. I'm lost for words here. I don't think it's a fair representation of the game overall. Sure, it's a landslide scoreline. Okay, hold on a second. That clutch actually might be coming through.
No way. He's still miles away. He's so far away.
Jesus.
Gimme will take him down, and it is Mouse to walk away the victory on the opening map in absolutely astonishing fashion. I have no idea what I just saw.
Yeah, but bear in mind, almost every single round went down to 1v1. I don't think it tells a full story, Richard.
What can you say about that one?
Brutal, savage, wrecked. The title of Torji's frag movie, I guess.
He's made a fool of me because I was saying that like Mouse is kind of these paper tigers, you know, like along with Heroic. They're the ones that are going to slide down the world rankings, and Torji's inconsistent, and it's a problem, and they got to get rid of him, and then he just does that.
I don't know who said it, I can't remember, but someone said that this is Torji's playground. You know, when you're in a basement at a hotel, in a studio environment, you're not inside the arena yet, that's when Torji shows his best Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
I believe we saw it in Cologne last year as well in the group stage, where he was absolutely destroying everyone. Then when you get into the arena, it's perhaps a different Torji. But take nothing away from that. What he did here in this game, what Mouse did here in this game was absolutely stellar. I, however, very much agree with what Henry said to finish off the cast. It was a game that was much, much closer than the eye test would suggest. Oh, sorry, the eye test would suggest that the game was much, much closer. We just saw FaZe lose 13-1 in the same fashion right here. Some may say, but the rounds weren't close. FaZe weren't getting into it. As Henry said right here, it was down to 1v1s, clutches, 2v2s. Unfortunately for Complexity, Mouse won every single one of those.
Yeah, and that's how the proverbial cookie crumbles at times, right? And I agree with you 100% for the fact that even though you look at 2 13-1s back-to-back, and it feels like a sense of deja vu, if you were actually watching the game, they were very more closer game.
Yeah, they were very different in how they played out.
And Mouse were never really in control of the economy. All Complexity needed just was that one round. You're winning 2 rounds in a row. They did manage to crack it open, but doing a B contact play I think round number 6. If they're able to convert the round after that, that would be the money completely broken from Mouse. And then you have like 3, maybe 4 rounds for Complexity on the T side. And then, of course, they can 4 rounds on the T side overpass is good enough, right? But, you know, you at least need to convert them. That didn't happen. But I want to take nothing away from young Jimmy and Torji. Jimmy on the B bomb side getting over. He had over 100 ADR, and yet he got overshadowed. And on the A bomb side, Torji doing a great aimbots display. I mean,
no joke. That might be the best performance I've seen. Yeah, Torji. I don't know the stats, I don't know the numbers, but he's a player that, for me, I've been critical of back in the online world. Here at the major, I mean, that's lights out. That might be the best performance, full stop, I think I've seen. It's crazy.
I think we've seen Torsi become slightly more consistent and bettering himself over time as well, especially after the arrival of Shuhei coming into Mouse. I think we had the conversation when it came to Torsi, maybe a little bit too inconsistent. He would miss the easy shots, who would sometimes go missing. And one of the things that I didn't like about Torsi is that he has a very aggressive playstyle. When he wasn't feeling his game, he would change his playstyle in the game, which then meant the teammates couldn't count on Torsi doing what he normally did. It's a compliment I often give to players when they're having a rough game, but they continue to do the right thing. Sometimes you're gonna miss your shot, sometimes you're having a bad day at the office, but at the very least you continue to play the way that you always have, so your teammates at the very least can rely on you. Torsi didn't have that in him, but that's coming to him as well. With Shuhei coming into Mouse, with Torsi growing into becoming a better player, maybe there's a reason they're ranked number 4 in the world right now.
I was honestly watching a lot of these kills right there, right? I saw shades of Device. Some shades of Device, because a lot of the times there were many moments, as Henry was pointing out earlier in the cast as well, it was a lot of 3v3s, a lot of 4v4s, and we had Exertion, we had Exertion, and of course we had Jimmy over towards the B bombs, and it was stacking. And then many times where Torji was basically, the Robinson Crusoe of his Soul Island, and had one AWP with all the T's slowly creeping up, and just the way he was playing all the situations, the way he was isolating the duels, getting the timing right, knowing exactly what to peek, not getting baited out, just beautiful thought being put in behind the trigger figure as well.
It just makes it easier for everybody else, because, you've got your AWP over there where he's typically going to play an overpass, and as long as he lands his shots, you don't need to worry about anything, because he's going to take down 2-3 kills, round's going to be over, and that's what Torji did. It was incredibly consistent. I do like the Device analogy, actually.
Yeah, I think it's spot on, He was playing a fantastic game of Counter-Strike, especially on the A side. We have a round we can show you that just illustrates the game pretty well. For Mousesports and the CT side, it was on a lockdown all over the place. Holzer getting a nice kill right here, but the one round where Torsi's not showing up, guess who is? Broland, the counterpart on the A bomb side, gets a double kill. You're then Complexity thinking, okay, A is on a lockdown, we're not going to go in towards A. They move over towards the B bomb side. Exertion and Jimfat is waiting for you over here. If you're Complexity, it did feel like whether you went towards the A bomb side, well, you'd get a Torsi in your face, you'd be locked down. You could then try the B bomb side. Jimfat, one of the best players in that situation, playing down around Monster, backed up by Exertion and Shuhei as well. It felt like it was a lockdown and they were running into a brick wall all over the map.
Which is why when the map pick for Complexity came with Overpass, we were having a little bit of a discussion as to, we know they like going for this map, but they have tapered off on the performances based there. They were going to be starting the T side, right? So now you got to be like, all right, we got one of the best Monster players in the world in the form of Jimmy playing over there. You need to have a solution for him. And if you don't have a solution there, then you need to figure out how to approach an A bomb side. And then, of course, yes, Torji had an incredible showing right there, but from Complexity, I felt like the ideas weren't there, and even some of the individuals didn't quite wake up. Elish, I was talking about his numbers, the T side, how he's been getting so many opening kills, crazy success. Wasn't happening.
I like how we almost forgot that this was the map pick of Complexity.
Yeah. It's just, we're just not going to talk about it. No, but it's a real bad one. What do you think they can do on Ancient, just quickly before
I don't think it's doom and gloom yet. I think there were signs of life in some of these rounds over there. They're going to be, obviously, I'm assuming, going to be starting with the CT side over here. JT has historically been, an IGL who's pretty comfortable on this map. They can be very competitive. I don't think it's quite over yet, despite the fact that it is the map coming in from Mouse.
Afraid of sounding like a broken record, I think this game on Overpass also illustrated one of the problems I did raise coming into the game. With no Elish playing well, who else is going to step up for Complexity? Who else can drag them out of a rough scenario? Let's say that they go down 5-0 on Ancient. Let's say that Elish is not getting off to a good start. You would love if someone within Complexity just once in a while could help him out. We didn't see it on Overpass, and if we don't see it on Ancient, I think Mouse is going to run away with this 2-0.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine now any other outcome, honestly. So, yeah, look, one thing I have to do, it would be remiss of me not to mention our wonderful friends and sponsors at Displate.
Ooh,
Here we are. This one, by the way, can't even pick it up here. This is a graphical representation of FaZe and G2 fans right now. And in fact, my pupils were about that size for most of the 90s.
Fair.
But yeah, for those who don't know, Displate, they're super easy to mount. They're magnetic. That's what they use. I don't know how magnets work. It's magic.
It's magic.
But, yeah, it's
ICP,
super easy. And you can go to displate.com/PGL. Now, if you buy 1 or 2 Displates, and they have the incredible selection of officially licensed Counter-Strike art, but also, you know, stuff like that. I don't think he's in the game anywhere. Over 200 different types of licensed art from movies and animals with big eyes and all sorts of stuff. So if you buy 1 or 2, 22% off. You buy 3, you get 33%. So the more you buy, the more you save. So do get over to that. Make sure you use the code PGL. Guys, great talking to you. I'll put the big-eyed gerbil down. And we're going to be going back to the casters after the break, so you won't hear from us. You'll be hearing from Anders and Henry as the second map gets underway between Mouse and Complexity.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Quickly. Clear. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Mouse Sports here at the Copenhagen Major. They went through 3-0 at the RMR. Despite maybe a shaky first game, overall you had a fantastic performance. The 2-0 over Spirit, everyone was shocked and stunned by, but it seemed like you cracked the code with it, or whatever else you did to break it down. But how do you view and what do you think of your whole performance during that RMR as a team?
Very good performance from us. Maybe we didn't expect it to go that well, but it's obviously something we wanted to go that way. I'm very proud of the team. It was just another day in office, and it was just a step forward again.
Is there anything that's like bad about things going that well? Like in terms of seeing, oh, maybe there was a gap here or a hot, because it like, yes, that first game was so close and overtime, you actually could have lost it potentially, right? But then after that, you just looked so good.
Yeah. Definitely there's always some bad to winning, especially if you're always winning or you don't get to experience the losses, then you might get a little bit ahead of yourself. And you might, once the losses do come, which at some point they will always come, then you might struggle to deal with them. And I feel like it's good to get to experience a little bit of both, winning, losing, or the progress that you have to go through to actually get to a point where you're comfortable or you're happy with it. So it's a huge process.
And in terms of a huge process for Maus, you've added more staff. You added a 4-time major winner, Zipnik's into his first ever coaching role. It's an assistant coach role. How much time have you had to work together? Was he with you on boot camp?
He was with us on boot camp.
Oh, wow, okay.
We had a really good time with him, getting to know him. I think it went by really fast because we all just enjoyed our time together.
Which is always with Maus, you guys always enjoy your time together.
Exactly. And I think Zipix is a great person for our team, honestly. It's the person that we looked for to help with our team development. We needed a little bit of that experience because of our age. And that is exactly what he brings to the table. For now, he's slowly giving his input to us on how we can develop, how we can improve individually, but also as a team. We're not rushing things because we also want to keep the team dynamic how it is. We feel really comfortable right now, so we don't want to change too many things at once. And with him, it's going to be just bringing him on the journey with us and seeing what he can give to us as well to help with.
Now, looking at you in particular as the IGL, there's a lot of focus from experts and from the community of saying that you're going to be one of the next great IGLs. Do you feel like you're on that trajectory? Do you feel like that's where your career path is going right now?
I've never looked at it that way because other people are asking me questions like this as well, and I never know what to answer because I don't try to reach someone's expectations, or like I don't try to impress someone. I'm more here for myself to work on myself and try to be just better every tournament, every day. Like I'm very open to feedback, and whenever my coach comes to me and tells me I need to work on this, and I try to work on it. Whenever someone else does it from the team, I also try to improve on it and just be a better person for myself, but also for people around me, and that I can be a good inspiration to many people.
I like it. Very well-rounded answer. Lastly, how do you view your chances and how realistic you are with how far you will go in this major? Do you see yourselves as title contenders? Do you see yourselves as like a sure thing for the playoffs? Where are you at?
I want to say after the boot camp, my expectations are very high, but that I shouldn't look at it that way.
Okay.
But we had a really good boot camp before this, so obviously now coming in, we do feel the confidence, and we kind of like shown our level that we can play at the boot camp, and I want to see that here at the tournament as well from us. So I would say we're always striving to go as high or go as far as possible, and I would see us going for the title contender team.
On that note, good luck, and that's got me very excited to see you guys on the server.
Thank you.
It's time to de-quiz the bomb, and this time we've got Floppy from Complexity taking to the stage. But I want to ask you first of all, you've gone from America to the UK to Copenhagen. You've gone up, really far down, and then back up again. Happy to be here?
Yeah, I mean, just another day at work.
Just
commuting to work, that's all it is.
Yeah, your commute is just a little bit further than everyone else, mate.
Yeah.
I want to see how your knowledge is going to be for Counter-Strike. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Okay, confident as ever, but that's what I expect from you. Click the de-quiz the bomb wording. It'll start. The time will be ticking, and then you need to do your thing. Good luck, Floppy.
Let's get it. Let's get it. What is the max running speed of the model with a scout? That's 230. Yeah, 230. Which CS player, active or inactive, has the most majors won under his belt? Yeah, that's Dupree. Easy, easy. Which country produced the top-ranked player in 2016? Oh, we're going back. I feel like French CS was good in 2016, right? That's when they're a bit better. But I don't know who.
Time's a ticking.
Yeah, all right, I'm gonna go with France. I don't know, I actually have no idea. Brazil. What caliber is the op in CSGO? Oh my God, time's ticking. I'm 338 comes to mind, or 332. I'm gonna go 332. No, man, I had it. You plant the bomb and explodes and all your teammates are alive. How much money do you get? That is 3,400. 3,450. 3,800, what? I'm already done? I'm dog shit, no way. That's it?
That's
so lame. That's the most lame content ever.
Why? Because you lost?
Yeah, it was like 4 questions.
Well, if you'd answered more right, you would have had a better chance.
Dude.
So I don't think the content is lame, I think it's you.
I'm so lame, man. No way.
Floppy, you really failed the 2016
It's too
one?
early. Yeah, 2016? Brazil
won.
I
Yeah,
know.
bro, Cold was the best player in the world.
Dude, I was 16. I was playing ESCA pugs all day. I didn't care about anything.
You were just grinding like crazy.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for not saving us this time. Luckily, this was only a test. Hopefully you succeed at the major.
Yeah, not defusing a real bomb.
Never with questions.
Dildo, get heaven. One more, water. I'm holding water, back up, dig. Water. Kill him. Nice! Bro, stop stealing my kills! What is the shot he hit to me? Nice Adam, bro. What up?
Yeah, Complexity got blown out of the water, I have to say, in that first map. 13-1 to kick off the 2-0 bracket for them, and that was their own map pick as well, Anders. We move on to Ancient next. Do you think there's any chance of resurgence here? Can Complexity pick up the pieces and take us to a third?
I think there is a chance, but it's going to be really hard to recover this one. I mean, it's such a devastating loss, especially because they got so many rounds in the beginning there, the first half. I think it'll take a monumental performance out of Complexity. I think they've got it in, and I'm not going to count them out, but Mouse are just looking indestructible. And obviously, if Torshi's going to keep playing this way, then probably there is no way to do it. Like, it's just so disgusting.
That's like championship form Torshi right there. If you can keep that up, God, he can go far in this tournament. But still, needs to get past his best of 3 first. It looks like they're destined for the playoffs here. As I'll just reiterate one more time, this is the 2-0 portion of the bracket. So winner of this best of 3 will be our first team through to the playoffs. Obviously, 8 teams will be going through from this stage of the tournament, and we are ready to get going, ladies and gentlemen. Mouse will start on the T side. This is their map pick. They just won their opponents 13-1, and they'll be bringing 1 smoke and a couple of flashes. 2 smokes as opposed to 1 already deployed. That's towards Red Room. And they've got some basic mid control. Horzug, though, might just be spamming here. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, they're ducking down. Otherwise, maybe one of those could have connected. But they've cleared out the middle, which is nice if you want to execute into the B bomb side. You don't really want any CTs that are quickly flanking you while you're in the middle of that adventure. I think Floppy is the only one of the B bomb side right now. With the USP in hand, I think the smoke's going to the other side. Yeah, so he's not exactly going to get smoked off, but the Molotov will get rid of him anyway. It's a very deep grenade. Way too deep. What's the smoke doing back there? JT with a headshot. The bomb is going to get planted here, but I feel like that smoke could have been in the lane instead. 3 versus 3.
No, that's always by design. They want to be able to flush those players down to the back lines and push forward, but it's not working out for them whatsoever. Torji will have a 2 versus 1. He's been playing very well and continues to dominate here on the server. He's going to have to call his bluff. He's not going to challenge this defuse at all. 2 kills with Grim.
You know, once that player doesn't peek you, you know you're in trouble. Back to the 10-second defuse. Still plenty of time left for Torji to run forward. Now he is, and Grim is off, and the round is won. It doesn't matter that he get the headshot there. Torji played it perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so that smoke at the back line is just so they can isolate those fights and have multiple players swarming the players like Floppy at the very back. They've Molotoved them out of position. Grim manages to get some key frags here, but nowhere near enough, I'm afraid.
It looked super risky for a second, didn't it? Looked like Floppy was going to be able to get more than one headshot, but fair play.
There we have it. Grim will be gutted. He can't scoop that one up, as we will see. Yet another pistol in favor of Mouse here, and I was about to say, if you got a force buy in the second round on the CT side of Ancient, it's going to be very difficult to manage. You got to have 5-7s, basic utility. There's Jimmy. He is a good player, making a name for himself in the last year. Rookie of the year, if you ask me, in 2023.
Okay, they got a connection going on. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Burst onto the scene. Took everybody by storm. It was wild.
So match has been paused. I assume this is more technical than tactical. Just want to get any small issues sorted right now.
Yeah, I think that's about, do it now, get it out the way here. With Mouse winning the pistol, obviously, I mean, they're going to be in a...
Let me jump on the server. Let me see what's going on. Right then. So there is going to be a force buy here. We've got a scout. Or they're kind of juggling things around. So Hallzerg's got a scout, Grim's got an M4, a couple of 5-7s in the mix, and Floppy's yet to buy.
I mean, they had some kills in the round, so I guess you can do it. Does feel a bit risky. Although the scout from Hallzerg, I mean, in the last round there, he got some great headshots with it. Maybe if he could do it again, we could all be convinced.
Now, there is a lot of tape available for Complexity on their Ancient.
Yeah.
It's a map they do play quite a lot. And in terms of what they did at the RMR, I've got the results here. So they played against Elevate on Ancient. They won 13-6. They played against Boss. They managed to win 13-10, also on Ancient. So in terms of picking this map and feeling comfortable, it's a bit of a mainstay for Mouse, but also will have some valuable information as to Complexity like to approach situations. Again, it seems like Boss, he got the double digits. You wouldn't be thinking, this is a very strong map for Complexity, but we'll see. Round 2, force buy as mentioned. 5-7s. And aggressive towards middle. 3 players here going to be popping open this initial smoke. And Grim, bear in mind, he's got that M4.
Yeah, he really wanted to fight. I think the players at the B lane were already alerted to what's going on because those 3 players in T-spawn heard the steps. They knew that there was at least 2 or 3 people pushing into the middle, so they probably had an idea that someone was up.
Okay, that gives it the fact he's got the M4. They'll now be on high alert.
Smoked off, but there's no one really close by to find. But the Mac 10, I mean, it's still worth trying. Look at how passive Mouse are. They are really making life hard on Complexity because they can't hold the middle once the grenades are fading. You need the smokes and the Molotovs down to hold the middle for a while. Now that they're gone, you could see Mouse are going to be setting up their own smoke towards the red room, and they're going to be Molotoving out all the corners, and there's nothing they can do about it. Complexity, they have to give it up.
Sure, there's a few more twists and turns here, Anders.
That's some wicked timing, isn't it?
Complexity are a tenacious team. Whenever you think they're out, they always seem to find something, and Floppy, always a difficult player to put to bed here. He will be removed up early though, and Elise dealt with in due course. It's going to be JT on the flank with the 5-7. Manages to at least get one, and it's Grim with the M4 on the double. Not done just yet. Hallzerg on the scout as well. If he can isolate this down to a 1 versus 1, maybe he's got a fighting chance. Bomb will be planted. He's been tagged somewhat as well. Jimmy's down to low HP, but just doesn't have the ideal weapon for the job. It is 2-0. That force buy, a nice idea. It gets close. Grim gets that double kill. But ultimately, it's yet another close scenario that slips by the wayside for Complexity, and they've got a full eco coming up next.
How many more close scenarios can they even handle mentally? It must be so frustrating. I mean, again, the time to kill for Grim there was very low. He butchered 2 of them right away. And still couldn't quite find a third one, although I feel like even that was close. I feel like Grim even could have the triple. He's 5-1, so pretty good start for him individually. This third round, though. Not a lot to speak of for Complexity.
Well, they've managed to keep every single round on Overpass pretty competitive. We didn't really see many ecos from them.
Yeah, but surely there's a point in time where... Ooh, there's a bit of a flash. Maybe could have found somebody.
Well, Torji was just very smart about it. He didn't make a single sound cue. He just walks into the corner. He doesn't panic. So they can't swarm him and take him down. He's got his teammates covering him. There's nice clean comms.
I feel like there's some weird inflection point where getting a bunch of close rounds, it feels good for a while. You can keep the story going. But after a while, that's no longer possible, right? You're no longer celebrating, oh, we got down to another 2v2. Let's go. Like, at some point, you're like, God damn, why can't we win any 2v2s? They must have experienced that on Overpass,
They're definitely demoralized right now. Bear in mind, if you're just joining us, it was a 13-1 thrashing on Overpass. The pick of Complexity, and now losing the pistol. You haven't really picked yourself up. Definitely haven't dusted yourself down. And you're just desperately trying to get into this game. Horza can't afford the AWP due to the force buy in the second. And Torji, he's got the magic stick out, hasn't he? He didn't seem to miss a single shot in that first outing of Overpass. One of the best showings we've had all major long from individual POV.
Yes.
Execution at least suggested. They'll be smoking towards CT spawn and Donut. Just trying to bait out key pieces of utility. They go for some mid-control here. They're going to get him. First kill is no problem. What a scout to take as well. 3 kills in total. Only 1 responded in kind by Complexity. It's Floppy and Grim. I wouldn't say the round's over. These players are incredibly clutch. We just haven't really seen it today. Floppy still going to go for this round. They're not saving just yet. They can isolate some duels, take down the bomb. It's going to take a bit of luck, sure. But exertion, pumping the brakes, just waiting for the opportunity.
So
he knows
smart.
they have to react.
They're so smart on the mouse side right now.
Floppy,
They're doing
okay,
everything.
might not be winning this now.
In the corner, burned out of there. Nothing that he could have done about that. 4-0. They're playing everything correctly, Mouse.
This is partial by territory again, I'm afraid. Complexity can buy Deagles and Kevlar. They are very good with Desert Eagles, but these rounds are falling very flat indeed. Mid-take with 3 players splitting from the ledge as well. Difficult to keep up with all the frags coming in thick and fast. Replay says it all. No one really firing back. So, like we said, partial by Anders. And now this is a very different story. At least Overpass, every round came down to a 1v1, a 2v2. They were kept very modest on the mouse side, but now, oh, they're looking very comfortable indeed. They've got tons of cash, tons of frags. And 2 more have been picked up. 5 on 3 before I can even finish the initial sentence of the round.
Yeah, they're dying way too quick up there. 2 of them stuck towards the donut position. Some pressure being applied. The bomb is going through the hallway on the other side, and as the smoke fades, it's Jimmy pick up a couple of good kills here. It's just nothing left. And unlike some of the previous rounds, this isn't a close round. This is all 5 players and Mouse alive at the moment, building the economy, and really digging the grave deeper for Complexity at the moment here. Well, if he had reloaded, he probably would have had that kill. It's a little bit silly, perhaps, but Floppy will get a couple of kills. Mouse will get 5 rounds to start this with. They are off to such an incredible start right now. Again, I mean, they just cruised their way through Overpass. It looks like more of the same at the moment. Where's the breaking for Complexity? Is anyone going to step it up?
This is the round. This will be indicative as to where we're going with this one. Complexity, yes, take that tactical pause. This has been nothing but a damp squib so far. A non-starter. They've got the orb of Hulzerk. He's got 1 kill, 5 deaths. Elige yet the frag. That's the problem. I think Pimp highlighted on the desk. Like, who steps up when Elige doesn't carry the squad? When he's not in red hot form, finding his 20 kills a half. Right now, no one else contributing. And Elige couldn't get anything done on Overpass. No one really could, but he's now on a goose egg. And bear in mind, this is the 2-0 bracket. It's not the end of the world if they lose this best of 3. This seems like a very off day. But still, just the manner they've lost it in. It's certainly not going to instill your confidence going forward if you're a Complexity fan. Aggressive towards middle. Elige trying to get control of that elbow position, jumps up towards the ledge. They're focusing all their efforts towards B, and look where Mousesports are heading, Anders.
Yeah.
A full assault into a wide open A bomb site. If they go now, no one's home.
They've played it.
No one's here.
Yeah, they played it so slow. The only one is also like at range. He'll get the first one, but they should.
Oh,
okay. I was about to say they should be able to smoke him off, but I guess the AK-47 will get the job done anyway. Brolan, Core throwing the grenade there. See if Jimmy can get it back again. He can, but the spray takes down Elige, and that should pave the way for a bomb plant. 2 versus 3 here. They have time to clear it out. They don't have to force the bomb plant right away.
They keep overlooking this donut position. They're refusing to smoke it, and now they don't actually have any utility left. I think JT might be able to pull this one off. Maybe. Well, Jim Fat doesn't seem to think so, as Floppy is thrust into a 3 versus 1. I was liking the look of the retake. I didn't think the round was completely over. Floppy, an incredibly clutch player, but Jimmy spotted him on that swing. He'd have to find multiple kills here, and he does a good job, finds Dink, and then the follow-up frag as well, but it's 6-0, and it's difficult to get excited about this series so far. Complexity have 1 round to their name, and we're into round number 7 of the second map.
Jim Fat's 13 and 2 right now. He has completely wrecked them. It's what Torchy did on the opening map, and now it's just Jimmy instead.
Yep.
What can you do?
Not much, really. Floppy actually had a good chance there of winning that one.
He could have.
He knew exactly where they were, isolated the fights, but it's another partial with Complexity. It's not their day. Definitely not Elige. It's 1 in 7. Gonna have to swing off that JT. They know he's there. Flash goes in. They have to turn. Removes the crosshair and the advantage. Holzerk, Brian more than aware that he's in there. Nice little HE as well, but doesn't quite be connected that. He gets the kill, but
yeah,
might not really matter.
Might have blown away the AK at any rate, so just make sure no one else picks that one up. All right, it's still kind of there. Holzerk and Floppy on a mission. Again, you probably have to take a risk. They can go and find the AK with a little bit of luck here. It's not a huge victory, really, but I mean, again, at this stage, you'll just take whatever you can get your hands on. Grim is alone with an MP9. If he's boosted up, yes, he is. Then he can actually get an interesting double kill. There is a way to change the round. If they find Exertion in the middle, Grim gets the double with the MP9. This round is obviously right back on, but looks like Exertion's finding them. Floppy gets 1, and Grim gets nothing.
Well, they know exactly where Floppy is. That's the problem. He won't even go for this one. 7-0. Running out of silver linings. Compelling comeback storylines. It's his very flat-looking Complexity. Red hot from Mouse. Don't take anything away from them. This is championship form. Like, they're going to be the first team to the playoffs with the looks of things here, and we're not even through the first half of the second map here.
I think we have to depart from like the silver linings and the what-ifs into straight lying at this point, Henry.
Yeah, I can do some lying.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I've got some experience myself, so...
I'm somewhat of a liar myself, that's right. Okay, yeah, let's give that a go. Well, if anything, this is good for Complexity. They're down 7-0. They're going to be lulling their opponents to a false sense of security, prime for the taking.
It's flying under the radar in many ways.
Yeah.
Like, you don't see the punch coming when it's this deep under. You're luring your opponent into a false sense of security. It might also be signaling to other opponents down the future. You know, Complexity is an easy team to beat. Don't worry about us.
Now, if you are just joining us and thinking, it's just the first map, it's whatever, this is exactly what happened on Overpass. They got 13-1, and although the rounds were closer than this, kind of similar atmosphere, difficult to really churn things into action whatsoever.
It does also feel like Copium when you have to say the rounds were close, but they lost 13-1.
Exactly. It doesn't sound real, does it? But yeah, the rounds were close, I assure you. But we're going to take a timeout, and I guess you might need it at this stage. It feels like we're done here, unfortunately. Would love to be proven wrong.
Yeah, we would love nothing more. I probably thought Mouse were the favorites here. I definitely thought it was going to be a little bit close. You said at the start you thought
did.
Mouse,
I'm glad you brought that up.
You did say right at the start.
I made
you
a
thought
point
Mouse
of saying I think
but...
they're going to dominate them today.
Well, you're right on track for that one. I don't know if this is what you thought was going to happen.
Yeah, I can't say I expected this, to be honest. But
fair enough.
Here we go. Another gun round at the very least here, Anders. You get 7-5, not a bad half on the CT side of things. It's just they haven't posted a single round as of yet. Very common boost. You'll see this towards elbow. Quite a lot to do. Deny the jump up towards the ledge. CTs are very tentative, though. They've lost their mojo. No one's challenging towards the ledge. Middle is wide open for the taking. 2 players in towards Donut. I assume Elysia and Grim indeed. Both folks in this area. They have got vision for now. Xertion, though, will be flashing it off before taking the challenge. And doesn't nail the shot. Elysia starting to show some form. Grim as well. Couple of kills going in their favor. Need to convert this round, lads.
Yeah, should be locked in.
Here we go.
Suhei barely dodges the grenade, but he was very, very close to going down. Tagged up already.
Problem is we've got $13,000 and 2 players here, so
that is an issue.
Gotta get a lot more where this came from.
Horzek finding a kill deep from behind the B bomb site. And now it's just Toshi. Listening to the wind harps or whatever it is in T-spawn. Soaking his feet in the river. It's very serene, very peaceful, but down here. Gotta appreciate that. Yeah, look at the scenery. 18 seconds, he's gonna save the AWP. There's not much else to be said.
Well, there we have it. The double stack towards the donut position works out tremendously well for Complexity. They've got a clean sweep here, just what the doctor ordered. As mentioned, plenty of cash, though. Can't really justify the hunts of your Complexity. You need to keep your own money reserves high. There we have it. Let's have a look and see how somber of an atmosphere we've got on the Complexity side, but that's more like it. They need to be posting 3 or 4 rounds. That's all we need here. It's still a competitive map. It's not a great start, but far from over.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there is a way to save this half.
If they turn it on now and just can replicate that form, yeah, we're onto something. But as mentioned, there's still a couple more buys here from Mouse Sports.
Yeah, but we don't want to be dreaming, right? We want to. They have to prove it. They have to show us that they were able to get these rounds. Otherwise, short theoretical at this point in time. Some early nades ringing out, and Floppy's taking a little bit of damage from the beginning. So is Grim. She's hoping for a mistake here, but doesn't look like anyone's going to offer themselves quite up. It's a very similar position here. Double towards the donut position. 3 at the B bomb site. I mean, I like this position. It means you're not necessarily stopping them from taking the A bomb site, but you're probably getting some kills in there, and then you can retake it. That's okay. Haven't seen Mouse yet really exploit the middle of the map that much. There are some teams that do this a lot, where they'll push 2 or 3 people into the middle, into Red Room and into CT spawn and kind of keep going. Could be very frustrating to deal with.
Bomb towards the T steps right now, outside of B. Xertion has tucked himself in a Red Room, so he'll be going for a backstab. I assume it's going to be a B finish here with an execution. Xertion looking to find a couple of kills in the back, but you can see JT aware of this prospect. They're going to investigate middle before the commitment comes through.
Oh,
wow, this timing could be brutal. Here comes that B play we spoke of. Floppy, he's in front of the utility though, Anders. It's not the end of the world. He needs to get a couple, one more do. And bear in mind, we've got that backstab coming in.
He's not quite ready for this one in the nearly line of exertion. This probably is the shot that they needed. That headshot will absolutely bring it home. I think even the first one there was enough. Elise, you could tell he couldn't help his teammates out. He was already dead. And Horzek now,
gotta go for
there's
it.
someone behind him. Yeah, you have to. You're locked in, but it doesn't even get a step onto the bomb site.
Guys, just take it slow, okay?
They let them get 1 round. Play it slow is what they're saying. Mouse are almost there.
Bloody hell.
I mean, at least Complexity had the previous round that they won. They had 5 people alive, so they had money, but...
Yeah, that's a good point. Floppy entered this round with $9,000 somehow.
Yeah, I mean, they have something to work with.
I don't know how they got so much cash, but we'll take it.
The problem is they can't buy rounds, so
True.
It doesn't help. You need
Different game, perhaps.
Different game.
Okay,
Oh, nice.
That's the drop orb. Courtesy of Floppy. He's got that opening frag. It's Xertion going down. He was the hero of the previous one. So got an early 5-on-4 here. 8-1 down though, running out of time and space on Ancient. Good damage to Shui. Brings him in 1 dink potential. JT, starting to explore his option. This is such a common little backstab. JT setting up such an overlooked position. For whatever reason, always seems to work out.
Especially powerful if they're in the middle of a boost like that. Could have been More of a disaster. It's a good return from Broland nonetheless. They still have the mid occupied here. I wonder how long they're going to stick around for. Seems like they are happy to just sit. Holzerk is covering the entrance into A from CT spawn, so even he's going to be fairly close for the rotation on B. I mean, this setup could be very, very powerful for Complexity. And now they're even moving forward into it. Be careful, Elige. If you're too quick with it here, you could give away the advantage. A little bit out in the open. My God, the timing. It's so close, and there he is, shot in the back. 30 seconds left, and now the pressure is back on again.
It really is. Floppy hasn't had many big moments so far in this series. Can he go above and beyond here, round number 10? Save the day. Good damage towards Shui once again. That's going to be a bomb plant all day long. Needs to wait for his teammates to rotate in. Trying to find a kill through the smoke if possible. The flames segregate the CTs here. And the retake begins. They've got a kid on Floppy. Broland, though, watching the backlines, will be deploying the flashbangs as his teammates get ready to defend this retake.
Whoop, he just needs to know that Grim is there. That's all he wanted. Nice move from Grim. Quickly in. He knows he can't stick and fight there. He has to help his teammates open up the bomb side. If he could take down Jimfat, it might have been a deal, but it's not. Jimfat comes out swinging. A huge double. Broland with the last one. And Mouse on a 9th round. That's a 3 versus 4 conversion here.
The money's still pretty good for Complexity somehow. I don't know where they're getting all this cash from, but they've got it for days. The loss bonus is helping them out tremendously, of course, but they still have pretty convincing buy. 9-1, round number 11. Gonna have to buy out the last of these rounds.
They're selling some of that antique pottery here on Ancient.
Yeah, it must be. Like,
black market for it.
This is wild. I don't know how they got so much cash, but the timing's eluded Elise there. Jimfat, though, they don't for him. The flashbang from Broland, as we said was coming eventually, is absolutely spot on. Elise is getting aggressive here. At his peril, he goes down, though. Jimfat will find yet another opening frag. Grim with the MP9, but also back to a 4-on-4. And Zershin aware of the prospect of Holzerk getting aggro towards the middle. He currently sits in elbow with the auto shotgun. Doesn't get that kill, though. Everyone just looks razor sharp on the mouse sport side right now. 4-3, 1 minute 20. It forces the reaction out from the CTs. Jimmy ready and waiting. One step ahead of his opposition each and every time. Grim walks into the mousetrap.
I don't know if anyone's ever tried to do this kind of analysis from like a data point of view. It'd be fun to see the time to kill between Mouse and Complexity. I feel like a lot of the kills for Complexity are long spray downs with the M41s, and this is what happens for Mouse. You just get deleted.
Right.
Half the kills here, you saw, I think, Holzerk as an example, he didn't even get to fire the auto shotgun. He's just dead. Like, what can you do?
Still got pretty good money. Some way, somehow. Haven't really needed an eco.
10-1.
It's the most interesting part of this first half, I'm afraid.
What else
Complexity
can we talk about?
They've just rolled over. Leash 2-10, JT 3. He's top fragging. Floppy he has had a couple of moments where he's got 1.5 kills. See if they can win this one. Throw caution to the wind, get stuck in. Yeah, just full send it down the ramp, boys. Why not?
Yeah, at this point there probably are almost no mistakes to be made. You just have to try and do something. Molotov to keep them honest on the other side. So we're not even that afraid. He's just going to move forward through the smoke even, just challenging them. Doesn't even care any more. They blow open the grenade or the smoke, and they're going to try and see if they can make their way through. Holzerk will get one, and Floppy runs out of bullets on the FAMAS, but
he's hit everyone.
Very low. Yeah, they're so tagged up on the other side. Looks like a good chance for a second round here for Complexity.
Shui, hold on. The fact he's in this position, he's got a sound cue on Grim as well. They're going to be rotating and scrambling, and yeah, Shui's going to lock them out. He could single-handedly win this round for them. He knows that B is wide open. No one's in towards Cave Anders. And if they get into the bomb in towards B, I dare say Complexity won't win the round. 3-on-3, even with the low HP, they just need to try and get this plant in if possible. Molotov's missed.
Can we take any more heartbreak, though? There's so much damage. It's another 4-on-3.
The moment Elise looks away and goes towards ledge, you know that's when he's going to come around the corner. Yep. So annoying.
Can you tell me the lottery numbers too, Henry?
My heart bleeds.
If you have those kind of powers, why don't you use it for something better?
So typical.
He's taking down JT. Oh my God, 11-1. Mouse well on their way. It's the 2-0 bracket. They're about to be 3-0.
Oh, you wouldn't realize it though, would you? It was 13-1 in the first map. It's 11-1 in the first half of the second map. Mousesport are in cruise control. They've guaranteed themselves a place in the playoffs. They barely had to break a sweat here. No response, no rebuttal. Nothing offered up in return here for Complexity. We've been talking about the old jersey all day long. Smiles on the faces of them, but I suppose if you don't laugh, you'll cry with this sort of scoreline.
I mean, you have to shrug this off and tell yourselves later, this was, a day where nobody showed up. Hopefully we won't get another one of these. Like you said, they're not going to get knocked out here, but obviously it's a little bit concerning for a team that otherwise I would say have been playing very well. I've been impressed with Complexity so far.
They're in the 2-0 bracket, you know. They've had some stunning games. They've wowed the world of Counter-Strike. Like, no one anticipated them, like, looking so strong here. And yeah, just completely fallen flat.
Yeah, Mousesport have put them to shame.
So what can we do? Complexity, I think, I said this in the first map, it goes without saying. They need this pistol. Oh, what a smoke. What a response from Bron. He locks them out and extinguishes the Molotov. You kind of have to commit. This is all you really had in the round. And it's the Julies opening things up, but Floppy and Grim in response. They've actually got some footing in this one. Need to win it, of course, but it's looking pretty good. 4 versus 3, bomb planted. I don't think there's a kid in play.
No.
Are they just going to save the Kevlar? Is that their plan here?
I think they might, yeah. That's a super respectable trade coming into it. You're right, the smoke, though, is they did so many things at once. If they hadn't traded favorably coming into this abroad and had a little bit more time to get the dualies really rolling, it could have been interesting. Sue has no Kevlar, so he's going to stick around and look for a kill or two if he can. Sneak it out here. There's one, but not going to get the next one. Yeah, fair play. Complexity to pick up the pistol round. Just like on Overpass, the road back is so unimaginably long. Not even clear
so
that
the problem is, I know it doesn't look like a big deal. They've just saved USPs and Kevlar, but they had 100 HP, which is the most important factor. It means when they force buy, which they will in the second round, they get helmets along with the force buy. So that could be Famous helmet, MP9 helmet with a bit of utility. So it's actually quite a wise and informed decision to save those. It's an impossible round to win. You've got 100 HP and Kevlar. So yeah, we'll have a look. So you got Kevlar and helmet for Brolan and MP9, and you can see you've got Famouses elsewhere, so a lot of firepower behind this one, and a real chance to find playoff points for Mousesport. Chewy tucks himself in the smoke. He's had 2 players past him. Oh my god, they didn't realize. Double
what
agent.
team am I on? Did we not switch sides?
There's an AK.
That's an AK.
In the ranks now, and JT's not going to check this. He does move quite nicely to set up a leash, but it's all falling apart. Exertion with a double kill. It looks like it's more than enough. Alish, they know exactly where he is. Thankfully, doesn't take any damage on the spam, and we're going to need a world-class clutch. One that cannot be delivered, smothered on the bomb site as they find playoff points. Mousesports are on fire.
I would love to see that from Grim's point of view, actually in person. There must have been a moment of confusion where it's like, wait, which team am I on right now? Walking out of the smoke, discovering there's a CT player by your side. Look at the timing here. Grim's like, wait a minute, hold the phone. We're on the T side now. Summon is up. Exertion though, those 2 shots, especially the second one. Disturbing kills coming through. 12-2. Mouse need but 1 more round. Complexity never able to show up for this game. Never allowed to. On the opening map, it was Torshi tearing them limb from limb, and on the second one, well, there's a nice shot for Roland. It's been Jimfat. It's 20-5. Exertion started to get there as well at 17 kills, but the individuals on Mouse, I've got to say, the time to kill for them. Once you're in a battle, you either get the straight headshot or they will delete you from the server right away. It's a terrifying display of force here from the Mousesport side.
Elish has got some map control, similar to what we saw from Exertion in that first half. If he can somehow sneak through the red room, maybe they're onto something here. But spotted and removes. Torji and Exertion working in tandem to guarantee a place in the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, your first team to the Royal Arena is Mouse. What a performance. 13-1 on Overpass, their opponent's map pick. You think, okay, That's just a blip. Complexity will bounce back, but definitely not world class throughout this series. A 2-0. They only give up 2 single rounds en route to the playoffs, Anders.
It's so shocking. And, you know, in spite of the fact that they got there in a nice fashion here in this match, you can see what it means to them. There's so much on the line. This was a statement performance from Mouse. I am impressed.
Oh, absolutely true. We'll throw it down to Dickie and the boys to break this one down.
He has just called me Dickie the Oliver.
I mean, you are a Dickie.
Yeah, look, let's try and talk about that. I mean, it's exactly what Anders said. It is a statement win. This is so huge in terms of the golfing class between Mouse and Complexity. And I'm genuinely shocked it's this wide, honestly.
Yeah, I think everyone had Mouse being the small favorites coming into this game. Some maybe had them as the heavy favorites, but I think we all expected a competitive game. I think we all expected Complexity to be able to put up a fight at some point in this game. A 13-1 and a 13-2 scoreline, where you would argue that the 13-1 game was closer than the 13-2 game.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy to think about. If anything, this cements Mouse obviously heading into the playoff first and foremost. We should celebrate that. They should be happy for it. You saw the emotions coming out from the boys behind me as well.
Yep.
But more so what we saw during the RMR, where they took down Spirit in a best of 3, now heading into the major, in this stage of the major, going 3-0, not breaking a sweat today, absolutely manhandling Complexity. Maybe we're witnessing a Mouse right now that is becoming a contender to go all the way into the final.
We've never had a doubt when it comes to Mouse's performance in the server, what they bring to the server, the individuals. Always for me, as I preface the series, was when it comes to the playoffs, in the arena games, in your Colognes, in your majors, in the Katowices, that's when they tend to crumble against, you know, the likes of FaZe and whatnot.
Yeah.
That still remains the bar for me, right? I believe they still have to face that, slay that demon. But when it comes to the group stages, the studio games and whatnot, they are impeccable. This was Counter-Strike at its finest. Clinical work coming out. There was not a single peak which wasn't, you know, but a double peak together. The spacing was immaculate. The utility usage, like a 3v4, a 3v3, did not allow to slip out of the fingers at all. Not one misstep being made at all. And Complexity made it look like they just never even switched on their monitors, honestly.
Yeah, and look, the problem you have if you Complexity is, you know, it's okay to lose one. Remember, this was a 2-0 game. Complexity being 2-0 was kind of amazing in and of itself. The problem is you've just been embarrassed on the biggest stage. I mean, there's no getting away from that. And, you know, if you lose a close one, you're feeling pretty positive. We got 2 more chances. This is kind of like, oh dear,
it's a crash landing. Yeah, it's a crash landing. It's gonna suck. But look, there are 2 schools of thoughts about this, right? One thing would be, yeah, sure, you know, it's such a complete smacking on the backside. You just kind of forget about it. Right? It happened. It's over. Just get it done with. We have 2 more opportunities to, you know, to qualify to the playoffs, or you let it seep into you, and you're like, dude, like, what even happened there? I feel they have enough experienced people in the team behind them, and someone like even like Jason Lake, for example, standing behind them, to be like, guys, forget about this, because this was just something you don't even want to think about if you are approaching tomorrow with a good mindset.
I think we've seen Complexity before be fragile in scenarios like these. It sometimes only take one loss or one bad map or one bad situation for the team to crumble. I think mentally that you're right, you know, saying that the support cast around the team may have the experience, but the players on the server have shown to be fragile before.
Yeah.
Again, without sounding like a broken record, we saw Elise play some of the best Counter-Strike he's ever played yesterday. Today he was nowhere to be found, and guess what that correlates with? Complexity, nowhere to be found. This is a one-man army team. This is a team that when you're at this stage in a tournament of this caliber at a major, if Elise is not playing well, if he's not your catalyst, if he's not your motivation, if he's not inspiring the rest of the team to do well, they got no business being here as well. So better hope for Elise that he turns up tomorrow.
I mean, I think it was a 1.4 rating yesterday for 1.55 rating, and today a 0.49. That's less than 30%.
That's quite a crash from the sugar high. Anyway, we'll talk more about that in a moment. We're now going to go over to an interview with James Banks. I believe he's got gym fat. Might have something to say.
I'm sure he does have something to say, Rich, because it's his first ever major. They went 3-0 at the RMR. They've just done it 3-0 here. So what can you say, mate? How are you feeling?
I'm just feeling really happy, to be honest. Yeah, as you said, it's my first major, and now I'm in the playoffs and playing in the Royal Arena, and it just feels really unbelievable. And to be honest, we played some of the best CS I think we have played, and yeah, it just feels really amazing.
What would you say has changed over this part, right? Because we saw how well you could do at Cato, but we were just talking about it at the closed qualifiers. You almost didn't make it into the RMRs.
Yeah, I mean, I think there has been a lot of time, to be honest, like since closed qualifiers and to this day. We had a good practice since, and we also, before we came to this tournament, we had a really good boot camp. We were playing really well, and actually we were talking about this, that we knew that we are going to play really well in here as well. Okay. So we kind of had we were expecting this, but I'm just happy that it went clean again, and yeah, I'm just proud of the team.
Well, this game against Complexity was more than clean. It looked like they had no control at any point, and you guys were just able to do anything you wanted. What was it like in the serve? Were you just laughing at some point?
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of fun. I think it wasn't their best day, to be honest. But also, I think that we were playing some of the best CS as a team like we ever played, and I think it showed as well. But yeah, I think it was not their best day, but just happy that it went this way, and yeah.
And we've spoke about you guys on Mouse at sometimes feeling the pressure, not being able to perform so much. Did you feel any pressure in this game at all? Admittedly, result-wise, it doesn't look like it, but did you feel any additional nerves or something coming into a game where you can qualify?
To this specific game, no. I don't think we had any pressure, at least I didn't feel like it. I think there was more pressure on the first two games, actually, because, I mean, first of all, they were best of ones. And now we were in a 2-0 lead, so we knew that even if we lose this game, we still have a really good chance to qualifying. So it didn't really matter if we go 3-0, if we go 3-2 or 3-1. But yeah, I don't think there was pressure on us.
Well, you handled it all very well. I've got to ask you, you've got Zipnix now helping you out in the team. What extra kind of work is he able to do with you guys? What is he telling you guys coming into this? What extra help is being given?
Yeah, I mean, he's a really smart guy. He's helping us a lot, to be honest. And actually, he's a really funny guy as well. He's really funny to hang out and just bond together. Like, he's always telling these really bad jokes, but it's fun. And yeah, I think he's giving a lot to the team because he's also a legend, I would say, like with the major winners and all. So everybody in the team respects him, and it kind of gives like a good feeling in the team because we know that we have somebody like him in the team to help us, so it feels really good.
Well, it feels really good, and it's looking really good. You're the first team through to the arena. Well done, Jim Fat. Richard, back to you.
To the two Jimmies there. As we said earlier, just incredible the attitude and the spirit in this Mouse team. Players that have grinded through the academy system and have just, you know, they're just doing it on the biggest stage right now. And it's also good. I haven't heard a Finnish accent at like a big esports event in a long, long time. So doing it for all the Finns as well. I mean, yeah, you run out of superlatives for Mouse. I've really underestimated them, and full mea culpa here. I kind of have to apologize. I guess I wasn't familiar with their game. They're pretty good, actually.
Out of apples now, Richard.
Yeah, exactly.
Now they are pretty good, and especially when you consider the teams around them as well. We looked at G2 struggle a little bit so far. We looked at FaZe struggle. Odds are one of those are not going to make the playoff. You look towards your other contenders for the playoff as well. Out of all the teams we've seen play so far, it's Mouse and Spirit who's shown up. It's Mouse and Spirit who's shown up with their A game. You said to yourself, there's a difference between playing in a studio environment like this. There's a difference between being in a hotel basement, heading into Royal Arena with 14,000 people screaming at you. But if they play this level of Counter-Strike or something that is just remotely close to this inside the arena, they are instantly one of the favorites to go find.
And you got to remember one thing as well, because we were touching upon Zipex, we were touching upon Banks as well, mentioning how happy Typical team is great. He's going to be in front of a Danish crowd at Royal Arena.
Yeah.
Maybe the only Dane
the only Dane from that lineup to be on the stage. No Device, no Glaive, no Dupree, no Magist.
Well, he's an assistant coach, so he's not going to be on the stage, right?
Listen.
They might decide to just put him in for one. You know, get the crowd going.
Listen, if they're going to have an opening map like a 13-1, Cyclone's like, all right, tag it, you're in, Zipex, have a good time there. But yeah, I think it's a great showing overall. When we saw some of the big dogs like FaZe and the likes of G2 having a bit of some struggles over here, stumbling a little bit, so to speak. Mouse, they hit the ground running. They didn't show any ring rust whatsoever. Played some of the best CS I've seen them play. I think even Jimmy mentioned that too. And yeah, well-deserved win coming in. Brilliant stuff.
And isn't it fun how the narrative can change so fast? We saw them in the opening game against the Static. We all agreed that they probably should have lost that map on Overpass. The Static were the favorites to win it. Now Static found themselves in an 0-2 situation, and we're talking about Mouse being, one of the cleanest looking teams out here. It just takes a couple of games before the entire narrative is changing.
That's the pressure of the major system. Guys, it's been great hanging out with you today. We're going to go to a 25-minute break. We won't be here when we're coming back. We're swapping it out. We've got Shocks and the M&Ms, Moses and Maniac. So make sure you come back and watch them.
Yeah. I have cave.
You can flash good, you can think of it.
Listen, no, you will flash long from me, okay? Yeah. Wait, I already reload. Do it. Can't you go cave, Lure? No, I don't think so. Get ready, Lure. Everyone. I can't flash. Okay. I'll fight together, guys. He's in cave. I can flash long now. Short. Do it. Flashing long. Cave dead. Flash the city. One short. Long cave. Flash short. Boys, we're insane, boys. Nice, Camille. You're calling so good, Camille, bro. Good fucking job, boys. Thank you.
Nice, good, Camille.
So good, bro.
Nice shots, Jimmy. Fucking insane, Luda. Good job.
Might be done mid camera, sorry.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
Becoming a professional Counter-Strike player certainly isn't easy, and everyone's got their own journey and how they go on it. I've got Ima here from Navi. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm very good.
Where did you grow up in Romania? Were you always from Bucharest?
I was born in Bucharest.
Nice.
But then around 6 or 7, I moved outside of Bucharest, but not for a long time. Like, I think I came back around 12 or 13 because of the high school, because we didn't have like better schools wherever we moved.
Yeah. For you though, say school times, were you a very competitive person? Like not just gaming, I mean like normal sports?
In school?
Yeah.
My favorite thing was fucking sports.
Oh really? Okay. What sports?
Football, basically.
Football, yeah?
Yes.
So you were very competitive?
Kind of, yes.
Your first time of playing video games of any sort, how old were you then?
I mean, I think my first game ever was Halo 2.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because my parents bought me a PC and then it was from someone else, and then they had Halo 2 in the PC, and I was like, oh, let's try it. And I actually liked it.
How old were you?
I think it was around 10. I'm not
10,
sure, yes.
okay.
9, 10, 11, somewhere there.
When did you get into Counter-Strike?
I remember that I was in school. Some of my colleagues was playing 1.6.
Nice.
And then I was starting to play 1.6, and then I'm not sure if it was the same guy or someone else that played CSGO. CSGO was already out, and I started to play CSGO around 2013 in the middle of the year or something like this.
Was this a home PC you were playing on, or did you play the internet cafe? Okay, nice. Did you have a good PC at home?
Nah, no. Like I have an interesting story. Like I was playing for Nexus with 100 FPS, And I was playing in Rankcast back in the days.
Yeah.
With 100 FPS. I won the first place, and that's how I bought my new PC.
Well, that's good. That's good investment, right? Invest in your future. Okay, so you started in 2013, but you didn't join Nexus till 2018, right?
Something like this, yes.
What happened in this time between? Like, did you just play matchmaking with friends?
Then, I mean, I was playing matchmaking a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Then I started to play Face It around, I don't know, something in the middle there.
So how did you find Face It, though? How did you go from matchmaking to Face It?
Probably like everyone, just a random guy in TeamSpeak, or it was TeamSpeak for sure, not Discord, saying, let's play that tournament on Face It. And then we played the tournament on Face It, and then we see that there is a matchmaking on Face It, and we played there as well.
What did your parents think, though, when you start to put so much time into Counter-Strike?
They didn't have any problems.
Okay.
Because we had like a rule that it was not a rule, basically. Like, you can play, you can do whatever you want, but you don't miss classes.
No, okay.
I was never missing a class, not even on religion or something like this.
Really? You just went all classes?
Full. Like,
so you were a good boy at school. And like, was it always come home, play school, and then Counter-Strike?
Okay, pretty much, yes.
Did you have some teams that you played in with these guys?
Yes, I had like a team. It was called Vamavek. We were just playing tournaments, we were losing every time, 16-1, 16-2, but we were just playing. We didn't like grow up together, but we made like 8, 9 until it's level 10 together, so it was good.
Okay, so you grinded out,
yes.
You were learning the competitive side.
So we had a hub in Romania, a hub for only pro, semi-pro Romanians, like all of them they were level 10, they were like more than decent, even Nexus were playing there. And then I think I won the first tournament of that, first season. Then I got second place in the second season or something like this. Then I won the third season or something similar. I don't remember correctly,
Did
but...
you get money for this?
Yes.
So, okay, was this the first time you made money from Counter-Strike?
Kind of, yes.
So how much was your first like big paycheck?
Rankest, like I said.
And how much did you get for Rankest then?
It was first place, $1,200.
$1,200?
Yes.
And what did your parents say then?
I think I just told them that I want this, I'll buy a PC. I don't care.
I've got my money, I need better PC, I can play better,
Yes.
done, that was it.
Yes.
But did you always want to say like, I'm gonna be a professional player? Did you have a goal?
Not really. Like.
So what were you thinking of?
No, for example, usually I don't like to set goals at all. Like I just go like moment by moment, year by year, and then just see what happens. You can set like small goals, like, okay, I want to do this, but it's not, I have to do this.
I must do this, yeah.
Yeah, because if you don't do it, then you're gonna be full disappointment, then maybe you lose motivation and stuff like this. I just don't want to, and I don't like it.
Interesting.
And, yeah, I think I just play in the flow. Like I said, I was playing in that hub, and then Nexus saw me.
So this is when we get to Nexus times.
Then they put a good word to the second best Romanian team. Then I went there. Then from there I went to Nexus.
And you're at this point, how many hours a day are you playing?
A lot.
a lot. And did you get a salary at Nexus?
No.
Really?
Yes.
No salary?
Yes, back then, at the first time, we had no salary.
So what did you get for joining?
Nothing, we were just getting the prize money. They were already playing for 2 years, maybe more, maybe less, without salaries. Then I joined, and then after some, not that much time, they started to give us some salaries.
Okay. Did you have a contract though, even though you weren't? So no contract?
No contract.
So technically, it's kind of good because you're free and you could go to somewhere else when another offer comes along.
Yeah.
So during Nexus, would you say, is like the most serious you'd got?
Yes.
Yeah. And was there like full practice schedule?
Yes.
Did you finish school to the end?
Yes, I finished school today.
Okay. So when you joined Gamer Legion, you just went as a free agent basically? Did they have to buy you?
Yes, I went for free. We were playing the Flashpoint. We were in close qualifier with Nexus. We did good. Not gonna lie, we were playing good at that point. Gamer Legion contacted me. I said no first time. Then they bring double.
Okay.
And then after the second time, whenever they asked me to come instead of double, I said yes.
Okay, so you came to Gamer Legion.
Yes.
Now you're talking real contract.
Yes.
Good salary?
Yes.
I don't need to know numbers, but like a good salary.
It was good, yeah.
And you can now live and play comfortably.
Yeah.
Now, going to the Paris major.
Yeah.
This is obviously where things really change for you guys.
A lot.
But is it just because you changed leadership, your IGL changed? Was that the reason for success, or did it just all click? What do you put it down to?
Team progress, basically. He came with his ideas. He did a great job doing hygienic else, but also like Acre came with his experience. He helped a lot. He was speaking a lot mid-round as well.
He was your most experienced player though, right?
Yes, yes. Kios as well, he came, he had like a lot of energy.
You put up one hell of a show, but you were the star of the show. Were you always thinking you'd be in a star rifler position, or was this just Shuhei making sure you could perform? What was the biggest difference here?
I don't know, I just played my game, to be honest. No,
bro.
No, I'm not joking, I was just playing my game. I always hated this phrase star rifle.
But you were demolishing people. You were running through tier 1 teams. You were just pop.
True.
And I can understand your team might set you up. You might go for a play. You might say you want to play, but you played better than you'd ever played.
Yes.
What was the difference? Because like now, right? You must feel that people expect this of you.
Yes. I mean, back in Paris, it was full on the flow. Like we were feeling confident. We are feeling like we can beat anyone.
What was this whole Paris experience like for you though? Like you had so much more media attention, everyone had high expectations because of your performance, everyone was super hyped, everyone was like, Ima.
Overwhelming, I would say, because everyone was cheering, everyone was hyping, everyone was nice.
Yeah.
Pretty much overhyping, to be honest.
Overhyping.
Yes, I would say that, and I was like, okay.
And then Na'Vi go, hello.
Hello.
We want you. What the hell do you say then? Because you go Nexus, Game Legion, which is still okay, but then Na'Vi, this is way different.
Yeah, I think I can say that Game Legion wanted me to stay so badly.
Of course.
But they couldn't hold me. I got like a lot of offers, but like, and a lot of interest.
But you chose Na'Vi, so why did you choose Na'Vi?
I mean, it was the most obvious one, no?
Yeah?
Yes.
But did you know what players would be there? Did you know like Alexi would be there and stuff?
Whenever Andre contacted me, he told me the team. He asked me if I'm interested, and I said, yes. Why are you asking?
So what do you think right now of how your journey on Na'Vi has just begun, this early start, right? It's just been just over 6 months now.
We started good. Like, obviously we didn't start at the best because we are not winning constantly. I think it's kind of understandable, not understandable, because we still need like more time with Wonderful to put up like a more structure, like to know basic gaps, to have fast solution to unpredictable stuff.
You've gone very quickly to the very top. Did you imagine that it would happen like that?
It's not that quick.
No, not in terms of, but if you look at it from like, you didn't go Nexus to Game Legion to like a lower, you didn't have to go through like a lower tier team. You went straight to one of the biggest organizations. How do you view it?
I don't view it like you. I see it like I played a lot in a lower tier teams, like for example Nexus.
Well, you spent a lot of time in both Nexus and Game Legion.
Then I spent a lot of time in Game of Legion.
Yeah.
That were grind a lot.
So you're very loyal.
Yes, and then something happened and I ended up in Na'Vi. So I think it was like a hard work path. You can say that it was lucky because Paris major, but
no, you performed. You played really well.
Yes.
People wanted you.
Yes.
That's not lucky.
Yeah.
It still took. I don't care about the run or who teams you faced. You still fought against every team you played, right?
Yeah.
You still did big numbers on it. That's what everyone was hyped about you. And if a team like Na'Vi can see, okay, we want that.
Yep.
That's obviously very positive. It's not about luck, is it? Do you have a goal still though to win a major? Like
obviously.
There we go. Okay.
I mean, I got the second place. Now I have to take the first place.
yeah. And just if you had any advice to people who watch this and they want to become a professional gamer, you went through playing for teams, playing with friends, playing with teams, the Face It way, and now you're here. What advice would you give to young players that want to become pros? Because everyone's so young now trying to start.
Yes. I mean, the best advice that I will get is have patience. Because people will start being, I mean, not a pro, people will get to tier 1 maybe at a young age, 17 years old, 16 years old, 18, but people are getting in tier 1 at 24, like me. So you never know. So if you don't give up, your chance will come.
I like it. Well, thank you very much. It was very interesting to hear your story, man.
Thank
And
you.
Best of luck for the major.
Thank you.
Spirit are here at the elimination stage for the Copenhagen major. They've been able to sit back and watch some of the other teams and practice a bit further here. I've got Magix with me. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Everything is all right, so yeah.
You're always very chilled, you're always very relaxed, you always seem in a good mood, Magix, and I think that helps a lot for your team. But one thing you tell me a lot of times in interviews is you guys still make a lot of mistakes, even though we praise what Spirit does and we see how good you guys are performing. And I like it because you're always trying to improve things. So I want to see, when you're looking at this right now, what mistakes do you guys still see as a team, and what things are you focusing on ahead of this major?
I can't point really something, just one thing. It's like it pops out of nowhere sometimes. Sometimes it's something which is like happening for a longer time and it takes longer time to fix, and I just can't name something like exact. So whatever is the reason for us to lose the rounds or maps,
okay,
you need to just fix it.
So a specific game by game, maybe the same problem occurs multiple times,
yeah,
and then you go, okay,
sometimes.
guys, we really need to stop this, yeah?
Yeah, it is happening sometimes.
Okay. Now, seeing you guys at a lot of events, you look like a very close together team, even with new additions, even with young players coming up through the academy roster. Does Spirit do any boot camp where it's boot camp about PCs or team building activities? Is that something that you guys do that some of the other teams do as well?
No, wait, that's weird. And
that's weird. Why is that weird?
What is the bootcamp without PCs? You know, it's weird, and like the connect between people should be coming from inside of the people. It should be happening naturally, and like you can't really do something which can make it work. I mean, of course you can make some like outside of the game activity. But it's more not a form of connecting people. It's just form to take a chill from the game.
Yeah.
If you have been playing a lot lately, so yeah, if you have a good relationship, it's just something which is happening, and you can't make it just to happen. You can only make it a little bit better for some time.
Shiro was obviously a big name coming from Cloud9 and the success he'd had from his early parts of his career. He seems to be very comfortable in this team. Did you always feel like he would be the right fit for the team? Do you feel like he's fitting in perfectly now?
Yeah, I think he's a perfect player to have because, well, he's doing a lot of job. He's bringing huge impact, and yeah, he's one of the best operators in the world.
And for you, you've been alongside Chopper for all of your time on Spirit, all the way back from 2019. It's a long time of you guys working together. How much of it is how Chopper is leading the team, the success you're having now, and maybe his development, how he's improved as an in-game leader? Or how much is it you've now just got all the right pieces finally?
Well, basically, through the years, I've been mentioning his growth, both inside and especially outside of the game, and now he's so much better than what was earlier. I mean, he got used to leadership in the past few years because once I got first time when I joined Spirit, it was a new thing for him to be an agile.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the years have passed, and now he's comfortable in doing so, and he's doing a great job, and he's doing a lot.
And it seems to be working out really well. Now, a lot of people consider Spirit as one of the teams they're predicting or saying favourites to win the whole major. What is your mentality?
We are fucked.
Every time you tell me this. So what I learned from this is when he's fucked, that means Spirit will win. There we have it. Thank you very much, Magix. Na'Vi are coming into the PGL Copenhagen Major looking like a rap star, going God mode, and it's nice to have you here, and you've got something else other than Counter-Strike going on in your life. How did that all come together?
I mean, just being friends with those two guys. I mean, they're amazing at what they do, and this is like a side hustle of theirs.
Yeah.
And then pretty much one day it was just come to the studio and let's have some fun. Let's like try something out, and you can still back off. But you know, like as soon as you do that, you're kind of like
you're in it,
already in it. Yeah, it was too late to say no, and came out better than I expected. So kudos to them.
All right, I'm glad I asked this now because you said it was done a few months ago, so it hasn't distracted you from the major preparation.
No, for sure.
That focus has all been here for sure.
No, yeah.
Now, one thing you were cooking on though was when we did the winners interview. We're talking about chewing gum. We're talking about how happy you guys were. That mood you had when you qualified for the major was really good. But one thing I would notice on that is that it felt like you were so happy with it, but I felt like you should be guaranteed to go through. So talk to me about the emotions and the feelings on that, and if maybe you felt you were too excited for it.
I mean, to be honest, like after the interview and everything, when I went back to the booth, we were just speaking about some of the mistakes we did.
Okay.
And I felt like the moment, how can I say it? It's just the fact that if you go to the 2-2 pool, it's always a bit sketchy because it's the situation you never want to be in, kind of. So it was obviously just a relief to get it over with. You've seen many teams struggle, you've seen yourself struggle at times, and it's just like, yes, we got it over with. We're gonna have a long boot camp ahead of us and just like focus on the major now. Yeah, we were happy at the time, but not too happy.
Okay, good. So
the next day it was focus on the major.
Good, back to business afterwards. Now, I will say that looking at this team and the progression, we are seeing steady progression right now. But coming into the major, do you consider yourselves as a team who is a title contender or is a playoff looking team, or where do you see it?
I would say we are, I see us as a playoff looking team. I know that we have some teams that we struggled against or being always above us on the rankings or put us in a tough spot during officials. But we also have some teams in the rankings that we've beaten, and they've also been capable of beating these teams that we lost to. So for us, it's more of a mental battle on when we face some of these teams that might be stronger on paper or beat us before. We're just gonna show our best and try to show everything that we have improved in our game, and hopefully it's gonna take us over the line. But to be honest, for the major now on the Legend Stage, every team has had their time now to prepare for this. And I think the Legend Stage is pretty stacked. And yeah, I mean, the best of ones will be interesting, but in the end, I just hope that everything we made thus far is gonna like pay off.
And you had a huge boot camp as well, right? It was 2 weeks of boot camp out there. Everyone's been very positive. This has been very focused on how good it was for you guys. Do you think that's enough to give you the edge to go as far as you want? Do you feel like there's been enough work done there to see you go further? Because I think at times when we look at this Na'Vi, it's tactically you can be there, but some of the individuals can't be there. So is that something you've looked at as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody feels good after the long boot camp, but at the end of the day, I've been in the same situation plenty of times, or sometimes when we didn't have the best boot camp or didn't have the best online practice, we go into a tournament and just smash everyone, or like go into the playoffs cleanly. And sometimes you feel really good before the major, and just the opening game you suck. And then after that you're like, what did we work for? Like, how are we playing like this? So you cannot go in too confident. You need to still see the reality and just trying to show the best version. Yeah, at the end of the day, we do feel confident as a team, and I just hope we can show it.
I hope you can show it as well. Best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Navi or Spirit, one of them can book their ticket to the Royal Arena today. And we're back with the night shift. You know what that means. It means great outfits, it means great banter, it means hopefully also great analysis. Not to say that that wasn't the case in the shift before this, obviously. That came out wrong.
I know, but that was a good intro, that was perfect.
It was going really well for a minute.
I really liked it.
I'm just saying I have a lot of trust in you two.
No,
Jason, Maniac.
Hello, I'm
Hi.
happy to be here. I'm happy to have heard this beautiful introduction, and I will forever remember it and hold it against the day shift.
Yeah, definitely do that. I think the outfits are going to beat the analysis today.
Are they?
Why are you selling yourself short? You look stunning, by the way.
You look like a James Bond villain.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to live like a fantasy where I'm actually not like a Swiss polite guy, but I'm secretly just a
That's
really
how
bad
they all
person.
are in the movies. They all have a fake front.
Listen, I hope you're not too polite because we have to be realistic with our teams. Now, we do have a lot of time, about half hour before we get into Navi versus Spirit, and that allows us to look into some of the things that have happened today. I mean, we'll get the results, I think, right now even. Thank you, production. You are absolute gems. So, starting off here, Mathieu Vitality, they rebounded, so you're happy.
I am happy, also because I think this was a beautifully teamwork victory, if you allow me to put it like this. It wasn't the Zywoo show by any stretch of the imagination. There were multiple positive facets to this Vitality. A T-side that looked creative on overpass, and it had been an issue. A Sphinx that was an absolute gala
How
form
was the
as
eye
well.
test? Were they looking a little bit more on point?
It was much better than day one.
Okay,
It
sure.
gave me a whole lot of confidence, honestly. And I think even from Apex as well, the discourse coming out is also a sigh of relief. Like, this is a team that I can actually identify with. I like what we put forth, and it can go upwards from this point on.
Okay, over on the other stream, Pain is playing the Mongols right now, and it's very close. Mongols did take the first map, but Pain are definitely still in it. But this is what happened on the A stream. It all started off with G2 being put into the 0-2 column because Cloud9 won versus them on Anubis. Then Eternal Fire dumpstered FaZe so hard, I did not know what I was watching, and then Mouse did a similar thing to Complexity.
Yeah, those last two, that last best of one and that best of three, were very quick. Yeah, I don't even really know what you could say about the FaZe game. Can't really say much about the Mal's Complexity game. That was a comprehensive victory. Really, really strong showing for Mal's. They've now qualified through. And yeah, Exile having a little resurgence for Cloud9, able to spank G2 a little bit.
That was impressive. I just wanted to pick your brain on that Mouse versus Complexity game, because I think you and we exchanged a couple of words yesterday, and if I remember correctly, you said something along the lines of, no, they can definitely beat Mouse, and I said, no, you're wrong, and you said, no, you're wrong. So I'm just wondering, like, now, after the fact, like, just how do you, what are the conclusions? How will we move forward on this Complexity project?
I stand by my statement. I think they still, in the future, if that match was played again, they can win.
I see. That's
Obviously,
an interesting cognitive loophole.
Today was a really, really rough day.
It was rough, but to be fair, I don't want to just like laugh on the downfall of Complexity at all. I think this is pristine Mouse circumstances to absolutely play the best Counter-Strike. It's a 2-0 situation. There's not a whole lot of pressure going on. They have momentum as well. They've won a couple of hard games before that, and then it just clicks. Torji, huge game. I mean, what else do you want?
Well, and also you're seeing some of like the issues with Complexity coming into this that we kind of built up yesterday that you didn't really necessarily see in the heroic like double overtime victory, whatever it was. Is some of the inconsistencies in that play is still struggling to find ways to make sure each and every game is their A game, and you still see a team that bounces between A game down to what today probably, if you ask them, was like a D game, maybe a C game. Maybe a C minus.
I'm not gonna play the letter game. You're probably right. It's just I think even
Mathieu
at full,
doesn't know the alphabet,
even
don't worry about it.
Why? That was very mean and uncalled for.
I don't know the better friends we are.
I was just catching strays out there for no reason.
Please continue.
I was just gonna say, even at the A game, I don't think Complexity played the brand of Counter-Strike. That's the first letter, right? It's where it starts. You're not gonna let that one go, are you? They're still better than Mouse. They're worse than Mouse. See, you got me all flustered now because of the alphabet.
I'm sorry. Actually, I'm gonna.
No, I'm just thinking. I'm gonna make sure I control
very,
the
very
right letters and the numbers now.
Stand up on Blaise box.
I'm really bad with numbers, so we can have that.
Well, look at you now.
So talking about
statement for
Mouse, though, we
Complexity?
don't have to talk about it still that much. We will have plenty of chances to because they are going to the Royal Arena. But it does kind of feel like that thing that we've been wanting for Mouse, right? They can make it into an arena. They did it in Katowice as well, but how much further can they go? And I'm really excited from what I've seen right now. And for another team I had a bit of a discussion about with Blair in the green room, it was Cloud9. And I particularly was taken aback by how well Exile played on that map on Anubis versus G2 and how much of a key that is to making it all work. And that made me think that if that keeps working, then we're talking.
That's been the if question about Cloud9 though for a while now, right? That's the biggest problem. And even when you talk about, MOUZ going into the arena, these are all things about these teams that have been like the one thing that we can still hold against them for like a year now. MOUZ going into an arena, going to struggle in those big games, those big stage games. Maybe this is the one that turns it around. But both these teams have those big qualitative if statements about them. And I hate those if statements.
Yeah, I agree with you because the Exile specifically is one that puzzles me. Like I'm caught between two sort of instinct. One is I want to praise what happened because the guy has been under fire, and personally I've been very vocal about him, and now he's delivering an incredible performance in the moment that matters the most. So
what's the other hand?
First of all, the other hand, the right one, if this is the last one, that's the right one, right? Correct?
Yep.
I'm good on that
You're
one.
Good.
Thank you. The other one is that is one game out of a year and a half or something.
Yeah.
So why would I now stand and say this is going to become the new norm? I do wonder where this confidence came from, because I really think he manufactured the momentum that he got in this game. He got aggressive, he tried, he didn't just stay stable in his position waiting to get absolutely executed on. He didn't. So where did that come from?
He's the Berlin of his team, right? He's playing for a contract, playing to stay in the lineup. Different context to it, right? Different sides of the coin. But again, this is a Cloud9 team that has been constructed and have made moves to be world beaters, to challenge for trophies. And at a certain point, if it's not working, this is a team that's missing an AWPer. If that philosophy isn't going to be working moving forward, you're going to have to find somebody to bring an AWPer in.
Question for you, Jason.
Who's on that hot seat?
How high should Cloud9 finish in this major so that a roster move is still not warranted?
In my mind?
Oh yeah. I have an answer for myself, but
in my mind, I don't think they'd have to like win it.
They have to win it?
What?
All right. I would have said
in my mind, they'd have to win it to avert roster changes.
I would have said semi-final, so you're one step crazier than I am, which is pretty fair in life in general.
I think you have too much of a body of work to show that something ain't right, something ain't working, and even if you get to the semi-finals, it would have to be a magnificent game in a loss in the semi-finals.
I'm sure they'll do it for you.
Yeah, for me. Exactly.
Lofty goals. Now you said we can't talk about if, so we can't actually talk about anything, but I do want to, being Eternal Fire, to just like throw a dart at the board, because always that question. I know the if, or if they're going to play to that level consistently, if they can break through that ceiling consistently. Hey, 13-1 versus FaZe, come on.
The nice thing, I guess the hypocrisy of these if statements with a team like Eternal Fire is I think there's a different context. Like the Cloud9s, as I mentioned, are like playing for, this is a team that's supposed to be challenging for trophies. Eternal Fire is a team that, we've been on this journey. They're trying to break into tier 1, and they're making a good body of work behind it over the past few events, over the past 3 months or so. So now, the if statement is a little bit different, because even in Major's own word, he's like, we're knocking on that door of tier 1. We're 1.5 right now, and they look like they're going to be able to be considered a tier 1 team after this. And I guarantee if you went and pulled some of the players in this competition, they're all going to tell you Eternal Fire is a tier 1 team and a team they don't like to play.
No, I think we
Pain
agree on
just
that.
brought it to map 3.
Well, yeah, they're standing up indeed. So that's
By the way, I
map
believe
3.
that match is one of the, we get the FaZe G2 matchup, and I think if Pain wins versus Mongols, that's one of the kind of eventualities that would avoid that scenario. But then everything
they
else,
hold the keys to FaZe G2 not
kind of,
happening.
maybe.
Yeah, but we want that to happen, right? We want the drive.
I do kind of want that to happen.
But you want to talk about that now?
No, I was going to just bounce back on the end quickly. If he wants, obviously wants to talk about that. No, I was just going to say, the quality of Counter-Strike they played against FaZe is when everything clicks together and they give us the best they can, which is individuals absolutely popping off, Wycadia being aggressive on the CT side and all. But the bigger perspective of what I really like is that we have this team that's been here now for a while, and they've gone through hard games, they've gone through losses as well, they've had this moment sort of to grow together, and I feel like maybe, just maybe, this is what they just needed to push their own boundaries, right? Not just a 3, 4, 5 days event, but actually this turned into a campaign. It becomes more of a team experience where you can grow together. Maybe that's what they need, because the Counter-Strike is here. It's always been here.
Well, here would be my question about it is what's the thoughts on FaZe after a loss like that? Like, what does that speak to? There's got to be some real issues in that team. Someone made I don't even know, I can't give credit to it, but someone made a really funny tweet that was just like, FaZe is going to go out in like groups and we're still going to consider them like a #1 team in the world, like a dominant team, because they do get a lot of credit for their dominant run through 2022. It's the recovery in 2023 to a certain extent. They get a few passes, but what's going on in this team? That's not a team that should be losing 13-1 to anybody.
I think BO1 remains the last hurdle if you want to defend them. I think this is where it stands. Like, if anything happens in the best of 3 before, I'm not saying it's illegitimate, but I'm just saying if a catastrophe happens in a 1-2 game, then that is kind of it, right? You don't have any legs to stand on anymore to make that claim. But in best of 1, I mean, hell, even teams like Vitality lose the best of 1. Can you imagine what it means?
I can imagine.
I mean, same for G2, right? That's also
fantasize.
in this position. They had the nightmare last year where they went 1-3 as well. It must be on their minds again, especially when you look at the history of Rio into Paris, into Copenhagen, and the fact that now, you know, they're up against it.
I mean, it's a completely different context as well, right? You're looking at a phase on one hand in CSGO was maybe looking a little bit out of breath, out of steam, getting tired as a lineup. It's completely different now in CS2. They've been the most consistent team that we have out there. They've had only finals and or trophies in the new game. They signed Frozen. They signed Frozen as well, which is supposed to be, I'm not going to say revolutionizing their game, but he's supposed to make it for the loss of Twist. And I know there's a whole lot of people who like to play the game of, hey, 1-for-1, Frozen is a better player. I always think it's very short-sighted. You have to think about what the player can do in certain context. But this is not a phase that is supposed to be tired now, like not at all. So I'm not going to make a parallel between what happened in Rio. I think it's a difference.
I was talking about G2.
About G2?
From Rio to Paris to...
That's nice. It's like a song, like a DJF song. From Rio to Paris.
To Paris to Copenhagen to Display. Let's go. Listen, if you need a pick-me-up at home, this is now the Tele by channel of PGL right here from Copenhagen. What you see here is a wonderful display, a metal poster of extremely high quality and extremely high versatility. In this case, if the colorful palette is what you so desire in your home, then obviously you could pick something like this. In fact, you can pick out of a myriad of designs, including 200 and more licensed ones of your favorite movies, music, and of course of Counter-Strike. Do you prefer this one?
Call 1-800 Display right now.
Exactly.
You'll be able to pick it up.
You think, oh, is this the only thing we can have? Absolutely not. I will not throw it away, actually. I will put it down gently because we also have a kitty cat.
Oh,
yes, indeed. My favorite.
That's even better.
That is even better. I, in fact, have several of these hanging up in my personal abode. Do you prefer cats or dogs?
I used to be Team Cat, but now I have a dog, and I kind of love it more than anything.
Okay,
so
I wasn't
think
really
dogs,
asking.
you know?
Anyway, you can head over to display.com/PGL. Get up to 33% off if you order now. That's a joke. You can also order later. But here you go. Enjoy. And now back to the serious topic of the major.
That's a cat that woke up late to see that phase score.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, there we go. Let's get into Navi.
The voice is going on. Oh, no, I can't go into the rhythm.
I can't hold that voice for too long, but you know, I hope people will understand that, you know, sometimes we need to talk about Display, a wonderful product, but now I want to talk about what I hope will be an incredible matchup between Navi and Spirit for all the marbles, a place in the Royal Arena, and a chance for them. Now, how do you want to kick this one off in terms of kind of the teams that have tried to beat Spirit? We have Mouse, of course, but Navi actually took a map off them back in Katowice.
I think an angle that we can decide to attack it with is you're not looking only at individual power to stop Spirit. I think it's very short-sighted, and it's also an angle where you most likely are going to lose. I don't think there are lineups out there right now who can really hold the candle
they got
to
4
Spirit.
players in the top 10 right now after 2 games.
Currently, very, very easily. So I do think that you have to look at the other side of the continuum, which is team play, and having a little bit of creativity and having good protocols. And at that game, I think that Navi is underrated. I think the Counter-Strike that Navi is playing is a little underrated. And Jason, there's a reason why they're one of the few teams to take a map off of Mouse, off of Navi, of Spirit rather.
Give them a golf clap.
Why do you do the golf clap? You know another team that took maps off of Spirit? Mouse, who play a great Counter-Strike too. Maybe there is a link.
Okay, well, great. You have all the creativity in your strats you want if you don't have the individuals who can actually stack up. Like, you know, the two work in tandem. The strats can be amazing. If you don't have the individuals, it ain't gonna work.
But the other way around is true as well. You can shoot as hard as possible. You might still get absolutely wrecked by Spirit for not playing the good CS.
But Spirit might be one of the only opponents right now where both have to be absolutely on point. And of course, it was Alexi that gave the quote yesterday to HLTV about like if our team play, if the plans are there, we can do a lot. And I think specifically yesterday on Nuke versus G2, at the tail end of that game, we had a timeout from Blade. And then the plan completely came together. They set a trap for them. They outplayed them on a strategic level. And I mean, even though Jason is right, you need both, but that's got to feel good that you can at least have that strat both. What?
Don't put that kind of idea in his mind, okay? Like,
No.
it's already hard enough to work with this guy right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm right more often than not, I feel.
But the tandem of both Alexi and Blade, of course.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. We saw some of that brilliance on the T side coming in from Navi, and also the execution being able to mid-round your way into great finishes. But what I do think the real matchup is, and I think a lot of teams are missing that point with Spirit, is that if you want to beat them, you have to have a strong defense. that is where you have to survive the Spirit sort of attack coming at you. I think Chopper's T side is the best there is in the game right now. I don't care what team you put against me. I don't care what debate you want to have. Spirit play the best T side there is. It's the most versatile. It's the most patient, but also they can strike really fast. They have the craziest entries path. They have Donk who, well, maybe the sentence should stop here. They had so many different attributes on their T side. And last time they played, and this is why I want to bring this head to head, Na'Vi never won more than 4 rounds on the CT side. And that is with winning a map. It's 3 rounds, 4 rounds on the CT side, getting slapped around by Chopper. And this is where the matchup really is as far as I'm concerned.
I think to put some context into that though as well, remember this is at Katowice where Donk had that absolutely spectacular tournament where he was just destroying everyone. Now fair play in his first 2 matches, he's doing the exact same thing.
He's got the same rating now. So.
You might be getting the same Donk today. But yeah, I'm with you. The defense and putting a stop to Chopper and the way he calls for that team, he's developed into an in-game leader that does such a good job of playing off successes, that does such a good job of reading what's coming and getting 2 steps ahead of his opposition. And Na'Vi has a really tough day.
Yeah, we would be amiss to say, oh well, when you have Donk and Zontix. No, he did it when he had Siren and when he had Patsy and when he had Magis, of course, and Dexter. Like, he's made it to those major playoffs before, mind you, so there is so much quality in him as an IGL.
He was also in Vegas Squadron as well.
I know.
Let's not forget about that
you remember the days. And he was also, what do you call it, avant-gardist. He was thinking ahead of his time. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, definitely different players that he had under his belt, and one of them is wonderful in the Na'Vi camp. And just for context, because we all like a little bit of drama at the desk, we try to make it up as well.
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful, part of the batch that was removed after the last crash at the major to make space for the academy players. And there you have it. I was going to say out with the old. Wonderful is not old at all. He's out with the new. Here comes the newer generation, the Zontix and the Donk of the world.
And I mean, from his perspective, it's like, all right, I'm going to show you what I've been able to develop into. Like, I could have been on this team. Like, maybe you wouldn't have needed to bring in Shiro. Maybe we could still just be just as good.
That's a case to be made.
Yeah, and I think if you're Wonderful, that's kind of what you're out here to prove today. Obviously, going to be hard to fight the resume that Shiro's got, but Wonderful is going to be coming in hot.
And it's so interesting because, what are you smiling at? I'll let you go first.
I'm just smiling because I'm a sensitive person, right? I like to think I'm connected with my emotions.
Yeah, you
and I
cry a
have
lot.
felt for Shiro a whole lot when he was in Cloud9. Not that he was not responsible. He had responsibility in what was happening there, but we saw him go through so much struggle. And now I feel like he's been rewarded by any sort of karmic energy from the universe going to Spirit and being put in a position that is exactly what he needs to deliver. That's exactly what he needs. He's like a security, he's a punitive opera, he's a clutcher, he closes, he's got a superstar making all the moves. And life is great. He's enjoying it.
It's great, finally, for him. And on the other side, you have Wonderful. And what I was going to say is that we don't talk to him a lot. He's like quite quiet, you know. You have JL, who's a huge personality outside of the server as well. But as you said it there, got kind of thrown out with that batch after that Spirit performance. And then is also in a team where Simple used to play that position. And he has so much responsibility. And he doesn't often get talked about. And Jason, I think you particularly made this point. I don't know if it was in the green room or on the desk, is that we should be paying attention, and he is definitely a key to a victory today.
Sure, and especially if you want to hype up that map victory in the series loss that they had, it was actually Wonderful who was spectacular in that game. He was wonderful in opening kills, the 1v4, good clutches. He was just impactful the whole way through. And obviously when you have someone of his caliber, and especially in the AWP position as well, you can do so much damage and you can wreak a lot of havoc. And I'll tell you what, if your AWPer can shut down Donk just a couple of times, when he's taking his wide swings, when he's getting activated out middle, when he's getting activated wherever he's making his play, if your AWPer can just grab that 1 kill, that's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that is a super key matchup. When we know the ability to sprint from Dog on T side,
and you know he's going to attack.
That's going to happen. Yeah. It definitely is going to happen. We'll see the maps and we can dive into it a bit more technically when that happens, but these matchups will be here. I also think that Wonderful, by joining Na'Vi when Simple got the exit, was almost not set for failures, but if people were going to hold him to that kind of degree, it was going to be very complicated for people to be excited about him. Because he's also, just in terms of profile, very different from Simple. Less playmaker, less explosive, less aggressive, a bit more on the punish side and playing the repick and all.
Even just as a personality, vastly different.
I mean, who isn't different than Simple,
That's
right?
True.
You know what I mean?
I have a unicorn.
I actually think Wonderful got away with one a little bit in the sense that no one's even tried to make that comparison. Like, that would always be a worry, right? If you're going to step into those shoes, like, are you expecting this guy to be Simple right out of the gate? And nobody put those expectations
People
on
have
him.
been fair to him in that
He got away with it in that sense.
We didn't do that, but Simple is back now, and he's probably trying to play the game. Sure. So whether you like it or not, you know, he might just be breathing down your neck. very slowly, you know.
And
right
to
there.
be fair, he might not necessarily be breathing down the neck from the upper on that team. Is that fair to say? Because he's come out and said, I want to be a rifle, and that actually...
So, anything you say, another player with that one?
Anything you say about
saying.
Simple is going to be pure speculation. Let's not even,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Hey, here's no speculation. We wanted more from Emma.
Yeah, she's right.
She is right.
She is right.
Has he delivered here? Not quite yet. And it's been a little bit of a complicated story for Ime. Also because I think not only has he been given extremely favorable positions to deliver, and I know we can make the argument that his joining with Simple might have been a little bit electric at the very beginning, and he got probably shut down a little bit by what was happening in the team. That's great, but this storyline has lived its course now. It's past. Now we've moved past that.
Yeah.
And I also think now that Navi is fully in the international market, if you are looking for rifles capable of playing these positions, the competition is fierce. Like there's many players that can technically take that spot and shine, and I don't think he's nearly done enough in these roles so far.
It almost feels like him and JL have kind of swapped what kind of impact you're supposed to have on the game. I never imagined that JL would be a rifler that came into this team and had the sort of impact that he's having, because he's doing great work in the fragging department. He's super impactful in the kills that he gets, and Ema seems to be the one that even in the better position seems to be more of that kind of role player who's going to give you a round here or there, but isn't going to put together a complete body of work throughout the map. That kind of scares me a little bit. I'll say one thing positive though for the riflers of Navi as well. We talked about this yesterday, not on the desk because we didn't have enough time. We saw Bit communicating during timeouts and organizing plays and actually being a marshal for what was coming next in the round, which is something very unique. Remember, when they made this international roster, the question was, posed as Simple as well, can Bit learn English? And he said only God can help him. And it was just this idea that it was just never going to come in. And yesterday when we turn our heads and we see Bit on the end of the row just being I want this flash, I want to do this quick, I want to be aggressive here, set me up. That was okay, Bit's getting involved now in the action.
Yeah, and I think maybe that also maybe explains why, there are many reasons. Bit, when he first came onto the scene, it was almost unfathomable what he was doing, right? That has, of course, dropped off, I think, naturally, and that's acceptable. But perhaps this is a factor. Again, pure speculation, but if you're taking on this new role, if you're learning English, if you're learning to communicate in English specifically in those high-pressure situations, you become a different player.
Yeah, that's a very fair statement. I also think we all remember what Bit was capable of doing in the Navi CIS roster, right? You talk about rookies who are here to make history. Well, Bit is out there being a guy who just won his first major attending immediately, won his first Cologne attending immediately. Whenever LAN Counter-Strike came around the corner, he had the most crazy year as a rookie possible. Granted, he had a great company. He had very great company.
He also had a really harsh sophomore slump.
Yeah, but that was after that. Yeah. Let him have the first year, right?
Okay, sure.
But what you're doing, I think, in today's Counter-Strike, more so than ever, and I think a lot of people agree on that, is on the CT side, having stronger anchors that used to be at the time. Because I come from a time where, as an anchor, 1-for-1 trade was acceptable. You could literally just say, yeah, I did my job. It came to my side,
you went
1-for-1. I tried. Sometimes I had one. I had a good flash here and there. But nowadays, you need 2. And you need 2.5 as well. And I think whenever he's having these games...
And you need a smart play after that. You need to buy time. You need to get into a safe
100%.
position. Yeah,
it's much more complicated. It's gotten so intricate the way you play these positions, and the performance he delivered on the first map with Mirage against Mongols, for example, that's what he can bring, right? And now that's going to be needed. We play Spirit, maybe we have Mirage in the pool, test him on the A side. Give it.
Yeah, I would like to get to the map veto maybe a little bit earlier if we have it as a graphic, but we have a couple of other assets we prepared as well. Also, congratulations, we're 30 minutes in. You haven't waxed lyrically about Donk yet.
I think it's because we've done so much of that in television.
There's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
Also, it's when you watch the guy play, it's just how's this happening? We had the thing on Mirage yesterday where he's just taking the most disadvantaged fight and he just wins him, and it's I can't even, there's not even really anything to dive into. He just kills everything.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Which is cool.
Which is, I guess, in a way, where I join you and you annoy me, but when you say you need a little bit of skill against them. Listen, the CT side of Spirit specifically, and Donk, I think, really embodies that, isn't perfect by the rules. There are peaks who are superfluous, gratuitous. You don't really need to take these picks, but that explains why he can more than not just completely take over. There are moments where, why are you even swinging? What are you doing exactly?
And then he gets the kill and you're all right, I'll shut up now.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
that's the beautiful thing, is every star player in the history, all the great players we've had over time have been allowed to break the rules of the textbook, have been able to get creative with it in terms of, you get Simple's gotten plenty of passes throughout his career with some crazy peaks because we know he's going to go try and make a play. Donk is similar, and I think, by virtue of him having the incredible event at Katowice, this incredible breakout performance onto the biggest of stages in Tier 1, we give him some passes in some of these peaks.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just think that the luxury that Donk has, even though he himself is a topic of conversation and probably one of the next greatest ones. He's got an incredible safety net around him.
Absolutely.
To catch the flats
He's got
when
4
something is
safety
going
nets
to buy.
behind him.
Exactly, he's got so many of them. Now, we have the map pool here. We can dive into the conversations just very quickly. The vetoes
We have
are
time.
pretty...
We're getting into the vetoes.
Exactly,
Yeah.
the veto is pretty straightforward in terms of Vertigo and Inferno. Now, the problem that Na'Vi has is that I'm not exactly sure they're equipped to deal with the weaknesses of Spirit. And by that, I mean Overpass and technically maybe Nuke. And from Alexi B, I kind of would like him to go with that Nuke peak. Like they showed what they could do in terms of problem solving against G2. That's a pick I would like to see from Na'Vi. Whereas Spirit, the Ancient, the Mirage, it's a little bit more clear cut. They're starting to have a very strong map pool, but I do think there are a couple of maps where you can challenge Spirit right now. And if you want to take them, you're laughing, dude. I'm trying to build.
No, you're right. I was going to help you, man. You don't have to yell at me. I was going to say one of those that we've sort of identified is potentially Vertigo, but that's Navi's permaban, so it's just like peace.
That doesn't really work out.
When I'm looking at the map veto, I don't think there's a weakness Navi can target. So I think in one sense the map veto gets pretty easy for them because it's like, what do we feel best on? Because there's not really a map that I can identify in that pool where I'd be like, you have an advantage here against Spirit.
No,
you are the better team.
I feel well, production, you can go ahead and roll these maps since we've already waffled and yapped quite a lot about them and see where the decisions have been. Belgian waffles.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
They're
Get a little
good,
crisp on those bad boys.
I prefer pancake.
Okay.
There it goes, man. Oh, here's the Na'Vi pick a new.
There we go.
That is what I wanted. And you have the Ancient coming in.
Of course, Anubis is out.
And that's Mirage, the third map. Like, okay. Imagine the luxury of having Mirage, the third map, when you're Spirit. But I do know it's in the wheelhouse of Na'Vi. It's pretty clear, but...
Well, I'm also, I mean, I wouldn't say confused, but I guess I would want to know, after this game, if I got a chance to talk to Alexi, I'd be like, Anubis is the map you beat them on. Anubis is the one you actually beat them on. Like, why don't you want to go back to that? Why don't you want to test those waters again? You have a reasonable, thing of success you can draw on. Did you feel like that game wasn't as strong of a victory as maybe it seems?
Well,
did you feel like you can't replicate the success of that map?
I'll be clear with you. If Wonderful doesn't win the 1v4, this is a very short map.
Yeah.
It actually is a very short map. Like, Spirit schooled them on their T side. Like, Na'Vi was not able to keep up at all. And then Wonderful just saved them in that incredible 1v4 on the A side. That could have been just a 36.
Yeah, maybe you just answered it right there. One of your points earlier was you better have a good defense, and why would you want to take it to the most offensive map we have in the pool?
I don't want to play CT side.
It's fair.
Please, save me.
Yeah, and also when we look at kind of the story that the map pool can tell, often we say, oh, this is your chance. If you don't win the first one, then it's probably going to be over soon. But I want to zero in on that Nuke just a little bit because we saw Nuke just yesterday from them versus G2, where they sprung a trap, but they were actually on the back foot for a lot of that, right? So what are we looking at here? Alexi had a great time outside to start off that
Maybe
game.
he felt real comfortable after that win in terms of his calling at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, because especially with that interview quote, like you have to think like an in-game leader leaves that being like, man, I outcalled the shit out of G2. I'm feeling real good. I marshaled this team really, really well. Let's go back to it. But you're right. It wasn't a clean game out of Na'Vi. It didn't even look like they were going to win it for a good portion of that in managing to kind of pull it out. So, yeah, it's going to be a dangerous one, especially when you imagine Donk outside.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go next. I think the CT side of Spirit has this particularity that they never or almost never play what I like to call a universal round, which is the most basic CT side you could possibly have. And then you react on information and you rotate accordingly and you retake. No, it feels like whenever there's a gun round or any sort of importance in a round, they come in with like a pre-idea. Hey, listen, we're gonna double up outside. Hey, listen, we're gonna slowly push radio with Shiro's AWP. Oh, we're gonna send 2 rifles secret. So when you play as a leader, you almost have to overwhelm your brain with all of these thoughts thinking, okay, what's his next move? I know Chopper is not gonna throw a default classic at me. He's gonna try to trick me. What do I do next? And if Alexi B feels like his mega brain activated against G2, it's gonna be needed as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're starting on the T side, Na'Vi. I think they're gonna have one of the things that helped them beat G2 on this map yesterday was eventually in the later stages of that second half of being able to get outside control, being able to take control of outer yard, push towards heaven a couple of times. Yeah, you're not going to get that. This dude's dancing. He's chill. You're not going to be able to do that against him. He's going to be harassing you every step of the way. You're going to pay the donk tax. You're going to get damaged. You're going to get chipped down. It's going to be uncomfortable the whole way. If they get bogged down in this T side in the first half, quick map.
I love it. The head bobbing. We're like, not worried at all. Not a care in the world. Well, we'll see if that translates onto the server. Na'Vi versus Spirit for a spot in the Royal Arena with Harry and Hugo. What a treat.
Yeah, Na'Vi, of course, the first team that Spirit took down from those top dogs on their run to win out back in Katowice. And now the last line of defense to stop Spirit from steamrolling through 3-0 into the playoffs.
Where so many favorites have fallen, losing maps, losing series, losing BO3s. getting scary right now here in Copenhagen, Harry, but Spirit seem undisturbed, unperturbed by the pressure in front of them. We're into a pistol round on Na'Vi's pick, and they start quick with Bit taking Donk outside.
Yeah, and want the man to find early. Shiro backing up in through hell is going to get pressured here. Alexi making the move to try and clothesline this player up in the heavens. Shiro tapping out with the USP. Good for that first kill, but is he ready for Alexi up close? He's even got Chopper in with him. And this double stack up in the heavens, surely Alexi isn't going to find success here, but they're actually leaving.
Quite a gamble. I mean, they're reading it, right? The bomb is going low, but it can always come up the vent if Alexi clears his entire top site. It looks like he will right now. The crunch in lobby right now, they're not even heading for B. It's just Ontix. As JL deals with the aggression, the flank comes in. Na'Vi pull that bomb back to take this top site. And I mean, even though Spirit are in great position, Shiro have it, or Alexi B rather, having heaven is the kicker.
Yeah, this might be Na'Vi off to a good start here. Donk and Magic's both out of the round already. Chopper's called for a group back in the lobby. They're going to move in and join their captain. Chopper and his Colt try to come through the lobby. Wonderful waits with bated breath, and he's got support from JL available straight away. Crossfire between Bit, even in at that CT vent, dead right away. JL will respond. And this player up on top of the hut makes quick work of Spirit. JL even going to chase down the final kill, and he'll lock it in.
Fantastic work for JL. He's been the go-to safe pair of hands here for Na'Vi for some time, it feels, as, you know, the hype was on Ema joining this roster, right? We all knew why. We all saw his performance at Paris, you know, a couple of kills shy from being an MVP in a losing final, but still, he's yet to reach those heights again. I think he'll have to if they were ever going to win this matchup, right? In that last time we saw Na'Vi play Spirit, the game at Katowice that you mentioned, Ema didn't even get 30 kills in the BO3. Neither did Bit, neither did Alexi. We need Ema more than ever in this game. But right now, JL is the guy to look to perform at the highest level for Na'Vi, and they're going to need him as well. So a big 4K coming through. A drink spillage in the pistol is never ideal, but it hasn't set Donk off despite getting one-tapped outside. This is such an exciting game. The fact that Na'Vi are confident enough to dodge Anubis completely, the one map that they've beat Spirit on, and yeah, sure, go for a nuke pick, that there's good logic behind it, but it's not even the skip of Anubis. It's the fact that they would rather play Mirage to close, something that many teams feel like maybe they have the answer to, happy to play Spirit on. So Imperial do it at BO1, and man, no one has quite figured that out just yet. I hope we get all three. Na'Vi got to take nuke if that's going to be a factor.
I think Alexi's always someone that you're going to get more mileage from in a rematch such as this. You know that he probably he felt a bit kicked in the teeth at the end of that series back in Katowice. I even actually remember there he was having some pretty stern words with the team after that game about how he felt they played. I don't think I was supposed to hear it, but I did. And so I think this has been a long time in the works. Alexi trying to carve out his revenge, a talent that he really does have.
Yeah, this would, remember what's on the line here, a major playoff spot. The first CS2 major and 3-0 to run there. Haven't seen Alexi be in a major playoff since 2019. Never with an international squad. It was ENTS all the way to the final, but not in G2, not in NIP, not yet in Na'Vi, but they feel destined to get there, whether it's through Spirit today or in a follow-up matchup. Na'Vi's form has been very strong. They showed it against G2. They're showing their confidence in the veto. And this is a Na'Vi to get behind right now. But still with, I think we can safely say, the best team in the world right up against them.
Yeah, I mean, you touched upon it already. It feels like a lot of the other top dogs getting upset, having games go against them. Spirit, no such luck, and that's throughout the entire year at these LAN events, man. Yeah. They've lost that one game to Maus, and that's been the extent of it for Spirit on LAN.
Yeah, we're not counting blast groups, right? Obviously, no full roster for this team, and without the two heavy hitters, so for sure. One LAN lost match this year. Na'Vi have got 3, So they're no slouches either, I'll say that much. And one of those games, even 2 Spirit. So here we go.
This is the round we were waiting for, right? The rifles now coming through for Spirit and Na'Vi, running it back in a bit of a bonus. Fast util out towards that A site, but instead it's Bit making the opening move over the top of main. He's going to drop in behind enemy lines, and Shiro ready and waiting for it. JL with a smoke walk while his teammates are getting dealt with in the outer yard. Chopper will finish off Alexi B eventually, and so the rifles come out for Spirit. There is success right away. 1 man left to get past, and JL never even gets a chance, man. Spammed out behind the vent. And it's a flawless first round from Spirit.
Yeah, they're here. They are very much here. You know, I admire the pacey call right of a bonus round. You have SMGs go for quick main drop. But when Shiro and Donk are your outside players, I wish you luck. Easily done for Spirit. All 5 kills in under 30 seconds, and not a casualty to show for it either. Even with that double take from Chopper. It's fine. Na'Vi have still got AKs in this round, a couple of them. Gonna go for some smokes outside. Set up on the roof in the lobby. It's more of a fast outside right now. No commitment. Well, we have a break for Spirit. It might not matter because Na'Vi are looking good to go on a top hit almost instantly.
Matches and spam does good damage. Gonna get out of there with the reload coming through. Able to battle through the fire and the flames. Chopper helps him out. I'll trade this one favorably. Those pistols fed to Team Spirit. Sacrifices that might be in vain here for Na'Vi. As Spirit loop more bodies into the picture, into the site. They're ready to shut Na'Vi out of any sort of late A play. Wonderful. Still hoping he's given this fight through main. But Shiro playing it back there. Little wiggle and jiggle as Wonderful goes into him. And that leaves it all on Bit. He's got time to play with, but that's the only thing.
What a homing missile play for Donkey. Here's a player's CT vent. He runs from main, just in front of the door, and hunts that kill down. Just unrelenting. And you've got to give it to Chop. A good head on his shoulders. He didn't insta-molly Hut. He actually holds it for a few seconds. And Na'Vi throw the outside smokes. They throw one bit of util into A. Then Chopper drops the molly. That ruins the whole round for Na'Vi. Their split timing is cut in 2. Alexi gets outdoor with a bomb. No one makes it out Hut. Na'Vi can't trade those kills backside. So just Chopper holding onto that Molotov for 10 extra seconds and not using it for an A rush, calling Na'Vi's bluff. Doesn't fall into the predictable pattern, even though it's only the second gun round. Nice. So, already a statement made for Spirit with back-to-back rounds and a clean one at that. Donk's loving it. Manny, you screens Chopper previously. Obviously, this would be his 3rd major playoff appearance with 3 different Spirit squads now. Dexter, Wonderful, and now Shiro. He's had his fair share of AWPers. And remember, this is his 8th major attendance, right? He's falling into the category of like legendary CIS in-game leaders at this point. He has been to 4 with Vega, and this was now his 4th with Spirit as well. So, got quite the repertoire to show as Chopper.
Yeah, and his strongest team yet as well. I think even the change to CS2 feels like it's brought a bit more out of his individual form. He's defo looked really good individually. He's always been a fragging IGL.
Yeah.
But you feel he has great impact in these rounds. This one is just a lowly kind of eco round for Na'Vi. They've got that one saved gun on Bit. But clutching at straws to find anything here. Looking like they want to group and go for the ramp pick. Zontix over here hasn't really had to be involved in these first few rounds.
JL is playing full decoy right now. Not only does he have a Zeus, he literally doesn't have a Glock. He doesn't even have a pistol. So if that Zeus doesn't connect, he's knife out for 30 seconds.
He's going back for a Glock.
For a Glock. Well, I wish him luck. Maybe he can hold this lobby push as the rest of Na'Vi hit ramp.
Yeah, I mean, it's too quiet everywhere else. They've got a funny feeling about ramp. Na'Vi haven't tested it yet, and so having them run into this on the low buy feels obvious to Spirit. Shiro keeps them in check. And Na'Vi are all wounded. Even that AK brought down low in the skirmish for ramp control.
Faked out. They make footsteps B, but they're coming back up. Shiro is still here. He's got to be very cautious right now. They grabbed a gun. Shiro just gets out. JL still holding hub, but nothing has come his way. Except the rest of Na'Vi.
Bit wishful thinking there for JL. The ranges really open up when he leaves the hut. And with so little time left, this one is a done deal. Spirit able to get out with another money-making round, right? 4 alive.
Chopper drops his molly door with 10 seconds left. Like, that's crazy. He's still got it at 10 seconds.
There's no doubt in his read of the game. I mean, all the kind of rotates there in the mid-round of that one were perfect for Team Spirit. They were double at ramp. By the time that A hit comes in, as you say, the molly's coming out. They've also full rotated players back over towards A. Chopper has very much got the reads right now.
Yeah, looking like a rock-solid defense right now for Spirit, and Na'Vi come in with another gun round. Yet to feel the AWP on this T side, yet to get comfortable in the gun rounds. Bit v Zontix, Bit looking like he wants to go through, but the smoke instant at ramp. Zontix falls back to a safer position, in fact going all the way back to outside, meaning Shiro's got to take up hell. But right now, they just leave the gap. They just say, sure, we call you bluff. We don't think you're going to run through the ramp smoke. There is going to be timing available now, and Na'Vi look to take it. You just presume noise will be made in this position. A flash, a molly, something. Shiro, eyes on the prize.
There is that flash. Shiro at least gets the info they're out at ramp, and he doesn't fall in the process. How does Spirit adjust to this hole? They're going to bring an extra player down to lower. Chopper joining Zontix here. Out in the yard, Donk down at the hands of Ema. And so an early advantage for Na'Vi. One that they need to press home. They need to find success here. Not being in a position as good as this for a long while now.
It feels like they want this upper hit. It's already what Na'Vi have been doing a lot, and they've gauged the reaction. They've used that ramp pressure to kill Donk outside, and now they're going back for this hit in the lobby. Alexi's late lurking. The question is, how long does Shiro hold this position? The gamble back down B. Shiro kills that lurk, and now Na'Vi just have to run through.
Pressure's on for Magix, but Shiro is moving in just at the perfect moment. Gonna get himself set up in heaven. 2 players in the site to deal with. Magix doing it all single-handedly. They never even knew about Shiro here. He'll come as a nasty surprise. JL is suspicious. Trying to look for him, but time is of the essence. Time is the problem, and Shiro waits patiently. That patience rewarded with a lockout on the top site. Na'Vi try going back to that time and time again. 5v4 in this round. But they'll get locked out.
He gives absolutely nothing away. The goal to just hide backside and bait Magix, who somehow gets a double kill out of nowhere, and Shiro leaves it to the final second. Keep in mind, you know, Shiro's experience on Cloud9, even back in, you know, the Cloud9 Gambit days, they never played this map. So, you know, it's all relatively recent. Sure, he's going to be pugging it and pracking it, but, you know, playing it at the top level, that's a fairly recent thing for Shiro. And no surprise he looks comfortable. We always say CT AWPing on Nuke is an AWPer's paradise, and with the way that Chopper uses his pieces, with how mobile Spirit are already proving to be, I have no surprise Shiro's going to be comfortable, but his level of experience at the top level versus the Na'Vi players is not going to be the same on this map. Donk has done this play a couple of times, but he is even patient now on the stairs. Considering event drop, there was an early door smoke, so Spirit don't necessarily have all the info here. A bit of paranoia in their minds. Donk checking over his shoulder, but nothing to worry about. Na'Vi are skirting this outside cross right now, and Chopper will be able to get that info from main, thus activating Donk.
And we haven't had that kind of demon form Donk round out of him yet. It's been pretty subdued out in the yard, but this could be his moment. His contact's taken outside. He's going to swing out and deal with Alexi. Donk gets that ball rolling, but doesn't elect to keep refighting here. Ooh, will swing back up the second time around, and that's when JL gets the better of him.
It's all on this fight here. An open runway, but tarmac closed now as JL is left in a 1v3, and there's 2 upper. 10 seconds, he's got to go for it. Give it his all. There's a gap. Magix is looking at door. Shiro just sneaking in for the cover. And with a kill, it's easily avoided for Spirit. 5 rounds on CT side. Na'Vi took a pistol, converted it, and have yet to make a dent.
Yeah, the alarm bells are certainly sounding for Na'Vi right about now. They're desperate for a way back in, but here's the thing, you know, this one isn't even some like Donk Zontic show that we're used to getting, right? This has been, if anything, a great game put forward from Magix and Chopper over towards the top site. Shiro on that rotation of the AWP feels like he's always in the right place. And so even in these rounds where you're getting Donk, you're kind of dealing with him out in the yard. It's not giving you the freedom that you think it will if you're Na'Vi.
Yeah, you can tell that Na'Vi have done their work coming into this game. This is their map pick. They know they will start T-side, and we've seen a couple of cool ideas, some attempts at delayed A execute, some trickery outside. Alexi's ramp lurk. They've had ramp a couple of times. They've never dropped B with it. So there's some ideas here for Na'Vi, but right now nothing is sticking. Nothing is landing. So Spirit forced them to take a tactical timeout, chatted over. Shiro looking very vocal as well. Was always a factor on previous teams. Let's see what Na'Vi have got for the solution here in round number 8. Delayed yard take. Emo, we said he would be a requirement in this game. Well, he had to say his name, moving outside on his own. Main split. They're loving this top site.
And he was going to try and get in through main with this exec coming out through Hutton door. Chopper full blind, good flashes, good util, wonderful. Tease Na'Vi up for a round here. 5v3, and they've had 5v4s get away from them where they've kind of had to slow down and try to skirmish for the map control, but this one, they're already in A, they've got that bomb planted, and Spirit are just too far removed. They lose these players up in heaven, and that should be the end of the round. Donk doesn't make a dent as Bit finds him out in the yard. Jiro waiting down in the vent, and Zontic's up in the heavens, but hanging around like... They might try this, but they shouldn't. There's no way.
There's no way Na'Vi will fall for this. When you're trying to get your first round, you will sacrifice a player if you have to make sure, he goes for the shot. So that's just going to keep Alexi there, but it won't make any difference. Na'Vi get it done, and they deny the save as well on 1. Alexi falls just to ensure that no one sticks that bomb. It can happen on this map. I like that call for Na'Vi.
That's a feel-good moment for Na'Vi, right? They've been trying these topside hits time and time again. That's what most of these rifle rounds have been, but that one finally sticks the landing. They get the openers they were looking for. Some good supportive util out of Wonderful.
Yeah. Chopper looks a little silly, but what he's doing there is he's trying to smoke that backside molly to make it look like a player is backside, but he doesn't, because he's blind, doesn't realize how far forward he is. And the same for Na'Vi, they just run out that hut. So Spirit also dumped all their util instantly in A because Na'Vi called a pause. So they were considering maybe there's a pace change here. We don't want to get rushed. Let's use double molly on A. And so as soon as Na'Vi hear that, they know late A is a very viable call. And they throw their outside smokes early as well. It's all been trickery so far for Na'Vi. Taking ramp, going back to A, doing outside smokes, going into A. The results differing, but finally they break through.
Yeah, if you're Alexi, you're hoping this is where the turning point can kind of be. You want Spirit doubting Chopper's calls on these rotates. You kind of want them second-guessing every move they're making, and that feels, as you say, with all this fakery, that feels like the aim of the game here. That one just a nice piece in towards A, something that they've ran at the culmination of all of these rounds so far. And so now maybe they switch it up a little bit as the outside util comes in. As mentioned, Donk's been getting pressured here constantly. Really struggled to kind of get the ball rolling in this game as Donk. And so Na'Vi want to send a bit of a message here as they creep up outside. Ooh. Now Shiro, this is the adjustment. That AWP often found roaming over towards the heavens and ramp, this time teed up down towards Secret early.
Na'Vi keep re-smoking their smoke walls, right? They've just done another one on the fly. 4 smokes used to cross outside, none remaining. They're going to get down Secret, but this is an AWPer's dream here. Shiro getting plenty of fallback options, plenty of targets. He won't hit that first shot, and he goes all the way back.
Getting closer now, set up in the vent. That's a collateral, Wonderful on the other side of it. Shiro trying to deliver around to Spirit. Down in the vents, it will get contained. Na'Vi put a stop to Shiro and Donk on that rotate. But they have to slow it down now. They're worlds apart. JL waiting in the vent for Bit to try and open up this top site. Tucked in at vent is Magix. Good angle for him to deal with the hot walkout, but Bit gets the better of him. And so Na'Vi have clawed their way back into this. Shiro's heroics down towards lower. That double you thought would have been enough for Team Spirit. But now that might not be the case. Chopper slowly ascends up into the heavens, only to go tumbling out of them. Steps made. That draws JL's attention away. Zontix is terrified about coming up the vent, but Chopper has alleviated a lot of that pressure now. It's just JL catching the first man, but Chopper will deliver.
The way they both bait for each other there, right? Like Chopper stepping so his teammate can get a spot on the vent, then his teammate comes up, shoots and door. Like they're just trying to draw the Na'Vi players to look in the wrong place. Sure, very ugly fight from Bit. That did not look pretty, swinging heaven. Like you've got to eventually take that engagement, but very messy spray. And Chopper capitalizes extremely well. The captain with a clutch and Spirit respond. It does feel like sometimes, no, I won't go that far. Like the fact that Donk throws himself into these fights is kind of crazy when all eyes are on Na'Vi. I feel like sometimes I want him to bait a little bit more. But, you know, they trade 3 for 2 in B. It's a good trade. It's just Magix has been predictably in the same position for the majority of these rounds at CT Vent. But there are only a couple of spots you can really play when so much is open on the map. Backside, CT Vent, maybe tuck Tetris, hope for the best, but that can be uncomfortable. So some good reads from Na'Vi, but still the X factor, the firepower, the clutch is Spirit.
Yeah, and a game that's still building up for them, right? Like for Shiro, he's been paramount to the success of this CT side. Feels like he's always in the right spot. This round starts over towards ramp.
It is cool that Shiro is starting somewhere different almost every round of this game. You know, he's playing very good CT side on the AWP. Donk dead. Bit's done that a couple of times. Main roof finds that instant kill. There's a response. Zontix back garage. They'll slide into main. Chopper doesn't hear it, but he still takes the kill. Are they ready for a second?
Oh, Magic's up on top of the rafters. JL trying to carve a path, and he will do so with that double opener there. Zontix, finally a chance to get involved here. Cleanly done from out in the yard. It leaves it all on Wonderful.
Great decision as well. Reset round the world. The last place you expect, and that molly hits the ladder, it goes nowhere. Dropping B is the best reset in this round, but he's been spotted, and he doesn't know the Zontix is almost back in T-spawn by now. Wonderful, make that call. Any hesitation, he's dead.
Counter-terrorists win. Man, here's the thing that's hurting for Na'Vi. They feel like, you know, they've really done a good job of nullifying Donk's impact here, right? He's really struggling outside, and Na'Vi consistently getting the better of him. But, you know, you prep for Donk, you plan to deal with him. Then you got to worry about the rest of Spirit, and that's still a beast in its own right, man. All the individuals looking lights out right now for the Spirit squad.
Yeah, Bit's shooting, though. JL's shooting. Like, JL's 15-7 for crying out loud.
It's just, you know, Ema and Wonderful haven't really got going in this game yet.
Wonderful's first AWP, if I'm correct, on this T side. It's not like money's been there for Na'Vi. And so let's see how he utilizes this inside of the lobby. Heavy upper for once. I say for once, but, you know, Spirit expecting again something to end on this top side. That's where every round is finished for Na'Vi in this game. One way or another. Whether or not Spirit already have this cross again, Ema gonna start lurking instead, and it will be a ramp hit. Shiro's here at the right time.
Yeah, as is often the case. Always ready to go is this Shiro AWP. Even hangs around for another fight. It's a little ugly out of Zontix, sure. It's gonna give away this ramp room, but Spirit know where Na'Vi can go from this. They know what they can do, and if you look at Chopper, the move he's making, he's even playing up close to the ramp right now. We'll start to creep back down as it all goes quiet in the ramp room.
Donk is actually trying to play a late round here, and this is really nice because Ema is still lurking red outside. Keep your eyes on that for later in the round, where Ema will end up. If he's just here to cut rotations, they might feel safe enough to drop Vent anyway.
Well, that first orb for Wonderful immediately gets dropped over to Captain Alexi as he's low on health, and so Wonderful's relegated to the AK Chopper, playing the long game here. Ready to swing out. He'll deny that plant for the time being. Very little time left as Wonderful tries to plug in those numbers. Here's Ema getting activated out in the yard, catching a second player who doesn't make it down the vent, and now it's all eyes on Donk. Hasn't had to do much in the game so far, but this 1v3 could be the start of Donk going demon mode. First kill found. Time ticking off of that bomb. He knows about Ema's rotate down the vent, but Ema is not looking to fight him, not looking to pressure him. Sometimes that's the way you got to do it. Doors swung open, missed shot for Donk. Util ringing out from the control room, and Donk's time in the round draws to a close. It's just JL left to beat, but he doesn't have to give him this fight. And so winning it to time is the protocol here for Na'Vi. Donk one shy of the 1-on-3.
And 1 health as the bomb explodes as well. Na'Vi just take it pacifist mode, and hey, whatever gets you over that finish line at this point. You see Donk in the clutch. Got to be a little bit scared. Give him a little bit of respect. And great luck for Ema as well. The fact that he gets 2 kills. Donk's fine loud dropping vent because that feels like it should put Ema off, but Magix goes straight for that fight. Ema's still ready for a second on top site. Really nice play for Ema. It was about time on this T-half that one of his outside rounds came to fruition. For the most part, it's only been Bit who's been able to find success in the yard for Na'Vi. So, okay, 4 rounds, not bad. 5 would be fantastic, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi have certainly come into this with a game plan and ideas as to how they want to approach it. And so these moments where the fruits of that pay off, they feel good. And now you kind of get ahead in terms of the money as well for Spirit. This is a pretty low econ round, so Na'Vi shoot for the stars of 5.
I'd love Spirit to play an aggressive outside round here. I feel like it's a perfect time in the game to do it. End of the half, you've got bad guns, you've got Donk on an AK. It would be such a nice call, but they're just going to send Donk homing missile.
Yeah, you're going to get an aggressive round, sure, but it's into the lobby, and Na'Vi might not be ready for this pace. Smoke in at the back, that's going to taper off the aggression. They fight Wonderful up on T roof, and he comes out ahead.
Na'Vi are very lucky. This is the least lobby control they've started a round with. That was like organized for Spirit. They were insta-pushing ramp, smoking the T entrance, Donk rushing hut with his spawn. That could have gone very wrong if Na'Vi set up a default in the lobby. Does mean they have no control now. It's the only downside, but a 5v4 crossing secret. It's just got to worry about Chopper, rather, who's already there. Oh, sure is trapped.
Seen Ema not able to win that, and that might be the fight that lets Na'Vi down. They lose their point man down towards lower. That's now it all gets called into question. Donk's finally here to play. As he doubles up from main, it's all left onto JL, topping the charts for Na'Vi, sure, but goes no further as Spirit lock it down with lobby control. A fast play on the low econ round. And Spirit's response is swift. Na'Vi, they thought they were finally going to start, vying for control of the game in that final round of the half. And they get hit with a haymaker from Team Spirit.
Get frazzled in the lobby. And I mean, yeah, again, a couple of these rounds where it feels like, if Na'Vi want to be winning rounds, they've just sometimes got to hit some of these fights, like Ema onto Chopper here. That was the make or break. That could have been 5v3 with the bomb starting to cross, but Donk just swings out with Shiro, and we see once again this 1-2 punch of Team Spirit evaporate Na'Vi outside. 8 rounds on the CT side of Nuke. It's a solid game for Spirit right now. Na'Vi come through with Julies on Ema. Dropped over by JL.
Dry P250 fight out in the yard. My kind of guy.
Yeah.
Donk runs it down. Wonderful. Tapped out straight away. And so Donk has been charging up throughout that first half. You got to see a couple of glimmers of it. One shy in the 1v3. Double up to close that last round. This time JL will silence him. Doing all he can to keep Na'Vi in this is JL.
Ooh.
Another kill from his pistol. Yard locked down for now.
But they've lost all sight. Smoke is down. Alexi's trying to gain info, but he's just missed his timing. If Chopper can make noise B, they can late play Garage, Goosh, and second USP comes to help out, but Na'Vi might have to concede.
Oh, everyone who's tried to fight them, Dink down to 9 and 4 HP. And so Spirit feel teed up for the win here. Ema, 3 kills deep. Had that 1-2K on the lurk, but that's all he's ever had going for him. And he is now the make or break of this round for Na'Vi. Dead immediately down in the vents. And Alexi left shaking his head as this one unravels for Na'Vi.
Those fights are not favorable for Spirit. Like, those are fights that they shouldn't be winning, but they both dink Na'Vi players. It's all Alexi, no kit. Clutch up for the captain, 1v2. He spots Magix, but the swing comes out and Chopper finishes off the job that his team started. Just those Garage to Hell fights, and Na'Vi get executed.
I mean, the system's just so good for Spirit. The way that they play off of each other in those sorts of rounds, it makes it really hard for Na'Vi to try and build back in. I mean, all of these fights that Na'Vi are kind of throwing out towards Hell are essentially these like 1v2 peaks out towards the yard, right? Spirit have always got that second player there, someone ready to play off the back of their teammate.
We might have a screamer in this one, Triple Zeus.
JL tried to make it work in the first half. Now he's on the better side to do it.
They're outdoor, the worst possible chance. It's actually the Deagle, not the Zeus that comes through. There's plenty more where that came from. Ema getting spammed through, mollied out. There's nowhere to go. Boxed in like a piece on this Tetris box. Shows the USP. The Zeus baiting them in, no connection, and a cleanup. Clinical for Team Spirit. I like that they tried, but Spirit avoid the hut. None of your funny games. Olympus has fallen.
Bomb has been planted. And so now we arrive at a really awkward moment for Na'Vi, right? Like, there's been moments in this game where they felt like, you know, if 1 or 2 rounds are just gonna... I can't believe he peaked that. That's crazy.
Of course it is.
But, man, you know, if 1 or 2 of these rounds have gone differently, if they found a little more success in some of those 5v4s they were able to squeak out in the first half, this could have been a better game for them. But now we hit this point where there's really like 1 rifle round left in this game, a chance for Na'Vi to try and stem the bleeding. If they fall short in this round right here, this one's as good as done, and it's not even close. You don't even make a dent.
If they had, if they could, if they won. But that's the thing about Spirit. You don't. No one has. How long till they do? 10-4 on Na'Vi's map pick. Indomitable from Team Spirit, and this rifle round, as you say, would absolutely make it so.
After, you know, the success they found back in Katowice, such a hot streak out of the gate for this team, such a huge win for a young squad to then pull up to the major and look like the team in best form to go and take the whole thing. It's a crazy world we're living in. Donk crossing through these smokes out in the yard. He can't flick back to Alexi in time. So that first kill goes the way of Na'Vi.
Oh, he's cooking.
Forced into the smoke, they naded open. And so already in a must-win round for Na'Vi, they left a man down. They need someone to step up and fill the boots. JL has been that man throughout the game. And so he'll reclaim that 3-on-3. Continues his aggression into the lobby, and JL lines up a blinder. Just Shiro, and he's not ready for that re-swing out of Wonderful. So JL puts Na'Vi on his back and gets a smile on Alexi's face as that must-win rifle round is salvaged by the Na'Vi squad.
As we said coming into the game, JL has been the best rifler for Na'Vi, and that's, you know, when you have Bit on this team, when you have Ema and the peak that we've seen from this guy, it's great to see from JL. We still need more from his squad. Look at that kill differential. 17 frags between JL and Ema.
Yeah, what, 22 kills on his whole team, 20 kills on JL.
He's a one-man army right now. Wonderful non-factor just as much against his ex-team. Team that he ran to major playoffs with, but Chopper takes an upgrade, a mighty upgrade. Nice shot.
I mean, this is the round where they've done their deal with the devil. They've put the AK in Donk's hands, and they're going to see if he can deliver something to Team Spirit here, but it's just the one and done. Wonderful, taps him out in reply. That AK will get salvaged at least. Magix gets his paws on it. In the door, Zontic's walking into Ema, and Ema recognizes that.
Good catch. Lobby control taken back for Na'Vi. They have a lot of the map right now. They have a lot of info. Question is, where does Spirit want to end up? They don't have a smoke to cut off main. That makes this outside crosser very precarious. They're just holding for kills. Na'Vi won't give them anything. 40 seconds. Establish your crossfires on top site. Bit's already down B. Na'Vi are in a fantastic position right now. Just wants that info. 20 seconds though, doesn't need to overcommit to this kill. Shiro feigning that he's dropping lower, but this will be back to main for the A split. Ema, all eyes on you.
Ready for this main component, but can't land the shot. That gives them a way in with 10 seconds left. This is down to the wire, and as Chopper runs through, JL gets that bomb away from him, and even goes hounding down Shiro out in the yard.
Great work. That molly is huge as well. You see, Shiro has so much faith in his team that he doesn't even tank it to run through. He just presumes that they're going to get outdoor and get the trade. If they do, he's wrapping heaven. He's winning the round right there, but Spirit not able to get JL off his high horse, and he rides on in with a 6th round for Na'Vi.
There's the head-to-head between Donk and JL. JL 100% success in opening duels, which is a wild statistic when you think about where Na'Vi are. And yeah, still really to get those front row seats to the Donk show. Instead, we've been looking more so at Shiro here.
And not to say Na'Vi haven't shown us some cool team CS, but it's funny for Alexi to say oh, it's great that our success is coming from playing team CS and not from individual brilliance. Well, right now it is the opposite. You know, there were definitely nice rounds and nice ideas in that T side for Na'Vi, but JL has...
Hey, it's still teamwork if 4 guys run in and then JL trades them all.
Yeah, that's true. He has really bailed them out. Ooh, triple boost? Is that what we're doing? Deagle up, Donk. Into heaven. I mean, wonderful. Spirit... Sorry, buddy, we might have bad news.
Spirit, no,
this is a Glock.
He only has a Glock, though.
He's just having fun.
Okay, just have to triple dink, and then you get the opener.
Pretty sure that, this is a wallbang as well. You see this with Orbs, because even where he's aiming there, you still have to wallbang. So this would literally do next to no damage, but, you know, he's just chatting it through. Spirit's having a nice time. Check out the view.
I mean, by taking this round slow, they're whittling through the util at least, right? That's what Spirit are telling themselves here.
Oh, JL, time to make those stats even better.
Here he is, big JL, the big hero of this. Just 2 kills as he will get overran. The Glocks find a kill, but they're not going to go any further. Ema, a much-needed confidence-boosting round there, up against the pistols as he goes on to finish that with the hat-trick. 3 kills from the man. And you know, this is really, for Na'Vi, they just need 1 extra player, 1 extra guy looking good around JL, and they can make this more competitive than it is. Timeout call for Spirit. His nerves are starting to get to them here. They can feel this game closing up. See in the background, Blaber's being very vocal on the other side. Both coaches just rattling through the notes, rattling through the game plan, trying to outwit and outsmart one another in this clash of titans to decide who goes through straight to the playoffs 3-0. And it felt like there wasn't really any hope for Na'Vi coming into this second half. With the pistol going the way of Spirit, with them converting on it as well, they were really one rifle round away from locking this game down in their favor. Na'Vi have battled back in with 3 in a row.
Yeah, and we saw how nicely Shiro looked on that CT side. Now Wonderful has a chance to dance on this game. 7 and 11, but he's finally got an AWP and going for a quick pick in main as well. Attempting that door opener, but mollied out. Smoke as well. Gonna pitch questions the way of Na'Vi. They even try and nade it to get that info, but it goes a little deep. Ema's now up and over. They should be assured that no one's made it down at this rate. It's just Spirit doing their due diligence. Wonderful dropping cautiously, but it is an A hit.
Oh, blowing open the smoke is Alexi. That kind of thwarts the game plan here for Spirit.
Comes back.
Donk instead tries to battle out in the yard, goes back for Alexi, and that revenge ends up paying the price for it. Chopper makes it across in a garage, sure, but Alexi's heard this. Ooh. He is suspicious about the garage walk. Ema feels like he's been letting Na'Vi down, and so if he can hold back this door play, if he can kind of keep them in check here, that would be massive. Responds with the first. It's ugly for Zontix. Can't take it any further. There's still more support. Lies in wait at the back of the site. JL trying to be this hero figure that Na'Vi can depend upon. A lot of damage done, but not the kill. Instead, it's going to fall to Bit, who's been spotted and now dealt with. Shiro down to the clutch, down to the 1v1, and it's Wonderful to beat. Moving back, tries to fake him out with the hot steps, but not today. Wonderful arrives in the server and pulls up with a big 1v2 for Na'Vi.
That is absolutely keeping them in this game.
Look at Blade looking on in the background, so approvingly of Wonderful there.
Yeah, you don't crack
he
many
knows
smiles.
how important that is. He knows how important that clutch is to keep Na'Vi competitive so that this isn't a wash. This isn't them getting run over.
Up the vent as well. That's not an easy move. Filling those big and not so simple shoes. Wonderful makes it work. 1v2, and Na'Vi have put Spirit on pistols. Going to be a ramp explosion. Bits here. Holding the line. How many before he gives it up? A lot of damage. The nade might take one as well as he drops into the safety. They're going to try and filter in together. Make sure the spacing is tight. Get this trade off. But Bit looking for a multi-kill. Ema's here for support.
Yeah, able to hold the line, able to withstand these pistols for now. They will chase down Bit eventually. But Ema's still knocking around back in the control room. Has support in Alexi over towards the doors, so even getting this bomb across is a touchy subject for Team Spirit.
Oh, no.
That's a big kill. Ema kind of lets it go in that head-to-head, and now they chase down Alexi B. Chopper making magic happen. That bomb plant is now locked in for Spirit. Suddenly it's Na'Vi on the clock. Wonderful might have to step up again. He's got JL with him. These are the two players you want here for Na'Vi.
3-2-1, and in comes the swing. They don't even need to trade. Chopper takes it again. His third kill from the captain.
Another clutch from Wonderful. That's what's needed here. A 1v3 as it begins. He's got 2 players left to find. Chopper in the sight, tucked up on the rafters. Missed timing for Wonderful. Looking the wrong way. He flicks back to him. And now just Donk is the one to beat. Bested Shiro in the 1v1 last time. Now toe-to-toe with the beast that is Donk. And Wonderful makes it happen. Back-to-back clutches for Wonderful. And he is the reason that Na'Vi are not letting this one get away from them right now.
Unbelievable. And over Donk, over Shiro in the 1v1. Shutting him out. And that's after Chopper finds 3 kills on the entry. Gets a gun, gets a plant, does everything. And for once, his merry men let him down. Oh, Spirit are going to be kicking themselves after that. Excellent work for Wonderful. 1 round behind. Sure, it's an eco. It's a bomb plant for Spirit. They've got everything they need. But it's about the momentum closing up. It's about Na'Vi believing that they can win this game. And right now, they are right there. Donk had enough. Chasing quick outside. Alexi. Swing through garage could be a step too far. Nades on the smoke fall a little too short. And Donk dead as Alexi tackles with him.
Even pulling out the second AWP over here at ramp.
Why not?
It's a pretty heavy purchase to be bringing in this late in the game, especially when the last few rounds have come down to clutches from Wonderful. So let's hope that that's worth it for Na'Vi and that this doesn't come back to bite them, because a missed shot from that orb.
Chopper.
Now they're closing in on Bit. Chopper's already down through Secret, and he's cooking up a very big backstab here. Bit just leaves the angle. Gonna try and take it back with the AWP, but Chopper runs him down. One man left, and Ema is silenced immediately. These lower takes for Team Spirit finding success to open up. And now they've got the double doors. This is the power position of this B-site post plant. The longer Chopper can keep them at bay here, the better. And Na'Vi are writing it off. That's what comes with the double orb purchase. That's what comes with the last 2 rounds coming down to clutches. The money is not there for Na'Vi. And so even though they've been hanging on, even though Wonderful and JL have kept them in this game, they can't justify going for this 3v4.
That's the kind of buy you go for when you feel like you're just not hitting and your rifling's not going too well and you want to just change it up. Oh, pick up the easy gun, get that one shot. But then Bit misses a couple of sitters on the AWP, and man, he's got to be in his head after that. Nothing worse than dying for nothing on the ramp side, and even worse than that, he had support down on B and Ema, but Chopper finds that perfect gap given over to him and somehow gets into control window. What a fantastic lurk for the captain. We call him a fragger, but he you know, fragging in-game leader. He's not just a fragger. He's got a great eye for the game, a great understanding. The fact that he's brought already 2 extremely young teams to major playoffs and looking for a third as well with an entirely new roster. Like, there's something to be said for your understanding of Counter-Strike at that point. And Chopper, his 8th major appearance, his best team yet, and he has had his impact on this T side.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's always so impressive as well, because he'll be a big part of bringing up so many talents and so many names, and a lot of them, you know, their peaks are often around Chopper's leadership, man. It's very, very cool to see. And so that is a reassuring round for Spirit, because let's face it, these last few have been real kicks in the teeth. You were running away with this game. You thought it was done. You were what, 10-4 up? Then Na'Vi embark on that 5-round streak with 2 of them being clutches out of Wonderful. And Spirit can feel the game getting away from them, but now they're right back in it. They're right there. And they know this buy for Na'Vi is not going to be all that. It's going to have limitations.
And all of this while Donk is 12 and 15, you know? Chopper, Shiro topping the team. JL still standing way above his roster, but Wonderful has certainly been the most pivotal piece of this CT side. We have a heavy execute outside in this round. Spirit smoke everything off. 3 used and a Molotov to cut off the sightlines for Alexi and Bit, who's back garage. A change of position, and that has left ramp completely open. A gamble that Na'Vi want to make. Will they buckle at the fake on ramp? Util's getting thrown, but no one's moving in. That's Wonderful top site. And this is where Spirit wanted to end up. Little do they know, ramp is completely open. Alexi's moving back in, but Spirit want top.
Yeah, if anything, seeing the AWP posted like that through the heart might change Spirit's mind. And so that's why you see Alexi retaking the ramp room. Wonderful's not content with just 1. He knows this isn't a 1-kill game. This isn't one that's within those margins. He needs even more from this. And so him and Ema pushing into the lobby. They confirm that it's clear. They confirm that this util is just a fake. Chopper now spotted. They've got to deal with him while they've got him trapped in the lobby, because the rest of Spirit are down in B, where JL now resides. Puts up the first. Donk knocked out. Wonderful already here, teleported down to lower and ready to go. Just Magic's left and he'll get silenced. It's all JL and Wonderful, and that's all Na'Vi need.
What a fantastic mid-round move for Wonderful to call his teammate to do it with him. You can see Chopper had no idea that was going through, even though he dodges the orb shot, pulling nades, not expecting to get rushed. Ema's there as well. Na'Vi active, proactive, and what a speedy rotation, as you said. Right behind Spirit now, 10-4 to 11-10. Nuke for a reason, said Na'Vi. Got Spirit trying to put early pressure up her, but this feels like a sign of desperation for Donk.
He's just trying to get the ball rolling, but wonderful. Locks him out of the round immediately. Magix does hit a good timing window on his push out through the hut. Spam will connect, and Ema still floating around in the T-vent, able to lock them out for now. Will get chased down by Magix, the front man, but in comes Bit from the heavens, looking to put this one in a bag. It's just Chopper left. Molly out, Util pulled. Alexi, it's the clash of the leaders now. Brains on brains, and Braun might not even play a part of it as Alexi catches Chopper, back turned, delivers a clutch of his own for Na'Vi, and that's the one that ties the game up.
Oh my goodness, to think Chopper had a chance to reset. He wants to take that head on. He feels like his smoke push is better than Alexi's, and swapping sides of the site for the Finn is all it takes. Back turned, and game evened out. Look at that round timeline at the top of your screen. Look at that CT side streak for Na'Vi with just a glimpse of hope for Spirit. It's starting to get suffocated out. Shiro T-side Orb not had the chance to really do this. Not had the need, it's felt like. Spirit were right and ready to end this game, but Na'Vi with a fantastic late activation and players behind JL who can hold solid.
And here's the situation that Na'Vi are in. They know that if they win this round, they break Team Spirit, but it does go both ways, right? Both squads' money is teetering on the edge. And so this is where you need an X factor. You need that final 10% to be injected into the round, and Donk is trying to deliver that right now, running it down through Secret. Shiro giving chase in with the bomb behind him. They are fast down towards low, and Na'Vi haven't even dropped a single player down yet.
This is perfect. They've definitely screwed some post plants up, but this doesn't feel like one of it. Oh, massive kill. Bit keeping things even. They don't know about Magix, and the back turn. Ema's gone from the lobby. It's all down to this B play now.
Day.
Chopper coming back up through main. They're hitting A.
Bombs up through the vent. Right now they're pressuring the one player they know about in the lobby, but JL's got to keep his wits about him. He should never double up there. Turns and deals with Donk. And then finishes the job on a Magix, but they're both low, they're both wounded. Bit and JL, the position's known for Spirit. And so they're going to take the lobby. They're going to confirm that this is not the path to retake. And in doing so, there's very few options left for Na'Vi. Spirit are aware of the heaven push, but will that make dealing with it any easier? Chopper, it's his time to clutch now. 1v2, Bit on the bomb. Chopper closing in. JL has hit every shot. He's got to hit this one, and he will. Na'Vi! Map point locked in as they deny that clutch from Chopper.
Off the back of 30 kills, and you felt like Spirit had done everything they had to, even with that double in lobby for JL. Spirit take the info back. They clear lobby. They know Na'Vi must be coming. Heaven, and Shiro does not scope. He's paranoid. He thinks they're already back site, and they just sneak out of Heaven and drop into the site. Dear, oh dear. Disaster strikes for Team Spirit in a 4-on-2. And Na'Vi never gave up. This is it. Overtime or Na'Vi stealing the first map to break the Spirit 3-0 run. Donk has looked mortal for one map, and Na'Vi have taken every advantage. I mean, it was their plan, their play in the first half. Bit was destroying him off main roof. They were ending top so much. Ema coming up from Secret as Donk did so many times in that CT side. He sees nothing. The fake out for Spirit is known by Na'Vi. Not a single yard player. Ema will still have to dedicate here, but Bit can drop ramp at a moment's notice, and it feels like this is a game of the top site of Nuke. Spirit going back for more, and Wonderful could not be better positioned side by side with the top performer in the server, JL.
I mean, these are the three players you want for Na'Vi in at top. Sure, you know, JL on the MP9, but you can't even discount that. You got that crazy double to open up the 2v4 in the last round. JL might be the one to rob Spirit of this map.
Oh, and look at the move. They just know it's coming.
Ema up through the vent. There's two players posted on the door. This is not a safe zone for Spirit. They burn alive in the Molotov. Wonderful, now scoped in, 20 seconds. This is a game of margins, a game of final second plays. As Spirit move in, they get the opening kills. Wonderful's got to have a last stand, and he is run down. It's bit or bust in the 1-on-3 as Spirit look to carry us through into overtime. And the rotate up through the vent. This is not what Bit wants. This is not what he needs. Spirit might have done enough to keep the dream of Nuke flowing. Bit with the backstab in through the lobby, and Chopper gets the better of him.
Wow.
A last second call from Spirit to hit the top site. They might lose players in the doors. They might go into the stack, but they prevail and they keep this one going into OT.
Absolutely huge entry kills from Magix on that top site. He's not really been a massive factor in this map, but that is a time to shine. 4 players on the top site for Na'Vi. The top performers all together, the AWP backside, JL hut roof, and they know it's coming. The fact that Ima even rotates vent shows they know it's coming, and it matters not. Magix breaks it open, and Spirit run it back. You cannot celebrate too soon when you're against a Spirit squad. We've got a game on our hands here, Harry.
We really do, and I love the immediate pause. It's like Spirit have been waiting all this time to get this in, a chance to try and compose themselves a little bit, because there was no doubt it was getting away from them quickly since getting onto the T side. And so keeping themselves alive is nice, but it's not the goal for Spirit. As far as they're concerned, no one has been a good test of this team. No one has pushed them to their limits outside of that one loss to Maus. They've been flawless on LAN.
Yeah, Maus have already 3-0'd. They've already gone straight through into the playoffs here. Spirit feel destined to join them, but Na'Vi putting that to the test right now. Okay, this has been a surprising lack of outside control on CT sides in this game. Ima's going to change that tune by pushing aggressively, something neither side has shown in this map. And he can just wait here all day. Donk.
You feel like for Spirit, they want more mileage out of Donk. They try to set him up in so many of these rounds, and it felt like Na'Vi's whole goal was to bully him and get in his head.
He should clear this.
Donk's deal with the devil, has it expired, or will he kick it up a notch now that we get into OT? Ima up close. Oh, weird sick turn out of Donk. And a head in your hands moment for Ima as he gives up the first kill of overtime out in the yard.
There's no way. Donk was already at 70 health. He was looking the wrong way. He wasn't even trying to clear that. He hits a flick shot. Wonderful. They don't know. Only a leg. They can bail. No need to commit for Spirit. The nade pushes them further back. They don't care. They want to come running and gunning, chasing down this orb. They see a second, but the bomb goes first.
This is big info, but that bomb getting away from them is a bit of a disaster here.
Oh, yeah. 2 low players.
They would have loved to have reacted to this. They would have loved to have just up and left. That's huge info. You know where the bulk of Na'Vi are, but instead you're left running back in on a recovery mission for the bomb. Wonderful trying to control this, and with so little time left, they're throwing everything at Wonderful, but it's not enough to bring him down. He keeps offering up these kills. JL by his side, and they will lock Team Spirit out of ramp. It's only Donk. 10 seconds left in the round.
It's done.
10 seconds to make a difference, and Alexi can hear him on the rotate.
No.
Doesn't need to peek, doesn't need to fight. Donk doesn't have the time. And so Na'Vi, the first in OT is theirs from a 4v5 position as well.
What a slippery fin from Alexi. He just hides in the site. Donk silent drops, taps the bomb. He could have won it. If he ran around the site, he could have won it. But he's sneaking, and Alexi gives him nothing. No engagement taken, no chance for Donk. What a roller coaster. Almost won. Spirit triple nade Wonderful. He still gets a couple kills out of it.
That's the second almost one clutch round for Donk.
Yeah, almost doesn't cut it. Not in overtime. Despite that opening 5v3 for Spirit, they've been the one losing these rounds. 5v3s, 4v2s. They've dropped the ball a couple of times. Ima now, he takes an opener. Zontigs, as much of a liability.
I mean, it's been the kind of ramp men struggling to get going on either side of the coin.
Fair. Oh, good nade combo. Donk holding for this swing, though. It's a common spam. Wonderful, just picking them apart. Wings plucked outside.
And The resurgence that Wonderful's had needs to be studied. It's got to be looked at, because this has been one hell of a return to form for him. He was really struggling in that first half. He was nowhere to be found. They put him out with the AWP on the second. They get him on that CT side AWP, and suddenly it's like the whole map has opened up for him. Alexi unchecked and unperturbed by the presence of Donk outside. It's only Magics in a crazy dominant round for Na'Vi. If they can win this 5 alive, that sends a clear message to Spirit. Pulling this game back was no fluke. It wasn't just a JL army. Sure, he kept them competitive in the game. He's the whole reason they lasted as long as they did, but now everyone's getting switched online. And a flawless round from Na'Vi to take the second of overtime. Spirit, this game is getting away from them, and they know it.
Yeah, Wonderful had 7 kills when he brought out his first AWP on the CT side. He has made an astronomical rise. Remember those 2 back-to-back clutches. The Wonderful got the ball rolling for Na'Vi to pull a 10-4 back into an overtime game. They now lead by 2. Can they take a clean CT half here? That's the goal. Shiro was outstanding in the first half. His T-side AWP has had 0 value. JL's at 35 kills.
Yeah, he's been on 2 KD for a while. I really didn't think he could, keep that up. It's kind of a out-of-this-world performance, but he's kept it in good standing, and Alexi even dodges capture outside.
How does he escape?
Now Wonderful posted to try and catch players crossing, and I mean, he can do this. Blows the smoke open. Look at how safe Spirit are having to play it with these smokes. They have to drop a second one in just to dodge Wonderful's AWP. Alexi on the jump check, but oh my god, they're a little closer than maybe he was ready for. Drops that smoke in, and that buys him time. Spirit have got 3 bodies down towards that lower site. Contact might come elsewhere, though, as now Na'Vi look to take some real estate of their own. They actually ease back on the lobby aggression. They're just giving Spirit nothing.
Up the vent would be desperate at this point in the game, but they know that Na'Vi could have multiple players stacked at that B site. Feels like the options aren't very open for Spirit with the control they have. Resmoke at the door is devastating. They're doing it. Chopper faking lower. Well, where does a bomb even go at this point? Shiro getting a topside kill. That might only tempt them in. Up they go into the A site. Donk goes 1 for 1. 20 seconds. JL, absolute monster performance at the back of the site. He gets 2 kills before Shiro trades, and I don't know if there's time. He's got to hunt down his opposing AWP, and Wonderful no-scopes it for a clean CT half.
Wonderful and JL masterclass here on Nuke. It's them 2 in the top site, and for Spirit, they're feeling, of course it is. Of course we're running in to the 2 best players, the thorns in their side. They're the 2 that they have to try and get past in a desperate up-the-vent take of the A site.
It really is desperate. It really is Spirit running out of ideas. They get all the room in the world. They get Secret, but they don't want to tackle with Ramp. They don't know where that AWP is, and that's the fear for Spirit. Is it outside?
Oh,
is
look
it?
at this.
My God,
Are they going to go fast? Just a real pace change towards the tail end of the game. They try to explode out into the top site.
Welcome back.
Spirit remind them just how brutal this CT side was. Clean lockout, JL, my God, but surely no more. Donk's already up in the lobby and will put a leash on the beast that is JL.
JL's a freak right now. He's at 39 kills.
It's just that lizard brain, isn't it? Like he's gone full. Just back to raw instinct for JL. Head to head of the captains. Alexi's called the blinder to bring Na'Vi into this position in the first place. He's going to be microing a lot of those rotates, controlling a lot of the movements on the CT side. On the T side, it felt like their goal was to try and get in Donk's head out in the yard, and I feel like that has worked for the most part. A quiet game by his standard. Admittedly, it's a very high standard. This would be a good game for anyone else. You expect a lot more from the Donk.
I do love that Na'Vi tried that play. It's kind of crazy, but at this point in the game, it does remind them what they're up against. A bit of a slap back for Spirit. But now Na'Vi have to do something a lot more standard, and they'll go for these on-the-fly outside smokes, even boost Wonderful up, trying to get this opening kill at 1:10 on the clock. No lobby control. Zilch. JL goes back to T-spawn to late bait this. They know that back carriage is a very common position. They use that flash to take the main kill. Donk, again, denied. Zontix has to lift them back up, but he can't. And this might be Na'Vi taking their map.
This is the best spot they've been in ever on the T side, man. 5 on 3, just Magics to get past. First kill found as he swings back out into the orb. Ema's gonna catch Shiro over in the heavens, and Magics is silenced. Chopper dead, and so Na'Vi find it with JL and Wonderful keeping this game afloat. It gives Alexi the room to cook up a game they can be proud of. And they steal Nuke away. Now a map closer to that 3-0 and that revenge from Katowice falling in their favor.
Unbelievable game from JL on your screens. Happy with that one, no doubt about it. And Spirit, it felt like the stars went silent. That was the quietest game we've seen from Donk in a hot minute.
Yeah, we rushed over here. We were watching backstage because we don't have a monitor here. And to be honest, we didn't want to miss a second of that match. And first off, incredibly entertaining match to watch as a whole, and incredibly impressive game out of Na'Vi. We said at the beginning, that quote from Alexi B, yes, it's nice when all of the team play works. What else do you need? Jason said, well, what else do you need? You need the individual prowess to work, and you need the clutches to work. Well, Jace, it all worked.
Yeah, and I mean, even to give Maniac some credit, which you know, I don't like to do that too often. One of the big points was you need a good CT side against this team, and Navi's CT side went shutdown mode in that second half. That was disgusting. Alexi, quietly-ish, had a really impactful game outside, not a great volume of frags, handled Donk very, very well, did a good job of slowing down any attacks outside, but for me, the second half, it's all about clutches, man.
Yes.
Wonderful with the one-on-one and do a one-on-two. Alexi had a one-on-one, the 2v2 retake in the post plant with no HP. There were some real rabbits pulled out of the hat for Na'Vi in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, this is what's necessary when you're going to beat a team of the caliber of Spirit. I also think it would be criminal if in the first minute we didn't mention the 37 kills of JL.
Yeah.
Where the hell did that come from?
Who is this guy? Who is he?
Oh my god. And he even started in the first half. I think he was one of the first players to activate for Na'Vi to kind of resist or try to resist against Spirit, who caught on fire pretty quickly. But I do agree with you, Jason. I think it was mostly a story of clutches, you know, last second decisions, shots, whatever you name it. And this had all the markings of an incredibly well mapped Counter-Strike. I enjoyed all of it.
It was so much fun to watch. I don't know if it's ready yet, but round 23 is one that we absolutely wanted to look at because I think it does encapsulate a lot of what we were talking about. We'll get to it in just a second. But the scoreboard 40 bomb, I didn't realize it got all the way up to 40. That is insane. Are we in Paris or are we in Copenhagen?
Listen.
I didn't know JL could do that. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, I don't either. I mean, listen, to be real, some of these kills maybe fell a little bit under the radar because some might have been a losing effort, but I still think that he had both of the equation. He had on one hand, he got stuck in when he needed to, and he turned around situations. We're gonna have a couple that we're gonna talk about at the desk as well, but also he had great reads, and we're gonna give him credit for that. We're gonna give Alexi B credit for that. His positioning, whenever Spirit had a way on the T side specifically, he was always that second wave of defense. That was the case ramp, that was the case lower. I don't know, this man had the GPS,
and I
just
mean,
knew.
Most importantly, like those kills like allow you to buy time for your teammates to step up into the game, right? Like we saw quiet, but yeah, like you're buying time, and all of a sudden then you see like, you know, Wonderful has a chance to warm up into the game, and then he starts getting a little bit more proactive. He wins those clutches, gets a little bit of confidence, and then he's pushing Hut with an AWP for an opening kill, and then he's covering a player pushing through Squeaky Door to build off that and take control of lobby. He allowed the rest of his teammates to activate it because Na'Vi did start this game very, very cold.
6-3. It was a 6-3 scoreline for Spirit on the CT side. Things looked very grim, and I think this might just be an apt moment to discuss beyond Shiro, because I really put Shiro in a different category when it comes to clutching. Spirit isn't exactly the most perfect team there is out there in clutch situations. In terms of, you know, playing off of each other, having the most disciplined crossfire. The reason why we get so excited about these clutches as well is that because the occasion is presented to Wonderful, for example, twice.
And also one thing that Spirit does very, very well in clutches, they do it well in mid rounds as well, is they do a really good job of juggling aggression. You don't ever see like a player like get into a contact situation where the onus is on him hitting such a super incredible shot. They're not going to swing, right? They're going to show their presence there. They're going to wait for a teammate to kind of peek from a different angle. We saw it in the round. Chopper got that triple kill going to the lower bomb site with Tech 9s. They end up losing the round anyways, but you can see them juggling that aggression all the way through to put them in that position, and unfortunately
they
still
play with
lose
fire. They play with fire sometimes. They got burned here by Wonderful.
They did, and it was nice. You know, you saw it in the scoreboard, right? JL plus Wonderful, JL plus Wonderful. They played off each other really, really well, and you also saw Wonderful's kind of confidence growing throughout that match, or he was taking more aggressive positions in the end, and it paid off. And I think that's a sign of that whole team feeling more aligned and feeling more willing to do that, and knowing that they have to do that to beat Spirit.
Yeah, you have to be ready mentally for rough rounds. I think that's what's necessary when you play Spirit. Round 18 is a very good example where it starts for Na'Vi to sort of grind their way back into rounds, into situation. We'll have to see here. It starts with this comment you made about Alexibi and having the upper hand on Dong a couple of times, but still, Spirit will find a way to make things uncomfortable. They have this slow outside peek out the door rather, where the trade is on point. We see Magix here very cleverly taking space. He's got covered by Chopper, and this is all on a knife's edge. This is where we're talking about the realm of Counter-Strike being decided on a second. When Wonderful comes out the van, or his teammate comes out the van, it's all up in the air. Now it's a 1v2. Shira with a beautiful little bait here where he knows he's got the presence of mind. That right there, there's no analysis I need to do, just appreciate whatever you see. And the shot is beautiful. The scoreline is 10-8. It is 10-8. That's the story I was trying to put forth with the last map they've played in Katowice. Some of these clutches are determining for Na'Vi to make a comeback. When you're 10-8 and you don't win the 1v2, the whole game takes a different complexion. So kudos to Wonderful for that one.
And the next round, he won the 1v1 against Donk in the lower bomb
that
site.
Does help.
Yeah, he built upon it. That was disgusting.
Yeah, Donk wasn't able to be completely unleashed at all.
Average.
Yeah.
It was average.
Zontic's a bit below, unfortunately, right? Because you need someone to pick up that slack as well. I do want to take a look at round 23, which was, super important and maybe even won the match for them. I don't know.
This is where JL just turns this whole situation on his head. He's going to get a double kill, I believe, over in Radio Room before this all begins with an SMG as well. Like, this round has collapsed. It's lost. And these 2 kills right here, like, this is a 2v4. And all of a sudden, low HP. And our conversation in the green room is like, they have no money. They should be saving. And they still actually go for it. I think it's beautiful because the era of CSGO at the end of it that got so boring is when teams were like, we don't have a huge advantage in this retake. We're done. We're saving. And this is Na'Vi saying, nope, we're going to win this game. We don't want to play for overtime. We want to have a shot at winning this map right here, right now. And they played that beautifully. Molotov in towards Hut, full focus towards weak door, knowing it's the only avenue. And like, they get away with one. But you don't get away with it if you don't go for it.
Listen, the 2v2, I'll give it to you. It was beautifully played by Na'Vi. I think this was the only way for them to win that, cover from each other as well, having a player stay on top to have that vertical view. But I mean, that's a fumble from Spirit in a 4v2. Sure. Why is Dong on his skateboard surfing out of Hut like that, not knowing where the last one is? Where's the trade potential? We talk about being able to jiggle and not really commit into a duel and giving time to your teammate to be here. That's the counter example to that.
Sloppy round, yeah.
And that's 11-11. That's the worst moment to have.
You had that confidence of the round already being over probably at that point, and that one might have just been a little focus slip. Also, you got to say, you mentioned Donk being average. I think sometimes from the outside we put a little bit too much perspective and too much emphasis on teams specifically preparing for individual players. I don't think that happens as much internally within teams as we might think from the outside, because we're always like, how do you stop Donk? What do you do? How do you stop Simple? How do you stop Zaiwu? How do you position yourself? And this was just a great game. It felt like Na'Vi had good plans that just came to fruition.
I agree with you, and I do think that the scoreline of Alexibi maybe undersells a little bit his performance, because outside of also killing Dong out flat twice in gun rounds, which is in itself very valuable, he didn't give away free deaths. Whenever he was moving, whenever he was staying alive, we could hear him communicate as well with his teammate. Listen, this is where they at, this is where I am, organizing the defense. So I thought from a tactical standpoint, what he did outside was great. Mission accomplished. He didn't give away free kills, just once through the smoke. That was it. So maybe the kills aren't exactly up there, but it was a good CT half from Alexibi.
I mean, the graphic isn't, I think, meant to look at the kill disparity. Is of course meant,
clear,
it is of course meant to look at kind of the calling of these two guys and their teams behind them in terms of their respective coaches and the plans that they came together with. Because you said also, Mathieu, at the beginning, a very dynamic CT side coming out of Spirit, usually, right, which was the case. They did pull that off a few times, but it wasn't as deep when you look at the complete match and then also their T sides as usual. Or was that just expertly navigated by Na'Vi?
I do think that on a few maps, and there's very much few maps, Nuke and Overpass, the gross example, Vertigo is a bit of an outlier. Spirit don't have the same finest quality in closing rounds on the T side. And this is usually on a map like Anubis or Ancient or Mirage. They're going to have some protocols towards the very end where they can close no matter the situation. We saw here it was a little bit more messy, which is why we end up with some of these clutches. You mentioned Zontix. I think if we want to do our due diligence, we do have to say that even though he's not supposed to be the hardest carry, his time to kill was very much lower than usual. His aim in general was below what we know and love. He got a couple of situations where he needed to trade and he couldn't find the trade. Yeah, when you're at a game at the highest level, that makes a difference, and I think it was very much the case here.
Yeah, absolutely. He had an off game for sure.
That
I think,
That's
yeah,
okay.
but I mean, I think a lot of it just comes. I don't know. Alexi did just enough on that T side because I don't think that T side looked anything super special. But I think he started to kind of get a hold of it towards the end and kind of work his way around. And that's all they needed. Like honestly, it's so weird, but like just like the 4 clutches in one half is so brutal to have to recover from if you're Spirit.
I know.
Like the fact that it took you to get 4 clutches in a situation where Spirit won 0 in the second half is so mental. That's not going to happen very often. So like we can praise Na'Vi all we want. I don't think it was like the best looking game, but they did what they needed to do to win.
Fine, especially in the context of all these other teams can't, right?
Yeah.
So
well, that's the like meta conversation we've been having. Like even coming in today, it's like who's actually going to beat Spirit? Like Vitality looks off, FaZe looks rocky. Like who actually out there is? Like, do we think MOUZ can do it? Maybe if it's early in the playoffs, maybe it's not like a deep semifinal kind of a game. Who's actually going to beat them? And I mean, Na'Vi showed again that they can take at least a map off them. Now they have to prove they can take the series.
that's a great point because in Katowice it was the same. They did take 1 map out of them, away from them. But we're going on to Ancient next. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll see that.
Window. Still dark. Coming secret.
Pushing down. Double. Play double. Close double, bro.
But he's planting outside. I'm planting. Inside. Oh, top of roof, son. Full fact. Top of roof. On double. Fix, double. 2 сайт. Было. Может, тот самый.
Набил.
Well done! Igor, nice!
Fucking nice, Igor.
Keep it up. Wait, I need to take AP. Guys.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
It's time for the fantasy draft here at the PGL Copenhagen Major. I've got Spirits Zontix with me here. How are you doing?
Good.
You know what the deal is. You know how to do this. You're going to build the best team you can possibly get, but you don't have a choice. The wheel is going to determine which teams you get to pick from.
Okay.
You ready to be a general manager at your young age?
Yes.
Okay, let's get it. Let's spin it the first time. And who do you get to start with? It is a team that didn't make it very far. Amcal. TikTok thinking.
I'll take Travis.
Travis. Why Travis?
I think he's better than other players in this team. Like, I think I will get AGL and maybe more experienced AVP, so I'll just choose Travis at this point.
I like what you're doing. You're thinking ahead, so Travis can just slot in somewhere. An all-round player, the best option you have within that. The next team you get to pick from, Cloud9 coming in next.
Hobbit.
Hobbit. Okay. Not a Boomich for an IGL. They've got no Warper, so that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
No Electronic in a star role.
Hobbit is, I think, pretty chill. He's experienced and he's playing right now better than like 5 months ago. So I think he's like growing in CS2. So I think it's a good choice.
Let's see who the third player is going to be. Ooh, okay. You're moving over to China. Lin Vision. Do you know much about Lin Vision?
No.
No.
Is it Starry? Is a 17 years old player?
Yeah, he's a young one.
I'll choose him.
Yeah?
Starry, yeah.
Okay, we're going for Starry, just because he's young.
Yeah, I think if you'll have a good AGL.
Yep.
And we have Hobbit experience, and we can teach him to play the game.
Okay, he's helping.
Yeah.
Okay, I like this.
Is it him who won the 1v5 against G2?
Oh, was it? Yeah, it might be. Yeah, the one on Vertigo, right?
Yeah,
I think that is. Okay, this time we're moving over to Turkey. You get the Eternal Fire Boys, who are looking pretty damn good right now.
We have Travis, Starry,
Travis, Starry, and Hobbit.
Hobbit, yeah. I'll take Vicadia.
Oh, okay, so another young one.
Vicadia because he's a good already. He's a good player. Maybe not enough experience on a tier 1, but he's young and he have a good aim, and we can teach him to play as well.
Okay, your final player.
Yeah, we need ABP.
Oh.
Okay, I'll take that. Hades.
Yeah?
It's
Happy
okay.
with that?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so looking at this team, Hobbit has to be the masterful one, teaching everyone. His job is going to be very hard. I might not think he's going to perform so well if he's having to do all of this, but if you put them into the major, how far do you think this team goes?
I have no clue.
Yeah, have a guess. You're the GM.
Like right now, or like in 2 years?
No, right now.
0-3 in elimination stage.
Well, you can only work with what you were given, and that's what you were given. 0-3 is destined for Zontix's team. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
Guessing the team by the emojis. We've got Bit from Na'Vi, one of my favorites, Headshot Machine, and now professional English speaker. How's that going for you?
Actually, I'm trying to improve day by day. Maybe I have some good stuff.
Yeah, you sound more confident, man.
Yes.
It's nice. Sadly, there's nothing in English to help you here. You're guessing by emojis. Do you use many emojis?
Actually, not really.
So many people tell me this, we're not really. I use tons, this is why I enjoy this game so much. But this first one is super easy. You cannot get this one wrong, Bit.
Oh, it's vitality easy.
Yeah, there we go. It'll get a bit harder from here.
1 point, right?
1 point, yes, we'll give you 1 point.
How many points do you have?
There is 20.
Most likely it's VP.
Easy, easy.
Yeah.
Nice and fast. Next one. Maybe you'll understand.
Liquid?
Good, but there's no water there. Think of another region. You're on the Americas, you're from Europe, but what's the other region?
So, it's gonna be Mongols?
Correct. The next one. What do you see first?
The guy with the not sunglasses, just with glasses.
Yep. Then
ears. And after first place. Maybe it's face?
Yes!
Yes,
Perfect.
it was Kerrigan.
Well done, well done. You think it's Kerrigan? Okay.
Yes, of course. So crown, beach, and some Mexican stuff. Legacy or something like this. Code Zero.
No, it's always a team. So you're in the right country.
Yeah.
Not the right team. Think of that crown. Look at the crown, maybe. They're playing today.
Wait, so it's gonna be Imperial? Imperial? Yeah.
Boom, boom. You see the crown, an imperial crown.
Easy.
Easy. This one, what do you see at first?
Kid.
The Joker player is very funny, quite crazy on social media. The Brain player is the IGL, the tactician. They like to say it's some player's name, Masterclass, a lot of the time. Then the baby picture is like someone being born?
I started to think about our team, but we don't have babies in team.
Yes, but...
So it's Navi?
Yes, it's Navi.
So I started to think it's like baby, it's not...
But Navi is born to win.
Yeah.
So a baby is being born. That's the first emoji. The second one, Alexi, his brain. And the Joker is JL. He's always making crazy stuff on social media, being a funny guy, yeah?
Yeah.
So you got it. But you got it more from the brain than the Joker, yeah?
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
Because maybe it was very hard.
Didn't get, okay. Next one.
No idea.
They played today.
Today? Today played Seoul, Imperial. But I already said about Imperial. So it's not Imperial, it's not Brazilian team.
It is Brazilian team. Is a legendary Brazilian player.
Legendary.
Won the major with Fulham. Playing here, got eliminated today. Was eliminated today by...
Coldzera, right? Yes.
What
sure.
team?
Legacy?
Yes, there we go.
Yes.
That one
It was obvious, actually, when you said the very popular player in Brazil, it was obvious, actually.
Yeah, see, second most popular.
Yeah.
That wasn't so bad, bit. You did okay. You didn't do bad.
I think it was bad.
Hey, you got to try. You got to give it a test. That's what it's all about.
Okay.
Well, this has been a long time coming. Na'Vi wanting to humble Donk and Spirit just a little bit. Big question now is, can Spirit bounce back? Are they going to take some time out from the server to kind of reflect on that one and head into this with fresh faces ready to defend this 3-0 run?
It was a beautiful and unbelievable game from Na'Vi, but every time we see Spirit lose an opening map, they respond strongly, right? We saw it in that grand final against VP at the end of the last year, going 0-2 down at BO5, sweeping the rest of the game. We see it every time Spirit lose a map, coming in with a 13-4 to respond. So will that continue, or can Na'Vi keep this up? It doesn't matter in this pistol because they are wiped off the slate.
Yeah, this pistol round's already over. Even though Alexi's moving in, like, he still believes they can retake this 2v4. It's just not happening. Chopper's even got a Molotov still waiting all the way back towards the B doors. I know what he's doing with that.
Yeah.
He's going to look to throw that in if they get into the site.
And they've used a smoke on the cave as well. If that went on the bomb, you could deny this play, but flash over the top. Molly not even needed as they come gunning. Shiro and Donk to close. Nice double entry for Zontix as well. He was definitely a quiet piece of the puzzle for Spirit, as was Donk.
Don't leave him hanging. There we go. All right. Donk's trying to get activated. He wants to be brought back into the fold here.
Donk deniable, question mark. Donk defeatable, Harry?
I mean, I don't feel comfortable saying anything there, bro. Like, you know who he is. You know what he's done. We've all seen it. I don't know if one map's going to get under his skin.
No.
But Na'Vi, I mean, we remember back at Kato, Blade even did that interview where he spoke about Donk.
Okay, what did he say?
He said, undeniably, mechanically, very good player. But if you remember, he kind of gave him a bit of a knock for the attitude and the things he would scream, how he would act. And he also said he thinks Donk is counterable.
Counterable?
Yeah.
Well, Na'Vi showed that last map.
Especially if you've got someone who's sharp on your team, and JL undeniably was on that last map of Nuke.
How do you do that again, though? 40 kills? 40 kills? That's not normal. 40 kills is a lot of kills. If you're new to this one, Team Spirit are going to come gunning for the rest. Should have no issue here. And, you know, we saw these guys play at that aforementioned event in Kato, and Spirit came into Ancient on T side, and they 9-3'd the first half.
Yeah.
So this is like Spirit's go-to. This is Mirage. That's the most shocking part to me, that Na'Vi want to play Mirage. Obviously, they're ready for this game. There's no doubt there. But Mirage is a finale? That is ballsy.
Yeah, I think, you know, between Alexi and Blade on the other side, though, you've got two folks who, at least for this Ancient map that we're on right now, two people who are very, very good at going away from a game and studying the finer details and going over it with a fine-tooth comb to figure out how they can get a bit of a leg up.
If anything, that's what I want to know. Like, how do you stop him running up mid on Mirage? Like, what is your counter on that map? On Nuke, you know, they made him humble. They humbled him. They made him look scared at times.
Yeah, it felt like, you know, especially on the T half, they put so much attention towards slowing him down early that he never got his usual kind of aggro stance going.
Yeah. Stopped homing missile, running towards his opponents. So here we go. Going around for Na'Vi. They've lost mid-control. Got a player in cave. Alexi's going to get pushed back, though, by that Molotov. And once the bomb gets picked up, it is outside of B. And execute perhaps late round for Spirit after they pull a player towards window. Bit's going to get a bit of info there. He sees nothing mid. In they come through cave.
I can't believe the Magics just calls their bluff on that smoke and walks it, man. Rotate arrives, but Bit misses the opportunity, and without that trade coming in, you can't even really begin to justify this. Bit hangs around, will get one. But you can see Wonderful's already saving here. And so Na'Vi have just got to let this one slip on by, give it a go in the next.
Talk about a bluff called, yeah. Walking through your cave smoke like it means nothing. And
obviously, you know, that's all because of the Molotov down on default, right? To like displace the cave player, but just to go, well, he's not pushed in cave. I have all this room. That's crazy from Magics, and it gives them that gnarly double opener. JL kind of got hung out to dry over at long right with Alexi, forced off the angle by the Molotov. He just wasn't expecting someone to walk that smoke. And so Spirit starts strong. They're out for blood.
Yeah, back to their winning ways.
Terrorists win.
But Na'Vi have already shown they can dance with the Devils, so at no point will I doubt them in this matchup. They deserve that respect at least, but this, I mean, T-side of Ancients, where Spirit do some of their best work in Counter-Strike.
And even for Chopper as a leader, man, that's always been the case. He's had a real affinity to this one since it's been bought into the pool all that time ago.
Another mid-take. Na'Vi have been winning this, right? Had no issue.
I mean, this goes part and parcel with the theory of trying to shut Donk out of the early game, right? You know the moves he likes to make in middle, how kind of cavalier he likes to run through the smokes and take those early fights.
Spirit, however, are more than capable of doing late round mid pops. It's their bread and butter on this map, so they're not necessarily desperate to play off spawn. They know that more so than almost any other map, you are forced to use smoke molly at the start of every round on CT Ancient in mid. So Donk is happy to run late mid. He won't this time. They'll be regrouping back at B. It's leaving Zontix alone. Only two here. JL's very passive.
Third player rotating over. Oh no.
Just giving JL util.
Just dropping off some util.
Can see retake rounds play towards B. If JL stays towards the back of this cube, he can smoke molly the ramp for the post plant, but Spirit are coming in. Good
blocked around for the time being. There's that dropped off util coming in clutch to slow down the B play. JL getting teed up with a flashbang, but he doesn't see anything on that jiggle. In the meantime, Bit actually got wrecked. I think that's on the wallbang, brought down low. So JL has to make a stand, and it's just the one and done. Bit low on health, same for Ema, who was spammed up in the mid-fight versus Zontix. Suddenly, Wonderful's got to offer up the goods here for Na'Vi. And he himself is brought down low on his attempt to cross at CT. The T-side domination is not slowing down yet for the Spirit squad. Donk. Another rifle round brushed aside, and now Donk goes hunting. They might have knocked his confidence a little bit on Nuke, but he's really trying to rebuild it here on Ancient.
Dug himself out of the grave. Walking with the rest of us. I can't believe he gets that spray transfer headshot on the second player. And then he walks CT knife out, knowing Wonderful is definitely saving. Calls Na'Vi completely there. Terrorists win. They will hold on to their guns. So yeah, great damage done through the smoke. I can't believe Spirit take bit on that spam battle. A1S with no traces, they win it. But these were the shots for Donk. Picture perfect trace to Alexi. And that's after Spirit get denied like twice on that B hit. They get flashed on ramp, they stop, they get mollied, they wait the molly. After the molly, JL gets flashed in again. They don't peek. No one's overcommitted at any point in that round. Even though it was so easy to be with the smokes down. Na'Vi, heavy mid-take. They've got a little less to work with here. So Ema's going to throw himself up on Heaven. Naded smoke by Alexi. They know what Spirit are doing. Alexi's in cave with the HE. More than prepared for the protocol that Spirit want to smoke Heaven. And they will concede all of the B side.
Look at the near instantaneous reaction from Spirit when this much util comes out towards the lane. You know that a lot of resources were dedicated there. They crept all the way up through A main. But look like instead they want to go back to something over here in middle. Util will get exchanged between Chopper and Donk.
Looks like they want a late mid pop, but there's two players here. This is a nice setup. Wonderful is baiting bit for the re-peek. Donk mollying deep, Chopper going first. And he needed that instant kill, but the rifle will. Donk gets a Heaven frag at the same time, so somehow it's still a 3-on-3, and it's up to the Deeg on A.
JL's certainly feeling pressure to perform here. Certainly is. He was paramount to the success of Na'Vi on Nuke, and he won't find a thing in this one. Him and Wonderful even stuck on each other over in Donut. And so that double kill is teed up nicely for Spirit.
To me, this is kind of how Nuke started, in the sense of Na'Vi know what they're up against. They know what Spirit are doing, but it doesn't mean you can necessarily stop it. Like, the ideas are really nice for Na'Vi. The way they blocked B in the previous round, they have 3 facing towards mid here in the late round, knowing that Spirit want to pop mid for kills. But when you get, everyone has a plan until they get hit in the face, right? Actually converting on the positions is hard when you're playing such talented riflers. But it still started the same on Nuke, didn't it? It still started with Na'Vi down in the dumps. 10-4 at one point. Hold it back to OT. Win it. So it's a good sign as far as an 0-5 start is, that Na'Vi know what they're playing against. They've done their homework. No doubt about that. As you said, what was the Blake quote? Donk is counterable.
Yeah.
It's a nice quote.
But even he prefaced that with, you needed to have a sharp aimer online. And right now, that's kind of the big question for Na'Vi. We were all wowed by JL's performance on that last map, no doubt about it. 40 kills deep at the end of Nuke.
Yeah, 13 multi-kills in that map, 136 ADR from the Lithuanian Lizard.
But will he be able to keep that up, right? Wonderful as well. Paramount in terms of the clutches that he delivered. But he's going to take a while to bring out this AWP with how the game started. He's going to take a while to get switched online. So you continue down the line, right? Alexi had some great calls in the mid round. He was clearly prepped and had a game plan going into that one. But it's as we get to the tail end, Ema took a long time to get activated. He was a non-factor in the first half, and even then felt like he was only in the early stages of recovery by the end of the game. And then Bit, kind of the polar opposite story for him individually. He started strong, if you remember, on the T side. He was kind of bullying Donk out in the yard and then went quiet as the game went on. So there's some big margins for error here. There's some big uncertainty for Na'Vi, who were very much carried through that last map by JL and Wonderful. As you look down the line for Spirit, it's a very different story, right? Shiro, he was good almost throughout. I feel like by the tail end of the game, especially on the T side up, it got a little slower, got a little harder for him, but that's to be expected with the map. He's not having any issues here. Magix had his moments in defense of that top site, right? Didn't he? He had a good few multi-kill rounds, especially CT sides, where he would be the savior of the round for Spirit.
And especially towards the tail end on T as well, he was getting some really nice entries. He got them their 12th round when they went into a full four-man A stack. But to me, like the standout player that game out of nowhere is Chopper.
Yeah, Chopper was down there invaluable, man, and also called a great game in this clash of brainy titans of him and Alexi. Continuing down, Donk actually got humbled a little bit, right? He got put on the back foot. It was clear that Na'Vi wanted to try and bully him out in the yard, get him doubting some of the hyper-aggressive plays. But I think when you bring him onto Ancient, a home map for the Spirit Squad, you are going to struggle to get those same results. Yeah. And I guess last on the line was maybe the weakest point for Spirit. Zontix very much had a bit of a rough go at it there. Didn't really have a chance to get warmed up into the game on the CT side. Ramp was a bit of a non-factor. So in a lot of the rounds, he was just sort of watching them play out from the sidelines. And you felt that, I think, as the game went on. He didn't have as many chances to get warmed up into the game as everyone else on his team.
Both ramp players struggled, and that is more of a consideration of the map as well on Nuke. It's a very difficult place to, find multi-kills. So it's not a huge shock. But yeah, I'd love to see a recovery here. Na'Vi call a tactical timeout off the back of the tech. They want to get back on track and make sure they get to put everything in its place as we hit round number 6. Guns out, AWP for Wonderful, and Shiro will meet him as well.
Yeah, I'm aware that the other game going on right now has been a bit of a barn burner. So if you're only just joining in, right now we have a situation where Na'Vi were able to steal back Nuke in one hell of a comeback from 10-4 down, thanks to a huge performance from JL and some key clutches for Wonderful. But here on Ancient, it's a far more one-sided story to open. 5-0 for Team Spirit. Na'Vi have had some good ideas, but have struggled in executing them on this CT side.
Absolutely. There were similarities to that first map, even in the way that they started for Spirit, but let's see if Na'Vi can be that difference maker and break their way into this game. I like the aggression. Alexi taking lane back with his whole team here. 4 players on B. Ema will regress to the A side as we expect to see Spirit going for these late mid takes again. Donk patrolling the jungle. We want to talk AWPs. Wonderful head-to-head v Shiro, 4-2 in his favor with the AWP, 7-6 with all guns. But that AWP only hits a leg. Donk wearing double Kevlar will live to fight another day. Wonderful bearing down. Magics can't punish this open position because of Alexi and JL. So it's forced Spirit's hand into an AXEC.
Ema and Bit, it's the 2 quieter players for Na'Vi responsible for the upkeep of this A site. Nade on the smoke, does a little bit of damage, softens up these players, but the timing of the boost is everything here. Bit spotted going up and over, now dropping in side by side with Ema. They're able to hold on. The bomb gets out ahead of Team Spirit. Na'Vi are looking for their first round in the game here and now.
What control. They just don't overstep a single centimeter any further into Donk on the AWP or into Shiro holding him. And both players are severely low. Na'Vi only deal with the committed players. They give no picks to Spirit anywhere on the map. And even now, playing passive enough, they'll hopefully just allow the save. Na'Vi want to build their own bank at this point in the game. There is not much incentive to chasing here. So they're on the board, about time.
Yeah, very well done from Bit, honestly, because he's kind of thrown up into a fight. He has no business winning, being on the tail end of that jump up. It felt like he was hitting a bit of an awkward timing, if anything, so very well controlled from him to deal with those first 2 players out through main. Na'Vi are on the board. Let's see if they can start chaining a couple together. The fact that comes down to being a flawless round for them is fantastic for their mileage on this CT side. And Spirit will immediately respond with attack timeout. They're very keen on using these. They don't want many a misstep on their T side of Ancient. And so they don't want that to be Na'Vi's way back in.
This is a team that can sometimes burn 3 tactical timeouts in the first half of the game, but the games often end in the first half for Spirit, right? Like taking 9 threes pretty considerably, even on T sides. So there's nothing wrong with doing that if the results are there, but we saw them get a little stressed towards the end of Nuke. The second they hit OT, they called out their immediate pause that you get upon hitting bonus play. Right now, Spirit are not feeling immense pressure, despite being a map down. We have Ima going for a hero play up the top. The flash is absolutely perfect from Chopper right as they come through the smoke. Spirit push Alexi to a passive position, but he wants to tangle with them. Getting through that smoke with JL on a ramp push. This is well timed for Na'Vi. The pressure is there. Alexi won't overstep it. 4v4. Wonderful gets orbed. Shiro given another chance. Oh, JL goes back for more.
Yeah, I mean, you can feel that JL has that kind of pressure, the big performance of that last map still on his shoulders. He wants to try and carry that momentum through into this one, but he ends up feeding a kill away that gives up this even round. Suddenly, Alexi forced forward by the util. Yeah. Donk is swift to silence him.
Ouch.
Bit valiant stand thus far over towards B, but it's Wonderful up and leaves. It's bit or nothing. Oh, wrestles with the AK, gets out with the kill, and able to escape capture on the trade up through ramp. Bit goes back in for more, and he will bite off more than he can chew.
They know they have great timing. Almost considered planting it long, but didn't want to risk it. Knowing Wonderful was far away, Zontix will walk closer and take the kill, closing the round for Spirit. That was the donut player after all. There was no doubt the Spirit had him right where they wanted him. Great shooting for Donk. Again, just popping through the mid-smoke, dealing with Alexi after the Molotov. I can't believe Bit kills him inside of the fire on the B-bomb site, but Donk is back, at least for now. Says Spirit burned their timeouts. Na'Vi 2 used, 7 rounds deep, but in fairness, it hasn't been going their way, has it?
No, I think, this is pretty frustrating for Na'Vi, because as we've touched upon, they've often had good mid-round moves, good attempts to try and thwart the Spirit game plan, but it's just you can be in the right place, you can do the right things, but at the end of the day, if you're just getting turned upon and getting shut down in those moments, none of that matters. None of the prep you've done matters. Right now, Spirit are just hitting harder, hitting faster. And so Na'Vi try to wrestle with them for control of the early game, but it's not panned out. All that control has gone the way of Spirit.
Oh, this wallbang is extremely powerful. Very little risk. The only worry is a player coming through the smoke, but they're just walking up the ramp dry. No flash even comes through. Donk goes 1 for 1, and Bit and JL a valiant hold on this site. They can afford to play retake now. Shiro holding on to the deep long angle with the orb. But still, Alexi even has cave control. This is the kill that Shiro needs. But Bit gets given a second chance at life, and with 3 CTs stacked on the site, this is no easy feat for Spirit.
You're just thinking, don't feed the beast. So Na'Vi, they won't, but there's Chopper. Rising to the occasion, keeping up appearances is the Chop.
Are they really going to recommit to B late? That feels like such a risk.
I mean, Wonderful's often been out of position in these B-take rounds. This time he's left as the sole defender, the one man here. And as he walks down the ramp, he might catch them on the retreat. The timing just isn't there for Wonderful. As he peels around the corner, they are already gone. He's about to get the info at least that lane is clear. And so right now, Ima is prepping for a fight over on A. As you say, because they can be in cave, Wonderful can't justify a rotate. He can't fully react to this info, but he can tell Ima to batten down the hatches and be ready for this play. He will drop the bomb, which is now away from Spirit with 15 seconds. Chopper might have nailed a double kill in the middle of this round, but surely takes it no further than that as Ima sacrifices himself on a platter to lock in Na'Vi's second.
All for the greater good, running into that Molotov. Chopper, there's a plant available, even with his molly not falling super deep. He could stick it on the right side, but he knows he's probably going to get 4, and that flash makes it so easy for Na'Vi and for that A-hold of Ima. Solid work. He doesn't get that kill, that looks disastrous, but Spirit, couple of rounds going back the other way. And again, they use his flash to swing mid quick. Ima beating Donk in the head-to-head in a dry fight. I feel like Na'Vi did that on purpose. They don't hit their deep smoke, and they throw a shallow Molotov. They want that fight there. We even had his teammate lining up of pop flash to fight Donk in middle. That's all by design for Na'Vi, saying, we missed our smoke. Come get us.
Yeah, you know, it almost makes you wonder, right? In terms of the idea that Na'Vi feel like Donk can be countered, you kind of know the fights he feels comfortable in. You know the fights he's going to take if he's given the room. So it feels like they're trying to give him that space, only to lock it down and shut him down, put him in a box.
Yeah, I mean, still
they've done it in this round. Magic's up through ramp. We're jail dead early. Suddenly this B defense is just down to 2. Both players over at long. This is not ideal for Na'Vi, and they lose Ema. The MP9 of Alexi does what it can, but it shouldn't be enough to regain control. It shouldn't be enough to tempt Na'Vi in. That nade falling short is a big shame. That would have been the kill to Shiro. That would have been the 2v2 offered up. And with this backstab coming in from Zontix, Na'Vi's only path is to battle forward. They don't know about the flank yet. And the more time bought for it, the more deadly Zontix gets. Chopper tucked in back at the cave. It's a good stand from Alexi as he looks to bring Na'Vi back into this. Zontix now arrives, and it's another clutch attempt for Wonderful. Grabs the kit on the bomb. Quick tap, and Wonderful brings the fight to Zontix. He just keeps on giving Na'Vi rounds off of his back in another clutch. Wonderful delivers and does right by Alexi B, who even brings them back into that retake in the first place.
The clutch kid of Na'Vi, and he looks so good while he does it. He picked up 2 massive returning clutches back-to-back on Nuke, and now he does it again. He doesn't need to fake the bomb there. He knows he's got the 5 seconds of runway for Zontix to rush him, but he goes for it anyway, guaranteeing the round off the kill. And that's a beautiful clutch for Wonderful.
And I mean, dude, if you're Na'Vi now, you're telling yourselves, okay, this is similar to how Nuke started. It's similar conditions to win the game. Wonderful's done a great job at giving them these rounds in these desperate moments where someone has to step up and not crumble under the pressure, under the weight of clutching against this Super Spirit team.
I do love this idea of not, smoking out Donkey in middle for the first time in this map, just so you guarantee the fight as well. That's what it opened up the round. Great shot.
Oh, it looks even more disgusting from Wonderful's POV.
Yeah, and at times it feels like Molotovs in this game are actually harder to look through than CSGO. The argument in CSGO is the closer you are, the better, but it doesn't feel like Valve patched it recently. Oh my god, they just run through the smoke. That's mental. Ema has a great position, but Donk just clears it, pre-fires the corner. The guy just knows something we don't. But on that Molotov conversation, it feels like that maybe Na'Vi feel more favored at range to take that fight. There was a recent patch with the consistency of Molotov views, but right now, Na'Vi, they've got the ideas, that's for sure. They've not got their heads, though, cut off by the Tech-9s. 2 down already. It's not a guaranteed round, especially not when Chopper runs it into the B bomb site.
That bomb's going back towards A. Wonderful. Over here on the AWP, pressure is on. This is essentially a clutch for him that he's got to deliver it. He gets rid of the hero gun. He gets rid of Donk. His teammate falls as he moves in through the spawn, but Wonderful looks to close the net over Team Spirit now. Just misses that timing. And so getting back in a donut, Wonderful doesn't have fights open to him, not yet. He's seen the barrel. He knows what he's got to do here. Zontix dead, over on Big Box, smoke on the bomb. Wonderful applying a lot of pressure. He is sticking the bomb. Teammate dead, spammed out from Magix. And so Spirit will recover. They stop Wonderful in his tracks. On his way to another solo 1 round, they lock him down.
Oh, Tech-9s have never felt so brutal. That close clear in mid into the closing smoke spam shots for Spirit. Fantastic work. And this is already running in favor of Spirit, looking for the same result at Katowice, that 9-3 opening T side on Ancient. It feels inevitable, as close as Na'Vi have gotten in these rounds. Even that clutch for Wonderful is not enough to propel them forward. It will for Spirit. They sprint out mid. Donk taking space. And Na'Vi with almost nothing to show in this round, just pistols. Azus. Easy clears. They come into Zontix, who gets all 3.
So in this grudge matchup, it's looking to be a repeat, as you say, for Spirit.
Yeah, the difference is you know, it's completely different maps for Na'Vi that they take, right? The last time they did this, it was Anubis. And the fact that they don't even want it in this series, you feel like it's a death sentence, but they showcase their experience, their skill on Nuke. They were the ones who banned Anubis with the final choice, giving Spirit Mirage their home map. Right now, they're dealing with the difficulties of the pool. It goes deep for Spirit. So does Chopper again. Blase through the mid-smoke. As his team group on the A side.
Wonderful, here's the steps. Gonna be that first point of resistance as Chopper now closes in from middle. Wonderful offers up the first. Chopper's not able to catch him here. One more man in the back of Donut, but Ema, where's he looking? Wonderful's gonna do this alone. Shiro catches one. Magic's waiting for rotates, and if Alexi gives this up, he's gonna be kicking himself. That's the kill that might open this back up for Spirit. And Alexi, his heart sinks into his chest. He knows he shouldn't be giving those away, but it's as he goes creeping through, trying to offer up assistance. It's that urge to help the team that might dig them a shallow grave here. Missed shot from Shiro. Wonderful, and JL will recover that round. And Wonderful, leaving nothing unsaid in this series, in this matchup. Clutches a plenty, dependable point man, and refuses to crumble on this CT side, be it with the rifle, be it with the AWP. You feel like he's good to put these rounds on the board for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and it feels like Na'Vi do have such a great understanding of how Spirit like to play these like clutch rounds, these mid rounds, like that 2v2. Spirit don't run the bomb back out of main. They don't want to make it clear. They walk to group mid to go for a kill as a unit. So Na'Vi go, oh, you want to fight mid? We'll do the same thing, and we'll just battle you in the open. They win both fights. An ugly missed shot for Shiro. And still a good half, but so was the first one on Nuke, and look how that ended up. 8-4, and dare I say, nothing guaranteed here in map 2 of this playoff qualification game. Top 8 of the first CS2 major, so much legacy on the line for these rosters.
I mean, you never forget your first, right? So here we are, Shiro backing up, has support in alongside him. They're going to try and deal with Na'Vi as they break through the red room. Spirit have got all the bodies here at CT, ready and willing to fight for this. Wonderful is run down and bit left as the lone gunman here, 1v4. And Spirit control the bomb. Look at them, sitting on it, refusing to move. Everyone ready to react and swing at a moment's notice. Donk tapped out, but Bit brought down low, 6 HP. Left on the clutcher for Na'Vi, and he can't win this. There's no way.
It's a safe call, I'll give you that. But he'll give it a go. He's holding 4 flanks that will never materialize. Spirit just sit together.
These ones feel the worst, right? Because it is just so inevitable. He knows that this clutch is unwinnable.
Big clutch of the tournament.
And he's hoping that somewhere down the line, Spirit get cocky and give him a fight. But you know what they're going to do? They're going to swing him on 3. The moment noise is made, they're all swinging him at once. And so there it is. Chopper runs it round, and Bit is dead with that pistol secured for Spirit.
That felt more like if a Spirit on CT sides, right? It's a lot more difficult to play that way on Nuke, but when you need so much control of different positions. But on CT sides, they love to just group and charge together. It's a pistol round, of course, but Spirit, the rolling death train that just chase each other. Oh my God, he got that midair. Sickening. So let's see how Na'Vi fare now with no pistol in their pocket, no bomb plant to give them a bye.
You said
and
it earlier
another
on.
10-4 lead.
You said it earlier on how this is very similar tones to Nuke. It's going to have to if Na'Vi want to recover right there.
The difference is we don't have like one astronomical hero that's still dropping 20 kills in the first half. The setup was the same, but this is where Spirit should run over this map.
Well, just trying to min-max their way through the util. Hoping they can get Spirit to use a bunch of it. They're hoping for a bomb plant in towards A just for that extra cash injection. And it's Zontix here who, sure, you know, was a little quiet on Nuke, as we said, largely dodged in the first half, so never really got to warm up into the map. But he's about to have his moment. His time in the sun is now, and it is a mow-down in main. Molly, Wonderful gets out, gets through it, but not for long as Donk arrives on that rotation. Him and Zontix silence the A play. No plant for Na'Vi. But the guns will be coming out regardless.
Yeah, feeling the stress now for JL, and Donk cool and calm as he often is. No smack talk to send down Na'Vi's way, not with a map already against them. This is the round that Spirit couldn't get in that previous map that started the comeback for Na'Vi. If they can shut it out clean and easy, it's as good as GG.
And you can almost see in the cams that JL, oh, hang on a second, fast for Wonderful.
Sure there.
Learns about the presence of this AWP and puts a lot of pressure over towards that A side of the map. Na'Vi are coming through with an explosive first rifle round, but they lose Ema over in mid, trying to cross out in a no man's land, and Zontix will get the better of him now. Him and Donk move into position. Spirit love these late re-aggresses on the CT side of middle. And as Na'Vi try to deal with that, they sustain even more damage. Big kill for JL to open up a route in towards this B site. But as these mid-rotates arrive, they're going to lock down lane and deny this path to rotate for Na'Vi. Plant in, a man down, wounded on 2. Bit might have to be a hero here. The only man with health. Wonderful's going to do what he can at shutting down the lane aggression, but he's not given a fight ultimately.
This is still scary for Spirit. They have a man up, but they don't have a lot of control right now. They're taking their time to get in position. Another smoke in the cave. They've got to run through. Shiro's waiting for a kill. He does get it on the trade, but they are simply running out on the clock. It's already at 10 seconds, it feels. Donk's got to go through this one. We need a hero here for Spirit, and all the kills for Na'Vi until it matters. The last seconds stick as Spirit squeeze their way back into that retake. Not even close.
Yeah, they felt fine leaving that one down to the wire. It looks dicey, but once they deal with Bit over on long, once Shiro nails that shot, all of that control that Na'Vi had suddenly shrinks right down, and you're only worried about ramp, you're only worried about the bomb site, and so it becomes very easy for Spirit there. That's why we say, like, that was the round where Bit had to go huge. And even though he sits top in the charts for Na'Vi alongside Wonderful, the one and done just wasn't enough. Especially not with the HP on Wonderful and JL. And so that rifle round for Na'Vi, similar case to the rest of this game. They've had good ideas, but failure to live up to it.
Oh dear.
In the moments of the fights, it all comes crumbling down for Na'Vi. Magic's at ramp, traded after the first. But here's the reaction. Zontix hopping his way up into the heavens. It was him and Donk pressuring this in the last round that was the turning point for Spirit, where they shut down these players moving in. But this time it's a lot harder for Zontix to get much mileage out of it.
The option to reinforce B was there. He could have just crept into cave. Now it's only Chopper on this B bomb site. And with Shiro often starting A on the AWP, they should know this. Does this just route them into a safe B hit? Or do they want Ema to lurk around? The danger of this is it can leave you in a 2v2 with no info. Right now, Spirit are the ones to doubt themselves. Chopper checking red, going back to B, and calling for support at the right time.
Yeah, they just want to group. Take some map control together.
Oh, this is so scary. But Na'Vi have made the right move. It's going to have to be a retake. We've got Kit, we've got full util. It's viable for Spirit.
Oh,
they just don't know they're
in. He's missed the timing on them getting up ramp. Oh, there was the real chance to catch it the second time around.
Great position.
But it gets away from Chopper. And so Bit at long, similar to last round, power position held by Bit. Shiro is once again watching it with the AWP. If you're Na'Vi, this is the round you can't let get away from you. This is the round that's meant to be safe. Chopper opens it. Bit is feeling that much more pressure. No! Chopper low on health, but still giving up the goods. And it's left to Ema now. A 2v3 for Team Spirit as they look to run away with Ancient. Bomb's not planted for Ema, and Shiro's nade will seal the deal on that round. Chopper, take a bow, my friend. That is beautiful from him. He missed all those timings as they get up into the site, but he still finds his way back in. He finds his impact with a double kill to bring Spirit back into a retake in a round that should have been done.
And Bit learned his lesson. He didn't even peek long because they're up a man. He doesn't want to give Shiro a 1-for-1. He doesn't want to give that AWP a kill on the line. He's right. That's a good play, but absolute whiffs. Wonderful just wide swings on timing when he can play off of Bit's contact. Those are some mistakes in the post plant for Na'Vi and some ugly shooting. And it's come at the worst time. No comeback to materialize today. 12-4. Spirit. Business as usual.
I mean, that's the round that like sucks all the wind out of your sails, right? You kind of did everything correctly. You nailed the game plan, but then the moment you get to the post plant, it just falls apart. You know you should be winning them if you're Na'Vi.
It already felt inevitable. Now it feels undeniable that Mirage will be where we settle this series. Can JL prolong this map? He's found 1-2 entries into the B site, and he's got Chopper by his side. Gone. Shiro hits one with the AWP, but they're up ramp already.
You know, this is kind of a disgruntled Na'Vi coming the way of Shiro. A little looser, a little more freestyly. They're going to try and join up with Bit.
Any 2v5ers?
Shiro nails his shot. It's turning around, isn't it? Shiro's going to start to make his way back over towards A. Right as Donk hears these footsteps.
Oh, he's going to cut the bomb down.
The aggression a bit, while it's a well-founded idea for Na'Vi, it won't leave Alexi with cover, it won't leave him with support. He is alone in this as he walks in to Donk's den. He's invited Donk in. That plant sends him into Bit. And so now it's down to Shiro in the clutch.
Oh yeah, it's a percentage play. It was a lovely 2v5 attempt for Spirit. They made it interesting, but with Shiro smoked out a spawn, and wanting this AWP for next, he'll have to save. He grabs every little bit of morsel he can on the ramp, but it's Na'Vi finding something off of JL's heroics up ramp. Double entry with Wonderful to help him. And a very scary round where if Bit is looking CT not Brokey, Donk moves in and probably ends this game.
Yeah, if you're Na'Vi here, you know, bare minimum, you just want a chance to like try and get a few more people switched online. You want JL to have some moments like that where he wins a couple of rounds down the stretch and he kind of brings himself back into the game mentally. I want Ema to step up. He's been very underwhelming across this series. He went on like a miniature path to recovery at the end of Nuke, but nothing to write home about. He's just been looking a little lost in some of these rounds. And at 5 and 14, you know, that's just not good enough to beat Team Spirit, not by a long margin.
I mean, he was brought in to be the star of this Na'Vi roster, and he's yet to deliver. And sure, even if Na'Vi are in a position where they can go 3-0, they can get to the playoff stage, like if he doesn't have that Paris-esque performance in the playoffs, that might just be the end of Na'Vi's road. I think we all want more from Emo because we know he can deliver it. Fast through mid now for Na'Vi. But Shiro, smoked Molly, pressured in the red room, has to give it up. And Na'Vi, this is just a means to an end. They're going back for a B hit. They're going to leave Emo on a lurk.
They've dumped a lot of their util here at Na'Vi. Like all of it, apart from this smoke and Molly on JL and Bit.
Oh, this timing's perfect. Alexi's going to get a free kill on this B site.
Instead, crossing back in. And so that opens up the end goal for Na'Vi. Ema getting activated on the flank. This would be a nice confidence booster if he can swing it out through red. Spirit are already saving.
Yeah.
And so Ema doesn't want to go too soon that he tempts them back in for the round. But if he could be here to get activated on the hunt and remove some of these guns from play, that's nice for Na'Vi.
Pit's like, I'm not planting. No shot. Okay. I'm not worried yet. Spirit,
they're not moving.
Spirit are going to set up for more hunting, and if Na'Vi give them more kills, they'll go for it. But yeah, no, okay. Not even going to peek along with the AWP. It's allowed. Spirit will give Na'Vi the round off of the entry. That's awkward. Magic jiggled cave, but Alexi was really wide and he didn't see him. And so like he's jump spotting B. Alexi just hears it, walks out of B. But Na'Vi, the last couple of rounds they've won, they've just kept really basic. It was JL just dueling up ramp, and then Na'Vi go for a deep mid take. They put Ema red, and then they go back and hit B.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. It kind of, you know, Na'Vi have kept it basic to get to this point, but that's also been kind of allowed by Spirit, who have lent a bit more into the gambles in these last few rounds, and that comes with the liberty of being up on 12 and having your opponent be so far behind you. I think the worrying thing is, especially with the timeout coming in now, if they go back to some of this mid control, some of the double upset of Donk and Zontix there, suddenly you're getting, you know, the space that you can play in if you're Na'Vi that much more restricted, and you might find yourself at the whim and mercy of a Donk Zontix heaven swing in the mid round, which is not where you want to find yourself.
Think about how oppressive they were at popping through that mid smoke. Na'Vi could get heaven for free if they wanted it, but they could never get comfortable in that position because at any moment Don can just come, you know, blinding out middle. So yeah, Spirit, a couple of gambles, because like you said, with that scoreline, they know they can sit back and play 3 on a site, and you know, you only need 1 gamble to come up to close this game. But now with a tactical timeout, it begs the question, what is Spirit going to show us here? 12-6. Spirit's pick, and Mirage waiting as our finale for our second playoffs team here at the Copenhagen Major.
Well, here's that Donk Zontix move for Spirit down in mid.
Yeah.
They take the control early, they deny Na'Vi any foothold of the map there. Missed shot from Shiro, and Wonderful tries to punish this. Donk swinging back out in middle is dead right away. Alexi and Ema both get kills apiece, and so suddenly Na'Vi right where they want to be. 5-on-2. With Shiro leaving the A site, with him completely abandoning it, just watching from the CT spawn, he can get locked out by 1 smoke, and that's a smoke that Na'Vi will throw in every time. So this is probably another save building here for Spirit. You can't justify going for this one. Na'Vi continue streaking these rounds together, and they're getting cleaner. That was meant to be the Spirit return to form, back to their mid play, back to the kind of 2 stars of this map for Spirit. Putting Na'Vi away, and that's not what's happened. They got locked out of middle. Chopper, who tried to react and help out, was shut down in heaven. Shiro is creeping in.
I don't want to sound the alarm, but this is actually a little worrying. There's still Wonderful nearby, but the fact that Shiro's here means he's going for it. That molly forced out by Wonderful. Man, Shiro has 5 deaths. He's still going for that play. It's the last thing Na'Vi would expect, but Wonderful keeps his finger to the pulse and doesn't overlook this round. Alexi walking through that smoke, and Wonderful says, nah, I don't like it. He's too close. I like this. Shiro gave it a go. But not only is it getting clean for Na'Vi, it's getting expensive for Spirit. No alarms to sound just yet, but even if they're just consolidation rounds for Na'Vi, they are looking nice.
Yeah, even the fashion in which you're winning them, you know, these are culminating in bomb plants. You're kind of getting all the space you're looking for. These are rounds where you're not just like out-aiming Team Spirit and kind of besting them on an individual level. This is the team-based Counter-Strike that Alexi's talked about.
Yeah.
And so that's a feel-good kind of situation for Na'Vi, at least, that they've gone on this little streak. But over time, they're going to start thinking, well, what if it's more than just a little resurgence? What if it's more than just a few rounds in a lost game? They might already be arriving at that conclusion, because bomb back over towards the spawn. Spirit will not be competitive in this round, or at least they shouldn't. As Alexi gets the spot that they're coming down the ramp, he tucks in and he's got support, layers of it, over towards the lane. That's a good chunk of info for Alexi B on the jump check. Na'Vi are going to be slow to be, reacting to that. That's the one downside of this. They had a lot of resources over towards this B site, so weren't able to move swiftly into the A hit, but it slowly is coming together.
Yeah, Magix gave Donk this AK, but he'll just have to hold on to it for one more round. 8-12 now. I mean, if this did happen, what a monumental look that would be for Na'Vi. It would, especially with the numbers they're putting up individually. Like you said, not like the JL show of Nuke. Bits had his moments, JL has as well. Wonderful pulling in clutches on that CTA WP. But more importantly, to come back in this position on the T side would be a lot of credit to Blade and Alexi and that cohesive calling from the Finn, trying to take his first international lineup to the major playoffs. As we said, last time he was there was with ENCE. It was Berlin, it was Katowice. Not in G2 NIP nor Na'Vi has Alexi fielded that same result. But I mean, even if Na'Vi don't win today, it feels inevitable with their form. But why waste an opportunity when it's staring you right down in the face? 12-8. Come this far. Spirit have a response. Again, that 1-2 punch in middle.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi's greatest challenges are still very much ahead of them in this game. Not bad to have gotten off to a spot where you're even considering the comeback, but you're going to have to deal with a couple of big blows like this one, where they lose Ema and Wonderful early. And so now they've got to go back to basics. A B pop up through the ramp, maybe. Magix is forced off the angle, so the room is given over at least.
Oh, this flank down ramp will be massive at Chopper. He's got a very good timing. Even though Magix is getting pressured though, 3-on-3, that's an equalizer.
Oh, they just look away. Chopper doesn't capitalize, doesn't go for it right away. He's waiting for the double doors. He's fearing that someone is left behind, but that's not the case. Na'Vi are grouped.
He wants his team to get in position as well. They sure just got smoked off in spawn. At this point now, Na'Vi will consider every position.
If they're waiting for that smoke, this is going to be one of these last-second retakes. You've seen Spirit win these before, but this time they lose that first man in. JL, Dome, Zontix, Shiro's already running for the hills. This one is going to elude Team Spirit. They might have started with that man advantage in middle, but it's swiftly replied to from Na'Vi, who run it up ramp. And now it's a 3-round game.
Unbelievable.
With the money on the line for Spirit as well. This one has got some legs on it, and it's a cold look of determination across the board from Na'Vi. Alexi's not celebrating yet. None of these round wins are worth celebrating. That will come when overtime's locked in.
And even then, trials should just begin. The Spirit's T side that is the one that beckons you, puts the fear in you, but right now Na'Vi are replicating it almost. It's a 3-on-4 after trading out Donk in middle, being won by Na'Vi. Changing the pace, smoking the molly halfway through. Ema sends it. Donk just escapes in time. The window break comes in. Zontix gets his kill.
I have a nade for this.
Untraded though.
Wonderful doesn't, not able to get that trade.
That's a good spot.
Alexi's grabbed the info.
Spirit are feeling the pressure. They've dumped a lot of util in this round. They've got one smoke left. But they do have the advantage. A group on the B-bomb site. This feels like the predictable outcome for Na'Vi, who need a pick. Spirit playing retake again. Look at them all situated back on short and long.
If Na'Vi win this, the world's their oyster. This will be their second round in a row that they've had to pull back in a man disadvantage. And if they do that, you know, sky's the limit. But it's not going to be easy. They know it's not going to be easy. Chopper drops this smoke. That's going to waste precious time for Na'Vi.
It's inevitable. They know it's B.
And so 3 strong here for Spirit. They respond accordingly. Zontix still watchful eye on mid as well, making sure that rotate can't happen at the drop of a hat. Out through middle into the A site. This will be the B play. Boost up for Wonderful, nets the equalizer. How much further can Na'Vi take this as the third man is pulled over for Spirit? More reinforcements for this B site. JL and Alexi trying to keep the dream alive for Na'Vi, but it's looking to get snuffed out by Donk, who swings it wide. And with his battle cry, the score will be settled on Mirage. Spirit put a stop to Na'Vi on that comeback.
Yeah, you got to give it to Na'Vi. They've really been holding on in this series right now. They pull a huge comeback on Nuke. It looked like something was materializing on Ancient as well, but the Spirit show goes on into the night, and with Mirage to finish, anything is possible.
Yeah, you know, as for how that game was going, I would have not agreed with you, Hugo, in the beginning, because Spirit was really, really pouncing hard. But from how it developed and how Na'Vi was able to put together a counterpunch, now I am inclined to agree more. Do you share that sentiment, Des?
Not entirely. I think the last few rounds are more cosmetic than anything else. I
Okay.
feel like some of the storylines that we set in that previous matchup in Katowice came to life once again here on Ancient, and it must be hella frustrating for Alexibi, for Blade, that to go up against Spirit once again on the same map and to have them play the same way against you and to have to figure out, okay, why isn't it working? Why are we not able to adapt? And they had a couple of moments. I know, Jason, you had a couple of ideas in mind as well on how they adapted, but the truth is, the T side of Spirit really is hard to play against on Ancient, and Na'Vi paid a heavy price once again.
Yeah, it really is, because Chopper does a good job of calling and building off rounds, and they like to, they can switch things up. They can play slow behind your utility early and go for mid-round executes, and they can also kind of take advantage of what you're doing. One of those adaptations I saw Na'Vi doing was what they didn't do in Katowice. They had Alexibi and Jaguar a bunch. This time, today, to kind of counter what Spirit like to do in the mid-round, they put Wonderful over in Jaguar with an AWP every once in a while. So when Spirit waited out those smokes thrown deep down middle, and then kind of with their mid-exec to like take that control halfway through the round, it was an AWP peeking out from Jaguar to just pick one player off, get a leg shot, force them back, keep them at bay, keep them honest, and that was a cool adaptation. And I think that might be where the frustration is with your Na'Vi, because you're like, we had all these, we changed things up, we did things specifically designed to kind of counter what they did to us in Katowice, and it still kind of went the other direction. It still went horribly, horribly wrong.
I feel like there's only really two ways you can go about it if you want to counter this Spirit's T side. One is finding ways to find kill when they're taking the first zones of the map, and that's an AWP and Jaguar is going to hit at 115, 110 or something like that. One, Spirit have gone through the due diligence of waiting the first round of util, then you find a kill, and the other one is having very strong on-site reactive protocols. And I think this is where teams usually get either lazy or not creative enough, because the quality of Spirit execute is really up there. Like the utility usage, how they scale based on these Molotovs and smokes and all, you as a CT have to be ready to throw something in there, to throw a Molotov, to throw a smoke, to stop it out. I feel like teams sometimes are maybe a bit frivolous with the util they use on the CT side, and against Spirit, because they have that patience, they'll just burn you when they hit.
That's the thing. I think it can be so hard on a map like Ancient where T-sides can be patient and save so much util, and they can actually send a pump fake, right? Like they can do a fake exact, bait out your utility, your Molotov, your counter flashes, and just hit it all over again because you've dumped so much to get an aggressive stance early in the round that you don't have those Molotovs saved up for the late time. So I think, yeah, the protocols are probably there. The hard part about it is figuring out which protocol you're going to use in which moment.
Yeah, but why would you aggro immediately Spirit if you're on the CT side? I know by the book, Ancient tells you, hey, you have to be aggressive. Hey, you have to take mid. And guess what? That's what Spirit's doing.
Yeah.
Look at Donk and Zontix, the amount of rounds they are completely fully committed to mid. The truth is, it's not how you beat Spirit. Like, it's very rare that they fully commit 2 to 3 bodies in that mid area. So I feel like maybe what you get on return on investment is really just not there.
Yeah, it's hard because even Spirit and middle have some of those, like, if you on Ancient they have like Zontix, Donk, and Shiro obviously are kind of the mid and A players, and they switch things up. Like they'll change that around. They'll put Shiro and Donut with an AWP. They'll put him at the A bomb site with an AWP so Donk and Shiro can get aggressive. Then they'll play it passively. Shiro with an op over and Donut, Zontix over at the A bomb site, Donk's waiting in Red Room. They just give you just a number of different looks, and yeah, the playbooks and the different setups that they have on this map go so deep. It's got to be a nightmare to call against.
I gotta just say, that's why I am a fan and you are analysts, right? Because you see it in such a different way. And I love what went on just here about the way you approach the analysis for that game and how deep it goes and how sometimes it is so easy for us to say Zontix is fragging out, Donk is fragging out, it's working out, but it can be so much more than that.
Yeah, 100%. And again, because a player is fragging, sometimes it hides a deeper truth on how a team is approaching a map. And I do believe there's a whole lot of mind game going on in facing Spirit, because you can let yourself be absorbed by thinking, hey, I'm going to have to take a bunch of duels against these guys. Like, we have to put them in their place. And because they have the ability to play on different rhythm, they can smoke screen you. Like, we talk about middle, the fact that Spirit is capable of holding everything for 40 seconds and then execute through middle, I feel baits people into fighting them mid, thinking that's what they need to do. But that's not what you need to use util early on. Like, they don't try and take that real estate. They will then execute on it. So you have to find this sort of middle ground, which is very complicated. And I think Na'Vi once again failed a little bit on their city side.
And it's the hard part about Counter-Strike 2 and facing a team of Spirit's caliber as well, as you could see those ideas that Na'Vi kind of came in with. And at the end of the day, you make these plans and you make this game plan as a team and as a coach and as an in-game leader as Blade and Alexi. You don't know if it's going to work.
No.
You're just like, theoretically, this makes sense. Theoretically, this seems like, we need to help put a stop here. Let's get our opera in this position. And then bang, it doesn't work for an entire half.
To be fair, you never know if it's going to work for sure, right? So let's talk about what could work on Mirage. When you contrast it to kind of the way that Na'Vi did get their victory on Nuke, what is going to be the approach here, knowing that that is such a completely different map?
I do think that the patience that I will give to Spirit on Ancient maybe isn't exactly there on Mirage. I feel like there are more moments, if we talk about their T-side specifically, where they would throw caution to the wind and just be out there and fight you and take mid-space. So some of the flowers we've given to Na'Vi early on here in Copenhagen, which is the JL in short, sometimes E-main connector, I think these will be extremely needed. And listen, there's going to be a moment where the E-main talk is going to have to circle back and then be on our
Let's
spit
do
a
it
little
now.
bit. Not that I love to actually talk shit about people, not really, but still, again, in that connector position, knowing the amount of jewels he's about to have, he's completely ghosted through this entire series. A very bad omen if you're a Na'Vi fan.
Yeah, just to fill you in, we were talking just around the corner, watching the game, thinking how much percent does Imma's performance have to go up in order to give Na'Vi a better shot at this series, specifically the last game to start, but let's talk Mirage.
Yeah, I think, I mean, first of all, he's going to have to improve massively, even if it's just a couple impact rounds, even if it's just winning a clutch, and as you said, connector position, massively important. Like, you can't win games if you're not able to control mid and connector. I think Mirage is a map that comes down to really telling for Na'Vi, I think, is going to be early on in their T side if they can establish any success in middle of taking that away, because Spirit are going to enjoy fighting it, they're going to set up some passive traps, they're going to set up some very aggressive traps, and if you can't take control of middle, the extremities get really hard to attack, and that's kind of the key of Mirage, is that play between how mid success can set up you hitting a bomb site, whether it's B holes, whether it's palace, whether it's A ramp. That's not great.
Wait, is that this
Correctly,
series?
He's got 11 kills in the entire series. I mean, I know he hasn't been exactly lights out, but we might need the referee out there to double check that.
It's true.
That is true. It is factual.
Is it really?
To be 8 yards,
I mean,
11 kills.
my producer confirmed it to me, and I'm gonna go cheat for you.
I mean, again, I knew he was definitely having a little bit of a rough
I didn't
time
see a score on
on
Ancient. I felt like Nuke got a little bit better in an overtime game.
Well, let's see. I don't think it can't be accurate. It's definitely 17.
It's 17. Okay.
That's, I mean, look, that's not much better.
No, exactly. We're not going to make the case that this is much better. I just thought, okay, maybe 11 would be actually atrocious. So it's just bad.
It's
not
just
atrocious.
bad.
No, I mean, listen.
Congratulations.
At least we have to be accurate, right? If we're going to talk smack about a player, let's give him the real stats.
I mean, you're an analyst. You're not talking smack. You're judging.
The bigger problem isn't necessarily even the numbers. It's just like how many times do you say in a half or in a game or a map where you're just like, man, that Ima's kills really changed the nature of this round or this half. That's the big thing for me, is those not even having the impactful kills from time to time. Like what, maybe 1-2 rounds on Nuke that I can think of. Maybe actually I think it might have just been one.
Well, yeah, I was going to say I don't know what the second one is. And the problem that I have is that if he'd been curled in a position where I feel like he's got no freedom and he's sort of chained on CT side, for example, I could give him excuses. I could say, you know what, they're not using it well. They're not using the way he's supposed to be. Remember the Gamer Legion days. That's how he surprised us. The truth is there's a lot of parallel to be made, and I think he's got the freedom as well. So I'm kind of left a little bit wanting, and I don't really want to find an excuse anymore. There isn't any excuses to be found, and I'm sure it's a source of frustration for the Na'Vi camp, because the promise.
Sure, it's a source of frustration for Ima himself.
No, definitely.
Yeah.
And then, again, I really struggle to pinpoint where he is on his psychological journey in that jersey. I think at the very beginning I had a little bit of an idea with the whole Na'Vi and trying to take space in a roster that is not exactly that easy, but now I'm kind of lost. I don't think I have any more in store.
Yeah, that makes sense. And regardless, though, he can.
I'm just being genuine,
He
you know.
seems so sad.
I'm genuinely sad.
I got nothing anymore.
Because we're coming to a point where the next line in my sentence is, let's cut him and bring someone else. Like, this is where I'm getting in my thought process.
But you can't spell Mirage without an I and an M. So perhaps he will show up and he will bring Na'Vi into the Royal Arena and put something up against Spirit, or maybe it's just a Spirit win all over again. We're excited to see it. I hope you are too.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We are guessing the teams here by emojis at the PGL Major. We got a double team in this one. It was Donk, but then he called in for backup, and Zontix, you've come to try and help him. Donk, you think he's going to be better than you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so we're relying on Zontix. Should we see what the first one is? It's very easy.
Cloud9.
Instant, yeah, one's so hard. That's nice and easy. Second one.
Star. Fishes.
Yep.
Should be just the bag, first one.
So what I would do is I'd think about the fish. One team has a fish.
Koi.
Haha, perfect. There you go, Donk. Look, you got it straight
Eternal
away.
Fire.
Oh, Eternal Fire. Yep. No problems for you at all.
So.
Why are you here, Zontix?
It's just so in the middle, like I'm watching the first emoji.
The Donk looks in the middle where the crosshair is.
Yeah.
Zontix is trying to look across the whole game.
Me, Team Spirit.
It's a short time in a row, it's just a middle emoji.
Oh, this is brilliant. All right, the next one.
Ants?
How did you get that just from that straight away?
Because there is a bike in middle, and I found Pasha biceps, his trip готовится, and ants insta.
Brilliant, dog. Brilliant. Okay. Now, you might remember this one. It's not the same team, but you might remember an emoji. The middle emoji.
No, Denmark.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good. So it's a team from Denmark.
In there, it's a static?
Yes, exactly. You guys are killing it. This might be the best yet.
Complexity?
Yes! Why did you get complexity so quickly?
I won't say.
America, you need to change your look from burgers. That's for sure. Okay, next one.
Heroic.
Zontix is just here to sit and relax.
Like, I could just say teams, but imagine if it would be better if you say the wrong team, you get a minus point or something.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking, I'm trying to be sure about the team.
Okay, we're already on the last one. It's a certain drink that's very popular in a certain country. There's an older person on the team. And then a cat. Meow. A very black coffee by the looks of it. But it's just an emoji.
Furia?
Yes! Correct!
It was my first.
Oh, you didn't say it again though,
Because what is this cat?
For the cat. We don't have a panther emoji, so we have a little cat to the big cat.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys did very good. Donk was very fast on this. Don't think you're a bit more careful, a bit more... Kind of actually, the way you guys answer represents your gameplay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, that was a good duo attempt. Thank you very much, and good luck at the major, boys.
Thank you, thank you.
Fantasy teams must be built in many different ways, and Ema from Navi is going to be giving me his best shot at getting this correctly. You ready, my friend?
Yup.
You had a good boot camp, you're feeling refreshed, but first of all, before you play any games, you got to build the best team in the world.
I will try my best.
You will try your best. That's all I can ask for you. We're going to spin the wheel, it's going to land on a team, and you'll get to pick from that team.
One player from each team, right?
One player from each of the team it lands on. You cannot have more than one player from the same team.
From Saul.
You're starting with Saul.
Oh. Arrows those, because I like his name.
Sweet Rice.
Yes.
Yes. And he's playing very well.
Yes, he's playing
for a supportive role.
Yes, I think he's having the anchor or something like this.
Yeah. So him coming in as the anchor support and locking it down and playing very well, that's a good starting piece for your team. We'll take that. Next is going to be from... Oh, FaZe.
I will go with Kerrigan because I will need an IGL.
You need an IGL, yep. That's good. I don't really need you to explain that for me, one of the best IGLs in the world, maybe one of the best IGLs ever.
Easy pick.
Easy pick. Looking real good already off your first two players in here. And now you're hitting mouse
Oh,
sports.
so I cannot pick Suhi now. So, okay. Then I'll pick my boy Dory.
Oh, okay. Xertion.
Yes.
Xertion.
He's aggressive. He's gonna fit what Kerrigan is calling, and he's good.
Here we have to use him correctly.
Yes.
You like Xershin's style of play?
Yes. I mean, he's playing kind of the same like me, so.
Yeah. It reminds you of yourself.
Yep.
Okay, let's see who the fourth player is going to be to this team.
Pain. Huh? No.
Lin Vision.
Lin Vision. Oh, wait. Okay. I'll pick Emilia because of that highlight on you.
The highlight on you?
Yes. Do you remember it? 4v2.
So he...
Against Fugia. He went up ladder, he jumped behind Fallon, and they won 4v2 because of that.
What? Okay, so you got a bit of China mixed in for this one. And your final player is gonna be...
Bro, what are the chances? Well, never mind. It's complexity. I thought it's mouse. I'll go with Elige.
Who's your
Easy
Opera?
pick. My Opera?
Yeah.
Kerrigan.
Why is everyone putting Kerrigan on the AWP? What's going on?
I don't have an Opera, but I will go with Elige.
Elige anyway.
We don't need. Cloud9 doesn't need top. I don't need top.
Cloud9 doesn't need AWP. Ema doesn't need AWP. That's how we're rolling with it. If this team goes into the major, how far do they go?
Final.
Are you crazy?
No.
The final, this team, really?
Yes. I'm confident with my team.
You believe that much in Kerrigan?
Yes.
Okay, I would love to see this come together one day. I need some Counter-Strike simulation to see if this is ever possible in any wild world.
Bro, you need to be confident if you want to make it to the final, though.
Aha, I agree. I'm just not confident in your team.
I'm confident in my team.
Good, you need to be. Thank you very much, Mr. Ema. Good luck going into the Copenhagen Major.
Thank you.
Na'Vi are in a very rough place here as we get ready for the dawn of Mirage, the home map of Team Spirit, one that many a team have tried and failed to take them down on. Na'Vi, no exception to that. Even back in Katowice, this was a bloodbath between these squads, and it wasn't even close. Spirit came out so far ahead of them there. Na'Vi don't want to repeat that. We've seen in this rematch that they've come into it with ideas, with game plans, but Donk is up to his usual tricks. This is something that Na'Vi have got to be aware of as we embark on the pistol. He will look to fight them in top mid.
They know it's coming, but can they stop it? Flash back for more. Donk gets dinked down low and hidden behind these boxes. Nowhere to go either. Zontix has got to help him out. Charging from under. Ema putting pressure on, and that forces Donk into the open. All Na'Vi needed was that kill. They've got it. They're going back towards B, and Magix won't last long either. 5v3. The plan for Na'Vi pays off.
Slow retake for Spirit. Oh, clean tap out of Zontix. That's the one that gets the blood pumping. They're going to wait for this smoke to fade. Kit on Chopper, bear that in mind. If this comes down to a last second retake attempt, Spirit are moving in, but Na'Vi haven't moved a muscle yet. One back from Chopper. He's the guy who's got to get on the bomb. Shiro dead, and this one won't come through for Spirit. Na'Vi, successful pistol to open up, and immediately they shut down Donk's signature aggro out through mid. That's a nice way for Na'Vi to start. Oftentimes, these pistols have looked to be locked in for Spirit.
Yeah, the question of predictability comes in and whether it is counterable, and Na'Vi seem to answer that call in the first round. Ema doesn't rush under in case Donk comes swinging, but as soon as they know he's top mid, that under player puts so much pressure that Donk must be open to a kill. And as soon as Na'Vi get it, they put that bomb down the B bomb site. Now it's just pistols and armor. Spirit don't wait long to force up. Coming into this map, there was only an 8 kill differential between the top and bottom player of Spirit across the series. For Na'Vi, that gap, 31. So Spirit is the better squad, but Na'Vi with the standout individuals. And we'll have to see which reigns true in this deciding map for the second playoff spot.
Last time these teams met, it was Bit who bared the full brunt of Team Spirit. He got 4 kills in the entire map of Mirage. So going to be keeping a keen eye on him today, as he doesn't want history to repeat itself. He's already in with a second here and now, opening up the B players. Bit. So looking to get past this force buy from Team Spirit, but in comes Donk. He arrives quickly and swiftly, makes his presence known on the Deagle. 2 out of Donk on the Deeg. Zontix wins his fight over at Shore, and it's just JL left in the hot seat. Plant comes in, and a reposition from JL. Puts a bit of distance between himself and that bomb. Spots out Chopper. Nice shot. Gotta be ready to deal with Zontix. Last seen over on short, but the reposition was fast. Back turned, and JL caught out in the open, out in no man's land. Zontix stands and delivers. The round is Spirit's on the force buy.
Great reset, great patience for Zontix, knowing that he just has that slither gap that if JL wants to cross towards Cat, he's going to be open for the taking. And it takes a couple of shots, but he gets it over the line. Some fancy Deeg work on the B bomb site for Donk. And him and Zontix dragged up from the Academy squad in the Academy era and trying to make an era of their own in Spirit. Without a doubt, the front runners for the trophy here in Copenhagen. Can Na'Vi put that under question, or can Spirit take that spot clean?
They're the only ones from the those front runners that you mentioned, the ones who have proven they can do it on the big stages, that have found all this success in the elimination stage. Everyone else having small missteps along the way.
Oh, some bigger than others. Yeah. FaZe getting 13-1 today.
Magic's reposition. Won't be able to catch them crossing. That's going to fall out of the back of the site as Zontix tries to spam them down. He'll reposition. That kind of leaves Magix all alone there, fighting on an island. And so Na'Vi will secure the bomb plant here. Zontix claims one back.
Slow and steady. Spirit like to take their time on these retakes. This is a perfect example of one of those rounds. They can wait the smokes out. They've got one man on catwalk, and Na'Vi don't have a lot of positions to play.
Yeah, this is going to be a brawl as they come out through the market. Chopper jumping, feeds that Mac 10 up close, and Wonderful's taking space away. When it comes to clutches, it's no contest. Wonderful has been the best in them throughout the series. Looking to stop Donk, but the defuse held. Wonderful calls his bluff. And so Donk wins it with the stick. When Wonderful's in that clutch there, he just can't envision a world where Donk isn't fighting, where Donk isn't putting faith in the aim and his mechanics. And so the stick of that bomb, that one is going to hurt. And for Wonderful, someone who's offered up so many clutches across the series for Na'Vi, that's the one that eludes him.
That's crazy, because he's actually further than Donk's even ready for. That's why Donk sticks. He thinks there's no way Wonderful comes out of the market. And of course, Donk knows that Wonderful expects him to fight. So it's a perfect time to change the game. Right when we are saying that maybe some of the things that Spirit do are predictable, even if they're effective. Donk does the inverse of the expectation, and Na'Vi slips through the cracks. They're out mid now. Rifles in play. Zontix from the catwalk takes the first kill of the round. Na'Vi won't swing for the trade. The bomb is up here top mid as well. Or bit precious B, that might cause some commotion in the Spirit ranks. It certainly peels Zontix back to the site. But Donk with eyes on the prize.
I mean, Na'Vi have put so much into trying to take control of the early game here, right? Even the decision to force again around the bomb plant and the 1v1 attempt. There's so much being put into trying to knock Spirit down early and get off to a good start for Na'Vi, but if they fall down here, it's looking like they're going to. Spirit are off to the races on this CT side. Up into the window, Shiro waiting in the smoke as well. There's one kill back the other way from JL, but it can't just be a one and done. Ema walking the smoke, and he hears that double rotate out.
They've got to go.
Shiro posted, ready to get involved, but he might never even be needed. Donk opens, chases down JL over on shore, and Ema's just too late to the fray. Donk with the turnaround.
Oh, he's back. He is back in fighting form. It's felt like a couple of average maps, or even below average, because our expectation of this guy is so high, but he is hitting headshots right now. He is knocking Na'Vi out. Great shots for Donk again. And you notice as well, as soon as they get this kill and lower, Magix climbs up into the B apartments. That's because he knew off the assist, that was the B player he did damage to, who is now under. That gave Spirit so much room to lean back into B, knowing apartments was probably clear, and the Na'Vi had to be coming up cat. The way that Spirit play with such little info is lovely. More standard mid-round here for Spirit, wide on both sides. Zontix out cat, Donk down below. Shiro's freed up to play whatever he wants with the AWP. He's back in the spawn. Maybe we have a fake out here from JL, but he's only got a deagle. The rest of his team towards the B site.
Here's the obscene beauty of Spirit, though. Like, with how good this mid-hold is between Zontix and Donk, all the info they get from this, they have this for free. Na'Vi don't even want to risk challenging for it. Not in this round. They don't even throw in the illusion that mid-controllers go in their way, and that's because, you know, versus this squad, a top mid smoke, anything of the sort, it's all ineffective. And so just with these pistols, they try to get out over towards B. They're going late into middle. That's a certain death sentence for Wonderful. And so this one's looking to get put to rest very cleanly. Couple of missed shots for Magix. This could lead to something here as Bit runs him down. Zontix is already set up over at short, so there shouldn't be a bomb plant here.
Sneaky. He goes under that angle that Alexi has. Could deny the bomb with a spray. It's been firing back through the smoke. There is an option here. Can Alexi get that gun in time? Donk has made sure he cannot. Pushed up, spams him out, and looks to shut down this round. They're just running it through. Yeah, he's dead. He's one way or another, he's dead. I've never seen that. It was around nonetheless.
Chopper looked disturbed.
It's terrifying. There's ghosts in the server.
And that's certainly Spirit, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Able to safeguard that round after Bit made it a little interesting with his kills over towards B. Few missed shots from Magix, and that was all it took for Na'Vi to move in. But still, you know, as mentioned, Na'Vi were kind of vying for control of the early game here. They were trying to battle Spirit for that good start, that hot streak, and Spirit win it out.
Magix is a really nice player to watch on this B-bomb site as well, because he's, you know, you got to consider how often he's going to be left alone in this position when Zontix is often fighting Donk with Donk in middle. We saw on that one, sure, not this round, but on that one rush round, how far he got back when he saw them, you know, full sending B, got a smoke on the bench, able to just buy a lot of time. And when you get that front bench smoke down, you've also provided a room for your team to come out the market door and deny that plant. So, yeah, Magix is definitely a capable player in this position. Spirit Mirage says the notes that Blade reads. And no question that Na'Vi have done their homework today, but is it just that? Because this is the exam, this is the true test. Spirit looking for an A-star.
As mentioned, going to be keeping a very close eye on Bit and what he's able to bring to the table. Bit of a vintage look there from your assuming Chopper.
I'm going to presume Chopper, yeah. 8 majors, 4 with Vega Squadron, his 4th now with Spirit. Magix with over 5 years on this organization.
Which is mad because he was so young when he joined it anyway. Yeah. But, you know, it's clear that they've liked him here. It's clear the Choppers liked having him by his side.
I remember,
very malleable player. That was something we always said early on. You know, Chopper can make Magix into exactly what he needs and whatever he wants.
I mean, Magix went from the star of a Spirit squad to now the most supportive element of it. And it's been great watching him adapt as a player over the years. Right now we have an A execute here for Na'Vi, but they're going after the smokes.
It's interesting because for Na'Vi, you know, the thing they tried to do in these other maps was try and take Donk on head-on in his positions, but it's clear that mid is just off the table for Na'Vi.
Chopper.
They don't even want to risk running into it. Now Chopper will miss this timing on players sneaking in. JL finds him on the entry. Nice follow-up kill to Shiro. Running through the smoke is Donk, but it's just a one and done. Zontix attempts to reel them in, but battled at the stairs. Ema chomps down. Gets on the board, better late than never. First kill, and it's a big one. It stops that from getting any closer. Na'Vi, a little A-pop throw in the way of Spirit, and that's all it takes to break in.
It's not even a pop. I'm so surprised that worked as well as it did for Na'Vi, right? They throw a full execute. They don't throw any flashes behind it. It seems like a 1D smoke, and a 1D fake, rather. And then Na'Vi just walk out. The whole time, Chopper sat default holding Palace, and they get to sandwich. They actually walk past him without checking default. The second he turns is when JL swings Palace. So he knew it was a layup for a Palace swing, but he just didn't realize how deep Na'Vi got off of that contact move. So surprised that Spirit had no idea what was going on there. And yeah, sure, Shiro follows up with a missed shot. Suddenly you're down 3 on 5. There's no hope. There's no saving that round. But talking about Magix, you know, do you remember Paris, or more specifically Copenhagen, where the RMRs were played for that last major, and when we saw Spirit get eliminated there, 0-3, absolutely owned, and it just felt sad watching Magix give that post-game interview, like ready to cry, and Spirit realizing that after, you know, back-to-back top 8s at majors, even a top 4 in Antwerp, and near enough the final against FaZe, that they were going to be missing the major completely. I mean, that was with Wonderful on this team.
Yeah.
They cut, you know, strong upcoming players in Siren and Patsy and Wonderful, and they completely built from the ground up again, and now we have this, you know, game-defining roster.
I mean, you talk about players that were ready to cry. Shiro is one that springs to mind, right? And he's really found a home within this team.
Same event.
One that have taken him to new heights.
it is beautiful to see both those players that you mentioned, the Magix and Shiro, find some success, and then Wonderful, who was cut from that very roster, styling on them today as well. Everyone planting their feet firmly in the ground, but only one will lock in that undeniable 3-0 spot. And all the arrows, all the signs point to Spirit. Na'Vi encroach on this A site for a connector split. Shiro's AWP too far away, so it will be saving if this goes successfully for Na'Vi. That smoke gives a bit of room to climb up on the stairs. And so the pressure is on Chopper, the only one in the site with Magix.
For Na'Vi, I think they're feeling very good about this round. They've put so much attention over towards A that finally mid's open, and that's been the one consistency in all the gun rounds so far, is that the mid is just a no-go, not with Donk and Zontix there, and they're such a feature piece of the Spirit squad. So Na'Vi know they forced the shuffle, they forced the reposition out of Spirit. Right now Spirit are going to try give a bit of time, lend a bit of time to Zontix on a backstab who's rooting all the way in through the spawn, but they actually go early. They go fighting ahead of the flank, not even needed. Wonderful left up in this one all alone, and with 20 seconds left, he can't go for this. And so Spirit crunched down on that A play. In the blink of an eye, Na'Vi went from not seeing anyone, not fighting anyone, to having just players flying across the screen. That double push out from CT works wonders.
Yeah, Spirit also know two things. One, while Shiro's taking that shot, he's got a kill on the cross. All eyes are on jungle. Suddenly Spirit can swing off of it, but they also know that letting Zontix take first contact there, well, Na'Vi will probably get comfortable, they'll probably get control, get good positions and get the plant. So they'd much rather just throw themselves in, and even if Na'Vi trade them out, the flank will come right then after and win the round. So Zontix not required, but what he does give Spirit is all the information. And yeah, still sickening. Chopper running through with a double kill. And Na'Vi kicking themselves. Like you said, it felt like that. The setup was perfect for them, but a mid-round push answers it for Spirit. Galil round the save door.
Spirit just so oppressive on this CT side. Nothing feels safe. Na'Vi are scared moving into every part of the map. And so it's triggering these very slow T-side rounds where everything's uncertain. We have that double mid hold back for Zontix and Donk. Na'Vi look to avoid it for now, grouping over towards the apartments. Actually, no, they're going to move out in the middle. Top mid smoke in. Flash through for Spirit, trying to tee Donk up. The AWP is there watching on, and he gets that info with a shot rallied past him. He'll reposition down into the connector. Spirit are not done fighting for middle just yet. Not as Chopper moves into the fray. Joins up with Donk in the connector. Through lower, could look to lock in that kill, and the AWP will deliver onto Donk. So they've dealt with the connector contingency here for Spirit. Suddenly Shiro on the rotate back around just misses that timing, but he's going to be in CT in time at least. That's what you got to tell yourself now if you're Team Spirit, as this is now a rescue operation. Time could decide this. Magix swinging out from triple, looks to make it so. Bomb away from Na'Vi, and Magix continues. A bastion of resistance up in the A site. It falls to Shiro and the wonderful AWP. 1v1, and Shiro walks him down. Team Spirit lock in a clutch. And that's now twice to open up Mirage that Wonderful has fallen short in these clutch rounds. That's where Wonderful's been shining. That's where he's excelled. And they've both gone against him.
What an unbelievable 2v5 coming out of Spirit. How can you expect Magix to pull that off and to find that third kill? Ice cold for Shiro. He's always been a clutch AWP. You gotta be. And he just sneaks in and calls Wonderful's bluff. Who must be feeling like he just can't make the right move in these 1v1s. He doubts Donk. And he calls out Shiro both times. It comes up for Spirit. And Donk has had enough. Back to his usual tricks at top mid, inside of the smoke as it fades. That's a huge trade for the AWP. Wonderful still got the numbers to his name, but they need more than that. They need rounds. Magic swinging out ugly off the MP9. JL's trapped at the moment, but Chopper can't finish him.
Shiro watches on from back at jungle. Tight line for the AWP. Chopper, meanwhile, hanging out behind Triple, is vulnerable to this push up through the connector from Ema. Ema's been a non-factor in this series. And not in this round either. Caught by Chopper, back turned. Very awkward timing for the turnaround there. Missed shot out of Shiro's AWP. Maybe that gives Na'Vi a fighting chance here. Are they ready for Chopper? They'll spam him out. 3v2 with the bomb plant coming in for Na'Vi. Shiro's backing up. He's out of there. They're going to write this one off and give Na'Vi their respects in this round. Key openers for JL over at ramp. And a key trade for Wonderful in mid onto Donk. It's so important to put a stop to him there when he's going for that aggression up in the top mid. It's this same twosome from Nuke trying to stand and deliver for Na'Vi. And sure, you know, we touched on how Wonderful falls down in those clutch moments, and those are usually where he's so good. But he kind of needs to build back up to that point now, right? The rhythm of the game has been going in favor of Spirit. If he can still provide in the mid-round, in the openers on this AWP, he will find his impact. There's no doubt he's doing that right now.
Yeah, Blade staring sternly on as well. This one is pretty tight to begin, despite the clutches coming through for Spirit. Without them, this would be a very close map, so Spirit can't get too comfortable at the moment, calling out a second time out of their own. Deep breath for Donk. I like how Alexi was willing to sacrifice himself to just set Wonderful up for that must-win trade in middle.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the one consistency across this all for Na'Vi is that Wonderfuls look good. So Alexi is more than willing to throw his life down if it means knocking out one of the big problem players for Spirit. You'll take a trade like that, right? You'll trade Alexi for a Donk over in mid.
Fantastic bargain. Instas land, and Shiro sends himself out under with Donk side by side. That's a change of tune here. Donk's able to stand in a very powerful position with Shiro covering him with the AWP, but none of this matters because it's an A-pop anyway. It's only Chopper under the balcony. Winning this should be an impossibility right now. Zontix has that cross. Donk is here just in time. He's run the gun into the A site, but he can't find a target as JL appears through the smoke. 2 on 4 now. Deagle dead. Shiro saving. Na'Vi breakthrough again.
And right, as we said, you'll take the Alexi B trade. He comes up with a big round for Na'Vi. You can feel it across these first few rounds of the T side as they've gone on this little streak now. Alexi's trying to kind of exert his presence, his ownership over the calling of this map. And he's done a good job for the most part of shuffling around the Spirit defense. You're seeing him come to grips with the decisions they're making and getting ahead of them in these calls. That one there, admittedly, you know, Spirit don't have everything to play with. They've got guys on pistols. It's a pretty stripped back buy. But good reads, good calls from Alexi, parting a path forward for Na'Vi, on where they can look to recover this T side. And even go hunting for the AWP, but Shiro's going to get out with it. He even fires the shot back. Crazy. That is mad. And Alexi, they very vocally said they just have one gun. But that one gun is Shiro on the AWP. And these last few rounds, Shiro has been looked over for the most part. He's been dodged. This is one where he might look to get involved early, try to put that AWP to good use.
He's been playing from the back line. He's been having his kills into the window gap, into...
Not in this round, man. Yeah. Look at him go.
Into the jungle cross. Well, now, yeah, it's absolutely the time to get involved for Shiro. Alexi's about to find out the hard way where this AWP lies on another A hit. And he is... They're going to hear the pin pulls as well. Shiro's going to have a little bit of warning. on this execute.
Na'Vi know exactly what this round has in store. They know that this AWP is the only threat, but it might be an incredible threat to deal with. Shiro opens now, combat AWPing, trapped in and burnt by the molly. That is a Hail Mary of a play out of Shiro. One that he's just hoping connects. Ima's given away a gun over in middle. The push out through ramp has slowed right down. Chopper dead under the balcony. Donk moves in with this AK that's been gained from mid. Xontix is still a threat. It's him and Donk to try salvage this for Spirit. Contact on a Donk. They deal with him cleanly. The Deagle as Xontix is nearly able to hold on. They do buy a little bit of time for Magix. There's a gun dropped here. There's an AWP dropped here. Magix on the backstab. The AWP picked up. The golden gun gained on the wrap round as he looks in. Missed shot for Magix. And JL will lock him out on that AWP.
What a move for Na'Vi to just cement their feet in place and not move a muscle. A sigh of relief. They do not try and plant, they do not try and reposition, they just wait, knowing they're in the battleground of guns and the Magics must be coming in soon. I mean, that's the B anchor, they can read the big flank. So a start from Shiro, but no jump shot connecting. And Magix misses his one opportunity.
This is Na'Vi trying to tie up the half here.
Yeah.
And they're very close to achieving that goal. Spirit have been a little flustered in these last few rounds, having to shake around the defense time and time again. Good trade for Donk. Shiro replies through that smoke in middle. And with Donk in fighting form, looking to lock them out of the A site, he's done his part in the round. Wonderful crosses under. Will nail that first shot, but Donk and Shiro, quick work made of the A play. Spirit do not give up an even half.
Yeah, it's still a nice call for Na'Vi to show some confidence towards the end, but every time they've done that in this series, it's just been a slam dunk from Team Spirit. Think about Nuke in overtime, where Na'Vi get a clean first half, they go running out for an A hit, they get massacred. So a reality check again, but Spirit no doubt been tested in this series today. Time to move to where often their better half is on this T side. The one time we saw Spirit lose this match to Mouse in the RMR on this map as well, it was off the back of not being able to get it going on a T half. Now they just got to finish the job, a few rounds from the top 8. Bits and bobs are util for Na'Vi. The same story for Spirit. Shiro with a P250. Looking to be lethal on a B entry. It's a read. 3 here for Na'Vi. They know what's up.
There's no doubting that Alexia Blade have put the work in terms of piecing these calls and these rounds together. They've got the stack over towards B in the pistol. 3 strong here. But having the right read has never been the problem for Na'Vi. It's in the execution, it's in dealing with it. So let's see if they're up to the task. JL smoked off over at short as Wonderful wrestles with them. First kill off that USP, he's gonna play through the smoke. Wonderful making a move, and he locks them out with a second. Now it's just Chopper left in the round, pinned in a corner over at short. Everyone from Na'Vi looking his way. He'll elude capture for now, but it's no mystery where he's gotten to. 4 crosshairs trained in on him as JL and Wonderful put up 2 apiece to make that pistol round happen.
Yeah, it's a really flat pistol for Spirit, just basic B contact play. And when Na'Vi make the very, typical gamble of 3 players at B on a pistol, it's easy for Wonderful to go missing inside of that smoke after a 5v4, pop out behind, take another kill. And by that point, Na'Vi are 5 up, flooding onto the bomb site. Spirit never get the runway to get a bomb plant and get comfortable. They desperately require that first entry kill. So now this game looks to be leveled out after a full eco from Team Spirit.
Alexi. Yeah, just drop the molly. It's a good idea.
I think Xontix has dropped this Deagle for Donk, who bought armor.
I mean, we always say, if there's one thing that's obvious, Spirit have a lot of faith in Donk. They know just how good he is.
Well, they need more than ever, not just in this round, because Spirit have never looked as...
Alexi, you're going to be in very hot water soon now. He's often good at containing these rushes, is Alexi B. He's got support from JL as well over on short. So it's not just a one-man army over towards the B site. And they'll come spilling in. JL dealing with the players out through window. That lets Alexi just home in on the exit out through the doors of apartments. And it's cleanly done versus the Pistols. A 5 alive round for Na'Vi to tie this game up. And really over these last few rounds, you've seen Alexi kind of exerting his control over the game. Spirit won that one right there to close out the kind of end of the half, but up until that point, Na'Vi were on a 3-round streak. Now they're building up 2 in a row on the CT side. Questions being put to Spirit. Alexi, he has come into this prepped.
Yeah, where are the answers? Ema, he was a bit of a liability on the T side, lurking in mid, often just dying on his own with nothing. 4 and 11 in this map, but still feeling confident enough to try his hand at the top mid push. Finds nothing. It's a B rush instead. It's only Alexi in the site. JL's quick on catwalk. He's been the hero of this series for Na'Vi, but his captain's been cut down by Donk on the entry, who goes up to double, and Spirit should take this round with ease.
There's a little hint. They've been looking to bully this B site. They've been looking to bully it all throughout the opening of this T side so far. Started here in the pistol, went there in the partial buy / eco. Lent there in the first rifle round. They want to throw doubt the way of Alexi. They want to get back in his head just like he's got in theirs. Even on the exit here, not even these saves are guaranteed. Going for a bit of damage right near the end. That's a nice transfer out of Ema.
Smoke's a problem. They got to go through it, really. And they will. The spam will connect. And now they get with a couple of guns and something to say from Spirit. Expensive nonetheless, but they get the first rifle round locked in. Mind game's already getting put to Alexi B on this B site right now. 3 in a row. Same kind of thing. Just contact.
I mean, if you're able to make Alexi feel uncomfortable individually and like B's a problem, that's when concessions have to be made, right? That's when you have to move away from your game plan. Ema's still trying to fight for this mid control, but he will get out of there.
Late mid take for Spirit. They know what Ema's going to be doing. They need that push up, but it's more passive to start. Wonderful missed the jump. He got a boost instead for ladder. He's got all eyes on middle already. Spirit hold off for a play from Na'Vi. Nothing will get given. Bit meanwhile, Solo A also had a very quiet series today. Even the weak points.
I think that's what Na'Vi are having to try and deal with right now, is the idea that they do have some quiet voices within the team. But over these last few rounds, Ema trying to get involved. He's eager to be involved in these plays. Cancelled out by Donk, sure, but Wonderful keeps it even. This is the real clash of the Titans over here in mid, that Wonderful Donk head-to-head.
Na'Vi have just done such a great job of trading Donk after one all day. Like, it feels like his multi-kills have been far fewer in this matchup. You know, he's usually so good at just piecing together perfect shots, but the result is instantaneous for Na'Vi. Wonderful gets that trade back to the B bomb site now with 2 players as Spirit do the expected.
Back to trying to bully Alexi, but this time he's brought a friend to the party. He's brought Wonderful, top of the board, top of the charts. And so he's got support in this B play. Alexi will lose his teammate. Only 8 seconds left. Shiro's found him over the lip of apartments. And so a 2v2 gives way. Zontix and Shiro, plenty of time to get set up here. Bit makes the jump up towards short. And so he's going to get here quickly, but as Shiro repositions onto the bench, he can pick and choose his battles here. Swings out early. First man falls. It's JL or nothing for Na'Vi.
He's in.
Star of that first map. Shades of it here on Mirage, but he has got to deliver in this clutch. Zontix is free. He knows where Shiro is. Time is of the essence for JL, and time might elude him as Shiro knocks him out of the round. Just shy of another clutch. And he is frustrated on the tail end of that one.
Yeah, a couple of missed 1v1s for JL on the B-bomb side of Mirage in this game. And if you consider the monstrous impact he had to start the series, it's quite a fall from grace, and it's a painful one as well. Snapped ankles as Shiro shuts down another round against Na'Vi. 9-7 now. Broken.
JL, he's got to try and, you know, channel this frustration into something. He can't let it get to him. If he kind of breaks mentally now, this is done for Na'Vi.
It's been the most reliable piece alongside Wonderful. Okay, a stack. I'm not going to get over worried here because it is only pistols and Zeus's, but this one's in a nice place.
I mean, the big question mark, the big what if is just what if Ema had shown a bit of a better face here? If he can get warmed up.
How about this?
If he can get a Zeus kill to open, but he's got 29 kills in the entire series.
That's how he
JL had 40 on Nuke.
Yeah. Well, Ema ended last match v Spirit in Katowice with 29 kills as well. All right, JL got to wait a little bit for that to reload, to recharge. Chopper can come through. We're going to hear the bleep. Oh, he won't live long enough. It's nice and easily done for Spirit. 5 alive on the anti-eco as Na'Vi come through with a final hurrah in this 2-0 matchup.
And this really does have to be the last hurrah. This has to be the turning point for Na'Vi, or else this one gets away from them and Spirit will not let up. That's the thing. They're a very, very good team at playing from the lead. You can feel it, like the calls that Chopper's willing to make, the gambles, the pace that goes behind it. Everything starts to lean in the style of Spirit's favor when they're playing from the front like this and they know they've got Na'Vi right where they want them. A bye between Spirit and locking in this game and a playoff appearance at the first major in Counter-Strike too.
What can be so hard for any, you know, game-defining team, any era-establishing team is staying ahead of the game and not, you know, everyone's looking at you, everyone's watching your demos, everyone knows your plays, everyone knows your individuals, and you have to constantly adapt and constantly innovate. And even in this game, in this series where Na'Vi have solved, you know, problems and have answered questions to what Spirit bring to the table, they still sit above and beyond. They still sit ahead in a very difficult game. And so here they are, trying to close it out cleanly on the third map.
Ema tries to get involved early.
Gotta admire his confidence to still go for these plays with the day he's had. Sending up top mid round after round, but tapered, knows when to cut it. Supports Wonderful's AWP down below. Spirit delayed on the mid take again. Bombs outside of A. And they just want their pick first.
I mean, this one's just so much slower from Spirit that they want Na'Vi to waste what little util they have. They want Na'Vi terrified, quaking in their boots as they finally set their sights on middle and this A play. Mid's needed for the A split. JL tried to get involved early. Only a bit of damage done to Chopper. They'll up and leave. They're going to leave Shiro over here in mid to whittle down the rotates. In the meantime, the point man, the front man, Donk and Zontix both ready to explode out either end of this A site. Ema and Bit, crossfire set up between the two of them. Bit draws the attention, but Ema is deleted. Donk might be dead, but Magix is still here to play. Wonderful, it's all or nothing now. This AWP is getting bullied with util. He's burning alive, and that's how he falls. The guy who felt like he could do no wrong for Na'Vi, burnt out, burnt to a crisp on the stairs, and with it, their hope in this series as Spirit surge ahead. No money for Na'Vi, and only rounds away from the playoffs for Spirit.
Where so many favorites, so many proven rosters, so many tier 1 teams have faltered in these stages, as they always do. Majors rife with upsets, rife with underdogs. It feels written in the stars, written in the script, that Spirit are going to be there and going to go the distance. And right now, they're doing everything they can to make that so. Divine Intervention gives a gun to Alexi at the end. But Na'Vi, that was their economy, bottomed out against 11 rounds. They might have to concede playoff point to buy up in the next.
I mean, some of the greatest minds in Counter-Strike have not been able to solve the Spirit problem. We got a real taste of that when they faced off against Carrigan and Co in the finals in Katowice, but also here in the rematch between Blade and Alexi versus the brains and brawn of this Spirit squad. It's not looked to shape up well. They had that 13-0 over against the Glaive-led squad in the Armas to get here. There's so many fantastic, tenured, storied individuals. These IGLs with reputation, these coaches with years in the game and countless achievements haven't been able to solve the Spirit problem. And so it felt almost fated that they would run through and get to these playoffs cleanly, and they're looking to do that now. If they can break through the pistols here, that one hero gun, they are on the home stretch. And Donk leads the way. JL and Alexi left up in this one. A play attempted from JL. He hides in the smoke. Alexi alongside him, and as they fade, they'll get cut down. Just JL left with a USP and a dream. And it's not gonna happen, is it? No one else can find any success. They'll spam him before that smoke even fades. He sits in a gray screen the whole round. And so Spirit are one round away from doing it. A clean 3-0 into the playoffs, tested on that first map, sure, by Na'Vi, but no contest throughout the remainder.
And they'll hear that scream in their nightmares. Donk lets them know this is his server, this is his dominion, and this is Spirit's success. You can feel it. One more round, one more buy, one more chance for Na'Vi to throw themselves into Spirit's clutches. Ema thinks better of it. A superstar at the last major, and yet to reach that peak again. JL and Wonderful have done everything they can today. 40 kills in the first map for JL, but that's the thing with Spirit. Even though they've only lost one match on LAN in this year, with a trophy in their pocket at one of the biggest events in Counter-Strike, you can start strong, but finishing them is a very different story. It's an A execute yet again. It's back to their winning ways. Only Bit and JL in the sight.
And Spirit, as per usual, they've waited, they've let this pressure seep in to the ranks of Na'Vi, and it's this pressure that they're relying upon to break them. Na'Vi will feel the weight of this loss, the weight of this disappointment. They said Donk could be beaten, he could be counted, but not in this series, not today. Chopper playing with his food. Magix opens the beginning of the end for Na'Vi here on Mirage, and playoffs on the line for Spirit. Just 2 more kills between them and that inevitable goal. Alexi goes tumbling down, and with it, Spirit book their spot in the playoffs. The team that is truly here to win it all, and they run through cleanly, 3-0. Fear gripping those teams that still remain in earshot of the playoffs as Spirit show up in fighting form.
The first step of Chopper's mission that he tweeted years ago is complete. They go 3-0 in the elimination stage here at the Major, and they head to the Royal Arena with that goal in mind. But a valiant effort from Na'Vi as well. I'm sure we'll talk about it at length, but first, the flowers to Spirit, who needed 3 maps to do it, but overall sovereign into that Royal Arena, Moses.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if this is one of your first times potentially watching Spirit, I mean, also Miss Katowice, but like you got everything in this series. You got all 5. You see how deep this team is, both strategically and just in terms of individual players. Remember, we started off Nuke after map 1 saying, Zontix is looking a little off his game. Zontix is looking a little, he wasn't as sharp as we're used to seeing Crosshair play him. It's placements a little bit off, and he had a fantastic map 2 and 3. Saw some shining moments out of guys like Magix. You just see Spirit is a complete team at the moment, and this is the reason why, at the moment, especially with FaZe and Vitality looking a little bit weak, this is the team to beat at the Copenhagen Major.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. The temperature check is very positive for Spirit. Even more so because there is this map loss in this series and they just immediately bounce back. They keep on track for that Mirage. Clinical display from them as well. So at this point, when it comes to Spirit, we're not really here to say, hey, do they play the good Counter-Strike or is this player delivering? No, it's about how do they handle the situation that they're in? How do they handle the expectations? Rolling into the major with 2 debutants, being the championship owner of Katowice, you're thinking there's going to be a moment where they're going to crumble. Like they're going to lose the map here and there and they're going to get into their own heads. None of that has happened here. They lost the map, but they just cruised 3-0 as the most reassuring team so far.
This team has everything you could possibly want. Like, what more could you ask of a team coming into a major that's poised to win it? You have an emerging superstar young player in Donk. You have fantastic role players in Zontix and Magix. Chopper is calling the best Counter-Strike of his career. Shiro is one of the best operators in the world. And then you get to the map pool. You want to talk about that map loss in this series on Nuke? It took 4 clutches in 1/2 for Na'Vi to overcome them, right? And yeah, it's still a map loss, but the map pool, when you look at it, you're just like, where do we play them? Where do we go against this team? This is one of those teams where you come into a game and we come into these analyst desks and you're like, we're struggling to find a weakness, much like we did with, you know, some old Astralis rosters when they were at the peak of their game, you know, some of the old, you know, Brazilian rosters, you know, when they were peaking in 2016. Tough to find a weakness for this team at the moment.
Yeah, and when you talk about kind of maps, right? You know, they had that situation where they lost to Mouse and then they shored up their Vertigo. Now, first in this series, they lose on Nuke to Na'Vi. Now they're going to take a closer look at that. So they have a lot of days to prepare for those playoffs now, and you just know that they're going to look at the mistakes that they did make and shore that all up coming into the playoffs.
Oh, definitely, and you're right on the money. The weaknesses are very far and few between when it comes to Spirit. I would argue Nuke and Overpass, maybe, potentially there's something to be done here. A Vertigo if you really want to play it, but the rest is just really almost impossible to play, and that gets really, really complicated because of that break you're also mentioning right now.
Yeah, we were chatting about the Overpass potential weakness, and you mentioned teams might scare them a little bit too much.
People got traumatized by the FaZe slap in Katowice, and they forget to put that in context of a 2-0 in the best-of-5 grand final where everything is just loosey-goosey, dually in your face. So maybe we slightly overrate the Overpass. Maybe for the teams out there, there's something to be at least investigated.
Yeah, my angle of that is just like, who likes playing Overpass that's going to challenge him on it? Like, which team? Virtus Pro? They don't look good.
Yeah, you better get studying, but Banks is standing by with Zontix after that win.
And I'm still with a Zontix that still maybe got a smile on your face after this one. First major, 3-0 the whole way through. But how I get the feeling with you guys, you expected this or you thought it would just be this comfortable for you?
I don't know. We haven't talked about our expectations.
Okay.
We just want to play our game, our best game. And if you open HLTV stats, like any stats, you can see that we should go 3-0, you know. But best of 1 is first major for me. For Donk, anything can happen. So I don't know. Yeah, we are going through 3-0, but I haven't think about like what score we will have.
Okay. And looking at this overall, for you guys, I'm going to touch on Nuke to start off with. It got crazy close, but you were up 10-4 at one point after getting the T-pistol. Then they got some clutches go their way. Their CT side was very strong as well. What do you feel was the biggest problem you had?
We had a 10-4 score, but to be honest, from the very first round, it felt like we're not in the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And sometimes you just, you know, you just join the server and you're not there, you know. But despite we had this score, 10-4, it was like really tough game for us. We just couldn't play our best, and we ended up losing a lot of clutches, stupid rounds, and they won. So yeah, this is what happened. Sometimes you're just not in the game.
Did you have a team talk afterwards when you went in between the maps? Was there something you wanted to say to each other in order to make sure that didn't happen on the next 2 maps? Because they did look a lot more comfortable for you.
Yeah, just of course we had a talk. We just talked about like we shouldn't worry about the result. We should just like actually connect to the server and to play our game, and it worked. The second map was better, and the third was better as well.
So overall, looking at your performance though, how now you've gone through this, like you said, your first time going through these best of 1s, are you proud of what you've been able to do already?
No, I don't think so. After you win Katowice, playoff is not like what you should be satisfied with. So I think we can win the whole thing.
You think you can win the whole thing, so your confidence must be sky high right now.
It's not about confidence, it's just like, why not?
Why not? I think on that, we'll end it like that. Why not? Spirit seem to be key to win the major. Let's see if they get it done. Back to you, Shocks.
Thank you so much. I love his demeanor and his interviews and his answers, and I've followed it for a while now, and he's starting to say like a little bit more, but it's all so on point, especially there, Maniac, and I saw you thinking the same thing.
How are you supposed to have this composure when you're that young and you're in that context? And he is so level-headed, and I believe every word he says. Like, we've had players over the years who have given us BS answers about there's no pressure and we're just going to play our game, we're going to focus on ourselves, but somehow you feel with him, he firmly believes in everything he says. And I have to admit, Spirit seem like a team that is very hard to fluster, right? They can find situations where they lose. And today we've had plenty of clutches that didn't go their way, but it just feels like they're just calm. Like they're in control.
I just like him say, like, we haven't really talked about expectations. And then he just sets the expectation. Like, we can win the whole event, why not? It's like, there it is. You've had the conversation.
Yeah, it's not even like a big deal to say that from his side, and the way he says it also.
No, you're.
I'm reading your body language.
I'm really excited about this whole topic, you know. But it's just, it's one thing to say we don't set expectations, but as a player, when you win Katowice and you rock up to the major, there is no way the thought doesn't get into your mind that you are a favorite to win the major. And I might add your first major, and I might add the first CS2 major. So how do you just deal with that so healthily, the way they're doing? So is it just the way they are? Is it Chopper? Is it Hali behind them? The whole staff? They're doing something right in not letting the occasion get to them and just making the most out of the incredible confidence that they have. And that's not that easy to do. Teams have tried to do that plenty of times in CS.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to speculate here, but there's a team behind them that has been able to do that with youngsters for a few years now, right? And this is just another crop that they are trying to get to the next level, and they have now the talents of Donk and Zontix there as well. So for me now, it's about Spirit head and shoulders above everyone else, especially with some of the results that we've seen. And the question for me becomes, who can grow into a team that could challenge them once the time comes?
I think there's obviously two ones that you're still going to keep that were there at the start as well. And despite the fact that they've looked a little bit shaky, Vitality and FaZe. Vitality, let's see how they start to bounce back in this stage, if they can make it through, if they can rebound and start, passing the eye test a little bit stronger. And FaZe, as we all know, when you get them onto a stage, it's a different beast. And yeah, they've already capitalized on it once, but when you get FaZe into a major stage, that's going to be a completely different team.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I will argue Vitality probably is in that category as well now, of teams that we know can sort of transform a little bit and get to the upper echelon, exactly, elevate when you get onto a stage, which is not a moniker we're going to give to any teams. Usually we use that the other way around. We say, oh, pressure, be careful, people are going to be afraid. I think Vitality and FaZe are different. For them, it's more about surviving these days here in the Copenhagen, here in the studio, and then making it to Royal Arena.
May I offer Na'Vi up? I think if you look across the board at kind of what they've done in the elimination stage, if you look at JL's performance today, to name just one, wonderful confidence in some of those moments against the best team in the tournament, right? Over 3 maps, and I know what you're gonna say, we need Emma to be better, but that's a possibility that grows.
The stage too. I think the stage is where I still struggle to give Na'Vi that leeway. If you're telling me, is there gonna be a buff? Is it gonna be an elevation of their gameplay on a stage?
Yeah.
I cannot really say that right now. I think I don't have the data or the story to say that.
I think the conversation around Na'Vi, if we're going to get into it, starts with, when leading into this event in 2024 starting, everyone kind of looking at Na'Vi and seeing some of the results that they're starting to put out with this team that we didn't exactly know how the swapped international roster was going to go. And it's just like, we're seeing positive signs. We're seeing steps in the right direction. We're seeing improvement. And I think that's still where they're at. I don't think they've broken into that point where you can be super confident. I think if you want to take like kind of, I guess, an underdog pick that might be able to beat them, that's not like a FaZe or a Vitality, it'd have to be Mouse. And then that's where again
we're back to that conversation.
But that's where again you get into the if statement of the stage, which Mouse still haven't passed that test.
We've done it a million times with Mouse, but today or tomorrow could be the day, right? Or rather Thursday or Friday or Saturday or Sunday, depending on when they're going to play each other. And I'm down for that. I'm down to see. I believe they can do it. The question is when, and it feels like an opportune time for them.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think it's important just for Counter-Strike's history and trajectory in general that teams actually do get better from event event to event to event and grab that experience. That's one of the leg we stand on here. We say, you know what? They were a little bit fresh and a bit green on the stage, but don't worry, they're gonna learn about it, and next time they're gonna be 5% more self-assured, or whatever word you want to use. I think if that's not true, then we lose a little bit of the hype in how teams can develop. And I think Mouse is on that track, and they've had definitely a couple of moments to learn from.
Absolutely. You saw Ecstatic there behind me cheering, so I'm not going to keep you for too long if you want to go watch that over on the other stream. But let's take a look at all the results from today. We don't have the schedule yet because we need to wait for that to play out. I'm just saying that they're doing very well currently on the second map. They already won the first one, and now it is 7-7 on Inferno, I believe it is.
Jason?
Yeah.
Do you think we should have considered VP as a potential team that could make life a little bit complicated for Spirit? I remind you of the BO5 in Dubai, 5 maps, complicated. Did we just ignore them, forget them, rightfully so?
We did kind of, in defense of myself. I haven't had to cover any VP games, so I have only really seen like the results. I haven't actually seen them play. But yeah, that's a team that I always have in like a dark horse category, just because they just seem so annoying to play against. Like playstyle wise, whatever individual form they're in, it always feels really uncomfortable for their opposition. But it's good to see them take a win off Heroic. That's playing strong. There's the Vitality bounce back that we saw earlier. Obviously, unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Mongols. And then obviously, every G2 and or FaZe fan is watching this last game.
Not riding on it.
With a lot of attention.
I want to hot swap directly into the results, the rest of the results, because you say it there for G2 and for FaZe. It's a tricky one, and they might very well meet each other tomorrow. And then your major is over. That is just... Oh my god.
It would be relatively insane if we had G2 versus FaZe in a 1-2 scenario, and I know it is a possibility in a best of 3, of course. FaZe Clan probably still a little bit recovering from the absolute uppercut they got from Eternal Fire on that map.
As stupid as it sounds, like, could that be a wake-up call? Could that maybe be like a blessing in disguise?
You're waking up. You're supposed to be waking up from what?
No, but elimination game at the major, like, it automatically gets stage implications and feeling to it, right? Like the pressure of that moment is where FaZe like really.
It happened in Rio, and that didn't work out. So
Rio was a long time ago.
It wasn't even the same gaming yet. What are you talking about?
But no, but seriously, like you get beat 13-1 like that. Like you know, I even asked you the question: does it signify some massive issue within FaZe in this event, or can it be that splash of cold water to say, what the hell are you guys doing right now? It's time to wake up. It's time to go. Like you got no more chances. You got no more lives.
I'm looking at the simulator.
You're doing the
yeah, because I kind of want to. I want to know, but I'm choking. Like I can't. Do you want to figure it out?
Yeah.
Is everything right?
If Furia wins, then G2 plays FaZe. If Furia loses, then they don't play each other.
Is that how easy it is?
Yeah.
What about the other matchups? Who would Vitality
Spirit and Furia had to win. I don't know about the other one.
I think Vitality might be supposed to play Complexity. I think this is where we're looking at.
Oh.
So if you and I are on the desk, buddy, it's gonna be time.
It's gonna be great. Anyway,
get my jersey. No, just kidding.
We're not gonna speculate anymore.
I thought we were not keeping people too long. We're just talking.
I know, but you know, we love yapping. That's what we love. But you need to go watch that match because Furia might very well be out, and Ecstatic might take another scalp at this tournament. So go watch that secondary stream, and we'll see you tomorrow here at the usual time. Good night.